This is an audiobook by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. To maintain content guidelines, certain scenes have been removed from this audiobook. Summaries of these deleted scenes can be found within this audio. To listen to this full audiobook with deleted scenes, please visit hiddenlegendsbooks.com. The Elven Gate. Hidden Legends. Prison for Supernatural Offenders, Book 6. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter.
The story so far. In the Devil's City, the story opens with Ava, Charlie, Callie, and Marcus on the run. After having escaped Cell Block 9 and the Dark Institute, they continue their hunt for the elusive divinity keys within the woods in France. While there, they are attacked by Esther, Deuce, Mad Dog, and Naya, who are all demigods working for the Warden. The Villains Club managed to escape the fight through a portal cast by Eddie, Charlie's long-lost guard. Presumed dead, Eddie recently escaped the Warden's death camps. He brings the Villains Club to Ava-Marie, a new, hidden city built by the elves. Ava and Charlie are pronounced the Prince and Princess of Ava-Marie upon arrival. Emperor Cassiel, the ruler of the elves and Charlie's grandfather, takes Charlie under his wing to begin training him as an elvish monarch. Charlie is given his role within the mob boss elvish family, while Ava is established as the Holy Mother, the spiritual leader of the elvish race. The Villains Club is overjoyed to see that their friends from the Institute have also arrived in Ava-Marie, along with all their family members. Each of their allies have come together to fight the Warden and his terrible fighting force, the Mission. The Warden is busy fighting other supernatural territories, destroying Octavia Falls, Kimpago, and similar areas, while Delinska remains standing and allied with the elves. Ava-Marie is protected by Cassiel's wards, giving the Villains Club time to find the other divinity keys. Once the keys are located, Charlie will be able to open the Elven Gate, the passageway to the afterlife, and use its power to defeat the Warden, although this is far from a simple task. 2 keys, the Vampire Key and the Astromancer Key, still remain unfound, and the Villains Club must locate them if they're to succeed. Charlie's lessons with Cassiel grow his power. He learns the depths of his elf magic, as well as how to break magical bonds, a power Cassiel warns Charlie should never be taken lightly. While Charlie grows close to his grandfather, developing a strong relationship, his connection with his father Cameron continues to sour and wither. Meanwhile, Ava continues her work as the Holy Mother, doing her best to receive visions from the elvish goddesses that may help them defeat the Warden. One of her visions indicates war has erupted within the Blessed Haven between the gods due to the Warden's actions, and that time is running out to stop that war from destroying the afterlife. The Villains Club grows their powers through demigod lessons, offered by the elderly demigod guardians. They are joined by a new demigod named Danny, a cocky Irish vampire. Ava finds a friend in Abigail, a half-elf, half-angel who fled Celestial City after Esther destroyed her wings. Abigail is the Warden's niece and Esther's half-sister, but she swears to Ava she's devoted to helping Ava-Marie defeat him. Callie and Marcus's relationship continues to fragment while in Ava-Marie, until Callie begs Charlie to break her bond. Charlie obliges, and the magical tie between Callie and Marcus is broken. Afterward, Marcus seeks therapy and receives a borderline personality disorder diagnosis. The Villains Club continues their hunt for the Vampire Key, robbing banks, traveling through time, and slaying mobsters, though many clues lead them to nothing but dead ends. The Villains Club descends further into villainy and uses simultension to create magical pistols to help them achieve their criminal ends. Ava is uncomfortable with using the weapons, but pushes herself to wield the guns as the chase for the Vampire Key becomes more deadly and Charlie's obsession with finding it grows darker. Ava and Charlie hold a public wedding ceremony on the anniversary of their first nuptials within Ava-Marie's palace. Their relationship continues to intensify within the sanctuary, a private room accessed through a mirror portal in their suite that indulges in their darkest desires. After months of searching for the Vampire Key, the Villains Club finally learns of its location within a vampire nest inside Chicago, a casino known as the Devil's City. The team plans to pull off a daring heist, but are thwarted when Callie is kidnapped by the Dollmaker, a nefarious serial killer who targets young women whom Callie had been hunting for months before she was sentenced to the Institute. The team locates Callie, but at a cost. Her wings have been severed at the hands of the Dollmaker, rendering the loss of her time powers and shifter abilities. She can no longer travel through time, nor become a wolf. After picking out an engagement ring for Callie that morning, Marcus takes revenge upon the Dollmaker and destroys his soul for nearly killing Callie. They decide to be together, despite their bond being broken. Before they lose their window, the Villains Club enters into the Devil's City and steals the vampire key. They return to Elameth to celebrate, but their victory is cut short when Ava overhears that the elves have located the main facility, a war camp where the warden keeps his prisoners. Castiel insists there's nothing that can be done, but Ava believes these prisoners must be rescued, so she summons her friends to go to the main facility in order to liberate the camp. Once they arrive, devastation is all that can be seen. Nearly every prisoner within the camp is dead, killed within a mysterious blast. The only survivors are Ghost, a fellow inmate from the Institute, and Kellen, Marcus's former protege. Before they can leave the camps, the warden arrives. They discover he's the one that caused the giant blast, after he exterminated the enslaved elves to amass more demigod power. The warden attempts to use the same spell on the Villains Club, but Ava summons a shield at the last moment to protect them, which drains her of power. Emma, Liam, Lucas, Cameron, and Castiel arrive through a portal to help the Villains Club escape, but though everyone tries to fight the warden, nothing anyone can do is able to stop him. Castiel sacrifices himself so the others can escape. Charlie attempts to keep fighting, but is knocked out by Cameron and dragged back into the portal to Elameth as they barely manage to slip out of the warden's clutches. Once back in Elameth, Ava uses her abilities to funnel the power of thousands of supernaturals into Castiel's remaining wards, creating a shield around the city which the warden can't get through, nor can any portals be summoned. Days pass. There's been suspicion of a traitor within the palace for some time who's been ferrying information to the warden. Ava accuses Abigail and throws her into the dungeons without proof of her guilt. Driven insane from the grief of losing his grandfather and mad with power, Charlie attempts to overthrow his father by performing a coup so that he may become emperor. Ava tries to talk him out of it until Charlie reveals his plans are greater than simply taking over Elameth. He wishes to harness the Elvish army to take over the supernatural world and the human race, using them to defeat the Warden. Once the mission has been destroyed, he and Ava will rule over the entire planet. Ava, horrified by this idea, refuses to help him become a tyrant. Paranoid of losing her, Charlie locks Ava within the tower that has become their home, intent on keeping her his prisoner while he continues his rampage across the city. Heartbroken by Charlie's betrayal, Ava escapes the tower with plans to destroy everything. Ava has learned that she has the capability to destroy the entire universe through the use of her spirit magic. Although she once planned to use that spell to heal the entire world, she has given up all hope in the face of Charlie's evil plan and now desires to wipe everything out of existence. She begins her spell to end all things, and Oberoi, who has decided to take her side, begins helping her. As she starts casting her magic, the world begins breaking apart. Storms rise, and the city of Elameth collapses as the universe prepares to die out. When Charlie realizes what Ava is about to do, he panics. Their various friends begin taking sides. Some people want to fight for Ava and help her end the world, and others align themselves with Charlie. Couples begin facing off, and a fight erupts within the palace as Charlie and Ava's friends battle their significant others in an attempt to prove who is right. Charlie abandons the coup and hurries to the beach where Ava is performing her spell. He engages in a bloody, vicious battle with Ava, fighting both her and Oberoi. Though Charlie tries, his power can't hope to compare with Ava's, and she easily defeats him. With their marriage in shambles and the universe about to be erased, Charlie realizes he only has one option remaining that can stop her. Left with no choice, Charlie breaks their bond. The magical tie between him and Ava is shattered. Ava's connection to Oberai disappears, taking away the source of her magic and leaving her powerless. Her half of their soul is destroyed in the process. Left without magic and without a familiar, Ava has been rendered totally devastated, while Charlie remains tied to Oberai. The city around them lies in ruins, and both of them have lost everything. Without a bond, Ava and Charlie are farther apart than ever before. The Warden is more powerful than anyone in the realm, and the only person strong enough to stand up to him has lost all her abilities. Ava and Charlie are devastated upon the broken fragments of their marriage as our story continues. Chapter 1. Charlie. Silence stretched for an eternity and back. The beach that quaked only moments ago became completely still, and I couldn't be sure of how long the stillness lasted. I felt completely detached from my body, as if I existed outside of all time and space entirely as I marched onward into Elameth. My powers noticed the magical signatures of soldiers surrounding me. I recognized them as the young guards who'd sworn to fight for me, though they'd turned against me now. Their hands gripped tight to my arms, and I couldn't find it in me to fight back. After what happened here, nothing mattered anymore. An entire battalion of guards patrolled me through the city streets, escorting me to be judged by my father. My father didn't want to take any chances. I wasn't there to lead my soldiers in the rebellion, nor give orders on where to go and what to do, and so the elves fighting against my father's guard became disorganized. The soldiers had come for me because they didn't have a choice. When I was distracted, Cameron had clearly rushed to the temple and gotten the great mystic to coronate him quickly, so he could become emperor and gain control of the palace's guard. Once he did that, he won automatically, because now the entire military was magically sworn to follow his orders without question. My father had cheated to obtain the throne, because he couldn't beat me out of his own power or merit, though I hardly cared at this point. The crown, which I'd been so desperate to get my hands on earlier, seemed useless and trivial now. More guards joined the battalion to give extra support as they marched me in the direction of Elamant's palace. I could have taken them all out easily, but I just didn't care to. Why even bother? Everything that had ever mattered to me had been ripped out of my soul. Worse, I was the one to do it. Whatever punishment my father had waiting for me, it'd be child's play compared to the complete devastation that was losing my bond to Ava. If he had any mercy at all, he'd take my life. Living this way just wasn't worth it. Oberai caught my thoughts and gave a low whine at my side. He joined me once the guards had shown up to escort me off the beach, though I don't know why. He should have stayed with Ava. Except I realized that Oberai believed remaining at her side would only cause her more pain, in the aftermath of losing him and her magic all at once. Ava. I'd left her there, broken on the sand and still screaming in pain. Our friends had rushed to comfort her, and that was the only consolation I had. At least she wouldn't have to be alone right now, and I was certain she wanted nothing to do with me at the moment. Not after what I'd done. Elves gathered on the streets, gasped in disbelief as the guards took me in. Clearly, they were still in shock that the elvish prince had attempted to overthrow his father. Whispers of shame and sadness were all around, coupled with the sounds of the dying. The city was still in turmoil, from the rebellion and from Ava's destruction, and the citizens were doing everything they could to heal the injured and pull survivors from the rubble. Ava and I had really made a mess of things, except this time, the blowback from our argument had decimated an entire city. Our city. The warden didn't even have to come here, because we'd already ruined it. We were terrible people who destroyed everything we touched. I was dragged to the throne room the minute we got to the palace. It was crowded, swarming with my father's associates and council members. The area instantly went quiet as I entered. I waited at the door for a moment before a guard shoved me forward. I proceeded toward the throne at the end of the room with my head down. I could sense the weak magic of my father resonating off the raised dais. He sat on my grandfather's throne, which was now his. As I walked, I heard the hushed voices of elves all around me, whispering to each other. "Deceiver," a councilwoman said. "Such a disgrace," another added. The degenerating slander continued all the way to the dais. I stopped when I got to the stone steps, and I waited. I bet Cameron thought I would kneel at the steps before him and plead for his forgiveness. I wouldn't, not even now. The only way I'd bow to this man is if he took my head and my body collapsed to the floor. As much as I hated the warden, I'd rather prostrate at his feet than before the coward who was callous enough to call himself my father. "Is it true?" Cameron demanded. "Did you sever the magic of our Holy Mother?" I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. I hadn't been expecting him to talk to me about Ava first. The rebellion, my betrayal, all of those I could defend myself against. I couldn't stand up for myself when it came down to hurting my wife. In that aspect, for wounding her beyond repair, I deserved every brutal pain that this world could give. And I was paying that price, even now, for merely existing without her was agony. Whatever Cameron could do to me would be nothing in comparison to the loss that was my love. My lack of response told him all he needed to know. "You insolent child," Cameron sneered. "Do you realize what you've done? If the princess has no magic, we are not only unable to contact our goddesses, we are also defenseless against Ophiotaurus. She was the most valuable weapon we had!" "I didn't have any choice," I replied, nearly devoid of feeling, because it was just so hard to feel right now. If I hadn't, she would have... "Silence!" Cameron shouted. He wasn't going to even let me explain. "Whatever the princess was in the process of, it was up to you to keep her in line, and you failed miserably. Worse than that, you attempted to take the crown from me, something that has never been done in the history of the Elvish monarchy." "This boy is not one of us! He never has been!" an associate cried, and other voices rose up to join his. "He is an outsider who was never raised among us, and is not of our kind. Castiel made a mistake taking him in. We should have left him on the streets where he belongs." "This is an outrage. We were looking for trouble the moment we brought him into the city." "He is a greedy child, raised in hatred and spite by strangers we do not know, so he cannot understand our ways, no matter how hard Castiel tried to instill our values in him. We cannot forgive this." "Enough!" Cameron bellowed, and the slurs halted as he spoke. "I am the Emperor, and I will decide his fate." "Sire, you know what must be done," a councilman encouraged. "This insurrection is unforgivable. We must take his life. Drea cannot become empress, but she is still young by elvish standards, and is able to bear children. You must produce another heir to rise after you, and wash this stain of your name." I hoped to gods they killed me, because I didn't want to live anymore. Ava, my friends, the world, they'd all be better off without me. I'd hurt all of them, and the death sentence would be more than a fair sentence for my crimes. At least it'd be a mercy, because then I wouldn't feel like this. But my hopes were dashed as Cameron replied, "I will not conceive another child. Not after this one has turned out to be such a colossal disappointment. I do not desire to be a father again, and I cannot take another chance that a second child would turn out to be even worse than he is. Charlie will still rise after me, and he will become emperor after I am gone." Outrage shook the walls of the throne room once again. "Your Majesty, it cannot be so!" an associate yelled. "We cannot expect this corrupt, depraved deviant to become emperor after you step down! You cannot forgive your son for this!" "We cannot blame him too harshly. After all, he was raised without a mother," Cameron argued. "Kelly wasn't there to guide him as she should have." "Because Kelly gave her life for this spawn," another hissed. "An unworthy sacrifice." He had no idea how much I wished that my mother had survived and I had died instead. If she didn't outright hate me from the afterlife, she had to be ashamed of me now. That was the only thing that held me back from wishing for death. The terror that somehow I might encounter my mother on the other side, only for her to berate me and tell me how worthless I was, and that her gift of life to me had been for less than nothing. Because all of it was true. It had to be. Charlie will still rule, but it will be in time. He has much to learn before he does, Cameron stated. My father came closer to me, walking down the steps until he was perched on the one above me, only a few feet away. Oberoi pressed closer against my legs, his body tense in warning. Cameron paused and whispered, "After all, your grandfather planted this idea in your head, didn't he?" What? The word came out in a gasp. Was he really implying what I thought he was? Don't lie, Charlie. I know my father never wanted me to ascend to the title of emperor. He made that very clear, Cameron sneered. He put you up to all of this, betraying me, the rebellion, everything. My grandfather would never do such a thing. Nobody disrespected my Shinari like that. He never mentioned any of this to me, or conspired with me to plot the rebellion, I spat. All of this was my plan, and mine alone! Don't take me for a fool! Cameron screamed, and spittle fell across my face. You aren't clever enough, nor are you experienced enough to have done this all on your own! I didn't even care that Cameron was calling me an idiot, only that he was slandering my grandfather's name. Blaming Cassiel for my actions was worse than cruel. Whatever Cameron said about grieving his father, he still was resentful toward Cassiel, even in death. Even the associates and the council members in the room seemed shocked. A few low tones of disbelief rang throughout, though nobody said anything to advocate for my grandfather's honor, the spineless weaklings they all were. They didn't believe the coup had been Cassiel's idea, but Cameron was emperor now, and to go against him by speaking up on my grandfather's behalf meant death, or worse, so they kept their mouths shut. But it doesn't have to be this way, Cameron continued. I can instruct you in the ways of our family and correct what went wrong. Your grandfather taught you the wrong way, but I can fix what's been broken. I will mold you into a proper prince, one in my image, who will rule in the right way once you ascend to the throne. I'm not letting you teach me a goddamn thing, I raged. You have nothing to offer me. I understand you're upset about the death of Cassiel, but he was my father. I knew him for far longer, and loved him more than you ever could, Cameron replied cruelly. The loss of a grandparent cannot compare to the loss of a parent, and you are taking things too far when you need to consider my feelings. It was rare that I was ever left speechless, but somehow Cameron had managed to stun me beyond belief. How dare he imply I wasn't allowed to grieve, that his pain was more important than my own? You didn't care about him like I did, I accused. My grandfather never said it, but I knew he was ashamed of you as a son. He thought you were weak and weren't fit to rule. I could hear it in his voice every time he spoke your name. Treason! One of Cameron's associates cried out, and the throne room broke into mad jeers. I didn't give a damn, because there was nothing left between me and my father to save, so I might as well tell him how I felt. I fucking hate you. You're no father of mine. I wish my grandfather was still here and you were the one who died! At least then I'd be rid of you, and he'd still be here! Cameron slapped me across the face. The blow was so hard it knocked me to the floor, and I fell roughly against my side. Only a few hours ago, I would have hit back, punched him so hard he wouldn't be able to get back up again. But I couldn't summon the heart to care. Let Cameron hit me. It wouldn't make any difference in how I felt. He could torture me, embrace me, do nothing at all, and all of them would come down to the same result. I'd still be numb. Oberoi gave a snarl and charged toward my father. Leave him alone! A yelp of pain reverberated off the walls, and Oberei fell to the ground beside me. I reached out to help him, but when I grabbed whatever had hurt him, I immediately recoiled as a sickness slammed into my gut. I recognized ropes and realized with a sinking feeling that it was the inferricite net I'd had my associates create for me. Eddie had given the inferricite net to my father and hidden it from me. A short time ago, I would have considered him a traitor for it. Now I couldn't muster the strength to blame him. Not for anything. Oberei yelped and writhed. A few guards pushed me aside as they came forward, and I heard something metal snap around Oberei's neck. As part of your punishment, your familiar will be forced to wear an inferricite collar until further notice, Cameron said. He will not be allowed to shift forms or exhibit his magic, as you have proven to be a danger in our society. He will still be able to communicate with you, though the bounds of his powers are restricted beyond that. When you have learned to behave, the collar can come off. If you or your friends attempt to remove it, whosoever takes this collar off will be executed immediately. This is your one and only warning. Oberei whimpered, and my hands trembled as they ran through his fur. The collar was thick and heavy. It made me sick to be near it, so I couldn't imagine how Oberei felt. How could you do this? I asked, and tears stung at the corners of my eyes. You have a familiar. You know how unfair this is, and how much it hurts my creature. My familiar would never conspire against the Empire, Cameron stated coldly. Oberei had nothing to do with this! I bellowed. When are you going to get it through your head that you have no control here? Cameron picked me up by my shirt collar, then tossed me down again roughly. The consequences of your actions affect more than just you, as your former associates have become well aware. Fear froze me in place. Were they already dead? Punish me, fine, but don't hurt my team, I begged. They were following my orders. Asa, Ares, Gavin, Max, and Alex will keep their lives, but they have been stripped of their duties and cast out of the monarchy's employment. They are no longer allowed on palace grounds and must start over from nothing, Cameron replied. Of course, no one will hire them nor take them in, due to the disgrace they've caused the family, but they will manage to survive. If they have any integrity at all, they will take their own lives, to preserve what honor they have left, another councilman replied. What about Eddie? I demanded. Edward is bonded to you, and even I cannot break that bond that ties the two of you together, Cameron stated. What you do with him is your business. He is the only remaining servant you will still have at your disposal, even if it displeases him to remain so. The intent was clear. Eddie had asked Cameron if he could leave my service, and Cameron told him no. Remaining my guard was punishment enough for Eddie's crimes against the city. You will keep your title, as you need to in order to become emperor after me, but you are stripped of all your privileges, Cameron continued. You will not be given associates, nor will you be allowed into the city. You will still be able to roam the palace as you wish, but you will be followed at all times by the guards, so they can keep an eye on you and report back to me your every movement. I'm not a child to be babysat. My words were cutting. Even now, though there was nothing left in me, I couldn't find it in me to not oppose my father. I'd given up my connection to Ava because of this, and I would be damned if that resulted in nothing, even if it only entailed gaining my father's spite. No, you are a grown man, one who must learn his place, Cameron snapped, and you will learn the penalty for your disobedience. He motioned to one of his guards. I wasn't aware of what was going on until it happened. A soldier grabbed my left hand, and I felt a dagger slicing through my left pinky. Blood spurted from the wound, and I screamed in indescribable agony as my finger was sliced off. Oberei whimpered as it fell to the floor, and I collapsed beside him, creating a puddle of blood on the marble beneath me. I didn't even care about my finger, honestly. I was just screaming because it hurt, out of a physical reaction. I heard myself cry out, but barely registered the actual pain. It was nothing compared to the turmoil inside of me, nothing when placed beside the loss of a piece of me, which was Ava. I was barely here anymore. Cameron could take my finger, my heart, whatever else he wanted. I needed nothing anymore. Not unless I had my bond with Ava. And I didn't have that bond. I wouldn't ever again. Stop whining. Cameron scoffed at my cries. It's the finger you use the least, for the gods' sake. I'm being nice. You hardly need it. Be glad I didn't take more, and that the monarchy still needs heirs. Otherwise, your balls would be sitting in a box in my quarters. Cassiel must have taken Cameron's balls after he got back from messing around with my mom then, because it'd explain why he was so worthless now. I tried to say that, but I couldn't. I wasn't able to make any words with my mouth, because the pain was all-encompassing. Ava was right to mistrust you, Oberoi hissed at my father, his words biting. And I will have my revenge on you, Cameron, son of Cassiel, if it is the final action I take before my breath leaves my body forever. I was the only one who'd heard it, but even so, a shudder ran up my spine. Oberoi couldn't heal my severed finger. He'd lost access to healing magic now that his phoenix form was gone, so I continued to bleed all over the room. Nobody went to help me, so I figured I'd probably bleed out. That was fine. Let it happen. Cameron, stop this at once! A female voice I didn't know echoed behind me, and footsteps rang across the throne room as someone ran to my side. She knelt beside me, grabbing my mutilated hand. Treya, he doesn't deserve any mercy, Cameron hissed. It was my father's wife and guard, Treya. She came to my aid, even though I didn't deserve it. I felt soft cotton on my skin as she wrapped up my hand with a bandage before she stood to face her husband. Whatever has transpired, he is still your son. I judged Treya too harshly. She was a good person, someone who was able to prevent Cameron from doing the worst. The only thing she'd ever done wrong in her life was marry the pig that was my father. I felt sorry for her, being tied to a sinking ship like him. Cameron relented. Very well, take him out of here. I do not wish to see him again until I decide to summon him. I was dragged out by guards. I let them do it, because who fucking cared anyhow? My discarded finger was still lying on the floor, and I guessed that was where it was going to stay. They threw me into my quarters. I stumbled into the living area of my tower, and Oberoi yelped as another soldier tossed him in behind me. These elves had once revered us, but now they were treating us as the worst of the worst. I suppose that was what we were. As I careened forward, I fell into someone. That person grabbed me and held me upright. I immediately recognized Marcus was the one who caught me and felt the magical signatures of several other people in the room, though I was so disoriented I couldn't make out who. People must have gathered here, waiting for me. Charlie, Marcus uttered in horror. I could guess that he and all the others were staring at my bloody hand. I didn't bring it up. Instead, I stood taller and choked out. Who's all here? Me, Callie, Ez, Opal, Alistair, and Danny, Marcus replied, his voice even. Where's Ava? I asked immediately. I needed to know where she was, because I couldn't sense her, and she was my beacon in this world. How was I going to navigate my life if she wasn't there to be my light? You don't need to know where she is right now, Callie replied. She needs some space. That was understandable. I swallowed thickly. It wasn't lost on me that Ivy and Chansey hadn't turned up. There was silence until I heard Danny utter, Dude, fuck you. His voice quivered with rage. The next moment, he completely lost it. His fist connected with a stone pillar, and his hand went straight through it, sending bits of stone scattering to the floor. I can't fucking believe you, Danny growled, and he came closer to me. You better feel lucky that your father only took a finger, because I want to rip your head off right now. You should, I said hoarsely. Please. Danny huffed. No way. You don't get to take the easy way out. You're sticking around to clean up your shite. He was so mad he couldn't keep talking, or he'd lose control. Danny stormed out of the room, and Alistair gave a hefty sigh. I can't believe we lost, he grumbled. If you ever want to take over again, I'm right here by your side, buddy. Alistair, shut the fuck up, Callie snapped. This isn't about you right now. Alistair sulked, and Ez exploded. He started toward me, shoving me backward. How dare you, Charlie! I will never forgive you for this! You've broken my sister, which she already had so little that held her together! She doesn't have her magic now! She doesn't have her familiar! Anything! Do you think you had the right to do this to her? No, I said hollowly. Ava would have been better off if she never met me. You're damn right she would have, Ez snapped. I should kill you where you stand. Ez, wait, Opal said kindly. She was holding him back, and I heard Ezekiel's gasping breaths as he struggled to obtain control of himself. Then his voice changed, from furious to despondent. Ez took a shattering breath and said, Charlie, I hate you for taking Ava's magic away. I always will. But... His voice broke, and he started to cry. I know how Ava gets when she's out of control. I know you had to stop her somehow, but did you really have to go that far? She didn't give him much of a choice, Ez, Marcus mumbled. Ez cried harder. I get that! I've been there when Ava's on her warpath of destruction, and I know it's hard to stop. Charlie, I overheard you a few months ago when you were talking to my dad on the terrace. I froze. Ez was talking about the night I'd asked for Liam's blessing, before Ava and I had our royal wedding with Elameth. I remembered the conversation well, and every word Liam said came rushing back to me now. He'd warned me Ava would push me past my limits one day, and I hadn't believed him. I wished I'd heeded his warning. Ez wiped his face and went on. Dad asked if you had the capability to do what needed to be done to handle her. I know if it was my decision, I wouldn't have been able to do that to Ava. You had the strength to do what we wouldn't have been able to do. My dad trusted you, and you made a promise. You fulfilled that promise, as awful as it is. I just wish it had never come to this. Ez continued to sob, and I didn't say anything, just stood there. What could I say? Even if I apologized for ruining his sister's life, it wouldn't do any good. There wasn't any amount of forgiveness in the world that would compensate for what I'd just done. You guys act like this is all Charlie's fault, Alistair complained. Ava's got some penance to make too, you know. If Charlie hadn't saved our asses, literally none of us would exist right now. So quit crying about what he did and go blame her. Alistair, we'll leave, Callie ordered. Or I swear you will not like where you end up once I'm done with you. I expected Alistair to bite back or retort or make a threat, but he didn't. He left, muttering under his breath, though he made sure he spoke quietly enough that no one heard him. This isn't right, Opal said in frustration as she continued to comfort Ez. Guys, we can't do this to each other ever again. You guys fought your significant others. Somebody could have gotten killed. Somebody did get seriously hurt, and it was Ava. It's always Ava, Callie said quietly. She's always the one who has to bear the brunt of the sacrifice, to accommodate for everyone else's mistakes. She already lost the ability to walk before this, and now she's lost the core of who she is. How much more are we going to take from her? How much more does Ava even have left to give? Her words were a gut punch straight to the core of me. Callie spoke the truth. Ava was the one who'd lost the most out of all of us in this war, and always had been. What happened on the beach was the worst blow of all. I didn't want to keep hurting my wife like this. I didn't want to keep making the same mistakes. Maybe I was bad for her. I tried to force things to be my way, and my wife had taken blows that were meant for me. I figured any consequences for my rebellion would fall back on me, but they hadn't. I lost my finger, the respect for my people, and any chance of having a relationship with my father. But Ava had lost so much more. I'd taken away her magic and Oberai, the foundation of who she was. My losses were pale and empty in comparison to hers. Opal's right. Today was fucked up, Marcus agreed. We can fight the Warden, but we shouldn't be fighting each other. I know. This is the worst thing I've ever done. The worst thing that could have happened, I admitted, forcing out the words. I am so sorry, you guys. Sorry isn't going to cut it, Charlie, as said lonesomely. Not after what you did. A lump formed in my throat that was hard to speak past. I know. Just give me the chance to fix it. There was a deep quiet before Callie said, I don't know if it can be fixed this time. I at least need to be given the chance, I pleaded. I literally felt the distaste rolling off the others when I made that statement, because I realized I was a hypocrite. I didn't want to give other people chances when I had decided to bring the world under my command. But now I was asking for one, even when I didn't deserve it. Callie's words wavered somewhere between bitterness and grief as she said, I think it's horrible that you tried to take over Elamanthe, but as much as I despise admitting it, you did the right thing breaking your bond. This was a last resort, and I never would have asked you to do this otherwise. Callie, no, listen, she demanded. I asked you to break your bond in order to save Marcus. That was the only reason, because I couldn't bear the thought of losing him. Don't make my sacrifice be in vain. Work this out with Ava, because if you've hurt her beyond repair, I will lose the last ounce of respect and love I have for you that I've still managed to cling to after the bullshit you just pulled. I've been through a lot with you, and that's the only reason I'm not walking away from you for good. You need to make this right. You need to heal what you broke. Prove to me that you still give a shit about Ava, and about all of us. Otherwise, I'm done with you. That is, if I'm not already. Callie dipped out, and the others followed her, save for Marcus. Callie's absence was tough to handle, because she wasn't the type to give second chances. She always laid down the law and told it how it was, and she made it clear that if I didn't mend things, I was worth nothing to her. Marcus came closer to me, and as he did, I felt myself breaking down. It was easy to hold myself together in front of other people, but not Marcus. He'd seen me unravel before, so it wasn't so terrifying to fall apart in front of him again. It'll be okay, Marcus promised, coming closer. We'll figure it out. My shoulders shuddered, and I managed to ask, How are your burns? Before Ava had lost her abilities, she'd burned Marcus to stop him from interfering with her plans to destroy the world. He'd been unable to move afterward because the injuries had been so intense. They're healed. I found a healer to patch me up right away, but that's not important right now, Marcus insisted. Are you and Callie going to be okay? I asked. They'd just gotten together, and within a few days of their relationship being permanent, they'd participated in a full-on magical battle with each other, one where they didn't hold anything back. We're fine, Marcus insisted. Callie and I don't blame each other for anything that happened. We forgave each other instantly once it was all over. In fact, there was nothing to forgive. You guys got over it that fast? I questioned. I can't blame Callie for taking Ava's side. Not after what happened with the doll maker, Marcus insisted. I'd want everything to end too if I'd just survived a traumatic experience with a serial killer. And she gets why I had to take your side, because deep down she didn't really want things to end either. She just wanted to stop herself and others from being in pain. A temporary lapse in judgment isn't enough to split us up. Even if it leads to something like this. My tone was so barren. My entire world had been turned upside down as a result of my own actions, and I still had my magic and Oberai. I couldn't imagine how Ava was feeling right now. You and Ava both made mistakes, Marcus said. None of this is right, but we'll make it better. Tears fell down my face as I grabbed at my hair and pulled. I don't know how I'm going to repair this. Ava has to hate me. Hey, you guys will work it out, Marcus encouraged. You broke my bond with Callie, and that worked out. We're together now. You and Ava don't have a bond anymore, but you're still married. This is the toughest thing you'll ever have to go through, but breaking a bond doesn't mean destroying a relationship. You two can still pull out of this and become stronger, closer even. You think so? I asked. Marcus was giving me back a little bit of hope, and I was terrified to believe in it. But I had to, because accepting the alternative was worse than pure hell. It was a sentence that tightened like a noose around my neck and removed all air, but wasn't enough to actually kill me, though I desperately wanted to suffocate, leaving me in a state of permanent suffering. Definitely, Marcus said. He put an arm around me and pulled me closer. Bro, I love you. Your friends love you, even though everybody's pissed, and Ava still loves you, even if you've broken her heart. I broke more than her heart. I shattered her. She's got stuff to be accountable for, too, he encouraged. Even if you started it, this isn't all on you. You guys love each other more than anybody I've ever seen. I know you could get through this. I wiped my face. Okay, I guess I'll wait for her to come back, and we can talk this out. That's the spirit. Marcus clapped me on the back. You get ready to patch things up with Ava, and I'll go talk to Callie. We can smooth all of this over. Marcus's words were so level-headed that it gave me some courage. He was right. Marriage had good times and bad times, right? This was one of the bad. No, absolutely atrocious times. I was certain there'd never be anything more terrible in our lives than what had happened today. Even if the warden did his worst, it wouldn't be more than what Ava and I had already done to each other. If we were at rock bottom, the only way to go was up, right? It wasn't like things between us could get any worse. I went into the bedroom. The moment I closed the door behind Oberoi, he came toward me. Charlie, does it hurt? Oberoi asked softly, nudging my hurt hand. What can I do? My infinite sadness instantly turned to rage. Even with the Inferokite collar, I was angry at Oberoi, and a part of me blamed him for what I'd done to Ava. He'd taken her side, instead of helping me to protect her by calming her down, and it had forced me to make a horrible decision. If I couldn't forgive myself, I didn't want to forgive him either. Why are you trying to comfort me? I seethed hatefully as I pushed him away. Leave me! Because I still care! Oberoi yelled. Because I still love you, even though you are testing every ounce of patience that love has right now. You didn't give a shit when you and Ava were kicking the crap out of me a few hours ago. Well, things have certainly changed, as you now notice, because now we are all stuck here, Oberoi snapped. Ava's desire to end all things has now resulted in turmoil, no thanks to you. I had to stop her somehow! Oh, yes, and we are all paying the price for it, Oberoi growled. Quit blaming me! If you had taken my side, we would have been able to subdue Ava without me having to break our bond! I will never take your side. Not after you planned to imprison Ava away. I made a mistake. A mistake? Oberoi's guffaw was an absolute insult. You ruined us, Charlie! All of us! Ava certainly had her part to play in it, but it was you who started this whole mess, and I blame you alone for its consequences. None of this would have happened if you hadn't let the power go to your head. Ava chose to destroy the world, but you pushed her to do it. You know as well as I do that you are her anchor, and you steer her in the direction she goes, wherever that may be. How could I have predicted she'd go off the deep end? I yelled back. I knew she'd be upset about the restrictions I put upon her. Restrictions? Charlie, you put her in a cage! If you cannot see the devastation such an action gave her, then you are even blinder than you appear! I cannot be responsible for everything that she decides to do, I spat back. I can do my best to guide her, control her when she gets out of hand, but I can't take the blame when she decides to do something this radical! You fail to understand the kind of sway you have over her. These sick ideas that originate in her head don't just pop up without being coerced, and she wouldn't have done this if you hadn't forced her hand. Of course, you're going to take Ava's side. I hugged my arms around myself and turned my back to him. After all, she's your favorite, right? Oh, fuck you, Charlie! Oberai's livid voice rang out louder than I'd ever heard it before. I think you fail to see the obvious, for I am certainly being punished for my heart going one way instead of another. Because for the love of the gods and all that is holy, when our bond was broken, I remained tied to you! Oberai gave a wail. And now my Ava is gone! Taken away from me, never again to be reunited with my beloved. She cannot hear me. She cannot feel my presence. I have become nothing to her, and the part of her within our soul is lost. I cannot take any of Ava's soul forms. The unicorn, the phoenix, the narwhal, they are all gone to me now. I am bonded to you only, to the pieces of you that live inside of me, and the pieces of her are gone. Who am I now, except a being cleaved in two? We could have prevented this, I argued. God damn it, I was crying again. The tears just wouldn't stop. We could have, but you did not desire to. You didn't take the prophecy seriously. None of us did. So now we must deal with its outcome. I didn't bother giving him a response, either because I was weeping so hard or because I was just so upset with him. I couldn't tell. Hours passed. I sat on my bed, and Oberai laid on the other side of the room, ignoring me. We sat there in silence, ignoring each other's presence, while we waited for Ava to return from wherever she was. As the time passed, my mind wandered. Whatever my friends said about Ava taking responsibility, I still felt like this was all my fault. I'd driven Ava to want to end the world, and I was the one who'd broken our bond. I was a fool to think that I could end suffering, because now I was the one suffering. And worse yet, so was she, suffering beyond explanation. I supposed I would just have to be the villain forever, because that's what I'd become. And if there wasn't any way to mend this, then I guessed I'd just die, because everything else felt just as pointless. Even so, I kept telling myself that this situation wasn't hopeless. I knew I could get Ava back, and there were no limits on what I'd do to prove to her that I'd made a mistake and I needed to make it up to her. No matter what my grandfather had said, I'd find a way to restore our bond eventually and repair our magical connection. Then she'd forgive me, and we could move on. I knew we could work through this. Nothing had kept us apart before, so why would this? I'd do anything to get her back. Anything. The door to my room opened. I immediately stood, bracing myself. Who's there? There was an infinite pause that dragged out the endlessness of time and space. Oberai held a breath, and I realized then who exactly had entered. My wife. Something inside of me fractured and tore once again, cutting my heart to shreds. I'd never had to ask if Ava was around before. I felt her presence through the bond, and always knew where she was because of her connection to me. If she was far away or close, I automatically knew. I didn't have to place her in my world like I did other people, because she always was. Ava had become one of those outliers for me, a person in my world that I couldn't place. A longing piece of me withered up and died inside. It was like losing myself all over again. I knew the bond was broken, and I felt the empty pit inside of me where that bond once connected us. But it was one thing to know it, and another entirely to experience it like this. The emptiness was all-encompassing, to the point where I wasn't even sure Ava was here at all, and I'd only imagined she'd entered the room. She might as well be a figment of my imagination, because none of this felt real. How could Ava and I exist without one another? It seemed to defy all laws of nature. Again, I was reminded that I was the one who did this to us. I fell on my knees before her, crawling and begging. "Ava, please," I pleaded. "I'm so sorry. I never should have done this. If I could take it all back, I would. You were right. I never should have locked you up. Never broken." I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence because she whacked me hard in the chest with something that crumpled on impact and made a crinkling noise. I caught whatever she was holding and found that it was a stack of papers. What's this?" I asked breathlessly, catching the papers and holding them in my hands. Ava's response was distant. Her following words disintegrated everything that was still hanging on inside my chest, imploding any future we may still have. "Divorce papers," she snarled. "Sign them."
Chapter 2. Ava-Marie. I wished, with everything that I still desperately managed to hold on to, that I could gain some semblance of silence, of quiet, of peace. No, never. All that was within was inconceivably, unavoidably loud. The voices were screaming at me, echoing with harbored rage. I could hardly think straight. I wasn't able to see what was in front of me or decipher words that didn't come from them. They thrummed on and on, crying out in despair, in suffering, driving me mad. Charlie was so stunned, he couldn't speak, clutching the divorce papers to his chest with a stricken, stupid look on his face. "You heard what I said." I took a pen out of my pocket and tossed it. The pen hit his chest, rolling against the floor. "Sign the papers so I can be done with you." Charlie swallowed. Ava. "No. I don't want to hear excuses or any of your shit. We're done. We're getting a divorce, and that's final. All I need is your signature. Don't make this any harder than it has to be." Charlie began to sob, but I couldn't. I wasn't able to muster tears. My heart had been so broken by him that whatever feelings still remained had shriveled up. I'd grieved so badly I'd gone numb. Charlie thought he was unable to feel? He had no idea. There was no reality he could fathom in that insignificantly small brain of his that could manage to convey what this was like. I'd lost everything. I was nothing. Merely a blank canvas floating in a world of gray. A rudderless ship sailing on a vast sea that had no beginning and no end. I'd had everything only a few hours ago. And now I was directionless and without purpose. I wanted Charlie to kill me. I figured if he'd wanted to stop me from ending the world, he would have taken my life to do it. I never believed that he'd sever our bond, take my magic away, steal Oberoi from me. Death would have been a mercy compared to this unforgiving pain. I'd miscalculated. Charlie would never deliver me death because he wanted to keep me all to himself. So, to keep me alive, he'd done the crueler thing and erased my identity. How did you do this?" He clutched the papers, unable to comprehend that I could go so far. He didn't know me. I was one manipulative, cold bitch, and my vast love could turn to bitter hatred if the right buttons were pushed. And by ancestors, he'd smash them to pieces. Eddie knows a good lawyer. One who isn't afraid of standing up to the elvish monarchy, so not even your daddy can keep me in this marriage against my will. I'd gone to Eddie the second I'd gotten done sobbing on the beach. It'd taken hours to pull myself together. But once I managed to, my first thought was to put as much distance between Charlie and me as possible. "So, Eddie betrayed me." Charlie failed to grasp how his guard could continue to support me instead of him. "You turned your back on him first. You made him kill his family and stage an uprising against the elvish monarchy. He's just settling the score." I ripped the rose quartz wedding band off my finger. "By the way, take your ring back. It was your grandmother's, so it's not right for me to hold on to it when I'm leaving the family. I don't want it anymore." I threw the ring. It hit the floor and rolled. Charlie scrambled to grab it, dropping the papers and sending them scattering, following the noise of the jewelry as it went skittering across the tile. He finally picked it up with trembling fingers, cradling it in his hands like our marriage was some precious thing, not something he'd abandoned. "You don't mean any of this." "If you can throw our marriage away like you did, so can I." My hand felt vacant and raw without that ring on my finger. But it, like all the other promises we'd made to each other, meant nothing. It was better that I was free of it. "Ava, please, you don't mean this." Charlie fell before me. He crawled on his knees like a dog, and it was embarrassingly pathetic. He reached out to grasp my hand, but I yanked myself away. "Don't fucking touch me. You don't have the right. Are you fucking bleeding?" Ruby dots ran in a line along the floor, ones that stemmed from Charlie's hand. His left hand was bandaged, soaked with red. I gritted my teeth. "What the fuck happened to your hand?" "It doesn't matter now." Charlie tried to hide it, but I snatched his wrist and held it up. I thought I lost the ability to feel, but somewhere, a small spark of radiant fury exploded outward, consuming the room around us. If I still had my fire magic, I would have burned the entire tower down. Even so, my rage was just as hot. Charlie was missing a finger. I didn't know why, until I worked out this had to be some kind of mob boss rule. Cameron. This had been a punishment for the rebellion. I didn't want Charlie anymore. Didn't want to be connected to him, to be married to him, any of it. But that didn't mean he was Cameron's to control and use, like some sort of doll his father got tired of playing with and decided to mutilate. Parents did not possess the right to mangle their own children, no matter what kind of maniacal actions they took. I dropped Charlie's wrist and he backed away, rising to his feet. If I still had my healing powers, I could have fixed Charlie's hand, perhaps even reattached his finger so I could continue eviscerating him for what he'd done to me. But he'd taken that ability, so now he was left to bleed. Something inside rose up in revolt and said that Charlie belonged to me, that I was the one who decided what to do with him. Maybe if Cameron wasn't such an incompetent ruler, he could have seen the insurrection coming and stopped you. Perhaps I should be blaming him instead of you. Don't. I'm the only one responsible for all this, Charlie admitted quietly. I wanted to agree, say that everything that had gone on today was his fault alone. But deep down, I couldn't. Because if I said that out loud, it would be a lie. Because I'd had my part to play too. A low whimper sounded throughout the room, and that singular noise shattered me. Oberai. I hadn't noticed him when I'd come in, because he'd hidden behind the bed. But he emerged from behind the mattress, emitting low whines and giving me the saddest eyes I'd ever seen. Slowly, his tail wagged when he saw me, like a stray dog trying to convince me they were a friend. My heart tore apart just looking at him. Oberai might as well be dead to me. But he was still walking around and moving, still able to speak to Charlie, but not to me. His emotions, thoughts, and essence were separate from my own now. He was a complete stranger. It made him appear to be a living corpse in my eyes, a ghost I could witness but not converse with nor experience. I deserved this. I'd killed a piece of Oberai's soul while I was on that beach earlier, and proven to myself I was willing to destroy my familiar if it meant I got the chance to do as I pleased. Looks like the universe granted my wish. Something glimmered in the low lamplight. Panic wrapped around my neck tightly, constricting off air when I saw that Oberai was wearing a collar. What's around Oberai's neck? Who put it there? I wanted to murder, to kill. Whoever had put that collar on Oberai would regret it, because I'd take a knife and saw their head from their neck bit by bit, slowly, just so they knew how it felt to be so restrained. Cameron, it's a punishment for what I did. Don't bother trying to remove the collar. He's promised to execute anyone who tries. The voices were so loud now, bellowing in belligerent wrath, that I couldn't hear myself speak. Oberai had nothing to do with it. He was helping me. You think I didn't tell him that? He didn't want to listen. What a moronic fool. Daydreams played behind my eyes, ways I could torture Cameron for going through with this punishment, methods I could use to inflict misery upon him for merely having the idea to call her Oberai in the first place. I needed to redirect myself. Cameron wasn't the issue right now. I'd deal with him later, and ancestors, I'd make him pay for chaining up my familiar. The reality crushed me, taking away all hope. Oberai wasn't my familiar anymore. He wasn't anything to me. He belonged only to Charlie, and anything we shared before was gone. But you know what? Fuck it. Whether I had a connection to Oberai or not, I still loved him. He'd taken my side when Charlie had been off committing the insane fuckery that had put us all here. He didn't deserve to wear that collar, and if I had anything to say about it, which I would, he wouldn't be wearing it for long. I folded my hands in my lap. Looks like everyone's suffering for what you did. I don't even know if you feel sorry for it, or if you're just upset your plans didn't work. Of course I feel remorse. I know I fucked up. In every way I possibly could, I destroyed everything that matters. But please, give me the chance to fix it. There's no fixing this. It's irreparable. In a whisper, Charlie added, "This isn't just about me, Ava." The world stopped revolving when he said that, bringing everything to a brittle stop. The harsh truth threatened to slap me in the face. I couldn't face it. Instead, I emitted a low, heartless chuckle. You are not blaming me for this. This is absolutely on you. You made a promise to me that you broke. I thought I was doing the right thing because you asked me to make these decisions when you couldn't. I asked you to reel me in, but I trusted you to be mature enough to know when things went too far, and to respect my right to back out if I said no. How? How am I supposed to know where your line is, Ava? He demanded. You asked me to make decisions when you couldn't, and that arrangement has always worked for us before. You hate Cameron as much as I do, so I thought for certain you'd be on my side. When you weren't, I assumed you weren't in the right place to make this decision with me, so I made the decision for us, like I always have. I'm your dominant, but you backed out of that agreement when you failed to listen or even talk to me about what you were going to do. If you had listened to me and stuck to your promise, none of this would be happening. Charlie had been miserable, but now he was starting to get angry, which I could handle. He wanted to play this game of who was worse than who? Fine, I could play, and I was better at it. Let's fucking go. There's a difference between being a full-time submissive and letting you control me. You don't get to make these big, overarching decisions over my life just because you're the dom. I gave you that control. I could take it back anytime I wanted if you fucked up, so I did. Charlie said nothing in response, and I gave a cold laugh. You want to talk about our rules, Charlie? You violated our agreement yourself because you promised that you would never conceal things from me and that you would never lie to me. Instead, here I find out you've been lying for months. Do you realize what you've done to me? You could have cheated on me and it wouldn't have hurt as badly as this. Ancestors, I wished you had an affair instead. At least you wouldn't have taken my life away. He was still wordless, and it was really pissing me off. He couldn't even fight back to defend himself. I wanted him to, because it was the only justification I had left. If I couldn't cast magic anymore, I at least needed to get some sort of high off of starting shit. It would be entertaining and make me feel something besides all this agonizing vacancy. I crossed my arms. I'm surprised you didn't lock me in the sanctuary. Only you can get in or out. I wouldn't have been able to leave by myself, and nobody but you could have set me loose. I thought about it, Charlie said quietly. Then why didn't you? It seemed like a step too far. Like I was violating something sacred we'd both promised was off limits. I could not believe the audacity of this man. I see. So, putting me in a cage and taking away my free will was fine, but using our sex dungeon as a prison was a step too far? Bravo, Charlie. I'm really applauding the effort you put into making that decision. I clapped my hands together, emphasizing for show. Did you even think about breaking our bond before you did it? I broke our bond because I didn't have any other choice. You didn't give me any options, Ava. Bullshit. You did it because you couldn't fucking beat me. You knew I was better than you, and you just couldn't handle it, so you went and took a cheap shot because cheating was the only way you were going to win. You were scared of me and my power, so you took the easy way out. Charlie put his hands in his pockets and hunched away. Yeah, Pidge, I was scared of you. And I had a right to be because you almost ruined everything. A shiver raced across my skin, littering goosebumps across my body. Don't act like your back was against the wall and you had to pull the trigger. Say what you want. If the roles were reversed and I'd lost that battle between us, I'd be damned before I did something like that to you. I'd let you break the world in half before I would consider hurting you in that way. But you chose to hurt me, and you can't take that back. Ava, you killed people when you were pulling that shit on the beach. Half the city is destroyed because of your chaos. So did you! There are countless numbers of elves and soldiers who were slaughtered by your rebellion, and that was before I lifted a finger to do anything to stop you. That doesn't count everyone's lives you've destroyed who are still alive. Our friends, our family, everything's changed because of you. Because of us. Some of our friends took your side. Everybody's paying the price for it now. You're not just a person, you're a weapon. The warden wanted to protect the supernatural world from you, and now you've proven him right. It was my turn to be speechless, because I was busy swallowing down a bitter, lonely pill. The warden had won in his own way. We were still fighting the war, but the warden had told me time and again this world would break me eventually and make me turn against my values, changing me into someone I wasn't. He'd been right about me and what I was, despite me striving over the years to prove him wrong. I think that, more than anything, really dug a thorn into me, one I couldn't rip out. My voice fragmented into a million sharp pieces. I guess the warden won this round, because you've beaten him at his own game. Congratulations, Charlie. You did what nobody else could. The warden couldn't do it. John couldn't do it. My enemies couldn't do it. But you did. You broke my spirit. I couldn't hold back anymore. Charlie stood there and listened to me sob, his back rigid, appearing miserable as tears dripped from my eyes and landed beside the blood droplets on the floor. I wasn't just talking about how he'd severed our bond and destroyed my soul. The fiery, brave Ava that I'd once been was dead. I didn't think it was possible for her to be extinguished, not after everything I'd conquered. But it turned out the one person who had the ability to break me was the man I'd trusted completely. Our enemies never had the power to break us. That ability remained with those we loved, and I'd been stabbed through by the person I loved the most. I sniffed and wiped my face, gluing back the broken pieces of myself so they held just a bit longer, at least until we were done with this argument. You've already done everything you can do to break me, so please, sign these papers, I'll file them, and we can both be done with this. Charlie crossed his arms around his body and held himself, backing away. No. I gritted my teeth. You absolute bastard. You promised me at any point if I wanted a divorce, you'd let me have one. Now I'm asking, and you're throwing that back in my face and refusing to let me go? Even after everything you've done, you're still a selfish prick. All you care about is keeping me all to yourself, no matter how I feel about it. This isn't just on me, Ava. I don't give a shit. You started all of this. Did I? Or did it start when you demanded we drag ourselves to the camps? He hadn't meant to let that slip out. I could tell by the way he cringed once the words were said. Didn't matter. He'd said them anyway, and there it fucking was. I knew it. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew that you held Cassiel's death over my head. You blame me for it. I don't blame you that my grandfather died, but... But what? If we hadn't gone, Cassiel would still be here? You think I don't know that? I put my head in my hands. We already suffered enough that day. We didn't have to lose more than what we already did if you hadn't tried to pull that asinine insurrection. And I take ownership of that, but you have to be accountable too. Asking for a divorce isn't going to make any of this right. Of course it's not. But at least it'll prevent more destruction from happening. It's sick that you're making this all about you. I'm not abandoning you because you decided to destroy me. I'm doing what's best for myself by getting the hell away from you. And do you really fucking want this? Or are you just throwing a tantrum like you always do? How do I know you aren't going to take it back? This isn't about me being a brat. I'm tired, Charlie. I slumped in my chair, feeling what little fight I had brought into this argument flutter away like a butterfly whose wings were crushed. I'm fed up, trying to save a man who doesn't want to be saved. And I'm sure you're ready to walk away from a girl whose sanity never existed in the first place. If you weren't, you never would have tried any of this. Because you had to know what you could lose if this went wrong. You had to be willing to gamble our marriage if this didn't go the way you wanted it to. But you were fine with putting that on the table. Because deep down, a part of you was ready to leave me. That's not true, Charlie said the words automatically, but there was an edge of resentment bordering his tone. He was lying again. I didn't think he registered it. Please stop being dishonest. I know it's exhausting dealing with me. Being my babysitter, trying to police my behavior. I know it wears on you. You don't have to say it, so just stop doing it. Charlie didn't tell me I was wrong. It scared me as much as it wounded me. My intuition on that part, at least, had been right. If you became capable of doing what you did, and I had that kind of response to it, we shouldn't be together. We just destroy things. We can't just protect the world from the warden. We need to protect the world from each other and from us, because we're terrible together. We didn't want to admit it, but we can't stay blind to it anymore. This relationship is toxic. It's wrong. So, I'm ending it. We aren't good for each other, so it's time to separate. I'm sick of reviving it, bringing it back from the dead and trying to fight for it. This thing between us is twisted and deranged, but it's not love. So just let it die. Ava, no. I'm done with it. There's no point in trying to make this marriage work. We've tried to find a way to be together, but all we do along the way is manipulate and hurt each other, and that's no kind of marriage. I won't let you boss me around. I won't let you control me, and I won't allow you to abuse me further. I'm taking what little I have left and leaving you. Now sign these goddamn papers. I'm not fucking signing anything, Charlie screamed. His chest heaved as his shoulders shook. Stubborn resentment took over my limbs, moving them for me as I grabbed my wheels to roll away. Fine. I don't need your signature to leave. It's just going to take longer. Obereye gave another whine, but I pretended not to hear it, a thing that gutted me to do. I left Charlie's quarters, and he didn't follow me. It was the middle of the night by now. Everything was dark, a color that matched the shade of my blackened heart. I wished it'd stop beating. My guard was waiting where I'd left her. Alden, take me into the city. She frowned. I don't think that's a good idea, Princess. It's what has to be done. During the argument, I hadn't been able to admit to myself that I'd done wrong. But now that I wasn't facing Charlie, I needed to bear witness to that which I didn't wish to see. Eldon drove me into Elamanth. The moment we left the palace grounds, gut-wrenching shame bloomed all over my body. The majority of the massacre inside the palace had been from Charlie's rebellion, but what had happened in the city itself was all on me. Buildings and homes had been completely torn down, reduced to nothing but rubble. Skyscrapers lay toppled over, businesses destroyed. Some places were still on fire, and the elves desperately rushed to put them out. There had to be thousands dead, guessing from the carnage that could be seen on nearly every street. Bodies littered the sidewalks, and the faces of those walking around were covered in dust from the buildings collapsing. The elves wandered the remains, calling for their families and loved ones, grieving for the beautiful city they'd built that had been lost. It would have been better for all of them if I'd never been born. Whole monarchies had never killed this many people during their entire reign as I had in one day. I was no ruler. I was a tyrant, and I'd made my people pay the price for a crime they hadn't committed. It was a deranged, worthless gesture to try and make it so they didn't feel suffering at all. Now I was the one inflicting suffering upon them, and there was no turning my face away from that reality. When we got to the center of the city, I told Eldon to stop. She helped me out of the car and into my chair. I began maneuvering the city streets, avoiding the debris. I expected the elves to attack me, to cry for my head and take my crown away. But they did no such thing. Instead, they bowed out of my way, whispering words of reverence as their gazes were downcast in shame, as if they deserved this. The princess has passed her judgment. Whatever she may decide, we will accept with grace. May the Holy Mother's will be imposed upon us all." They were praising me for what I'd done, as if I was a malevolent god that had the right to cast damnation upon these people. Eldon led me to an area of the city that was the most damaged. We passed by a mansion that lay in tatters. An elven woman climbed out of the wreckage, her voice wailing in pain as she clung to a bloody bundle in her arms. "How can I help?" I asked, extending my arms. It seemed so fruitless and vain for me to ask that, because I'd been dead set on condemning her mere hours before. But in the face of her pain, which I had to observe instead of ignore now that I was no longer on that beach, my reserve to end all things crumbled. What I'd done had been wrong. I needed to try and fix this. The woman fell before me onto her knees, sobbing. "Princess, you are the symbol of our goddesses upon this earth. I thank you that you have found me worthy to teach me this great lesson." Teach. My voice faded as a portion of the cloth fell away from the bloody bundle. It revealed the gray face of an infant, pale with death. He'd been suffocated by the mansion once it collapsed. Even if I had my magic back, I couldn't save this baby. He was already gone. Something deep within my abdomen retched and convulsed. The woman clutched her baby, rasping, "I understand your judgment upon our city. We elves have been sinful and selfish, but we will be devoted to your desires from now on. We have earned your wrath, and we accept it graciously. If it's for you, Princess, I'll sacrifice anything, even if it's my only son." The woman bowed away, like she didn't see herself fit to bow in my presence, limping off to bury her son. I was aware there were tears falling from my eyes, but didn't feel them. This wasn't a culture. It was a cult. The carnage got worse the further in we went. An entire daycare had fallen into a crevice, killing all the children that had been inside. Fireballs had ripped through a local hospital, igniting all the patients, and a store that sat on the cliffside had fallen into the sea, trapping the patrons inside until they drowned. So much death. And all for what? Because I couldn't keep my head and stay sane? Or because I truly believed at the time that this is what needed to happen to protect the world? I hadn't protected anyone, though that had been my only wish. I'd condemned them. I needed to take responsibility for this and face up to what I'd done, because I couldn't deny all of this was on my hands. "Princess, there is no need to keep putting yourself through this," Eldon insisted. "What matters now isn't witnessing what you've done, but doing whatever you can to make it right." There's no making this right, Eldon. I could not quit. I would not. Only when I'd recognized the depth of suffering I'd inflicted upon each and every soul here would I allow myself to draw away. I wandered around the city the remainder of the night, and through most of the next day. I was exhausted, but I didn't allow myself to stop. I didn't even let Eldon push my chair, preferring to move myself along until my arms ached. I needed to see all of it. Everything I was capable of. Everything I'd done to destroy people's lives. The city wasn't the only thing that was ruined. The beautiful garden Charlie had proposed in was wrecked. The art structures had toppled over, the flowers withered away. Wild animals rotting out in the open with glassy, empty eyes. I hadn't just harmed the city, I'd ruined the surrounding environment. There'd been plants and animals here that had been full of life before I'd taken it all away. Maybe I was worse than Charlie. He'd tried to take over the world, but I'd tried to destroy it. I didn't think these people would have survived once he'd enslaved the realm, but at least I wouldn't have been the one to do it. Me trying to take a stand had cost so many their lives. Coyote Spirit had told me to stop. So had my grandfather. I didn't care because I thought I was right. I'd never been more wrong. The sunset was bloody and sanguine. By this time, Eldon had forced me to return to the car, and I couldn't give so much as an order in response. Weariness overcame me, and I fell into a fitful sleep in the back of the limo as I was escorted back to the palace. When I awoke, I was in a bed in the ladies' court, sometime past 10. Eldon must have left me here. I sat up in bed, brushing back my hair as I glanced at my chair. The wheels had been bloody from rolling around the city, but they were clean now. I knew my family wanted to speak to me. My siblings, my parents, most likely my friends, too. I wasn't able to face them right now. I didn't think I could look at them again without feeling utterly humiliated. I could hide here in the ladies' court for a while, but they'd find me eventually. I couldn't run from everyone forever. If I wanted an attempt at making reparations, no matter how worthless they were in the end, I had to start somewhere. I didn't want to beg for forgiveness because I didn't deserve it. I just wanted to express how sorry I was. I guess there was one person I could face, because if I could admit to anyone in the world just how badly I'd fucked up, it would be Ivy. Eldon wanted to follow, but I told her to stay behind. There wasn't anyone in the halls when I proceeded toward the tower where all my friends' rooms were. I didn't meet anyone on my way, including Charlie, thank the ancestors. Yet, when I got to Ivy's quarters, the scene was anything but welcoming. Chansey's clothes were scattered all over the floor outside the room, along with boxes of his things. Ivy walked out, tossing a bin of baseball gear out the door. When Ivy saw me, their eyes narrowed. They didn't say anything, but turned their back and headed into the apartment. I followed, looking around at the chaotic mess. "Where's Chansey?" I asked. Stuff had been sorted into piles, and I could tell what belonged to who. "He's gone. Got an apartment in the city. Said he needed to do some soul-searching." Ivy scoffed. "Yeah, right. Couch surfing is what he's gonna do." My voice grew small. "Chansey's moving out?" "We're taking another break. No thanks to you guys." I rolled my eyes. "Don't put this on us. How many times are you two going to split up?" "That's real rich, hypocrite, seeing as how you're looking at divorce court. At least I didn't marry the guy I knew was bad for me." I'd come in here with an open heart, willing to take responsibility and looking for someone to help me own up to my mistakes. But Ivy's tone immediately made me defensive, switching my perspective from hurt and devastated to angry and defiant. "I came by to talk. I figured if anyone had an idea of what this feels like, it's you." Ivy snorted. "Cool. So you needed to talk to a big loser to get validation for the stupid decision you made. What a compliment, Ava." "I just thought, out of everyone, that you'd understand." "I can't understand this," Ivy snapped. "If you want to be vulnerable with somebody right now, sorry, it ain't me." I grabbed my wheels and went to leave. "Fine, I'll just go." "Oh, so now the pretty princess wants to run away. That's so typical of you." "You don't want me here, so why should I stick around? So we can sit here and yell at each other?" "I told you, Ava!" Ivy screamed, and they threw down the glass they were holding. It shattered all over the floor. "I warned you that if you kept giving up parts of yourself to other people, There wasn't gonna be anything left by the end of it. Now look at you. Charlie took what little you had left to offer because you cared too damn much. Ivy's words pierced me to the bone because they were absolutely right. Being overly empathetic could hurt people more than it helped. Worst of all, it could really hurt you. There were limits to how much good hyper-compassion could do, and it was more destructive than apathy could be. Loving other people too intensely could become a poison that ate away at you from the inside out, and I'd been drinking it down for years. I'd loved Charlie so much that I let him push me to my limit. And I'd loved the people of the world so badly, I thought it would be better for them if I took their lives away to spare them suffering instead of letting them experience it. It would have been better if I'd sat on the sidelines and not participated at all. I steeled my tone. I won't be made into a sinner because I care. You can call me a villain for the rest of it, but I had the best intentions. Yeah, so did Charlie, and look how that turned out. Ivy stepped around the broken glass and began throwing Chansey's boxing gear into a bag. And by the way, Precious, this ain't a breakup, and you ain't dating. This is a marriage. You want to split up a family because you can't control your shit? Go right ahead. You're so fucking mean, Ivy. I speak the truth. You aren't the only one who can be blunt around here. I gave a bitter laugh. The truth? The truth is, you're two-faced. You sided with Charlie. You promised to defend me from everything, to always be there for me, but you helped him take me down when you knew I'd end up like this. Sorry I can't agree to being a part of the world's biggest suicide pact. I don't care. You promised to side with me on everything, no matter what. My eyes burned as I struggled to withhold the quiver in my voice. Then when my back is turned, you drive a knife in it by taking Charlie's side instead of mine. Do you think I can forgive Charlie for what he did to Chance? Ivy asked, and they started to cry. No fucking way! I'll hate him every day for making Chance lose a wing during that mission, and for taking away my shot at getting back at my father. But I knew Charlie was capable of something like this. That's why I didn't want you to marry him again. A memory struck me. Before my wedding in Elamanthe, all my bridesmaids had tossed flower petals into the sacred pool in the Elvish temple and bestowed upon me their blessing before the marriage. Ivy had been there, but they'd paused for a long moment before they had given me their promise to protect me no matter what. The ceremony before the wedding, I remarked. You hesitated. Of course I did. I wanted to object because I didn't think Charlie was good for you. But I knew he made you happy, so I kept quiet, and fuck all if I'm not cursing myself for not opening my big mouth. I should have told you to kick him to the curb, but I didn't. I convinced myself you two would get your shit together eventually and find a way to have a healthy relationship. Instead, you guys blow up your marriage and everyone else with it. So no, Ava, I don't like Charlie. I never have. I think he's bad for you, for pretty much everybody, and that besides being a walking red flag, he's a major asshole. Sorry this confession comes a few months too late. Ivy stopped packing, turning toward me as their tone dripped with loathing. And you know what else? I'm pissed off that your actions were so extreme that you're making me see things from his point of view. Charlie's grandpa died, and grief ain't no excuse, but you have to admit that you would have locked Charlie up and tried to usurp Cameron if anyone you loved died. You would have gone on the warpath the minute you had the chance, so don't act like your husband's actions are unforgivable. You would have done the same damn thing. Damn right I would have. And I would have had the balls to finish the job, I snapped. You're right about one thing, though. Charlie doesn't get any passes for his grief. I know grief better than any damn person, and I wanted to spare you all from knowing the same shithole. That's why I did what I did." Ivy shook their head. "You think I haven't seen my share of shit shows? I've lived the circus life, Ava, and I gotta tell you, I've never seen a shit circus quite like yours." I took a bow just to mock them. "Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the show." "I wouldn't put it that way. You know, it was a good choice to put on a circus to get the vampire key, because no one can put on a clown act quite like you and Charlie." Resentment festered inside my chest, brimming with disgust. "You must have enjoyed dancing with the clowns, because you sure came running to my ass to take you in. No one wanted you at the Institute, but I saw the best in you, even when all you were doing was shooting up Nightshade in the bathroom. Why can't you see the best in me now that I've ruined my fucking life? You're turning away when I need you the most." "Oh yeah? Let me tell you something, precious. This addict has gotten you through more bullshit than you realize, but I'm not going to wipe your ass now that you've shit the bed this time." Ivy sneered. "Who held your hand when you were going through multiple bouts of psychosis? Who gave up their own meals to feed you when you were determined to starve yourself? Who cleared your tears away when Charlie dumped your ass? Now he's dumping your ass again." "I'm the one dumping him, you whore," I spat. Ivy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow. So we're resorting to name-calling now. That's awesome. I'm glad you see me as some big slut, just like everyone else does." I winced. "You know I didn't mean it like that." "Sure you didn't. But you know what? At least I got paid. You're a whore too, Ava, but you only spread your legs for one man, and he sure fucked you good this time, didn't he?" "You know I didn't mean it that way," I pleaded. "I call everyone a whore." "Maybe you think it means nothing, but that word means something to me. You wouldn't have said it if you didn't think I was one." "Well, if the high heel fits." I was fed up with this conversation. If Ivy wanted to be a right bastard, fine, I could be one too. "At least I didn't try to blow up the world in order to get back at everyone who screwed me over, you raging lunatic bitch. I didn't do this to punish the world. I did this to save it." "Don't lie, Ava. This wasn't some altruistic act of benevolent mercy. You just wanted to give the world the biggest middle finger it's ever had, a grand fuck you, before you spitefully sped out and drove the rest of us into a blaze of glory. And now you're throwing a fit because Charlie told you no." Ivy shook their head. "Don't you think the rest of us would like to do that every now and then? You ain't the only person in this world who wished they had a big red do-over button and could press it whenever they didn't want to exist anymore, and nothing else either. But the difference is, the rest of us realize how stupid that is, and we snapped out of it. You tried to push that button. I can't forgive you for not wanting to hold on. Not one bit, precious." Ivy turned their back to me. "Now get out." Wasn't more to say after that, was there? I left, though once I was in the main hall that joined all the bedrooms, colors began swirling together. The world tilted upon itself, shapes bending around me as items conjoined into singular objects instead of solitary pieces. I became dizzy, bile rising in my throat as I felt sick. There was shouting all around me, growing greater and greater and greater. Loud, so loud. I couldn't take this. The divorce, the fight with Ivy, what I'd seen in the city, it broke me. I didn't have any sanity left to give, but everything around me was demanding I sacrifice every last drop. I was aware I was having some kind of mental breakdown and was in crisis. I'd gone through this so many times, I knew the best thing I could do right now was go to the Palace Hospital and get some help. But my former breakdowns were never on this kind of scale. I didn't think any pill, treatment, or therapy in the world would be enough to take away the guilt. Takahashi was a counselor, and I knew he probably wanted to reach out, but not even he could work a miracle on the fucked up kind of person I was. I deserved to live in exile, banished from any kind of love or friendship I could receive for the rest of my life, because what I'd done was unforgivable. I needed to be punished in the worst way there was. I planned to do just that, to take what little I needed and leave Ilamanth, find a place at the edge of the world and waste away while I waited for death. At least then, others would be safe from me. I didn't give a damn if the warden found me. I didn't have any power left, so he couldn't use me anymore anyway. And if he killed me, it would be a blessing, because others would be safe from me. There was one problem. I couldn't leave unless this divorce was granted, because otherwise the monarchy would go looking for me and would drag me back here. I didn't need Charlie's signature to leave him, but if he contested this divorce, this process could drag out for far longer than I could handle. We could be in litigation for months, or even years, going back and forth between lawyers and courtrooms endlessly. He'd eventually wear me down and make it so I gave up. I needed him to sign those papers, and it had to be right now. The longer this went on, the more I'd lose the heart to do this, and I couldn't go through this agony anymore. We had to split up before my feelings forced me to work it out, because no matter how much I loved Charlie, I couldn't forgive him this time. But what was I going to do? He wasn't going to sign them. He'd drag out this process for as long as he could while he searched for ways to convince me to stay. It dawned on me slowly. I came to a sickening realization. There was one thing Charlie wouldn't forgive. I was sure of it. It churned my stomach to think about, but I had no options. He hadn't left me with any. If I wanted out of this, I needed to be unfaithful. Ancestors. I nearly puked just thinking about it. Infidelity was certainly a word I'd never thought would get anywhere near my marriage. Charlie was my one, my only. Maybe that's why this was so painful. I was so dependent on him that I'd allowed him to become my whole world, and he'd shattered it. Charlie wouldn't be able to take the thought of me sleeping with another guy. Once he found out, he'd completely lose it. He'd become disgusted with me and kick me out. Then I'd be free to... do what? Die of misery, probably. But at least it wouldn't be as painful as staying connected to a man who I insanely loved, yet had hurt me deeper than anyone else ever had. I couldn't make up a lie. He'd know I wasn't being truthful. If this was the route I was taking, I had to see it through. I couldn't handle the idea of fooling around with someone else, but I was desperate enough to consider anything. I didn't want another guy inside of me. It was revolting. I was Charlie's. He'd really fucked with my head. I shook myself out of it, told my needy, submissive self that being with him wasn't an option anymore. He'd promised to protect me, then he'd destroyed me. I couldn't go crawling back to him, begging to please him, no matter how much I desired to. This was my way of protecting myself. Oberai wasn't here to stop me. My friends weren't here to talk me out of it. So I needed to go through with this, before I changed my mind and convinced myself there was still a chance we could work things out. I made up my mind. I was doing this. Tonight.
Chapter 3. Charlie. I was a bad person. The worst, really. I used to think the world was full of shades of gray, that there were nuances to right and wrong, that none of it mattered. Even if life was more than black and white, more than hard lines in the sand, I was still a terrible man. Didn't matter how I spun the truth anymore. I dove headfirst into those shades of gray, and I hadn't realized when they turned my heart to black. Ava had taken my heart in her hands, burned it to ashes, and yet those ashes couldn't compare to the darkness that I'd allowed to consume me. I'd let it. It was my choice, and I did it anyway. I'd completely fucked up, and I couldn't fix it. I'd stayed awake all night the moment Ava left our quarters. Once she was gone, I knew I couldn't fix this mess. Ava and I were already broken, and had been long before our bond was severed. I think our marriage had been falling apart for a while without either one of us realizing it. Even if we went back in time to change everything, it wouldn't be enough to put our broken pieces back together. My wife had asked me for a goddamn divorce. There was no coming back from that. There was only one thing I could do. I knew it had changed nothing, but I still had to go through with it. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. The morning after she brought me those damned papers, I dug through mine and Ava's things until I found the pistols we'd created with simultension. I wished the guns would disappear like any old illusion, but the damned things were so solid and real, it was like they were forged from real earthy metals and not magic. "What are you going to do with those?" Oberoi asked bitterly. "Planning on hurting someone else now, huh?" I was pissed he'd suggest such a thing. I ignored him, hiding the pistols in my waistband under my coat as I turned to the door of my suite. I'm going to do what I should have done long ago. Are you going to help me, or just stand there while I potentially fuck us all over again? Oberoi let out a puff of air, like he was displeased. "The last thing I want to do is help you right now, but by the ancestors, you might be right this time. Lead the way." Several guards were stationed outside my room, just as my father had promised. I was still free to roam the palace, so they didn't stop me from leaving my room, but their footsteps followed wherever I went. I stomped down the hall, praying they wouldn't notice me packing, because if they caught me with these pistols, they'd make assumptions about me trying to start another coup and kill me on the spot. Not an altogether awful fate, but if that happened, I'd never get a chance to finish what I started, and this was important. I made my way to Marcus and Callie's suite and burst through the door without knocking. Marcus yelped, falling to the floor. "What in the God's name are you doing?" Callie snapped. "You nearly broke our door!" I slammed the door shut behind Oberoi, leaving the guards outside. "Give me your guns," I demanded. What? Why?" Marcus stammered. I threw mine and Ava's pistols onto the table. "Just hand them over. I'm sick of this mob boss game I tried to win. None of us should have played." A stunned beat of silence passed. The only sound in the room was that of my ragged breath. I really didn't want to waste time explaining myself. I just wanted this done and over with. Finally, Callie took a step forward. She shoved something hard and cold into my chest, her pistol. She knew my exact intentions without having to ask. "Do it then. Get rid of it. I never want to see these fucking pistols again. We never should have used them in the first place." The air seemed just a little lighter when I took her pistol and added it to the pile. "Thanks, Callie." "Don't thank me," she snapped back. "It was your fucking idea to make them. All you're doing is trying to right a wrong that's already ruined everything." She was right, but that wasn't going to stop me from going through with this, because it needed to be done. Marcus hesitated. "Why are we destroying these? We might need them again." I shook my head firmly. "No. If we can't get by on our own, then we deserve to lose this war. We didn't create these weapons to protect ourselves. We made these guns to hurt other people. We took our villainy too far, so they have to go." These guns were a symbol of how bad I'd become. They were one of the first steps that had led to my marriage breaking apart, one of the things that had pushed Ava to ask for a divorce. Maybe I couldn't undo the damage I'd inflicted upon the world, but if there was anything I could do to stop things from getting worse, I'd damn well try. I could stop myself from continuing down this dark descent into villainy. I had to end it here, before I got even worse, before I harmed others more than I already had. I needed to make sure these guns could never be used again. "All right," Marcus agreed. "No more pistols." He placed his gun on the table beside the others, and I gathered them together. Callie turned her back on me. Marcus placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "I'm proud of you. This was the right thing to do." I shrugged him off before he could say anything more. I could hear it in his voice that he wanted to talk about this. There was no more talking that could help. I got in the pistols, and that was all I came for. I turned to the door, and Oberei followed. "Charlie," Marcus tried again, but I didn't want to hear it. "Just leave me alone," I told him over my shoulder, clearly indicating that was the end of it. I hid the guns in my coat and hurried out of the room. I was grateful that they didn't follow. Oberei followed me to the far end of the palace grounds, where a lookout tower hung over a steep cliffside. We climbed the tower to the very top, though the guards remained stationed at the base. They hadn't noticed the guns I'd hidden and probably thought I came up here to throw myself off. Cameron wouldn't mind, I was certain, and had likely ordered them not to stop me if I tried. I nearly contemplated it, but I knew better. Taking myself out would only hurt Ava, and I'd wounded her too deeply to consider giving one more blow to her heart she couldn't take. I had to stick around to deal with the shit show I'd caused. Oberei and I stepped onto a balcony that overlooked the ocean. Churning waves crashed against the cliffside below. It was a long way down into the deep, dangerous waters. Once I tossed these guns over the edge and they sank to the bottom, I couldn't get them back if I tried. No one else would be able to either, because I'd take the knowledge of this location to my grave. I didn't waste any time contemplating it. I threw the 4 pistols over the cliff as far as I could, one by one. They tumbled downward into the water, never to be seen again. Oberei stepped forward to nudge his nose into my hand. "They're gone." I was relieved to be rid of them. My stomach cramped, revolting at the idea that I'd ever thought to create them in the first place, and it pushed everyone so hard to use them. These guns were dangerous, and so was the illusion magic I'd used to create them. "The guns aren't the only thing that has to go," I said hollowly. "I need to give up my illusion magic, too." "No one can take that from you," Oberei noted. "I might be able to block it off with your consent, but it wouldn't be for everlasting." "No, but I can vow to never use it again. My illusions are too strong. Once I create something, I can't undo it, and that's too dangerous. I have to bury that magic so deep I can no longer reach it, because it's caused us nothing but trouble." "Are you certain that is the right decision? You came out here alone, without the aid of your friends who were only trying to help." "I don't need anything from them." "Now's not the time to shut everyone out," Oberei scolded. "Perhaps you should be consulting others before making such rash decisions." "What else am I supposed to do? There's nothing anyone can do for me, and I can't fix any of this either. The best thing I could do is leave everyone alone. They don't want me around, and I don't want to be around them anyway." Oberei placed himself in front of me and growled. "As displeased as I am for every sin you committed, throwing in the towel is not the answer. You've already lost all respect for me, so what do you want? I'd like you to at least try to right some of these wrongs. You've done some of the worst things I've witnessed in all my millennia, and if you give up now, you will prove to yourself and everyone exactly what kind of monster you are. If you are so intent on stopping the villainy you started, that you have to step up to do the work to reverse course. Slamming on the brakes isn't going to get you anywhere. It will leave you stuck exactly where you are, miserable and alone." I scoffed. Miserable and alone is exactly where I deserve to be. At least then I can't hurt anyone. "At that, you are sorely mistaken," Oberei sneered. I stepped around him to depart from the tower. I've done all I can. Now all I want to do is forget. I didn't know why Oberei bothered trying to save me. I didn't believe for a second he had any faith left in me, so who was he to say I still had work to do? He'd already given up on me, and I couldn't say I blamed him. I'd certainly given up on myself. Another, goddammit. I told the bartender as I slid my glass across the bar. I'd been here for hours, maybe all day. I couldn't be sure anymore, though I was certain the sun had set a while ago. My father had forbidden me from leaving the palace, but that meant the bar near the stables, which the guards frequented after their shifts, was still available to me. The patrons had cleared out when I'd arrived, apart from a few guards who stood outside to make sure I didn't run. Probably best if the place was empty, because the guards might have been tempted to go against my father's orders and kill me otherwise. No one wanted me on the throne now, and I was certain they didn't want him there either, but they were magically bound to obey my father. If they had a chance, I was sure they'd kill me to end my family's royal line and put some elf in charge who wouldn't completely screw them all over. I'd be lying if I said I didn't get some pleasure out of the fact that my mere presence sent everyone running. I preferred to be alone with enough alcohol to drown my sorrows. I was hoping it had drowned me completely, to be honest. My wife wanted to leave me. She'd asked for a divorce. I thought we were untouchable, that we loved each other too much for that ever to become a possibility. But guess not. I was getting dumped by the love of my life, and it was my own damn fault. The strong scent of whiskey filled the air as the bartender poured my drink. I had already gone through my first bottle. I could still feel the burn of the last shot in the back of my throat. The bartender wasn't stopping me, though. By now, everyone knew what I'd done, and the punishment Cameron had sentenced me to. I thought I heard the bartender give a sympathetic sigh when I placed my bandaged hand on the countertop. He probably thought I was trying to numb the pain of my amputated finger. I preferred the agony of it, to be honest. I wondered how many shots it'd take before he stopped me, or if he'd keep refilling my glass long enough for me to pass out under a table. Long enough to forget. All I really wanted to do was erase my memory, because what I'd done was too diabolical to face. But it wasn't like that would happen. I could drink all the alcohol that was in this bar, and it wouldn't be enough to make me forget Ava. Oberei sat at my feet as a husky, not stopping me from taking drink after drink, but not leaving me alone either. I didn't get why he was here. I was worthless. He should be off comforting Ava right now, wherever she was, not babysitting me. He remained silent, observing as I did my best to drink myself to death. Soft footsteps approached, and someone slid into the seat beside me. I'd completely shut myself off from the world around me, but the tingle of her unique magic still managed to find its way into my awareness. "Here to tell me I fucked up. Save your breath," I mumbled. "You're smart enough to figure that out on your own," Maddie replied. "You don't need a Natterai to tell you that." "Then why are you here?" "To say thank you." Suddenly, the sound of a fan whirring overhead and the hum of the refrigerators nearby seemed louder than before. "Thank me?" "I told you long ago what choices you had to make. I'm here to thank you for making the right one." "You knew what I'd have to do, didn't you?" There was little emotion behind my words. I didn't have it in me to be angry at Maddie. For all I knew, she was the one to put this idea in my head, but she wasn't the one who had carried it out. That was solely on me. "I was prepared to support you both in whatever decisions you made, no matter the outcome. However, even though I supported Ava's decision to end it all, there was a small part of me that hoped you'd stop her." "I did it. I fulfilled your prophecy and delivered to Ava a fate worse than death," I stated hollowly. "But at what cost?" "You saved lives, Charlie, and destroyed hers," I insisted. "That prophecy of yours, I suppose it doesn't tell you what comes next?" "No," Maddie said. "My involvement as an Natterai in this matter is over, but that doesn't mean your work is finished. You bought us a future we wouldn't have if Ava had achieved what she set out to do. Now the two of you must decide what to do moving forward." "Ava and I are done. There is no moving forward after this." I brought the whiskey to my lips. "I only bought the elves a few days before the warden kills us all. You say I made the right choice, but that's where you're wrong. No matter how the prophecy ended, there were no right choices. Maybe in the end, that's what this is all about. We were fucked from the beginning, and Ava and I were doomed to be apart no matter how hard we fought to be together, because all that fighting did was make us destroy each other. I'm not going to make it worse by continuing to beg her to stay. I downed the shot, feeling the satisfaction of its burn in the back of my throat. I liked that it hurt, because I deserved it. Maddie stood. Whether the choice to fight for her is right or wrong, it's still a decision you get to make. She said the words like it should mean something to me, but it was a poor attempt at imparting wisdom, because it didn't seem wise at all. What was the point of having free will if you couldn't do any good with it? Every decision I made just led to chaos. She turned, her footsteps retreating and leaving me alone once again. Alone, apart from the bartender, who had heard the conversation. A second glass clinked against the countertop, and then a third as he began pouring my drinks faster than I could finish them. I gave him an approving nod. Keep him coming. Albright stood, speaking for the first time. Charlie, we need to talk about those papers. What's there to talk about? Fuck, even in my head, my voice sounded slurred. If she wants you to sign them, you need to consider that. You might be making this harder than it has to be. Fuck that. I'm not signing a goddamn thing. I was dragging this out as long as I could, because why bother doing anything else? She'd hurt me by getting those papers drawn up in the first place, so now I'd hurt her by not giving in. What else was there to do? That's just another way of keeping her in a cage, which you already have so much remorse over. Are you really going to do it again? Tears stung at my eyes as I nearly broke down. I put my hands in my hair and let my head thump against the bar. No, it's wrong not to let her go. I know that. If she really wants a divorce, I'll give her what she wants. At least then she'll be safe from me. I said consider signing them, not just hand them over, Albright said dryly. You two haven't had a single conversation about this that hasn't turned into an argument, and I'm not convinced that splitting up is what either of you want. Do you want me to sign those papers? He laid his head against my leg. No, I personally think there's a chance you two could work this out, but I'm not going to make either of you do so if the situation can't be fixed. Why would you want me to be with her after what I did? I deserve to get left. She needs to be protected from a monster like me. Yes, but maybe there's a way you two can come back from all of this and forgive each other. Please don't give up hope. I already have. I'm done with her, and she's done with me. That might be true, but there's a difference between done and finished, Albright emphasized. One of them you can come back from. The other means you're truly willing to walk away and not look back. You might be tired of Ava and all her bullshit, and I know for certain she's tired of you. But does that mean you've lost any desire to make things right? Because that's what divorce is, Charlie. The love you feel for a person fades away so completely that you can't experience it anymore. You two might be bad for each other, and there might be no repairing this. But it does no good not to try. There's no fixing this, Albright. I reached for another glass. Ava and I are over with. For good this time. I'll never get to kiss her again. I'll never get to touch her hair. And we'll never get to have another deep conversation in the middle of the night. I'll never get to feel her body against mine again. We won't get to have kids or a future together. I'll never... I put my head in my arms and just cried. Fuck all if the bartender saw. My reputation was ruined, and so was my life. I couldn't be a bigger embarrassment than I already was. Is there anything I can say that will convince you not to give up? I couldn't dare to hope. Not anymore. Just go away. I'll leave you be. Albright got up, trotting away. Think about what I said, all right? I wouldn't, because there was no point. I lost the love of my life. There was nothing left for me. I didn't know how many drinks I had. More than I could count, that was for certain. It didn't take long for the alcohol to hit me full force, and I found the world spinning around me. I thought I'd started weeping, though I wasn't sure what I'd said to the bartender before I lost my bearings completely and slumped out of my chair and onto the floor. I didn't bother trying to get up. Probably best if I didn't. He should have cut me off a long time ago. I vaguely processed a sound, maybe even a vibration against the tiles, but my muddled brain couldn't place it. Something tickled my arm, and I batted it away. It came back a second later, this time pounding on my cheek like tiny little fists. I grabbed at whatever it was and found a small, twig-like creature wiggling between my fingers. Spriggs? Heavy footsteps approached. For fuck's sake, Charlie. The male voice was familiar, but I couldn't grasp onto a thought long enough to remember who it belonged to. Someone clapped my back, and I was barely conscious enough to swat them off of me. Leave me alone, I slurred, shoving Spriggs into his hands. Take him with you. I mean, sure, I could let you sleep here on this tile covered in traces of horse shit all night, or I could carry you up to your quarters and get you into bed. What's it gonna be? I'm sure you're handsome, but I've got a wife. I'd nearly forgotten she'd asked for a divorce. All I could remember was that I loved her, and I didn't care if we were ending. I'd never share a bed with anyone else, not as long as I lived. As much as I loved that, I'm here as a friend. A friend? I wasn't sure I had any of those left. I lifted my head slightly as I realized who the voice belonged to. Chancy? Yeah, it's me, dumbass. God, how many have you had? The bartender rattled off a number I was too drunk to process. It occurred to me that maybe the bartender wasn't pouring drinks as a sign of sympathy, but trying to kill me himself. I'm sure alcohol poisoning could circumvent the Emperor's magical orders. I wouldn't blame the guy if he succeeded. Ugh, get me some ice, Chancy demanded. The next thing I knew, ice-cold water was splashing over my head and cubes slid down my shirt. I gasped in surprise and sprang upright to a sitting position. Fuck you, Chancy! I took a swing at him, but I was so disoriented it must have taken a full second for my fist to reach the spot where he'd been kneeling. By that time, he'd already leapt out of the way. Attaboy! Chancy clapped me on the back. Let's get you up and back to your room. Chancy looped an arm around me and dragged me to my feet. That resulted in my arm draping around his shoulder, and I did the only thing that made sense. I hugged him as hard as I could while I turned into a bumbling mess of tears. Spriggs hopped onto my shoulder and nuzzled into my cheek, as if offering sympathy, which I certainly didn't deserve. Come on, buddy, you gotta pull yourself together, Chancy said as he yanked me along. God, you reek! Did you piss yourself? Probably. Chancy dragged me out of the bar and up the stairs to my quarters. I couldn't keep track of where we were in the palace, so I was surprised when he dropped me onto my bed. Spriggs jumped off of me, but came back a moment later, rolling a water bottle across the pillow. I turned away from him and curled into a ball as I pulled the quilt on the bed to my nose. It was the one that Ava's grandmothers had made us for our wedding. It should have hurt more than anything else, but the smell of raspberries brought more comfort than the liquor ever could. Chancy must have realized what I was doing, because he yanked the quilt from my grasp. It smells like Ava, I whined as he folded it up and tucked it away in a drawer across the room. Chancy stripped off my shoes. That's probably not the best thing for you right now. I started shivering. I was so used to having Ava's fire to warm me at night. It took me a minute to realize Chancy had stripped off my trousers and shirt as well. You won't be happy about this, I mumbled. For fuck's sake, I'm not trying to sleep with you. I'm trying to get you comfortable. He tossed a clean, thick blanket over me. He must have gotten it from the closet. It felt soft, but it lacked Ava's scent, which made the entire room feel empty. I curled the blanket up around my shoulders, shivering. Chancy patted the blanket. All tucked in. You sleep it off, Charlie, and don't try anything. We'll be taking turns babysitting your room so you don't sneak out. My guts clenched as the first wave of nausea hit. I threw myself over the edge of the bed and retched onto the marble floor. God damn it, Chancy mumbled, and he went to fetch a wastebasket, shoving it in front of my face. After a few sickly heaves, I wiped my lips with my wrist, the very wrist I realized still had Ava's name inked on it. Of all the things I regretted, that tattoo had to be one of my biggest. She could leave the palace, and I could get rid of everything that had her scent on it. But the reminder of her would always be there on my skin wherever I went. I threw myself back into the pillows. Believe me, I'm not going anywhere even if I wanted to. I'm sorry, I puked again, heaving into the waste bin. Chancy replied, It's fine. I'll get this cleaned up. You sleep. Chansey wasn't giving me a choice. I felt bad about making him take care of me, but it was best that I purge some of the liquor, because doing so might actually give me a chance to make it until morning. Not that I wanted to. I fell asleep within seconds, because the alcohol knocked me out. I was roused awake hours later by the muffled sound of two voices exchanging words. I was still coming to and couldn't make them out. I pushed myself upward to try listening in, but I found that my head was pounding. A good deal of liquor had worked its way through my system. I was dizzy and still felt sick. Spriggs stirred next to me, but didn't move. He'd fallen asleep. I'd bet Chansey made him stay here to make sure I didn't bolt or take a tumble off the balcony. Not sure what it said about me that I needed a plant to keep an eye on me, but it certainly couldn't mean anything good. Chansey's voice out in the main sitting room finally came into focus.
Charlie should be out for a couple of hours. Thanks for coming, Marcus. Anytime,
Marcus replied. Then he paused and added,
I'm surprised you're still here for him, after what happened. He's still my pal, though I'd love to knock him around a couple of times in the ring for the shit he pulled. I know he was fucked in the head when everything went down. You don't find buddies like him often, so I still want to be here. No, I'm not coming back until I know for sure he's changed. What do you mean?
Chansey's voice got thick.
Eyes and I, we need some time away from the group. And each other, probably. Damn, are you guys no longer together? At this point, no.
I cringed. Marcus's tone dropped as he added,
Shit, I'm so sorry, bro. Yeah, shit sucks. We've been down this road before, and we aren't getting along. Best to just call it quits before we drag this out longer than we should.
Chansey took a moment to pause. I assumed he was inhaling a cigarette before he added,
I heard Ava gave Charlie divorce papers. She did. She really wants to leave him, I guess. Good. He needs them. Maybe that'll wake him the fuck up, because nothing else has. Yeah, but do you really think they should get divorced?
Marcus asked.
Hell if I know.
Chansey took a long, drawn-out breath.
But if they wanted a divorce, they didn't have to split everyone else up with them. Yeah, I get it. You go get some rest, man. Later, Marcus. I'd say I'll see you around, but you won't. Not for a while.
The main door to the suite closed, and I heard Marcus shuffle across the room. The couch outside my bedroom creaked as he sat to keep watch. The tattoo on my wrist of Ava's name pulsed, burning through the core of me. Marcus. I didn't give it much thought as I kicked the covers off myself and stumbled toward the door. I threw it open. Rishi gave a hiss like I'd startled them both. Charlie, you should be resting, Marcus insisted. You're still drunk. Get back to bed. I need you to get rid of this. I shoved my wrist in his direction. The skin had long since healed, so I couldn't feel the tattoo, but just knowing it was there was enough to make me want to scratch my skin off. The least I could do with my last half a brain cell was get Marcus to remove it before I made another asinine decision I couldn't take back. If he didn't get rid of this tattoo, I was sawing my arm off. What? Marcus sounded dumbfounded. I'm not sure what he didn't understand. I was pretty direct. Ava and I are getting divorced. I want this gone. Marcus's tone was scathing. You want me to remove it? I thought I was clear when I gave you this tattoo. It's permanent. Yet you and Ava insisted. No shit, it's permanent, I growled. Use some of your fancy witch magic to dissolve the ink or something. I drew this tattoo with an enchanted quill, Marcus reminded me. It's not coming off. Then cover it up, I snapped desperately. Please, Marcus, I can't live with this reminder. Can't you just pretend it isn't there? Marcus asked. Just because I'm blind doesn't mean I can ignore reality, I said. Just knowing it's there is a reminder of what I did to her. Maybe, Marcus started tentatively, maybe that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing, I gaped at him. Marcus, do you realize what I've done? I took Ava's soul in my hands and snapped it in two. And maybe you need to live with that regret for a minute, Marcus challenged. You're just gonna have to get over it, because I'm not removing shit. Marcus had never stood up to me like that. I should have admired him for it, but I was annoyed he chose this moment to put on his big boy britches. I turned toward the door to the suite. If you won't do it, I'll find another artist who can. Charlie, hold on. Marcus grabbed my wrist, ironically the same one that had Ava's name inscribed onto it. I'd have yanked away if I didn't feel that burning sensation subside for half a second. I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm trying to be reasonable. I don't want you doing something you might regret. Again, it hadn't occurred to me that I might regret erasing Ava's name from my skin. Why should I, if our relationship had already ended? And yet, I found myself pausing. I followed Marcus to the couches when he yanked on my arm, and he pushed me into a seat. Look, I know what you're going through. You don't know shit, I snarled. I've been through hell too, you know. Marcus remained surprisingly calm. And I learned a thing or two about loss. You want someone to swoop in and take all your pain away, but here's the honest truth. This sorrow and regret doesn't have to be a bad thing if you use it in the right way. Your pain is there for a reason, and it can either send you spiraling into a dark hole you can't dig yourself out of, or it can push you forward to be better. I get that it's a tough pill to swallow, but if I can spare you even a second of torment that I put myself through after you broke mine and Callie's bond, then you have to let me. That caused everything in my life to come to a halt. I guess I hadn't thought about your breakup with Callie. What got you through it? Therapy helped a lot, along with art and theater, Marcus said. But what really turned things around was realizing that it was all necessary. You broke my bond and did what you had to because I was hurting Callie. I was being abusive towards her, and we had to break our magical connection for me to realize that. You hurt Ava, and you guys both made mistakes, but you need to try and work through it. You guys were there for me and Callie when we were going through our pain, so now we're going to be here for you. I shook my head. Ava and I can't come back from this the way you and Callie did. And even if we could, I don't deserve it. You're right to use the word abuse, because that's exactly what it was. I wanted to keep Ava safe so badly that I ended up being the one hurting her. And I abused her by trying to control her. I shouldn't get a pass on that, even if I went to therapy and got better. I locked Ava in a cage, and I'll never be able to make up for that. She was justified in giving me those papers. The only thing I could do now is set her free. People like me don't deserve second chances. You're right, you don't. Marcus's bluntness caught me off guard. By the gods, Callie gave me a second chance, but I didn't expect it. I'm only with her because she gave me the grace to try again. A second chance I didn't deserve. I'm not here to convince you that Ava will ever forgive you. I'm here to tell you that regardless of the outcome, you need to do better for her. But it's got to be genuine and not just a way to win Ava back. So what? You want me to become a saint? Save my own soul? Marcus scoffed. I'm not telling you to repent and become a better person. I'm saying you need to be a better husband. The fact is, we still have work to do, and it's going to be dark, questionable work, stuff we've never thought of before to take the warden down. I don't want that morally gray part of you to change, but you gotta change how you use it. We can be villains without being abusive romantic partners. We can't let our villainy spill over to our relationships, because without our women to set us straight, we'll completely go off the rails. We have to save all our anger for the warden and make sure we treat our girls with the respect and love they deserve. We don't own them, Charlie. In fact, we owe them for saving us, because I know I wouldn't be here without Callie. You feel the same way about Ava. What we did, both of us, was fucked up. So be a good husband and make this right. I'm not going to be her husband anymore. She wants a divorce. I can't keep hurting her, so if she wants to leave, I need to let her. I need to let her divorce me if she wants to, because this isn't fair to her. You keep saying we could work things out, but there's no hope of that anymore. Ava and I are done. Our marriage is over. We aren't going to get back together the way you and Callie did. I'm not saying you have to save your marriage, but you guys still have to work out where to go from here. Whether you get divorced or not, you and Ava will always have a relationship. You're always going to mean something to her. Even if you aren't her husband anymore, you two will always be connected. so you need to treat her right, even if you aren't romantically involved. You be the best husband that walks this planet up until the point you aren't hers anymore. You try to mend your mistakes, then give her the best of you even after those papers are signed. That's all you can do." His words weighed heavily on my heart. I guess you're right. I can't expect us to get back together. And if I played nice just to win her favor, it'd only be another manipulation tactic. I don't want to do that to her. You can't keep manipulating yourself either, Marcus said gently. I've learned a lot about myself after my bond broke, about my trauma and how it affected me. You have trauma to address too, and I think this work would be helpful for you. I'll be there to support you through it. Personally, I think you and Ava belong together, but this isn't an Ava and you problem. This is about each of you individually. You guys need to figure out your own shit before you two come together, because that's what Callie and I had to do. Now that I'm on the other side of it, I see it in you two as well. Both of you have your own personal demons to face if you ever want this relationship to work. What kind of trauma are you referring to? My head was still pounding, but I found that talking to Marcus helped, so I wanted him to keep going. Terrible things happened to me when I was an infant that my parents told me about now that I'm older, Marcus admitted. I mean, some of it I kind of figured, even though I was too young to remember it or understand. I was there when Dean died. The room fell silent for a beat, and Rishi gave a slight mew. I never asked Marcus how his twin passed away. It wasn't something I thought I had the right to know. Even when he brought it up, I wasn't going to prod for information he didn't freely offer. I don't have conscious memories of it, but my body remembers, Marcus continued. I learned at a young age that the world wasn't safe, and that dictated every experience I had afterward. I had bigger reactions to things than other kids would, because my foundation of the world and the lens I saw it through was different. Everything felt dangerous, and I hid a lot of my feelings because I thought I was stupid or crazy for feeling that way. But I've come to learn that I'm not broken. When you put together everything that's happened to me, I actually make complete sense. Really? I asked. I thought you got a diagnosis. Does that mean your brain doesn't work right? A mental health diagnosis doesn't damn you. I thought it did at first, like this was just the way I was and I could never change it. But I've learned that my diagnosis may be more complex than borderline, which I used to think was a personality flaw. People diagnosed with BPD often experience childhood trauma, but trauma leads to a whole host of other issues. People are often told their behavior is the issue, when really, it's just a symptom. I'm learning that these symptoms are just pieces of my trauma left behind. They're like clues that, once I understand them, I can work with. How so? I know now that a diagnosis is just a piece of the puzzle. Once I stopped feeling ashamed of it, I could see how it fit into my life. My brain developed all these mechanisms to protect me. My parents were great, but there were things they couldn't protect me from. Because of what happened when I was a baby, I developed an anxious attachment style that affected my adult relationships. Marcus went on. It makes sense now why I'm always assuming the worst and anticipating bad outcomes to prepare for them, because I know what it feels like to be helpless. But now I know I'm not doomed. I'm traumatized, and I can pursue treatments to help me. I can't erase what happened to me, but my body can learn that I don't have to default to a fear response. I don't have to live with these symptoms and cope. With the right support, I can learn to feel safe and secure in my relationships. I'm glad it's working out for you, but I don't even know where to start. This whole situation is my fault, and because of it, I hate myself. But you know what? I hate her too. I expected Marcus to tell me I was wrong and a horrible person for thinking that, but if he judged me at all, he didn't let it show. I don't think you hate her, Charlie. You hate what you did to her. And because you can't stand it, you're trying to hide that shame by redirecting your anger at her. But you've got to own up to what you've done if you ever want to make this right. I shut up because he was right. Marcus had stopped me from removing my tattoo, and maybe that's all I was looking for. If I really wanted it gone, it was best to make that decision sober. You should probably get back to sleep, Marcus encouraged. I shakily stood. Yeah, thanks for talking. Night, Marcus. I shut the door to my room and sat on the edge of the bed. I ran my thumb across my left wrist, where Ava's name was tattooed, then over my ring finger, where our wedding date was inscribed. Maybe I couldn't erase the past, but if Ava and I weren't going to be married anymore, I figured I should at least take off my wedding ring. It would be a start to the healing process and moving on, right? Just one small step. I pinched the ring between my fingers, but I couldn't bring myself to pull it off. I'd worn this ring every day for over a year. After all, Ava had thrown her ring at me. It was sitting in my side table drawer right now, completely discarded. She didn't care to wear her ring anymore, so I should have been able to take off mine. I couldn't. It didn't make any sense how I could accept that Ava and I were over, that I was willing to give her the divorce she wanted, but be wholly unable to take this ring off. It didn't feel right. This ring was more than a symbol of our marriage. It was a vow, one I'd made her back in the abandoned chapel at the Institute, then again in the temple here in Elamath. I'd promised to never abandon her, to be at her side regardless of what came, to forgive her for any wound she dealt me, no matter how severe. Those vows were being tested now. Just how serious about them was I? If I took off this ring, all those promises went with it, even if those promises were all...
Chapter 4. Ava-Marie. To go through with my plan, I needed to conceal my identity. No one could know who I was or this would never work. Alistair had all kinds of potions. I knew there was one I could take to use as a disguise. I checked his room and found it deserted. I didn't know where he was or what he was doing at this time of night. He should be here. It was in my favor that he wasn't. I rummaged through his cupboard, searching for a potion that had a base of fernseed and a mix of glamour herbs. I found it easily because he had a whole stash of at least 12 or so. It gave me pause. What was Alistair doing with all these disguise potions, and why did he need so many? He must have made a bunch for all of us, just in case we needed them for a mission where we needed to hide our identities. Like that would ever happen again. Any chance of our friends working together again was donezo. I shook the potion to mix the ingredients. This potion applied a slight glamour once taken. I'd still look like myself, but it would change my features so any onlookers wouldn't realize I was the princess. I returned to the ladies' court with the potion in hand. Eldon was standing guard near the bedroom where I'd left her. She noticed the potion in my hand, but remained expressionless. "Eldon, I want to go back into the city." She raised an eyebrow, as if she knew exactly what I was thinking. "But, Princess, do as I say. Don't ask questions," I snapped. "Now help me dress." I hated speaking to her like that. I didn't want to boss her around and give orders, treat her like a servant instead of a friend. But I also didn't want her to comfort me or convince me not to do this. If I was an asshole, I could push her away and she'd stay safe from me. This was a mob, so I'd act like a mob boss's wife and be a fucking dick. They wanted me to play this role so badly, so I would, for as long as I was forced to put up with it. Eldon fell silent at my orders. She helped me into a slim black dress that clung to my figure. It was an outfit that Charlie loved on me, but I knew other guys would like it just as much as he did. I curled my hair and did my makeup, brushing perfume into my locks, before I downed the potion. Eldon watched me, her expression unflinching, as the potion morphed my features into ones that would be unrecognizable. I ordered her to change into street clothes before I was satisfied we wouldn't be recognized. "Let's go." We proceeded toward the palace garage, where I easily found my car. I kept scanning the area around me for a night shift of guards, a late-night scan of the perimeter, something. There weren't any. For fuck's sake, I figured this would be harder. How absolutely boring this was. I'd been looking forward to some kind of fight, even without my magic, to be dragged off, punching and screaming. But nope. I could host a party in the gardens right now and I wouldn't get caught. Maybe deep down, I wanted someone to stop me. But I guess I didn't give a shit about that anymore, because I was leaving this family, the monarchy, all of it, and I was letting the warden win by having the world. I didn't want to fight in this war anymore. Trying had only resulted in me slaying my own people, so I might as well just give up and give in. Eldon took us into the city. She drove my car around the few city streets that were still clean, until I saw one of the only nightclubs in the area that was still open. "Stop here." Eldon pulled in front of the nightclub, and she got my chair out. Before I went inside, I turned to Eldon. "Park the car. Make sure it's hidden. You're not to speak of this to anyone, understand? Wait in the car until I call you to pick me up." "Yes, Princess." Eldon nodded, then drove away. She was such a loyal guard. At least I could depend on somebody. I entered the nightclub, looking around. It was sparse inside, as most of the elves around the city were either helping to clean up or looking for loved ones. But there were a few groups of supernaturals littered around the place. I needed to find a guy that wasn't a psycho, just a normal, safe man who was looking for a one-night stand. I wasn't sure how many of those guys existed, but there had to be at least one in this bar, right? I was a woman who'd entered a bar by myself, so I knew I wouldn't be alone for long. I needed to find my target. I scanned the room, observing the flashing lights as the low thrum of the bass bounced against my ribcage. The dance floor was practically empty, but the bar itself was pretty busy. Maybe I could... "I'm not interested. Get lost, loser." A female voice by a pool table caught my attention. A mermaid girl and her friend had been cornered by a big, hulking shifter who looked like he wanted to eat them more than take them on a date. "I'm just asking for one dance. It's not gonna kill you," the werewolf complained. He put a hand on the wall to prevent either of the girls from escaping. My first reaction was to shove a fireball up this guy's ass. Except, I couldn't do that anymore. I was defenseless, even more so than those girls because I wasn't able to run away or cast magic if I needed to. Defenseless, and alone in a bar. Shit, what was I getting myself into? "Back off, asshole." She said no. A young male elf came between the girls and the shifter, shoving him back. The werewolf stumbled against the wall, and the girls took their chance to hurry out of the nightclub. The shifter emitted a wolfish snarl. "It's a club. If bitches don't want to get laid, why are they here? To have a good time? To dance, to hang out? Literally any other reason is a better option than sleeping with you. Now take your ass out of this bar before I throw you out," the elf snapped. The werewolf cussed him out, but left anyway. The elf shook his head before he lifted his gaze, and his eyes landed on me. They roamed up and down my body, checking me out. Perfect. I made the first move and rolled toward him. "Hey, I'm new here. Never been here before." "You came to the right place. It's the best club in town. Sorry you had to see all that." He scowled as he glanced at the door the shifter had left through. "It's no big deal. I just moved here and am looking to make some friends. Can I ask your name?" "Taylor." He smiled roguishly. "What about you?" "Marie." I leaned over to shake his hand, letting my hair fall across his arm. "I'm just here for a good time." "Single?" he asked, cocking an eyebrow. Yes. I technically was right, since I'd asked for a divorce. I didn't know that felt like a lie. "Can I buy you a drink?" Talon asked. "I'd love to get to know you better." Don't take drinks from strange men. The automatic reaction fired off in me like a signal, but I plastered on a smile and said, "Sure, sounds great." Talon got us a table by the bar, and we started chatting. He even bought me a mocktail instead of something with alcohol, which I thought was nice. He wasn't trying to get me drunk, but genuinely have a conversation, though I'd chug the whole bottle if it meant making this easier. This was the guy. He'd defended those girls from that creep, and from the argument I'd overheard with the shifter, he was a good person. From the little I knew about Talon, I was almost certain he was a safe choice. I could go home with him and not worry about getting hurt. And he looked like Charlie. Damn it, I just now realized it. I'd picked the one guy in this place who resembled my husband. For as much as my mind was screaming at me to just do this and get it over with, my heart was already turning its back on the plan. I'd drag my heart into this if I had to, because I couldn't let Charlie break it any more than he already had. The drink wasn't spiked. I felt fine. I was shocked that it wasn't, but I told myself I was being paranoid. After all, there were tons of guys in the world that weren't predators. I needed to stop being afraid of them all. But I guess, how could I? When the one man I thought I could trust had taken everything. Talon was an extrovert who enjoyed talking because he carried on the interaction while I nodded and gave short responses. The longer the conversation dragged on, the sicker I felt. I thought I was going to barf all over the table as Talon rambled on about a bunch of shit I didn't care about. Even as I tried to listen, his voice became background noise because I was too busy trying to talk myself into this. You just have to do this once, then Charlie will leave, and it won't hurt anymore. My eyes were on the clock. After about an hour of chatting, I stopped Talon mid-sentence. "That's awesome, really." I let my hand fall on his arm and squeezed it before lowering my eyelashes. "But do you think we could talk about this somewhere more private?" Talon's eyes dashed with excitement. He was a gentleman, but he was still a man, and he got the hint. "Definitely. My apartment's down the block. We can, chill." Code word for fuck each other's brains out. That sounds like just what I need. Let's go. We left the bar. I rolled down the street beside Talon while attempting to hold my twisting insides inside my guts to prevent them from spewing out my mouth. As Talon continued polite small talk, my mind wandered. This wasn't me. I would never go back to a strange man's apartment, and certainly not alone. Hell, my past trauma was demanding that I get the hell out of here, no matter how nice this guy was. Eldon was around, and she'd save me if I called for help. But I still felt uneasy going to a man's house I didn't know. I wasn't a girl who slept with random guys either. I'd only had sex with Charlie. I didn't know what it'd be like to be with somebody else, and Charlie was the only one who knew my body well. It didn't matter if the sex was bad, only that it happened. On our way to his apartment, we came to the middle of a bridge that arched over a winding river. Talon reached out to grasp my shoulder to tell me to stop. His hand was gentle, but even so, I flinched at his touch. "Hold on a minute. I want to show you something." We waited for a moment or two. Then, all along the river, lights began to ignite. Small lanterns that were placed in the water lit up, creating a beautiful halo that reflected upon the glass surface. He was trying to be romantic. It was so sweet. Talon really was a nice guy. I should have picked a bigger asshole. I wouldn't feel so guilty about doing this. Talon leaned down. He closed his eyes and went to kiss me. I squeezed mine shut, willing myself to suck it up, to just let him do it so he could take me back to his apartment and get this over with. But at the last moment, something inside of me refused, rebelling at the thought of letting anyone kiss me ever again. If they weren't Charlie, they couldn't compare, and no other man would ever be enough. I pulled back. Wait. I held up a hand and put it on his chest. My plans fell through, and my heart dropped. I'm sorry. I can't do this. I couldn't even get past a single kiss. I was screwed, and not in a fun way. Talon frowned, but he didn't seem disappointed, more like concerned. He leaned on the railing of the bridge. You're still hung up on someone, huh? Yeah, I said, mouth dry. My husband. His face fell. Oh. I expected him to walk away, but he stayed. Talon looked over the water. I rolled beside him to face the river. You guys separated, or? Kind of. I gave him divorce papers, but he won't sign them. Is he abusive? More like, he hurt me really badly. It was kind of an accident, but also on purpose. It was also partly my fault, but it changed my life in a really big way, and now we can't get over it. I see, Talon said, and he looked down at my wheelchair. I'm sorry. That really has to suck. He assumed whatever happened had something to do with my inability to walk. I didn't correct him because having my magic taken away had been just as devastating as losing my legs. It does. And I don't know what to do about it. So, why are you out here? I thought I'd find someone to be with, because if I slept with someone else, then he'd have to leave. I shook my head. I'm really sorry. It was wrong for me to try and use you like that. I get it. You're in a lot of pain, Talon said. This stranger was being way too kind. He should hate me for what I tried to do to him. That doesn't excuse what I did. What you almost did, Talon corrected. Is your husband a good guy? Like, not just in your eyes, but actually good? I don't know. I want him to be, but wanting someone to change is a horrible reason to stay. I can't fix him. Maybe he just made a mistake. A terrible one, but I'm sure he feels bad about it now. Of course he does, but feeling bad can't change the past. He can't repair this. And I'd rather be alone than face him every day knowing what he did to us. Because that's what I was really mad about. He hadn't just taken my magic, he destroyed our marriage. Even if I'd had a hand in it, Charlie had been the one to crush our relationship. I didn't know how to move on from that. Either way, sleeping with strangers isn't going to help, Talon pointed out. This guy sounds like he's crazy about you. He wants to fight for us. I don't think there's anything left to fight for. You don't know me, so my advice shouldn't count for shit, Talon said. But you really want to know what I think? I looked up at him, and Talon said, Go home and try to work it out. Because the way I see it, if you've got something special like that, it's worth exhausting all your options. And if you were really done with him, you wouldn't have stopped me from kissing you. So even if you don't want to admit it to yourself, there's still something there. Just Don't give up. Not until you're ready to let him go for good. You've got a lot of perspective on this for a single guy. My parents were divorced. It was a miserable time. Were? Yeah. They got back together, but they wasted 20 years fighting about shit that doesn't matter, Talon said. And by that time, I was grown and finished with it all. Divorce has the potential to ruin families. It's okay if you want to leave, and if it's going to bring you peace, then maybe it's the right decision. But it's okay if you want to fight for your spouse too. You're the only one who can make that choice, and nobody should shame you for whatever decision you make. But by the way you talk about him... Talon blew out a long breath. I wish I had something like that. A lot of people do. His response was genuine and honest. Thanks, Talon. You're a really good person. I'm glad I met you. I'm just happy to help. You need a ride back to your place? My friend can pick me up, I said, thinking about how funny it would be if Talon pulled up to the palace to drop me off. Thanks, anyway. I hope you find what you're looking for, Talon. Yeah, you too. I called Eldon. Talon looked pretty damn impressed by my fancy-ass sports car, but didn't say anything, just waved farewell as we drove away. The potion wore off once I got back to the palace. It was far past midnight by now, so I dismissed Eldon, as she needed to sleep. Another guard took her place for the night, though I told her to watch the entry to the tower so I could get a spare moment to breathe. I was seriously thinking about following Talon's advice, going to Charlie and trying to talk this out, instead of screaming at each other. I didn't know if it would help at all, but at least I could make the effort. But when I got back to our quarters, I heard voices. More specifically, Charlie's voice. I wasn't sure who he was talking to, but something held me back from interrupting. I paused with the door cracked open, holding my breath. I hate myself, he uttered, sounding completely shattered. But you know what? I hate her too. I thought I'd known what devastation was. Nothing I'd been through so far came close to hearing those words escape his lips. A mouth that had once so dutifully proclaimed I was his alone had said he'd hated me, and meant it this time. I didn't belong here. I didn't belong anywhere. I slowly closed the door and it clicked beside me. I turned my wheels, tears streaming down my face as I ran from my life, my problems, everything. My husband despised me. I bet it wouldn't be long before he left this room, going out to search for some other girl who could take his pain away. I wouldn't blame him if he tried. After all, I'd gone looking for someone else and miserably failed. Once I realized that, truly comprehended what I'd tried to do, the full weight of what had happened slammed into me. Ancestors! I'd almost cheated on Charlie. Misery, plain and cruel, overcame every part of me. I lost the person I had seen myself as and turned into someone I didn't recognize overnight. This was no longer about Charlie. This was about me, because I was mortified that I'd allowed myself to sink so low merely because of what he did. No matter how he treated me, I expected better from myself. I didn't think I was this kind of person, but now I realized that anyone could fall from grace, if only the right circumstances presented themselves. That knife Monica had taken to the gut should have been mine. I should have taken the place of any one of those kids that had perished in the dark games. I had died in the infernal underground, then cheated death when I came back. My time of dying had been written, and because I'd manipulated the laws of nature to my will, bringing hell to earth was my prize. Not anymore. I was making this right. My mind formulated a plan. I had to go to a place where my loved ones wouldn't find me. Somewhere a guard or a servant would make the discovery, and definitely not someone I cared about. I felt sorry for the poor soul who'd stumble upon me, but secretly, I hoped nobody ever would. My corpse would decompose and my skeleton would be exposed to the elements. Ivy, vines, and roses wrapping around my skull, my femur, my pelvis, laying there forgotten until the end of time. It'd be poetic. Perfect. No one would remember me, and no one would mourn. I didn't want them to. I wished to have no fragment of me at all that remained, no function, no memory. Here one moment and gone the next, like the world and the universe were meant to do. My life and existence didn't matter, and I'd been foolish for believing they did. I was nothing but dust, carried away by the wind, and eventually everything I loved would rot too. Might as well get it over with, instead of continuing to sit here dwelling on it all, watching it all go down in flames. I didn't want to be left abandoned in the ashes. I wanted to go up in smoke with everything else, and it was my right to make that choice. 2 bad decisions in one night? Maybe. But I wasn't bitching out on this decision like I had the first. Taking myself out would be easier than committing adultery. I had options for how to do this, but I didn't want it to hurt, and I didn't want anyone picking up after me. I could only think of one way that would be quick and painless and wouldn't leave a mess. Nobody needed to clean up whatever I'd leave behind. I'd checked earlier, and Alistair didn't have what I needed in his stores, which meant I needed to brew this myself. I had a personal stash of potion ingredients in the palace's alchemy lab, and I was allowed full access. I could get exactly what I needed. "Stay here," I told the guard once she brought me to the lab. She obeyed, standing watch at the door. I proceeded to the nearest cauldron, yanking leaves off of plants and pulling bottles down from shelves as I turned the faucet on, filling the basin. I threw ingredients into the cauldron, working in a fever. Foxglove, monkshood, belladonna. None of these deadly herbs were anything you'd want to consume, even if you wished to die. Once ingested, they'd have horrible side effects that lasted long before you perished. Vomiting, unbearable pains, seizures, perhaps even hallucinations for hours before you finally corked off in a fit of agony. All terrible ways to die, really. But the effects would be negated by the addition of black ivy, which would slowly render me into a soft slumber until my heart stopped. A sleeping draught of death, really. Whoever discovered me would believe I was merely resting, until they realized I was failing to wake. Black ivy was banned from the palace, but the alchemists kept a very small supply they could use to add to potions just in case the monarchy ordered a poison to be made. It was in a locked cabinet, which I broke into using a passcode that I'd stolen months earlier. Cassiel had been wise, but I was smarter than his contingency plans, and I think he knew that. I'd kept little things hidden away from him and everyone else, just in case I needed to use any of that wisdom in an emergency. No point hiding it anymore. There were only a few jars of black ivy. I took it all, tossing it into the pot. I stirred it twice, keeping a careful eye on the timer, boiling once and allowing it to cool before pouring it into a glass vial. I didn't think or feel during this entire process. Now that I'd made the decision to get this over with, the voices were quiet. Guess they were finally getting what they wanted. It was almost worth it just to shut them up. There was a separate exit to the alchemy room. I took it, leaving the guard behind. I prayed she wouldn't get punished after I was found. But knowing Cameron and his jackass council, they'd make her pay dearly for allowing the princess to off herself on her watch. It couldn't be helped. If there was one person left who was harmed by my actions, it was one too many. But at least it would only be one, for now and the rest of eternity. That wouldn't be the case if I didn't die, here and now. I'd continue to destroy people if this wasn't done. The gardens were a lovely place to take my final rest. It was difficult, rolling through the grass and hiding behind a grouping of rose bushes, but at least I was out of sight. I shook the potion again, making sure the ingredients were blended, before I uncorked the flask. I didn't have a soul anymore since Charlie severed our bond, so I better not exist after I drank this or I'd be really fucking pissed. Goodbye, everyone. It's been one shitty ride. Surrounded by thorns and fallen red petals, I slowly raised the bottle to my lips. You gonna take a second to think about what you're doing? I paused. The glass hadn't touched my mouth before he'd spoken. Marcus. He was standing at the edge of the rosebriar, looking bummed as all hell and staring at me. He must have been the person talking to Charlie back in his quarters. He'd heard me close the door and come after me. Damn him. I let the potion drop. Don't try to stop me. This is what needs to be done. I know you think that now. He sat on the ground, crossing his legs. But you're gonna realize you've made a mistake once you wake up dead. There is no waking up for me because I don't have a soul anymore. I'll drink this, and it'll be over. That's a long shot for something you don't know for certain. And out of all the decisions you can make, this is one you really don't want to mess up. It's not like I can fuck it up more than what I already have. You can, if you do this, because you're denying yourself any chance you have of fixing it. Don't sit there and act like you understand. I don't have any magic. What am I, if I can't be who I am? You clearly just brewed an excellent death potion. Big deal, I shot at him. Anyone can make a potion with the right ingredients, even a human. You don't even need magic for most potions. Not anyone, Marcus shook his head. Potions are complicated. They require the right measurements, and you have to get the process right. It's not something any old moron could do. Don't doubt yourself. You're still one of the most talented alchemists of our time. I scoffed. There will be plenty of alchemists to take my place once I'm toast. Nonchalant, he asked, You want to know how I tried to kill myself? It was such an odd question, and I didn't know how to answer. It wasn't something you asked in polite conversation, a topic most people would avoid. Not Marcus and me. We could talk about shit like this and it wouldn't matter because that's what we did. First time, the rope broke. Second time, my parents got me to the hospital fast enough so the doctors could pump my stomach. 2 times? I hadn't realized he'd tried twice. I gave up trying after that. I figured I was just as shitty at killing myself as I was at everything else, and if I'd failed twice at dying, I might as well stick around to see what this world still had left to offer. He scratched his curls. The first time, it was a really half-hearted attempt, so I wasn't surprised it didn't happen. The second time, though, I was pretty serious because I was desperate. I was done with life and all its shit. But you know what was weird? Before I passed out, I had the thought that I actually didn't want to die. And that one moment of emotional overwhelm had caused me to make a really stupid mistake. He shrugged. I'm not going to try and talk you out of it. If you want to drink that potion, go ahead. I don't believe anyone should be forced to continue on in this life against their will. But I'm also not going to walk away and let you do this by yourself. You go through with it, I'm staying here to watch. That's cruel, I spat. Why would you do that? I've already watched you die once, Ava. And the way I see it, it's your choice if you want to keep doing this or not. I'm not going to let you die alone, but I will be really sad to see you go. Part of me knew I was being manipulated. It wasn't like I was going to down this potion with an audience, especially not in front of one of my best friends. I was basically implicating him in assisted suicide. But Marcus promised not to stop me. He knew what it was like. He wasn't begging me to stay like Charlie would, or trying to get me to see the light like Callie would do. He was leaving it up to me. Give me one good reason why I should stay. Maybe I'll think about it. I can't. There's nothing I can tell you that will convince you this life is worth living. But what I can say is that you don't know what tomorrow will look like if you don't stick around to get through today. I'll be saving myself and others from suffering if I just end it all now. You will be saving yourself from unbearable pain, but you'll also be depriving yourself of incredible, undeniable, intense joy, Marcus insisted. Moving on from this life would spare you more suffering than you know now, but God's damn, Ava, you'd really miss a lot. His words nearly moved me to tears. There was so much I'd miss out on if I decided to drink this potion. I'd fail to watch my siblings grow up, to watch Ez get married and become a father to his and Opal's kids. I wouldn't get to laugh with Callie in the pool, or have another board game tournament with Marcus. I wouldn't get to have long talks on the beach with Daddy, or watch the sunset with Mama back home in Kimpago as dragons flew across the sky. I wouldn't get to make up with Ivy and talk shit with them behind people's backs ever again. I wouldn't be able to sew dresses, do my hair, play with makeup, or have dinner with my grandparents. I'd never drive my car again and feel the sun on my face as the wind blew back my hair. I'd never run my hands through Oberei's fur or play the music I loved once this was done. There was so much more of me that wasn't tied to my magic at all. And the thought crossed my mind that I'd never, ever get to look into Charlie's eyes again, or watch him turn into an old man, despite both of these things being as painful as they were glorious. I'd been to the afterlife, and as awesome as it was, there was something beautifully broken about what one could experience in this life, because at any moment, you could lose it. Even if I could experience these things in spirit from the other side, it wouldn't be the same as going through all those powerful emotions here, in the body I had now. Everybody acted like the fear of missing out was such a bad thing, but maybe it wasn't, if it gave you hope and kept you holding on for more. Even though there was no promise any of those things would continue to exist if I made the choice to keep going. I could give up, accept defeat, and lay down to die. Or I could accept my mistakes, own up to what I'd done, and do my damnedest to fix it, even if that was impossible. But I was pretty damn good at pulling off the impossible, and it wasn't in my nature to be defeated. Not fucking me. I could wish for this to be over with all I wanted, but the game wasn't over, and I was still playing. I could jump off or get back on the board. The smallest bit of determination held me back from making that jump. No. When I failed to say anything, Marcus stood, holding out his hand. "You gonna pour that out?" I shook my head, then handed the death potion to Marcus. "Keep it. For someone who deserves it." He subconjured it. I was glad it was out of my hands. "I don't want to go home." I sighed, just wishing to get a break from my mind and the rest of the world. I think Marcus knew it too, and he gazed toward the lights of the palace. "Want to get some ramen?" A half an hour later, we were back in the city, sitting at a table on a rooftop that overlooked Elamanth. Marcus had taken us to an all-night ramen bar, a place he used to hang out at when his bond with Callie had broken, and he needed some time to think. I stirred the noodles that were left in my bowl, watching the runny yolk of the egg stream through the chicken broth, while Marcus gobbled down his third pork cutlet. I felt significantly better once I ate something. I hadn't consumed anything in over 24 hours, and it hadn't been helping my mood. At least I thought a little clearer. "This is one of my favorite spots in town," Marcus said. "There's an open location next door that would be perfect for a tattoo shop. I'm thinking about setting one up, once the war is over." He talked like the warden wasn't going to exterminate us any day now. And you know what? I loved that about him. "Theater kid, bard, tattoo artist? Is that your creativity talking or the borderline?" I teased. "Hey, it's not my turn tonight. Obviously, since I just talked you off the ledge," Marcus said, coughing as he drank his boba tea too fast. I've been making bipolar decisions all night, honestly. I rubbed my eyes. I was so fucking tired. Sleep would probably help reduce the crazy, but fuck all if I wanted to. Nightmares, "Do you really think your soul no longer exists?" Marcus asked quietly. "I get your bond was broken, and you and Charlie share the same soul, but you each have a half, right? I share a soul with Dean, and though he's gone, my spirit is still sticking around. If your soul has been split apart since the beginning, maybe you still kept your half." If I did, I would be able to talk to Oberei, and I can't. I don't think my spirit is in there anymore. My half went back to Charlie, or it was killed when he took my magic. Something. I can't feel my soul like I could before, so that must mean it's gone. Marcus had forced quite a few drinks into me, and I still felt dehydrated. I took a sip of mango tea and asked, "Where's Callie?" "She's giving you some space. She's afraid you're not going to forgive her for what she asked Charlie to do." "There is nothing to forgive. She wanted to help me, but she changed her mind when I hurt you, and I get that. Sorry about that, by the way." "It's cool. We all get into moods sometimes." I scoffed. Yeah, the moods that went around this friend group often ended up in people getting their souls ripped out of their bodies, or decapitated, or in sacred eternal bonds getting broken apart. Normal, average, crazy people stuff. "So, what prompted all of this, besides the obvious?" Marcus fiddled with a chopstick. It flew out of his hands and sailed over the edge of the building, hitting someone on the streets below. They cried out and he cringed. "I tried to cheat on Charlie." I made the admission easily, because it wasn't hard to confess the worst of myself to Marcus. Marcus's eyes widened as he sucked down his tea. Then he said, "Tried isn't really a successful word." "No, it's not." I rested my chin on my hand. I didn't so much as kiss the guy before I stopped myself. Why'd you do it? If I sleep with someone else, Charlie will be disgusted with me and sign the papers, right? I figured it was an easy out. That was way harder than I thought it would be. Marcus frowned. Even if you had gone through with it, I don't think that would have made him leave. You don't know Charlie. I know him better than you think. Do you really think you guys are going to get divorced? Probably. Our relationship isn't the same anymore. We can't go back to the people we were. And if there's nothing left to salvage, what's the point in trying to save it? By starting something brand new, Marcus said. You're already at ground zero. Now you can start rebuilding brick by brick. I don't want him to help me rebuild what he knocked down. He did it once, so he'll do it again. You've just got to do your best to see the good in him. You do that, he'll see the good in you too. I don't think it's going to work out, no matter how hard we try. After all, you know who I am. Marcus smiled. The worst person in the world with the best heart? I emitted a lonesome sigh. Yeah, that'd be me. Marcus stood, stacking our empty plates. It's kind of late. I should probably check on Callie. She's not doing too good right now. You should be with her, not with me. She knows you need me. But I'm gonna leave you with somebody I think can help you more than I can. He'd helped far more than he'd realized. He'd saved my life. But I wasn't going to object when we headed back to the palace, because he dropped me off in front of Professor Hemlock's door. She was in her dressing gown, her long hair running down her back. I never realized how pretty Hemlock was, since she always had her hair tied up in such a no-nonsense bun. But now that her locks were unbound, I observed the famed beauty the Fae were known for. Her eyes crinkled when she saw me, and she instantly brought me into an embrace. Oh, Ava. I was startled by her total acceptance, as I wrapped my arms around her. I thought you'd be furious with me. I could never be angry with you, Ava. Hemlock cupped my cheek, then moved aside. Come in. I'll put on some tea. I was full from the ramen bar, but Hemlock insisted on preparing a pot of cranberry tea and a plate of angel wing cookies. The powdered sugar fell from the cookies as my lips bit into the soft, pliable dough. We sat on our balcony, which overlooked the ocean. Though it was late fall, the weather here in Ilamanth was still cool, aided by the Mediterranean Sea. One of her blankets laid across my shoulders, warming me up. I'm sorry if I woke you up. It had to be around early morning by now, but she didn't look tired at all. You didn't. I couldn't sleep. Something's been keeping me up. What's on your mind? I'm not sure. I can't quite put my finger on it, but whatever it is, it's electrifying. I think I'm about to go traveling again. She gave a wistful glance toward the ocean. My time with the demigod guardians has been appreciated, but I'd love to go on another adventure. I hope you get to leave soon. Maybe when you get back, you can show my grandpa what you found. Hemlock laughed. By the gods, please don't send your grandfather with me. Bane has gotten me into enough problems. I won't. I don't even know what I'm going to say to him once I see him again. Or anyone in my family. I can't even talk to Mama and Daddy right now. My parents were heroes, and here I was proving to be the biggest mistake they'd ever made. They won't push you, but they'll be here when you need them, Hemlock promised. I don't even know why you're here for me. What I did was unforgivable. Perhaps in the eyes of some. But the Fae don't believe in absolutes. The idea of good or evil or right or wrong. You made an error in judgment. Yet the outcome isn't as poor as it could have been. You mean I sucked the biggest dick of all time and now I don't know how to choke it back up? Hemlock smiled. In all my years of teaching, no one could quite make as many phallic references as you could. She shook her head. And I think that blanket is the most covered up I've seen you be since I met you. You always did like to shock and surprise. I could never quite guess what you were going to do next. At least I'm good for something. I suppose you and Mr. Walken are considering dissolving your marriage. Her sharp eyes had caught that I wasn't wearing my ring. Not a surprise. I served him papers. I pulled the blanket she'd given me tighter around me. It must seem like such a waste to you, since you married us. Hemlock gave a non-committal shrug. I loved my husband dearly, but I've been single since the time he died. Malovian sorceresses believe men come and go. Mates are lost easily in the throes of heroic deeds and monster hunting, but the one thing a woman can depend on is herself. But how can I trust myself again? I hurt people. I hurt myself. I hurt the man I loved. I wiped away tears with the back of my hand. Charlie wants us to fight for this, but I'm so tired. I don't see how we can mend this or if we should even try. You weren't trying to hurt anyone, Ava. You were just looking for a way out. You still are. Hemlock reached out to hold my hand. But running from this isn't going to solve your problems. You must pick up your sword, face your demons, and continue to fight on. How do you stay so resilient? How can I figure out how to mend what I broke? How can I decide if this divorce is what I want or if I want to save this marriage? She squeezed my fingers tightly. One more day. That's all it takes. You exist to see one more sunrise, one more nightfall, then repeat that process for as long as you can. Then, as time passes, the answers come. The gods will send you signs, signals, and help along the way, and eventually the pieces of the puzzle come together until you're looking at the full picture. And by that time, it'll be so clear you'll wonder why you didn't see it before. How do I know what I'm fighting for if I don't know what the ending will be? You can't promise yourself the outcome. Only have faith it will come to pass. You don't need to have all the answers right now, but you do have to keep moving forward. There will always be those who are willing to battle beside you, if you know where to look. You don't have to fight for this marriage alone, or live a life in solitude if you decide your relationship is done. There are people surrounding you from all sides that will support whatever decision you make, and your ancestors are here to guide you along your path. Let them show you the way. My voice wavered as I asked, and what if I'm not brave enough to go after what I truly want? What if it's going to take from me more than what I can give? What if I can't handle it? Impossible. You're strong, Ava, just like I am. Hemlock sat back in her rocking chair. The orange rays of the early dawn beamed brilliantly across the creases near her eyes. Magic or not, you'll forge this world into what you want it to be, because that's what you've always done. When you're ready, you'll take your fate into your own hands. But first, you have to allow yourself to heal. And heal You will indeed. We fell into silence. The voices, I noticed, hadn't returned. Together, Hemlock and I watched the sun come up over the horizon. One more day. If that was all it took to figure this out, I'd continue to be here, though I had absolutely no idea of what tomorrow would bring.
Chapter 5. Charlie. The day of my Shinari's funeral arrived, and I wished I was being buried with them. I didn't want to be conscious for it, and I wasn't. Not really. I just shut myself off. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear to feel this, too. Eddie arrived at my quarters that morning and helped to make me presentable. My father had promised I'd have no other servants at my disposal, and he wasn't budging on that, not even for Cassiel's funeral. I could tell Eddie wasn't pleased to help, but if he weren't here, I wasn't sure I'd make it out of bed at all. We exchanged no words as Eddie scrubbed every speck of dirt from my skin until my entire body had been rubbed raw. Spriggs scurried around the countertop to hand Eddie various bottles so he could slather every inch of me in oils and perfumes. I wasn't sick, but I might as well be, because I was so grief-stricken that I couldn't really dress myself. I hated how much I needed my guard, as I was sure he hated how much he had to take care of me. He redressed the wound where my finger used to be. No one had offered to call in a healer, and I was more than willing to bet my father had forbidden it. He'd want everyone in the palace to see what my punishment had been, to make a spectacle out of it. I was probably due for a haircut, but Eddie must have known I'd refuse, because he simply combed my hair back. I wouldn't let anybody cut my hair but Ava, and she was never going to do that again, so it would be down to my ankles by the time I finally died. I let him shave the stubble that had grown across my jawline, then he shoved me into some sort of suit, though I didn't bother noting any details about what he'd picked out for me. Eddie remained silent as he adjusted his tie and fitted a patch over his missing eye before he led me out of the bedroom. Spriggs perched on my shoulder. It seemed my little plant friend was the only being who wasn't wholly pissed at me. I didn't think he could comprehend what had happened. If he had, surely he'd abandoned me too. His innocence was devastating more than anything, because it reminded me of another's innocence I'd ruined, and therefore his presence brought me no comfort at all. I half expected Marcus to be waiting to walk down to the temple with me, but he wasn't around. I bet my father had forbidden him to accompany me. He wanted me to feel every ounce of loneliness possible, to remind me of the depth of the decisions I'd made. The joke was on him, because I didn't feel lonely. Instead, I felt nothing at all. "Are you ready, Charlie?" Aubrey asked, pressing his wet nose against my hand. I was so out of it, I hadn't even sensed his magic signaling he was here with me. I couldn't muster up a response. Instead, I gave a nod. Aubrey started forward, and Eddie followed to escort us to the temple. My father had certainly ordered him to keep a close eye on me today. Eddie wasn't the only one. Several other pairs of footsteps trailed behind us as my father's guards kept watch of my movements. My father didn't want me sneaking out of the palace while everyone was occupied at the funeral. As if I would miss this. Cameron claimed to love Cassiel more than I ever could, but my father had no idea how deep my admiration for my Shinari went. If anything compared to how miserable I felt over losing Ava, grieving my grandfather was a close second. I'd forgotten to count my steps, and we arrived at the temple far too soon. Inside, the sound of bagpipes played while soft whispers filled the air. One of the elvish mystics escorted me down the aisle and to the front of the chapel. I heard a few gasps, and the whispers grew louder as people took notice of my bandaged hand. "Your father's smirking quite proudly." Aubrey was just trying to be helpful by describing our surroundings, but he couldn't keep the distaste from his tone. "He's got a big, stupid crown on his head, like he has to remind everyone who's in charge." "Of course he does," I mumbled back. He couldn't even attend a funeral without making it about himself. "He's sitting in a pew designated for the royal family, but it's all full," Aubrey noted. "Looks like we're headed to the pew across the aisle reserved for extended family members." My father was obviously sending a message to the entire kingdom. I was still family, just not important. The scent of raspberries nearly brought me to my knees. Ava didn't say anything as I took my designated seat beside her. It's like she thought she could hide from me by just being silent, but the pace of her breath alone gave her away. As much as I desperately wanted to say something to her, to reach out and touch her, I didn't. Things were easier that way. I longed for her to look at me, even though I wouldn't be aware of her acknowledging my appearance, because it'd still be a gift, despite me being unable to experience it. It was a miracle she'd blessed me with her presence, and on one of the worst days of my life, I'd eagerly accept that treasure and ask for nothing else. She was here because she'd respected Cassio. I was sure that was the only reason, because it certainly wasn't to comfort me. I didn't deserve any consolation she could give. We awkwardly sat there, not interacting, merely existing in the same space. Sure felt a hell of a lot like our marriage, which was hanging on by a lifeline if it wasn't dead already.
All of your friends are here, Aubrey noted. Marcus, Callie, Chansey, Ivy, Eddie, Alistair, Ez, Opal, and Danny. Though they're all over the chapel and not in the same pews. Everyone is split up in different places. No one is sitting together.
I'd done that. I didn't know how many of them were my friends anymore. The great mystic took to the front of the chapel and began the ceremony. I heard her words, but couldn't process how they fit together. It sounded garbled, like her voice was coming from underwater. She must have said something important, because her voice faded as someone else came to the front of the temple.
Your grandfather's guard, Aubrey told me. It's customary for those with elvish bonds to give the eulogy in poem form.
I didn't envy anyone who survived long enough to give the eulogy in that scenario. Maybe that was the one good thing about breaking my bond with Ava. If I managed to outlive her, perhaps I'd survive her death now that our soul was split apart. I couldn't fathom thinking about that. No. Whether our bond was there or not, her death would still destroy me, as it had once before. If there was any mercy in this world, the gods would take me first. My grandfather's guard began to speak, reciting the poem in a solemn voice. 1 century old, but gone too soon. Your legacy will live on, like an ancient elvish tune. Passed down through the ages, we'll remember our great king. In stories and in legends, like a bell's resounding ring. Emperor Cassio the Great is what we shall now call you. Revered for your brave sacrifice, a chance to start anew. An elf who ruled with firmness, but kindness all the same, who took what had been shattered and gave our home a name. I'll be forever broken, as you were my purpose in life, but your people will continue on, thanks to your sacrifice. You gave our people hope, a future worth fighting for. We'll move forward in your name, forevermore. When Eddie choked up behind me, I managed to process a few lines. I'll be forever broken, as you were my purpose in this life. I wondered if that's how Eddie would feel about me once I inevitably corked off. I had Hawkeye blood in me, which meant I would live an average human lifespan. Even if I lived to be 100, I'd still die relatively young by elvish standards. Eddie, though, he was a full-blooded elf and would live for centuries longer. He was immortal, which meant once I died, Eddie's spiritual purpose died with me. It really fucking sucked, holding someone else's purpose in my hands. I didn't want it. I realized that out of everyone, Eddie was the one who stood to lose the most. Even if we defeated the Warden, time would eventually take everything that mattered to him. I wasn't the only one he'd lose. Alistair was a warlock, and they had short lives in comparison to the elves. Eddie would have to bury me, then Alistair. Then he'd be alone in the world for the rest of his existence on this planet, which could be thousands of years. He'd receive love and purpose that was limited to only a short amount of time. He must have realized this, but he still chose to serve me and be with Alistair anyway, knowing eventually he'd have to let us both go. He'd reconciled himself to this fate, and still been so kind and generous in spite of it. It was something I could never do. He was a stronger person than I could ever imagine being. Eddie's ultimate destiny was to be alone, and he didn't deserve that. What a sick world we lived in. Once the poem finished, my grandfather's court gathered at the front of the temple and performed a song and dance. They circled the tree that grew within the temple, chanting an elvish funeral rite as they spun, crying out to the elvish goddesses to guide Cassiel's soul into the afterlife. I didn't notice it had ended until Oberyn nudged me. What? I was irritated he'd bothered me. I'd been disassociating through the whole experience just to get me through it. Couldn't he leave me alone? His voice cut through the momentary silence.
It's time for the presentation of gifts. Guests will pay their respects by placing offerings on the altar, which are traditionally items that once belonged to the deceased, to be buried with them.
I didn't get it. Emperor Cassiel wouldn't be buried because there was nothing left of him to put in the royal tomb. This felt so pointless and empty. A bunch of theater performances that wouldn't bring my grandfather back.
Your grandfather's guard has placed Cassiel's crown on a velvet pillow,
Oberyn told me. I wasn't familiar with this tradition and didn't have anything to present, so I didn't rise. Others began to shuffle toward the altar and place their offerings for burial. Oberyn narrated it all as my grandfather's closest associates presented Castiel's pistol, precious gems, and his silk robes as a final goodbye. They were useless items that meant nothing. Silk robes swept across my feet, and the voice of the great mystic spoke. "Charlie, it's time." I startled. Huh? I wasn't sure what she was asking. The great mystic wasn't alone. I felt someone else grasp my wrist, soft, cool, and gentle. Though our bond had been broken, I knew her touch from memory. I'd felt her incredible hands on my skin every night for a year, and I'd never be able to forget it. Not even if 1,000 ages passed without her giving me a single caress. I couldn't believe she was grasping my hand. Not after the harsh words we'd spoken to each other, what cruel things we'd said. But she did, and it was the only miracle I needed to happen in my life ever again. "It's time for the final rites," Ava whispered. "As is tradition, your grandfather's wedding satchel must be presented upon the altar. Since I was the Holy Mother, it's my duty to give it to you." I recalled the bridal spell Ava and I had performed during our nuptials. We'd combined herbs that represented abundance, love, and fertility into a satchel, one for me and one for her. We were supposed to keep them with us until we were buried. I don't understand. I felt Ava upturn my palm, then press a small bag into my hand, one that smelled of roses and cinnamon. "Usually this ritual is reserved for the spouse of the deceased, but since your grandmother is no longer with us, the authority is passed on to the person the deceased cherished most." Ava hushed. "Your grandfather chose you." Oberyn nudged me with his nose again, hard this time. I nearly fell out of the pew, but I managed to stumble to my feet. My comprehension lagged behind her words, and I couldn't understand what she was trying to tell me. "Me?" I stammered. "Yes, Charlie," the great mystic encouraged. "It is you who must close the ceremony with the presentation of the wedding satchel." From a pew across the aisle, I heard Cameron snort, like he was trying to hide his displeasure. He was pissed that my grandfather had chosen me over him. That's when it really hit me. My grandfather had coordinated his funeral with the mystics before his death. I'd been the most important person in my grandfather's life, and he'd wanted me to be the one to deliver the final goodbye. I didn't know what the others had done when they'd presented their gifts, but I moved on instinct. Slowly, I approached the front of the temple. It was deathly quiet in here. There was no casket for Cassiel, only his items laid upon the altar. 2 steps led up to the altar, and I found myself kneeling upon the first step as if in prayer. I opened my mouth to speak to my grandfather. There was so much I could say to him. Though our time together was short, my grandfather had been the family I'd never had. He'd shown me kindness in my darkest days, and made me believe I could be a leader when everyone else told me I'd amount to nothing. He was the role model I'd never had. I wished I'd had more time with him. But none of these words came out. Instead, what broke out of my throat was a small, tragic sob. That was my undoing. The stone-cold man I'd been moments ago vanished as my grief wrecked me from the inside out. Tears streamed down my cheeks and splashed against the marble. Anguished sobs echoed throughout the silent temple, and they were mine. I completely lost control of my body as the crushing weight of my loss overcame me. I desperately wanted to reach out to the altar to finish the ritual. All I had to do was place the satchel atop its surface, but the altar seemed to have moved far away from me. Or perhaps I'd sunk down the steps too far to reach it. I couldn't be sure. Time had to be passing. Everyone must have been watching. I was trapped in the moment, every passing second another incessant reminder that my grandfather wasn't here with me, and never would be again. I waited for his voice to boom through the chapel, for him to appear out of nowhere and tell us it was all a ploy to throw off the warden, to tell me to get off my ass and man up, because there was work to do. He didn't show, but someone else did. Ava wheeled her chair to my side, and the crushing weight on my shoulders lifted slightly when she placed an encouraging hand on my back. I reached out for her to find she was solid, not just some figment of my imagination. She was here with me. She was real. Instinctually, I lifted her out of her chair and lowered her to the ground beside me. It didn't occur to me that all eyes in the temple were on us. It just felt natural to have her here by my side. Ava's hand continued to rub up and down my arms in a comforting gesture. "Take all the time you need." I shook my head. "There isn't enough time for this. There never could be." "I understand," she said gently. "When you experience the greatest loss of your life, you feel like everything in the world is dead. You think that the world should stop. You want your life to stop, too. But it doesn't, Charlie. No matter how much you want it to. You can't get back what was taken from you. But with time, other things will come to heal the wounds left behind. The universe doesn't take without giving something back. What grows in its place won't be what was there before, but it will still be something you'll come to cherish." Ava spoke these words like she believed them. She probably learned these things after Monica died. Maybe that's why she tried to end the world, because she truly believed that despite all circumstances, endings led to new beginnings, and even in the worst of endings, something new would bloom to replace what was lost. Even though Ava and I were separating, she wasn't letting me go through this alone. I appreciated that more than she could ever know. "I know he can't come back," I said in a shaky whisper. "Maybe you're right, and there are things he left behind that I can grow into something new. My grandfather might not be with me anymore, but I will take his memory wherever I go. He's still with us, because he lives within you." Ava reached for my hand that held the wedding satchel, and her fingers curled around my own. "Whenever you're ready." I wasn't ready to say goodbye. I never would be. But with Ava's words, I found the courage to speak a parting, if only to a piece of him. "Farewell, Shinari." I reached upward, and Ava helped me place the satchel on the altar. As we did, the most incredible thing happened. Spirit magic touched me, so strong and powerful that an image of magic formed in my mind. Wisps morphed into powerful tendrils that appeared to be pulsing out of the elder tree, the one that stood at the center of the temple and was carved with depictions of the elvish goddesses. I saw the beauty of its craftsmanship for the first time as spirit magic swirled throughout the tree, bringing it to life. The magic extended upward through the trunk and out through each individual leaf. Its power filled me up, making that weight on my shoulders feel light as a feather. It was a feeling that could only be described as deep, unconditional love. Gasps traveled around the temple. Whatever magic the elder tree was displaying, it was certainly not normal. "What's going on?" I asked Ava. I'm still a spiritual mystic," Ava realized. "Even though I don't have power on my own, the temple recognizes my authority, and the tree's responding. I think Cassiel's reaching out to us from the afterlife." My broken heart somehow lifted. That's when I knew that even though I couldn't get the words out, my grandfather had heard everything I wanted to say to him. The magic intensified. To everyone else, it must have been glowing a magnificent bright light, but to me, I saw no color, only shapes that the spirit magic interpreted for me.
The magic infused into the objects on the altar, bringing to life my grandfather's crown, weapon, and other belongings. The tree consumed them, washing them away in a brilliant display of power. The magic retreated until the tree itself was all I witnessed. Above us, the leaves began to shift, blooming into what I could only interpret as flowers. I didn't know what flowers should look like, but the spirit magic filled in the gaps I was missing from my physical experience. The scent, though, that was something I'd smelled 100 times before, back in the palace gardens where my grandfather and I used to train. Blossoms. It smelled so sweet and fresh. This tree was born of elvish magic, and as the flowers transformed, they turned into a large, bulbous fruit that even spirit didn't have a name for. "This is unprecedented," the great mystic marveled. She was so old and so wise, I'd never heard her sound so bewildered. A smile crept across my face as I took in the wonder of it all. "It's like you said, Ava. The world doesn't take without giving something back. My grandfather's belongings couldn't be buried with him, so the tree took them and gave us this fruit." A fruit fell from one of the branches, and it sounded like it landed in Ava's lap. She extended it to me. "It's a gift from your grandfather. To you." A gift? That couldn't be. I didn't deserve anything from him. For all I knew, he had witnessed my actions from the beyond and was terribly disappointed in me. But if that were true, he wouldn't have sent this. I took the fruit from Ava, tucking it against my chest. "Thank you. This means everything." I helped her back into her chair, and she moved away from me. That was okay. What she'd offered me was more than she could ever imagine. "We shall feast upon this fruit at the repast," the great mystic announced, and the temple cheered. What had been a devastating affair had transformed into something beautiful following the elder tree's spell. Guests moved from the temple to the ballroom with the intent of turning their grief into a celebration for my grandfather's life. Servants brought out plates of Castiel's favorite foods, including roast vegetables, marinated pork, and a rice pilaf. But I only had an appetite for one thing: the fruit from the elder tree. I lifted it to my lips, and its sweet scent filled my nose, but I paused when I heard my father barking at the servants from the head of the room. "No, I don't want a serving of pork. My father is dead. Think of how that makes me feel. Food is tasteless in his absence, halfwits. No one cares for the depths of my grief. Bring me another bottle of wine, you buffoons." For fuck's sake, Cameron was going to make this night all about him and get wasted off his ass doing it. I couldn't even enjoy the fruit my grandfather had gifted me. All the beauty that spirit had brought us disappeared from the palace as quickly as it came once Cameron opened his selfish mouth. I'd suddenly lost my appetite and needed a minute to pull myself together. I set the fruit on my plate and quietly excused myself from the table where my friends were eating. Oberoi didn't say anything, but he followed to help guide me into the hall. Soft footsteps came from behind me, and I instantly knew someone had followed me into the hall. "Who's there?" I demanded as I turned toward them, expecting another argument. "It's Drea," she replied. "Please, Charlie, don't be frightened." My father's stupid voice echoed from within the ballroom. It ate away at me. "Shouldn't you be in there attending to your husband?" I bit harshly. "I wished to speak with you privately," Drea said, like she wasn't sure it was her place. "It's tradition in the Majestica family for each rising emperor to possess his own symbol, to signify his reign. Your father's symbol is an alicorn, and Cassiel's was an elder tree. I believe Cassiel intended to bless you with your own symbol on your birthday, because I found this among his belongings. Cameron may have cut you off from the rest of the treasury, but this is something he cannot take. It belongs with you." I furrowed my brow as she pressed a small box wrapped in a silk ribbon into my hands. I had no idea what she'd just given me. Thanks. You're welcome. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, my prince." Drea bowed, then turned away to leave me in private. I didn't understand why she was being so nice to me, because her loyalty lied with my father. I briefly wondered if this was some sort of trick and the box might contain a curse or other horrific surprise, but I figured my father had already taken my finger. If he wanted to do worse, he could,
and nobody would stop him. Oberoi caught my fleeting thoughts and sniffed the box.
It seems safe.
Slowly, I untied the ribbon and opened the top. My fingers roamed over a piece of metal 2 inches wide, crafted in the shape of a flying wyvern.
It's an amulet,
Oberoi remarked. I lifted the amulet by the chain. Does that mean it's magical?
Not necessarily,
Oberoi said.
Amulets can merely be symbols of protection or good fortune. It appears your grandfather wished to officially welcome you into his family, and the line of succession with this. This is not merely a symbol of your upcoming reign. This is what your grandfather truly saw you as. A powerful wyvern, spreading his wings to rise against the skies, defending his people and his mate with his venom. Nothing stands in his path.
If that's what my grandfather had thought of me, what a disappointment I turned out to be. The thought that Cassiel planned this and never got to follow through with it nearly brought me to my knees. I leaned against a nearby pillar to keep myself upright, though I struggled to breathe. I curled the wyvern amulet in my hand until the tips of the wings were digging into my skin. The pain helped to ground me in the present when all I wanted to do was fly off the handle, because I'd been robbed of another precious moment with my Shinari. There was so much that went left unsaid between my grandfather and me, and now this amulet was all I had left of him. I choked on my tears. This was nearly too much to bear. With shaking hands, I strung the wyvern amulet over my neck and tucked it into my shirt. If this was all that was left of Cassiel, I at least wanted to wear it close to my heart. If it was still beating, by any means. The doors to the ballroom burst open, and I shrank deeper behind the pillar. The last thing I needed was for someone to witness the disgraced prince in the middle of another breakdown, further proving how unfit I was. I just wanted to let the worst of this grief pass so I could go back in there and face everyone again. Oberoi pressed close to my side so we weren't spotted, giving a comforting lick to my hand.
This is embarrassing, Alistair, Eddie hissed. I shouldn't have to drag you out of the room to tell you what you did was wrong. Imagine if Charlie had heard you.
I don't know why you've got your panties in a bunch, Alistair grumbled.
All I said was that I don't know why everyone's crying and carrying on. Cassiel was old as fuck. Isn't this kind of thing expected out of old people? They're gonna cork off eventually.
My stomach twisted into an impossible knot. I couldn't think, couldn't move. Eddie gasped at Alistair's horrendous words.
Emperor Cassiel was an immortal elf. He was considered very young by our people's standards at his death, and had so much life left in him. How dare you suggest he was anything but a well-respected man?
Alistair scoffed.
If he had any respect for himself, he would have stayed out of our way.
What exactly are you suggesting? Eddie sneered. I never heard him be so aggressive. It was shocking, coming from his gentle nature.
You know exactly what I mean, Alistair shot back. We could have handled the warden and had this war over with, but Cassiel showed up at those camps and held us back, then got himself killed. I don't know why everyone's crying over a guy who chose his own death. It was a dumb way to die, if you ask me.
The air in my lungs dwindled. I thought the same thing once, that if Cassiel hadn't showed up, then we could have killed the warden. It sounded horrible coming out of someone else's mouth, and I realized just how fucked up it was for such a thing to ever cross my mind. If my grandfather hadn't rescued us, we all would have been dead, because the warden would have killed us. He'd sacrificed himself for us, and Alistair was throwing that offering back in his face.
Are you a psychopath, Alistair? Truly, tell me!
Eddie raged.
This is my emperor and my culture, the two things that are the most important to me. You're my partner and should respect that. How can I share my people and heritage with you if you're so cruel? Do you care nothing for my customs or beliefs? Come on, Eddie, you know I didn't mean it like that, Alistair insisted. I'm just saying maybe Cassiel's death doesn't have to be so sad. I'm trying to make you feel better.
Eddie snorted. You have quite a way of showing it. Trying to diminish my people's pain does nothing to help. I heard Alistair take several steps away.
Sorry, Eddie, but your culture is stupid. You think you'd want to get out of it since Cameron keeps making you simp after a wacko like Charlie. If you want to keep playing this game, fine, but I'm not going to keep playing it with you. I'm done.
Rage ignited through my body, making it so I almost lost control. Alistair was looking for an ass beating, and he was going to get it.
He wasn't allowed to talk about me or my grandpa like that, let alone speak down to Eddie, who loved this fucker to pieces, though I couldn't imagine why. My hands curled into fists, and I went to step around the pillar. I didn't get far because Oberoi grabbed my pant leg between his teeth. "Take a moment to breathe. You don't want to do this." Heat flared over my skin until my palms were sweaty. I shoved at Oberoi, but he didn't let me go. "You don't get to tell me what I want." Right now, I really wanted to twist Alistair into a pretzel. I could hear his footsteps fading in the opposite direction. If Oberoi didn't let me go now, I'd miss my chance to pummel his face in while defending my Shinari's honor. "I can remind you that you decided to make different choices moving forward," Oberoi pressed. "Is this how you want to honor your grandfather at his funeral, by causing harm to one of your friends? We're all hurting, including Alistair. Cassiel would choose to extend grace, because even though Alistair's being a shithead, he's still our ally. Think about how you want to handle this, because you promised you were going to be better moving forward." I didn't get a chance to respond before my father began wailing from inside the ballroom, boasting so everyone could hear.
My father was a grand emperor, but I can promise you that I will be even greater.
Cameron slurred drunkenly.
Now he's left this nation to me. I'll do what needs to be done for my empire.
My father would never be able to measure up to Cassiel. For him to stand here at my Shinari's funeral and make this all about him was a clear indication of that. I wasn't going to follow in his footsteps. I had the opportunity to make a choice here, to extend the grace my grandfather would have chosen, or react on selfish instinct like my father often did. As difficult as it was, I decided to put a stop to my descent into villainy. That meant following my grandfather's example. Oberoi was right, as much as I didn't want him to be. None of us were in the right headspace right now, and fucking Alistair up was only going to make everything worse. I'd leave him to sulk back to his quarters. Maybe a few nights alone would make him rethink where he stood. Fine, you win, I told Oberoi bitterly. Just take me back in there before I do something stupid. I put Alistair out of my mind because he didn't deserve an ounce of my attention right now. Everything I had left, I would dedicate to my grandfather tonight. Oberoi led me back inside, where my friends were sharing stories of Cassiel. No one acknowledged that I'd left or that I'd returned, and I preferred it that way. I think they could tell, because no one tried to coax out some sort of conversation. For me, there were no words that would ever be enough, and I didn't need them. My grandfather knew exactly how to speak my language, with food. He knew I hadn't had enough to eat as a child and had to go hungry often. Through this gesture of the fruit, he gifted us hope, and that was more love than I could ever receive through words alone. I picked up the fruit I'd left there and bit into it. The fruit tasted as if it had been gifted by the goddesses themselves. It had a sweet skin with a soft inner flesh reminiscent of a peach, but with the sweetness of fresh pears. Delectable juice flowed from the fruit with each bite, running down my chin as I tried to lap up every bit of rare sweetness I could. It had been a long time since I'd had the appetite to eat anything, but I cherished this gift that had come from Ava, for it was her connection to spirit that caused the fruit to bloom. This was a final way to say goodbye to my grandfather, and I wouldn't let it rot. It wasn't enough to make up for our loss, but it was enough encouragement to get me to rethink a few things. I'd made a lot of mistakes lately, one of which had gotten my Shinari killed. But maybe, like this fruit, there was a way to make it better again. I'd chosen to spare Alistair from my wrath in the hall, and perhaps that could be the first of many choices I'd make to become something better than the horrible person I'd been recently. Things could never go back to the way they were, but maybe they could be something new. Heavy footsteps landed on a nearby table as someone climbed on top of it. I felt flecks of wine droplets hit my face as someone sloshed their tankard around, throwing their arms back.
This funeral doesn't have to be a sordid affair. I am your emperor now. Trust in me alone and forget the mistakes of our past.
The elves around the room said nothing, frightened as they were. They knew if they mentioned that this was inappropriate, Cassiel wouldn't be the only one we'd bury tonight. Cameron continued, bemoaning and making a spectacle greater than any show I'd ever witnessed.
Cassiel's passing will be mourned, but I will live on in the hearts of our people forever. I shall become the last of our monarchy, a blazing glory that will be written about in history once Ophiotors brings the elves to our end.
Ava gave a forced laugh, as if she thought Cameron's words were nothing but one big joke.
Ava's been watching Cameron all night, O'Brien noted to me. Her eyes haven't left his. They're burning.
With what? Wrath. Cameron's words grew louder, pressing in all around me, strangling the light out of me.
Castiel could not save you from the mission's power, for he wasn't strong enough. I will be a monument to our plight, a god among elves. After centuries of struggling to survive in the supernatural world, it is time to accept our extinction and acknowledge our fate. His ashes may be scattered to the wind, forgotten forever, but mine will go down in the books as the last and greatest Elven Emperor.
This was going too far. All Cameron cared about was being remembered as the last Elven Emperor by default, because he'd already given up on trying to win the war. Maybe he was happy Castiel had died, so at least he could take the spot and claim the fame as the last of the Elvish monarchy, even though he hadn't earned that right. I wouldn't allow my father to ruin my grandfather's name at his own funeral, even if my head would roll for it. I went to stand, but before I could speak, another did, her will thundering throughout the hall.
Your Majesty, sit down!
Ava's demanding voice rose over my father's, and the wake went even more silent than before.
There is no need for this.
My father's stunted gasp leaked from his obtuse mouth.
I did not give permission for the princess to speak. You are grieving. All of us are. You have lost your father, but your people have lost their emperor, and your son has lost the most important man in his life.
Ava's tone showed little mercy as she pounded her fist against the table.
You have said what you needed to say. We have all acknowledged you. Now hold your tongue and let Castiel be at peace, so the rest of us could be as well.
The ease was palpable. Everyone was relieved she'd spoken up. Even so, I felt terror suffocating me from the inside out. Ava couldn't speak out like this. There was no telling what Cameron would do to her, and I wasn't sure if I could stop it if he demanded her execution, though I'd kill myself trying. Nobody would ever touch her, even now, unless I was dead first and unable to do something about it. Cameron staggered on the table, weaving back and forth like he was about to topple off of it. I expected him to tell the guards to arrest Ava before I heard him hop down. Without another word, he returned to his drinks and shut the hell up. You didn't have to do that, I muttered. Yes, I did. The tip of Ava's little finger skimmed against the edge of mine. I gently brushed it back, then retreated my hand. Ava and I didn't speak the rest of the night, but she remained close by. She simmered, while I remained frozen in the moment. I didn't need to do anything but make sure she was near me. It was enough just to get me through this. It was insane this beautiful ballroom had once hosted our wedding reception. Such a day of joy. And now it was swathed in bereavement for the loss of someone dear. Though she didn't have to, Ava had stuck up for my grandfather and advocated for me. I was once again reminded of our wedding vows. I'd promised to serve Ava as her bonded partner until the day we died, to celebrate her victories and carry her sorrows, believing in faith and braving through doubt. Ava and I weren't bonded anymore, but maybe there were still ways to keep those promises to her, because she was still keeping her vows to me. And in this moment, mending those broken promises I'd made became the only thing that still mattered.
Chapter 6. Ava-Marie. The days following the funeral were just as forlorn as the dour event itself. Watching Charlie crumble upon the altar steps as he grieved the loss of the only parent who'd ever been there had been my undoing. I hadn't been able to stop myself once I'd seen him in pain. He needed me, so I came. I'd received a bit of hope when the elder tree had responded to my prayers. I thought my connection to the afterlife was still present, and there might be a way for me to summon my spiritual abilities to contact Idril and Carolyn. I'd pleaded with the temple's great mystic to help me perform one of the rituals, and she'd obliged, but nothing had happened. I'd laid upon the altar, pleading with the goddesses to send me a message, yet all had remained silent. With the absence of my magic, my power to communicate with the elvish goddesses was also taken away. I still held the title of Holy Mother, but none of the abilities. My powers were gone, like so much of the rest of me. Even my hallucinations of the warden, or the beast as I'd called him, had stopped when Charlie broke our bond. There was so little left of me that even my crazy mind couldn't muster up the ability to care about him anymore. My hallucinations were my way of sticking it to the warden when I couldn't actually get to him. But now that I'd lost my ability to kill him entirely, the game wasn't fun anymore. So the beast had left and taken everything with him. The engagement pictures my mother had taken of me and Charlie hung on the wall of our bedroom like ghosts of my former life. I hated that they were there, reminding me of the foolish girl I had been, and that there was no fairy tale ending. I couldn't bear to throw them away, so they remained there as tombstones in a cemetery of what could be, rotting into the past. I couldn't look at them anymore. I'd been sleeping in the ladies' court to avoid Charlie, so I decided one day to move all my things there permanently. There was no reason to stay in his quarters anymore. We were divorcing, so might as well move out. I'd managed to avoid him most of the time in the past few days, but every now and then we'd run into each other, and it turned into nothing but petty words and screaming matches whenever we were face to face. We'd been fighting all throughout December, and I was sick of it. It was nothing but the same argument, and our interactions never lasted longer than a few minutes, one of us throwing accusations at the other before we stormed off in different directions. I think it hurt me more, because he dragged Oberoi off with him every time. I couldn't stand to watch him take Oberoi away from me again and again when he'd already done the worst by breaking us apart. If I hid in the ladies' court, where Charlie couldn't get in, I'd never have to see him again. And I wouldn't have to keep saying goodbye to Oberoi and his sad black eyes. I missed him more than I missed Charlie. I couldn't keep watching my beloved dog walk away, trailing the heels of the guy who'd ruined my life. Everything I needed was in the ladies' court, including food, a bed, and a pool I could chill out in until the warden decided to show his ass up. So it was good enough for me. I never needed to leave this part of the palace ever again. Charlie had tried to imprison me, but now I was willingly imprisoning myself, because it was easier this way. The servants were more than willing to move my things for me, but I wanted to get out of there as fast as possible, so I helped where I could. On my way to the ladies' court, I saw Aunt Mattie leaning against a balcony, looking over Elamanth with a peaceful visage. I'd rarely seen her be so still. She always seemed to be fretting about one thing or another, but perhaps the fulfillment of my prophecy had been a weight off her shoulders. I hadn't spoken to her at all in the past few weeks, not since I'd tried to end the world. I wasn't sure if she wanted to see me. But she didn't object when I came up beside her. "What do you see?" I asked. "For once, I don't see anything. Everything is quiet." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "That's never happened to me. Not since I was a small child. It's an extraordinary feeling. I'm enjoying the moment before the visions start up again. I know they will. But I can't help but hope that my role as a prophet is done for good now that your story is complete." I nodded. "You foretold that I would make a choice, to save the world or end it, and that Charlie would make a choice to stop me or let me do it. Those choices have been made, and I picked the wrong one." "It wasn't the wrong choice, Ava. It was only a choice that didn't work out. Life is inherently meaningless after all." Maddie shrugged, as if that terrible statement was philosophical and not absolutely gut-wrenching to speak aloud. I don't know if I believe that. I put my arms on the balcony beside her. My prophecy is fulfilled. What happens now? Maddie tapped her chin thoughtfully before she smiled. Well, I suppose now you get to write the ending. What do you mean? You must have some idea of what's coming, of what the warden will do. I don't know what happens next, Ava. No prophet does. I've done my research, and there are no prophecies currently standing about this point in time. I truly thought the universe would end once you cast your spell, but Charlie stopped you, so it didn't. I'm not sure if that was supposed to happen, so what's next is up to you. There are no prophecies, no predestinations or determinations of your life anymore. Whatever fate you find yourself in will now be completely in your hands. Maddie left me on the balcony to stare down at Elamanth and all its people. The weight of an entire empire was lying in limbo, with no one to catch it once it inevitably fell. My fate was in my hands? That was scarier than not knowing the destination, because whatever happened next, good or bad, was all on me. I'd been following the words of my prophecy for years, doing what it took to avoid the consequences, fulfill what was foretold, and become the hero when all I'd turned into was the villain. Now there were no more guidelines left to follow, no impulses or instincts, no hints on what to do or where to go. It was as incredibly freeing as it was wholly terrifying. No gods or prophets would dictate to me what to do next. And without that guidance, I worried I would fail in whatever I attempted next. Still, the shackles were off me. I no longer had any obligations. Whatever happened next, I would choose, and there I would be. What an adventure. I returned to the ladies' court. Callie was sitting by the pool, staring into the water. She immediately rose when I entered, her eyes locked on mine. We hadn't really talked. Not since the day I'd lost everything. I put the box aside and wheeled up to her. The ladies' court was practically deserted this time of morning except for us, which was probably for the best. I didn't want anybody else around. Nobody but her. Hey, I started cautiously. You all right? Dumb question. None of us were. She shrugged. Just thinking about my brother. It's been a lot harder to get in contact with him since your shield was put up. How are things back home? Callie sighed, already sounding miserable. Malovia's about the worst it's ever been. I don't think it was this bad during the Malovian Revolution. We've lost so much territory, and we don't have enough resources to keep everyone sheltered and fed during the winter. Your brother is going to handle that, I reassured her. You have enough on your mind. What the doll maker had done to her, the camps, all this. Callie hadn't gotten any time to recover from one crisis before she'd been shoved into another. She didn't need the survival of her people to be on her shoulders on top of it. Her lip quivered. I backstabbed you, Ava. I betrayed you, and I can't forgive myself for it. Callie, there's no need to forgive yourself for anything. I was the one who threw that fireball and hurt Marcus. You wouldn't have changed sides if I hadn't done that. It was a misjudgment on my part. It wasn't just that. We made the wrong choice, Ava, Callie said heavily. I was really messed up after Valen tortured me. I wasn't in my right mind to be making critical choices like that. I shouldn't have put you through that. It was wrong of me to ask you to help, to even take sides. And I'm so sorry. We both did some stupid shit. But that doesn't mean the boys are off the hook either, particularly your ex-husband. Callie scowled. He didn't give us much of a choice, did he? Why did it hurt so much when she called him that? It shouldn't, but it cut me through to the bone, so I was pouring agony inside. We're not divorced yet, I rushed to say. We haven't signed the papers. Callie raised an eyebrow. Okay. She reached down to hug me. I don't know how to fix this, Ava. Maybe it doesn't need to be fixed, but what I do know is that I need you. I need you too, Callie. I hugged her back, not wishing for anything more in the world. Who needed husbands anyhow? Best friends were better. Maybe me and Callie could take my car and we could drive far away, flipping our middle fingers to the world. As we pulled apart, I asked, I'm guessing you're pretty busy, huh? I was fully expecting to spend my day alone, because that's what I did now, every day. I used to be surrounded by friends and love all the time, and I'd lost it all in one crash and burn. I don't have anything to do. I thought Cameron would want to run down a Malovia's status when it comes to the war, because there's a lot to go over. But after I got my brother's call, all the Emperor did was say he's too busy getting ready for a party tonight to talk to me. Her shoulders slumped. It's like Cameron doesn't care how many soldiers we have left or where we need to station them. I don't think he does. Cameron had proven that he didn't care about anything except his own convenience. It would be the death of us all. Callie and I spent day after day in the ladies' court, languishing within the pool, the spa area, the sunbathing areas. We both desperately needed recovery after everything we'd been through. But even so, I found that things were dull. Depression was so boring. Where was the drama, the excitement? I was so tired of struggling my whole life, but at the same time, I needed struggle to find the inspiration to keep going, and sitting around moping about my failed relationship wasn't it. Everything felt so uninteresting. If I wasn't striving to prevent chaos or causing it myself, I wasn't sure what the point was. I tried to figure it out in the long stretches of time where I had nothing to do but think, yet answers eluded me. Maybe the warden would never be strong enough to get past my shield, and we could live here forever while the rest of the world caved under his rule. But that didn't seem to be the answer. A week passed in slow tedium. I was sitting at a garden table in the ladies' court at midday, stirring a pineapple smoothie, thinking of someone I absolutely did not want to, when a shadow fell over me.
"Excuse me, princess, is this seat taken?"
An annoyingly high-pitched voice rattled my ears. Standing nearby was a girl wearing a tight top around her breasts with flowing sleeves and an exposed midriff, loose harem pants resting on her hip bones. A shimmering face veil under her eyes dropped all the way down to cover her chin, and she held a blue fan that she fluttered in an obnoxious way. I did a double take when I realized who I was looking at wasn't a woman. Marcus?
"Who's Marcus? He sounds very handsome,"
he said in that same fakey female voice.
"I'm Marcine."
"Get down here!" I yanked him into his seat. He nearly tumbled out of it, quickly adjusting the veil to cover his 5 o'clock shadow. "If the guards catch a man in the ladies' court, they'll skin you alive, and I'll let them do it. I want some damn peace, thanks."
"Ava, you haven't left the ladies' court in days,"
Marcus whined. "How else was I supposed to talk to you? I don't need an annoying little thespian sticking his nose in my business, thank you."
You absolutely do, because I had to go to extremes to create this brilliant disguise. I even sewed it myself, he burst, sounding very proud of himself.
You didn't consider that any of this might be, I don't know, a little offensive in multiple ways?
I'm playing a role,
He shot back, offended himself. I created this original character. Now you want to criticize my art?
What do you want?
My friends were going to run me ragged with all their fuckery.
I want you to come talk to the rest of us. You're shutting yourself out.
It's not like anybody wants to see me.
I know one person who'd like to see you very much,
though he's trying to give you space, Marcus hinted. Well, he's not going to because I've left him. Anything else? I still think you guys need to actually sit down and talk things out. The paperwork's already done, and it's in his hands, so too late. You weren't supposed to serve Charlie the papers. It's not legal. Your lawyer was supposed to do that, Marcus grumbled. I shrugged, not giving a flying fuck. I'm still the princess. I do what I want.
Can't you at least wait to divorce until after Christmas? It's shit to do this over the holidays.
I'm not going to sit through a stupid holiday dinner with Charlie and his dysfunctional family to make everyone else feel happy when I'm miserable. It's my birthday. The best present I could give myself is getting away from him.
Marcus sighed. Okay, fine. But anyway, I think you need to start paying attention to what the monarchy's doing. Cameron's running the place into the ground.
I won't be part of the royal family for much longer, so it's not my problem.
Ava, this is serious. Elamant's the last line of defense against the warden, and we might as well be waving a flag of surrender with Charlie's dad on the throne. Charlie's all fucked up in the head, and he's monitored so closely now he couldn't do anything anyway. But you're the princess, and you've still got a ton of power. The elves respect you immensely, and no one holds anything against you for what you've done. If anyone can help us stand up to the warden, even without your magic, it's you. I really think you're the only one who can.
I combed my fingers through my hair. I'd failed to give a damn to style it nowadays, and that was unlike me. The world was falling apart. I couldn't afford to let it crumble while my hair was having a bad day, too. I'll think about it. Marcus messed with his fan, nearly dropping it.
Anyway, that's not the reason I came here. I need your help. You know about the hockey game that's going on tomorrow, right?
I've heard about it. When the Fae had helped build Elamanth, they'd constructed an ice rink downtown. It was one of the few buildings that hadn't been ruined by my rampage. The elves and the Fae were playing a hockey game against each other tomorrow evening to boost morale around the city and lift spirits during the war. It was supposed to be an all-star game, with famous athletes from Malovia participating. Callie's dad and uncle were both playing.
I need tickets. Specific tickets from the royal box, which means you need to get them because I don't have the clearance, Marcus said. It's very important.
And what is this for? Marcus gave me a flat look.
You know what it's for. I didn't get a chance to ask Callie to marry me because the doll maker got in the way. But I still have the ring, and now that stuff's settled down a bit, I think it's a good time to ask. I want to propose at the game in front of all of our friends. Everyone should know how much I love her. I have everything set up except for the tickets.
Fine. I'll reserve the entire royal box so you can bring whoever you want. Callie loved sports, and hockey was her favorite. This was the perfect proposal idea for her.
Thanks, Ava.
Marcus messed with his top, trying to yank it down farther.
How do girls wear these cut-off shirts? I feel exposed.
Callie came striding in from the workout area. She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw Marcus. He froze, pausing mid-sentence with a goofy expression. Callie looked him up and down before she cocked out a hip. Well, hello, gorgeous. Ugh. Marcus coughed to cover his deep voice before he squeaked,
Oh, hello, Princess Kalina. It's nice to finally meet you. I'm Marcine.
Wow, that name is clever. She slid into the seat beside him and kissed his hand. Why haven't I seen a girl like you around here? Marcus let out an impish giggle.
Am I a pretty girl?
I nearly gagged. Were they really going to play this sex fantasy out in front of me? Ancestors above. You and I should go on a date. My place. Tonight, Callie offered.
Princess, I couldn't. Won't your mate be angry when he walks in on you with another woman? He could catch us.
He batted his fan in front of his long eyelashes. He doesn't need to find out, Callie cooed. Meet me in my quarters after dark. You can sneak in the back window. And bring the outfit. I would like to go exploring. Marcus blushed.
Whatever you would like, my lady.
Yuck. These two could take their weird roleplay somewhere that wasn't my personal space, thanks. It's been nice meeting you, Marcine, but it's time to beat it, I said, thumbing at the door. You've made your point. Now go find an outfit that covers up your exposed abs. No decent elvish lady would be so immodest.
Oh, okay,
he groaned. He got up from the seat and gave Kalina a sloppy curtsy that nearly sent him tumbling.
Farewell, fine lady.
Callie gave him a sensual wave as he tripped over his own feet on the way out. It made me sick. Your bisexual bullshit is bothering my day. I put my smoothie aside, feeling disgusted. Sorry, not sorry, I found a new kink. Romance of any kind leaves a bad taste in my mouth lately. Love was for dumb people who didn't realize they were waiting to get hurt. Though Marcine was pretty desperate to get in to talk to me. She thinks I need to do something about the whole palace being metaphorically on fire. I think Marcine is right, Callie said. I've been waiting for you to take some action since Cameron took over. I don't know why you haven't yet. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I don't have any magic anymore, so I'm useless. Or because I'm going through a devastating divorce with the man I thought was my everything. Or maybe it's because the world's used me up to the point I don't have any fight left in me. My tone was dripping with sarcasm, but behind it was pain. Saying these words out loud was equivalent to carving a knife through my gut. The only thing that would feel worse was giving up completely, but I hadn't yet. I stubbornly held on to some semblance of hope for one reason or another. Why, I wasn't sure. Perhaps I was stupid and didn't know when to quit. What a moron I was. That's not true. You'll fight until you can't anymore. Then you catch your breath and go back out there again until it kills you. Even when you're dead, you still get back up and say you're not done. I know because I've seen you do it time and again. I've done nothing but sit here and sip mocktails for days. I think it's pretty clear I'm over it. Taking a break doesn't mean you're broken, Callie said. You're not useless because your magic's gone. If anything, that just gives you more reason to fight back. And nobody fights like Ava when she's pissed. You're taking some time to get your head on straight, but eventually, you're gonna get fed up with your own bullshit. You take your sweet time making up your mind, but when you decide on something, that's when the real magic happens. And once you do, Everyone else better watch out." She slipped her sunglasses over her eyes. "I'll be waiting for the moment you're ready to cause pandemonium again. Because we're best friends. And together, we're here to fuck shit up." I lifted my chin out of my hand. "And Charlie?" She shrugged. "Fuck him. He gave you this opportunity to play with power by marrying him. Use it to your benefit." Her words struck me. Marriage didn't have to be for love. People married for all kinds of reasons, royals particularly for strategy and power. Men played games of power all the time. Why couldn't women play them too? Charlie had gambled and lost, but maybe I could place a bet and come out on top this time. I didn't want to be married to him, but I was, and if those papers were still unsigned, maybe it was time to utilize that as an opportunity. I waited until Callie left so I could sneak off to get the hockey tickets unnoticed. It wasn't hard. All I had to do was call a few servants and have them get everything arranged for me. I didn't have anything to do the rest of the day, but I was tired of sitting around in the ladies' court. So I risked leaving them so I could speak to Ez. I hadn't seen my brother much since I'd lost my magic. As much as I didn't want to, I'd risk running into Charlie so I could spend some time with my brother. I knocked on his apartment door, not sure if he'd be there, but my dark heart lightened when Ez opened the door. A massive smile beamed upon his gentle face.
"Hey, sis. Where have you been?"
He reached out to hug me, squeezing me against his broad chest. Guilt overcame me as I hugged him back. Ez was such a sweetheart. He didn't deserve the silent treatment from me because I couldn't deal with my issues. "Not anywhere, really. Do you mind if we hang out?"
"Of course I don't. I've been waiting for you to come around."
He stepped aside, and I wheeled into his quarters. He immediately went to pick up all the toys that were scattered around the floor so I could move around.
"Sorry. Marina throws her stuff everywhere. The whole house is basically her play place."
"How is it, living together?" Besides the toys, Ez's medical books were stacked on every surface, and Opal's crafts laid scattered across the table. Their home was a perfect picture of young family life, full of colors, clutter, and light. A picture of a family that Charlie and I might have had, if we hadn't decided to destroy each other along the way. Something within me hollowed.
"Oh, man. It's awesome. Marina's the coolest kid there ever was. We have a lot of fun together. I can barely keep up."
"Did you give Opal the ring yet?" Proposals were going around, and here I was, getting divorced. Ez's smile faded.
"No. I wanted to ask her on her birthday, but that was before everything happened. I keep waiting for things to get better, but they never do. This war keeps dragging on, and med school isn't getting any easier. I'm tired of putting it off."
"So don't any longer. Fuck the warden. Fuck school and ask," I suggested.
Ez nodded. "You're right. Whatever is going on in our lives, we can handle. It's time for us to get married."
"Thank the ancestors. I'm tired of waiting for you two to tie the knot."
"We should get a move on. Opal wants more kids, and she doesn't want Marina to get too much older before we give her siblings. There's already going to be an age gap."
"You two are gonna get pregnant, then you're gonna have to hurry up and get married because you won't have a choice," I laughed.
"Not everybody wants a shotgun wedding thrown together on the same day you decide to get married,"
Ez teased. I snorted. "Hey, at least I wasn't pregnant when I got married either time. Can't say a baby made us rush to the altar. I married Charlie on the spot because I was nuts, clearly."
"I mean, technically you waited for marriage. Ez pointed out. You guys didn't go all the way until after you were already hitched.
I blinked. Holy shit, you're right. Where did my wild child genes go wrong there? That I remained chaste until after holy matrimony?
I personally think it's sweet you guys saved your first time for your wedding night, Ez said, all too wholesomely.
Don't remind me. It's sickening. I should have just slept with the guy, then run away the minute any concept of marriage came up. Fuck love. Ez dug in his medical bag, whipping out his notebook.
I'm glad you're here anyway. I think I've made some good progress on figuring out how we can mend your spine.
My heart dropped.
Ez, there's all kinds of compelling research. Spinal injuries can be reversed. You just need the right kind of physical therapy, or the right medications.
Ez,
I know you don't want to, but there are experimental surgeries you can try.
I reached out to place my hand over his, and my brother froze. Ez, I'm never going to walk again. The warden made sure of that. The look on his face. Ancestors, I'd never forget it. It was struck by agonizing fear.
What are you talking about?
I mean... I closed my eyes and took a breath. We found notes on my surgery after I was hurt in the infernal underground. The doctors experimented on me when I was hurt. My magic was healing me, but the surgeons kept cutting my spine open to watch it heal because they wanted to see what my powers were capable of. They could have let me heal properly, but they didn't. They chose to use me as a guinea pig, and it caused permanent damage. Because my healing magic mended my spine wrong, there's no fixing it. You can't reverse a demigod's power. It's set like that for life.
No,
Ez whimpered. He began fumbling through his papers, shuffling through all his research.
This can't be true. There has to be a way. We can fix you.
I grasped his wrist. I don't want to be fixed, Ez. There's nothing wrong with me. His lip wobbled.
But don't you want to walk again?
A familiar pang entered my heart, but it had long since dulled. Sure, I'd love to. It would be great, wouldn't it? But I've grown accustomed to this life. Ez started to cry. He was sensitive to a fault, and I'd struck him right in the heart. He wiped at his face and said,
Sorry, this is about you, not me. I'm making it all about myself.
Oh, Ez, come here. I wheeled to the couch and he followed me. He sat down and I pulled myself onto the cushions beside him. He sniffled, throwing an arm around my shoulders. I'm okay with how things are, I insisted. I've already grieved my old life. It's okay for you to let go of the person I was too. If you want me to give you permission to give up, I do.
I can't give up.
His words wavered.
You're bound to that chair. You can't go anywhere without it.
My chair is a tool, not a prison. It doesn't take anything away. It gives me my life back. I wanted to make him understand, but it was hard because he hadn't lived this life. I don't have the same kind of life that I did before, but I'm still capable of so much. I need you to believe I can do anything, as much as I could when I was able to walk. I can't stand you seeing me as lesser or inferior just because my legs don't function. So many people doubt me because I can't walk anymore, but I think I've proved to myself time and again that nothing and no one is going to slow me down, no matter what anyone thinks.
But how can you do anything if you can't walk? You're so limited. if you aren't able to walk again and you can't get your legs back, what kind of life can you really live?
That's what the world automatically believes when someone ends up in a wheelchair. And it's wrong. It's insulting and demeaning. Are you living an insignificant life because you have combined magical suppression syndrome? You're disabled too, and you're letting the world give you internal biases against people who are just like you. Internalized ableism is still a thing, and I know you don't believe these things deep down, even if they're what's been hammered into you by society. Ez cringed.
I mean, ouch. You do have a point there. But I don't feel like it's fair to compare our disabilities, because I think you have it worse off than me.
Bullshit, Ez. I have a harder time getting around and I need a lot of help, but you're sick every other damn day of the week. And don't tell me Opal and our parents don't have to help you out a lot, because I know that's not true. You don't have the energy to get by all on your own. Your energy needs are so demanding that you can't live by yourself. They have to help you every day, even if it's in small ways.
Ez nodded. You're right. I'm mostly fine, but I only have so much to give. I had to take a month off of medical school last semester because I was so sick.
Exactly. If we were taking the same class, I'd probably fly past you, because I have the ability to show up every day and you don't. That doesn't mean you're better off than me because you have the ability to beat me in a foot race.
Not so sure about that one either. I suck at running.
He laughed. You know what I mean. I worried the point had gone over his head.
I guess you don't have to deal with the kind of stuff I deal with, and vice versa. Our struggles are the same, but different. I was in and out of the Palace Hospital all last month. It's like when I go down, I stay down forever and have a hard time getting back up.
I knew I had some part in that. CMSS didn't respond well to stress, and I was certain Ez had been anxious since Charlie had broken our bond. He'd been worried about me, and I hadn't considered that. Maybe if some kind of miracle treatment comes along one day, I'd be interested. There are wearable exoskeletons that people like me can use to walk with. They're making advancements in robotics every day, and who knows what magic we'll be able to do in the future. I'm not completely stuck.
But it's not going to be the same as walking on your own, he protested.
No, yet it's something to hope for, I offered. But I need you to stop putting yourself through this kind of torment. You're my brother. I need you to see me as whole and complete, just as I am. I see you as perfect, even though you're sick. Ez sighed, leaning against me.
I know you're okay with who you are, and that you're fine with living this life, though I wish you didn't have to. Sometimes being disabled really sucks. I know there are days I don't want to be.
I don't feel like that, I responded honestly, realizing it was the truth. I had to become broken to realize just how powerful I really am. Everything I went through was really terrible, but I'm grateful for those struggles now, in the end. It sounds silly to say, but I feel like being disabled has become my superpower. I wouldn't be anywhere close to the person I am today without it. I've learned how to alchemize my weaknesses and turn them into strengths. That's the greatest power of all. Ez made a skeptical noise.
I want to be grateful for what I've learned, but I'm not. I'm so tired of being ill, and I have my whole lifetime to go. Dad had it so much worse than me, too. I don't know how he managed to survive this before they figured out a treatment for it. I couldn't have done it.
I let my head fall against his chest. Yes, you could have. Because you're strong, just like me. He blew out a breath and wrapped his arms around me. I want to kill the warden for what he did to you. He had to do this to me, to put us on even ground. He couldn't beat me unless I was at my weakest, because I'm so much stronger than he is. My tone shattered as I whispered. Or at least, I was. I still think you can beat the warden, even without your magic. Az squeezed me tighter. Your greatest strength wasn't your powers, Ava. It's your head. I huffed. That doesn't work either. Bipolar or not, you're smarter than he is, Az affirmed. You've still got an edge on him, and he hasn't beaten you yet. Let's make him pay for trying. All I know is, I'm not going to my grave unless he's in one first. Definitely. The smile slid off his face. Ava, what are you going to do if we find a way to defeat the warden? Are you going to work things out with Charlie, or are you still stuck on leaving? I gave a pathetic laugh. It would be easier to leave if I didn't love him. Az guffawed. Sorry. Did I hear that right? You can tell me I'm being stupid. I know this situation is messed up. Az nuzzled in closer. I don't know. I love Charlie. I love you. It's all so complicated. I want to hurt him for hurting you, but he's like a brother to me too. I can't forgive him, but I don't want you guys to split up either. I'd be okay if you hated him forever, and if you want a divorce, I'm cool with that. I'll be here for whatever you need. You want to leave? I'll help you. And I'll punch in his face on your way out. I laughed. Thanks, Az. But there's a selfish part of me that wants to see you fix your marriage. You guys were good together before everything went bad. He made you happy. But I don't know if I can trust him again after what he did. I don't know either. I wish I had answers, and nobody's got any. I can't even give any answers to myself. I want our Institute family back together. I'm tired of everyone being divided like this, Az said in frustration. I miss our friends. I miss everybody. And I know things can't go back to the way they were. Az's voice lightened with hope. But I keep praying to the ancestors that they'll end up better than before. I don't know if that's naive of me to think, or if I'm actually onto something. I sense something big's coming, something good, and we'll all be happy again, though it might not seem like it. We all know you're the eternal optimist. Az chuckled softly, cuddling his head against mine. Yeah, I don't know any other way to be. I hoped Az was right. Things had never seemed bleaker, but I wanted to believe him when he said something good was coming, something unexpected. I just didn't know if whatever's coming would be good for me. I'd been so down lately, but having the hockey game and a surprise engagement party to look forward to helped get my mind off things. I put everything out of my mind to focus exclusively on Callie, because that's what she deserved. When she heard I'd gotten us tickets to the game, she'd run around cheering and nearly fell into the pool in the ladies' court. We spent the morning getting ready for the game. I helped Callie make a giant sign that read, "Puck my face stick," which she was very proud of. Callie helped braid my hair into 2 plaits. She wanted to do hers to match, but no way in hell was I letting her walk out of here for her engagement without looking absolutely stunning. I ordered her to sit in front of my vanity and gave her big looping curls. She donned pink eyeshadow in the shade of the Fae team's jerseys, then put on a tight t-shirt with the Fae team's logo, along with tight shorts and knee-high socks with high-top sneakers. She looked absolutely stunning. I knew Marcus was going to come in his pants the second he saw her. We met up with Marcus outside the palace, where a limo was waiting to take us to the stadium. He was carrying around a stack of pink jerseys that matched the one he wore, and he passed 2 over to Ez and Opal before they ducked into the limo. "You get a jersey, and you get a jersey! Everyone gets a jersey!" Marcus cried cheerfully as he turned to us. His jaw dropped when he saw Callie. Ancestors, he looked nervous. I cleared my throat to remind him to screw his head on straight. He righted his features and handed me a jersey, which had the number 11 on it. I pulled it on. He held the last jersey in his hands. "This one's special for my pretty girl." He lifted the shirt over her head, and Callie put her arms up to slip it on. The jersey was baggy on her and hung perfectly on her delicate frame, nearly like a dress. "What player's name is on the back? Is it my dad's?" Callie asked, turning in place like she wanted to see. "No peeking," Marcus teased. "That's a surprise." I smirked as I read the back, as well as the number 7 that was stitched underneath. Callie shrugged. "Whatever you say, weirdo." Callie should have known something was up by the way he was fidgeting, but Callie didn't seem to notice. She must have been distracted by the upcoming game because nothing got past this girl, except an engagement, apparently. Marcus gulped. "Here, have some champagne." He ducked into the limo and came out with 2 glasses and a champagne bottle. His hands shook as he tried to fill the glasses, spilling the champagne down his arms. I quickly changed the subject to help hide his nerves. "Let's get a move on. We don't want to be late for the face-off." "We're still waiting on the others," Marcus started, but cut off when footsteps approached behind us. I turned in my chair to see Charlie, alongside Oberoi, with Chansey and Eddie beside him. My stomach lurched at the sight of my ex-husband. Not only was his hair a tousled mess in the sexiest fucking way, but that asshole was wearing the number 11 in blue. How fucking dare he? Chansey, Eddie, and even my own familiar were in matching jerseys and rooting for the elves, the rival team. Even worse, he was wearing the number 11, the date of our wedding anniversary. For fuck's sake, I was wearing the same damn number, just in pink. I wanted to punch Marcus in the face for supplying me with this jersey, but then decided he wasn't bright enough to put 2 and 2 together. It had to be a coincidence, right? Unless he'd done this on purpose. How dare he? Charlie and I were wearing identical jersey numbers like there was still something between us. But he felt farther away from me than ever before. These stupid jerseys were a symbol of how separated we'd become. We were cheering for separate teams today, but it was bigger than that. Out of the stadium and in real life, Charlie and I were rivals now. That fucking hurt, and really pissed me off. This was Callie's big day, and her dad was playing in the All-Star game. You'd think these idiots could pull a single brain cell together between the 3 of them and realize who we should be rooting for, but no. Charlie had lost his brains a long time ago, and it appeared that Chansey's and Eddie's intelligence had gone with it. Chansey had never been a sharp one, but Eddie? Well, the guy looked positively heartbroken. I thought at first it was because he'd been forced to put up with Charlie, but then I noticed Alistair wasn't around. I didn't know what was up with that. Ivy wasn't here either, so I guess it was just Charlie and the Heartbreak Gang today. Ugh, I so didn't want to deal with this. I climbed into the limo without another glance at Charlie, while the driver placed my chair in the back. I slid across the seat into the corner, leaving room for Callie beside me, so I could go about my merry way pretending Charlie didn't exist. He was Marcus's best friend, and had every right to be here, but I was still bitter that he was around. He would not ruin this day for me, and certainly not for Callie. Danny showed up last, carrying his flask that contained a potion to protect himself from the sun. The vampire always had one on him whenever he left the palace. Charlie was about to close the door when Danny grabbed it to stop him. "Oi! You weren't gonna leave without me, were ya?" Danny said, as he popped his head into the limo. He was wearing a generic black t-shirt with a hockey stick on it that read, "Let's Puck." Charming, though I admitted to myself I was jealous I hadn't come up with it first. "Who invited you?" Charlie sneered. "I did," I stated roughly. I didn't see why I shouldn't, considering I was the one who got the tickets, and there were enough for everybody. Danny's eyes caught mine. "Ah, I see you saved me a seat there." Callie was practically sprawled across Marcus's lap, so there was space between us where Danny would fit. He crawled into the limo, shoving his ass in Charlie's face, as he climbed over several people to get to me. Charlie scowled but didn't speak up, as Danny settled in beside me. Good. He should know better than to say a damn thing. I liked Danny, but was as far as it went. He was a good ally to have around, strong and outspoken, which the group needed now that I couldn't contribute in ways I used to. Charlie didn't feel that way. Judging by the way his hands curled into fists, he hated Danny. I wish this guy would get over himself. Danny wasn't the big threat Charlie thought he was. Apart from that, Charlie didn't acknowledge me on the way to the stadium. He kept his head tilted toward the window like I didn't exist. Because of fucking course I didn't, but he still knew I was here. I didn't know what Charlie was doing here anyway. Cameron had forbidden him from leaving the palace, but apparently the guards weren't taking those orders seriously because they let us through the gates without checking who was inside the vehicle. For as many rules as Cameron had put upon Charlie, few of them were honored. He could walk freely in and out of this place, and it seemed like nobody gave a shit. Then again, why did I? Oberoi came to sit by me in the limo. I stroked his ears as I worked to pull myself together, while Callie rattled off stats. She knew more about hockey than anybody else I could think of.
"Didn't you play, Callie?"
Opal asked, curious. Callie's smile faltered. "I mean, I played when I was younger." "She's being modest. She's very good," Marcus insisted. She slapped his arm and he smirked. I agreed. I'd seen footage of Callie's games before she was sentenced, and she'd been the best player on her team. She'd scored more goals than anybody on the roster. "So, you take after your dad," Danny commented. "Ethan Nowak was a fantastic hockey player back in his day." "Yep, my dad taught me everything I know," Callie replied proudly, happy to be a daddy's girl. I could relate. "But wasn't your mom a championship figure skater too? Queen Emmeline was the best of the best," Ezekiel added. "She was, and I figure skated for a while, but Chasm is the one who really took to it. I tried figure skating, but I was better at hockey. My brother's the big figure skater." Callie laughed. "It's funny because he's shit at hockey, but I love it." "Really? I hadn't taken your twin for a skater," Danny said. "He's won several men's championships. My mom has coached him since he could stand on skates. He's the only man in Malovian history who's ever landed a quad-quad combination in competition, which is basically unheard of in the skating world," Callie replied. "He was bound for the Olympics before the King's contest happened."
"You mean he had to give up skating after he became king?" Opal replied.
That's so sad. Well, he had to pick. Sports or politics. And he chose his country. Callie shrugged. I didn't get much of a choice when I got sentenced to the Institute either. I had to leave my hockey career behind. It's not like Dark Island had an ice rink or a team I could play on. Football was the best our school had. Nothing was the best at the Institute, Charlie mumbled. I wrinkled my nose. Could he stop being so negative all the time? It was really killing the mood. I think everyone else had the same opinion because they all ignored him. Callie seemed affected by it, though, because she mumbled, I wish I'd been able to keep playing hockey. I never got that major league gold medal I always wanted. I've won small championships, but I wasn't able to go pro. It's hard to acknowledge I had to leave it all behind. You'll get to play again, Marcus promised. I'll make sure of it. She grasped his hand and squeezed it. Thanks, babe. I really hope so. I know so. Marcus leaned in to give her a kiss, and the entire limo, save for Charlie, let out a big, "Aw." They were too fucking adorable. And here I was, sandwiched between the sappy couple, a terrible Irishman, and an overdramatic crybaby who would do his best to piss on everyone else's time. Well, I wasn't having it. This day was about Callie and Marcus, so Charlie needed to suck it up and put aside our divorce for one day, because I had to. If he wasn't going to act happy, why had he come? We reached the stadium and were driven around to a private entrance where staff were waiting and ready to roll out the VIP treatment. We were presented with gift bags full of team merchandise and provided a private escort through the stadium. That didn't stop onlookers from spotting us, though. I wheeled behind Marcus and Callie, who were strolling along with their fingers entwined. People kept smiling and waving. Two young Fae girls started cheering when they saw the back of Callie's jersey. Marcus, what's going on? Callie demanded. Why is everyone staring at me in this jersey? I told you it's a surprise, Marcus insisted, giving a wink. I'll tell you when you can look. Callie narrowed her eyes. If you wrote something obscene on the back of this jersey, I'll have your head. Of course not, Marcus peeped. I snickered as I leaned over to Danny to whisper, she'll get his head one way or another, but it won't be the gruesome kind. Danny chuckled, and I shot a glance over my shoulder to see Charlie scowling. He'd obviously overheard my joke and didn't like it. Probably because he wasn't getting any head of his own, and I bet he wouldn't ever again. I rolled my eyes and continued wheeling myself forward. We reached the royal box, which was a big room with floor-to-ceiling windows that provided a full view of the rink below. Luxurious leather couches sat in front of widescreen televisions, and rows of theater seats were positioned in front of the windows. The staff had set out a buffet of wings, pizza, and other snacks along a countertop, and the smell of freshly popped popcorn wafted from a movie theater-style popcorn machine. Check this out! Ez had already made his way to the dessert table and held up a cookie that looked like a hockey puck. He took a bite and spoke with a full mouth. What a way to celebrate! Celebrate with this, Opal teased. She pulled a foam finger from her gift bag and smacked Ez on the ass with it. He whirled around and grabbed her at the waist, tickling her middle. You can spank me later, beautiful. It was really weird watching my brother flirt, so I turned away. Unfortunately, Opal's joke had given Chansey the bright idea to hold his foam finger against his crotch and wave it around like a limp dick. Who needs a real spanking? I'll take one, if you're offering, Danny volunteered. But Chansey wasn't bluffing. Neither of them were ones to back down from a challenge, which resulted in them playing with their foam fingers, whacking them around like a sword fight, and not the deadly kind. Eddie sighed.
"That is not how it is done, my friends."
"Oh, yeah?" Chansey demanded.
"You want to show us?" "It's much more fun if you go in this direction."
Eddie poked Chansey's ass with the end of his foam finger, which caused the angel to scamper away. I laughed, because I was glad everyone was having a good time. Not Charlie, though. He didn't even crack a smile. I didn't know what it'd take, because our friends were being an absolute riot. He is not my problem anymore, I reminded myself. I tried not to focus on him, but the best I could do was look away. We started in on the snacks while the pregame commentary played on the TV. Marcus was clearly freaking out because he kept rambling on about a play he was writing.
"It's going to be a magical affair, the best performance Elamanth has ever seen," he burst. "Every song will feature dancers and performers who use their bodies to tell their stories on stage."
Danny chugged his beer. "There's only one kind of story I tell with my body. I'd be more than happy to play that out for you on stage." Marcus pushed him away.
"It's not like that. It's a spiritual journey."
"I promise you, my performance would be of a spiritual nature," Danny quipped.
"If you want to participate, all you have to do is ask," Marcus said. "I need to cast my leads soon because I've already started posting flyers."
Callie frowned as she piled her plate high with hot wings. "Marcus, you can't start advertising the play without a cast."
"Sure I can," Marcus insisted. "I need to get the public interested before I announce auditions."
Callie brushed back his hair. "Whatever you think is best. I'll be in the front row."
"Oh, no, I've already decided your part," Marcus said brightly. "You'll be in the opening act."
Callie's mouth went flat. "Excuse me?" We moved into our seats as the game began. I was thrilled to see there was a ramp that led to the lower level of our stadium seats, along with an accessible handicap spot where I could park my chair right next to the window. That meant I got to sit next to Callie and would get a front row seat to the engagement once it happened. I was holding my breath in anticipation, because it was really difficult not to drop any hints about what we were doing here. Obereye sat near my legs, panting and smacking his tail on the ground. Charlie noticeably hung back by the TVs. He made it seem like he was listening to the commentary to accommodate his disability, but I'd seen him sulking around the room when we were filling our plates at the buffet. He was acting like we were all infected with some flesh-eating bacteria he didn't want to catch. It irritated me more than it should. The players faced off at center ice, and the game began. I didn't know any of the Elvish players, but Callie's dad was playing left forward, and her uncle Stefan was playing right forward. They passed the puck back and forth in a blur, until King Ethan sunk a goal into the opposing team's net within the first 30 seconds of the game. Hell, he was fast. The Fae fans erupted, while the Elvish fans booed. "That's what I'm talking about," Callie cheered. "Way to go, Dad!" Hockey was fast-paced. My eyes had trouble keeping up, as the puck was passed back and forth by supernatural players. An Elvish player used their stick to trip Ethan up, but Stefan came in from the side and slammed the Elvish player against the boards, performing a check.
"Wow, this game is violent," Marcus peeped.
I didn't think he'd ever seen a hockey game before. I was shocked he knew what it was, honestly. "The more blood, the better," Callie said eagerly, and she leapt out of her seat, shaking her fist as her father got into a fight with one of the Elvish players for slashing someone. As the game went on, Marcus became more fidgety. He wouldn't stop bouncing his legs, and a sweat had broken out across his forehead. He kept wiping his face with the back of his hand. "You doing okay there?" Danny asked, as he leaned over to nudge Marcus. "Yeah," Marcus squeaked. He reached for his water bottle and tipped it back. A mess of water splashed across his face, soaking his jersey. His features had turned paper white. If he didn't find his voice soon, he wouldn't manage to pop the question. "I just need some air." Marcus literally leapt out of his chair and jumped over the couple of stairs that led to the main room. For fuck's sake, he better be quick. Callie leaned over and began rambling about a poor call the referees had made in the last period that had landed her dad in the penalty box. "That guy was totally chirping at my dad. I seen my ass. Watch this turn into a 5-on-3 because the Elvish refs are biased." It was at that moment the kiss cam came on, zooming in on an Elvish couple who smiled and waved before exchanging a light kiss. My heart leapt, because this was it, and Marcus had vanished. He better hope his absence was all part of the plan, because if he didn't get back here in 1.2 seconds to propose to my best friend, I was going to wring his neck. "Marcus!" I shouted as loud as I could. "You're missing the kiss cam!" "Ah!" Marcus screamed, and I heard the sound of him crashing to the floor as he tripped, probably stumbling into the food tables. "For fuck's sake, man," Charlie growled. I peered over my shoulder to see him reach out to grab Marcus, hauling him up by the collar and shoving him toward our seats. Somebody cared about this proposal more than I thought. As the camera angle changed, it landed upon me and Callie in the royal box, with Marcus's empty seat beside her. Did I have to do everything around here? I was going to have to propose to Callie too, by the looks of it, and I really didn't want to haul my ass out of this spot. Callie wasn't paying attention. Her eyes were locked on me as she continued her heated rant. I grabbed her by the jersey and shook her, pointing to the jumbotron that projected our image over the entire stadium. "Callie, look!" I swear, it took her a good 3 seconds to realize I was trying to get her attention. She followed my gaze, and when she saw herself on the screen, she shot to her feet and began waving her giant sign over her head. "Suck my dick!" Callie screamed so loud that it echoed off the walls of our suite. "I mean, puck my face stick, you losers!" Marcus appeared in the corner of the shot, and I watched on the jumbotron as he tripped down the stairs and landed out of view. I tore my gaze from the screen to look at him in real time, where he was sprawled, face first on the ground. For the sake of the ancestors. Callie was so wrapped up in her cheers that she didn't notice. She was jumping up and down, her face turning red as she screamed a chant the rest of the stadium couldn't hear. And it was a good thing, too, because it gave Marcus a moment to compose himself and rise to his knee. The whole stadium erupted into applause, which Callie must have thought was an agreement to her chant, because she lifted her sign even higher and beamed at the camera. "Callie, turn around," I demanded. I never witnessed her be so oblivious. The whole stadium was yelling at her to look at Marcus, but every voice overlapped one another. King Ethan skated to the center of the ice and waved his arms over his head, trying to get Callie's attention. Callie's eyes went to her dad, and he made a circling motion to tell her to turn around. Callie tilted her head, then put down her sign, turning away from the kiss cam so she could read the back of her jersey. When her eyes hit the screen above the stadium, a look of complete and utter shock overtook her face. There, stitched on the back of her jersey, was the name Mrs. Taylor. She finally noticed Marcus. He'd fumbled into his pocket to pull out the ring box, flipping the top open to reveal it to her. Callie watched it all happen on the Jumbotron. A shimmering diamond caught the light, and only then did it occur to Callie what was happening. Her jaw dropped as she slowly turned to face him. "Princess Kalina Nowak, my dear, pretty girl. I love you so very much." Marcus was already bawling. "You are the love of my life. You always have been, and I want to spend every day I have left with you. Darkness and death don't matter to me so long as we're together. I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you sooner, but I'm asking now. Will you marry me?" Callie blinked for a few seconds, stunned at the question, before she breathed, "Yes." She tossed her sign over her shoulder, which smacked Chansey in the face in the row behind us. Then Callie threw herself forward, tackling Marcus as she kissed him for the whole stadium to witness, the ring box flying out of his hand. Their tears mingled together as his hands caressed her hair. I nearly died with how romantic it all was. The stadium absolutely lost its shit, thundering so loudly that the applause shook the building. I'd never seen her so happy, which made me happy. I'd experienced this moment not too long ago, and it'd been one of the most cherished experiences of my life. I hoped she was feeling everything I'd felt, because she deserved to remember this day forever. Just like I did. I swallowed a lump in my throat as I glanced at Charlie. He'd turned gray. I blinked away tears, telling myself they were happy ones and running my fingers over Oberei's fur for comfort. Those days of joy were gone now. It was time to put them behind me. Marcus pulled Callie closer, drawing out a long, passionate kiss. When they finally parted, he sniffed, "I hope you liked it." "I loved it. Everything," Callie promised. "I can't believe you did all this for me." "I would never consider doing anything less." He turned a bright shade of pink. "You know why I picked the number 7 for your jersey, right?" "I can't believe you remembered." "How could I forget?" he said dreamily. "Cell block 7. "Cell block 7, she confirmed, and they kissed again. "Yeah, sure. Cell block 7. I knew exactly what had gone down in that cell block in great detail, because Callie had given me the rundown of everything they'd done when it was happening on the daily. It's where she and Marcus went to hang out alone, and go as far as they could without going all the way. They promised me they'd solved a mystery when they'd been poking around in that cell block, but I wasn't convinced. I was pretty sure they'd done nothing but screw around in there. It was cute, all the same. I cupped my hands around my mouth to cheer, "Show us the ring!" Marcus fumbled for the box that'd been knocked out of his hand when Callie tackled him. He lifted it, and his face immediately fell. The box was empty. I don't know where it went." Marcus started panicking and spun around, looking everywhere for the ring. Chansey and Danny both ducked under the chairs to help, and soon we were all looking for it. I rolled my chair out of the way in case it'd gone under me, but it hadn't. Callie was down on her knees, looking under her chair, when she exclaimed, "Found it!" She held the glittering diamond up triumphantly, then slipped it onto her ring finger. "Hey, I'm supposed to do that," Marcus complained. "Oh, sorry," Callie said, as she pulled the ring off and handed it to him. "Here you go." I couldn't help but laugh, Because this whole proposal was so them. For all the mistakes we'd just witnessed, it had turned out to be absolutely perfect. Marcus slipped the ring over Callie's finger. The stadium exploded with cheers once again, before the kiss cam ended and the game resumed. It was really cool that so many people got to be involved in this incredible affair. Neither Callie nor Marcus were among the royal family here in Elomanth, but Callie was still a Fae princess, and the people of our city treated her like any other royal. I was certain their engagement would be plastered over every newspaper in the city by tomorrow morning, just like when Charlie and I got engaged. The thought halted me in my tracks. I suddenly became very aware of the ring missing from my hand. We hadn't announced our divorce publicly. I hoped everyone had been so distracted by Callie and Marcus that they didn't notice my empty ring finger on the big screen. We didn't need all of Elomanth speculating on our relationship status before we'd committed to the details ourselves. "Mrs. Taylor, can you believe it?" Callie kept saying. I learned that Marcus was one of the few things that could take Callie's attention off the ice, because she spent the rest of the game sucking face with him, while whispering promises into his ear about what she was going to do to him later. I'm pretty sure she mentioned leather more than once. I overheard far more than I ever wished to know. The Fae team won the game by 2 goals, which was the perfect conclusion to Callie's day. As we were leaving, I turned to push myself up the ramp. I noticed Charlie leaning against the top of the exit. For fuck's sake, was this guy always in my way? I could either announce my presence loudly to get him to move, or run over his foot. I was debating on the latter when Obereye scampered up the ramp ahead of me. Charlie placed his hand on Obereye's back, and I realized he was waiting for him so he could navigate out of the room and through the stadium. My heart dropped, because what hurt me more than our fighting was failing to be acknowledged by him at all. I didn't think Charlie was putting on an act. He genuinely hadn't realized I was there. The searing ache in my gut told me that even though I no longer wished to be a part of his life, I was deeply hurt by the absence of our bond. So much was missing now. Our bond, my wedding ring, and our love. As much as I wanted to be done with it all, there were parts I didn't think I could give up. I could deal with Charlie and I being separated. But could I truly live in a world where I no longer existed to him? I would have thought that was impossible. But now, it was my reality. This proposal was supposed to be a happy affair, but there'd been aspects of this day that absolutely crushed me. I felt torn by the conflicting emotions. When it came to Charlie, I experienced the ache of one very important chapter coming to an end, while at the same time, I was elated to see Callie and Marcus starting their own chapter of life together. I suppose that's what my brother had been trying to tell me. Life moved in cycles. Az seemed to think there was still good in this world worth looking forward to. And maybe he was right. I got a chance to start over again once those papers were signed. I already knew for certain I would never get married again. I wouldn't start a new life like Callie and Marcus were doing. But at least I'd be free. But breaking free and taking flight were 2 very different things. After today, I wasn't sure which one I wanted.
Chapter 7. Charlie. Ava and I hadn't been in the same room together since my Shinari's funeral, so seeing her again at the hockey game was a shock to my entire system. I could have laid down on the ice rink buck naked in front of the entire stadium, and I wouldn't have felt nearly as cold and vulnerable as I did while trapped in that royal box with her. We were no longer living together, Every morning I woke to an empty bed, and every night I panicked in my sleep, thinking I was back in the aftermath of the infernal underground when Ava was in the hospital. Once reality sunk in, I realized Ava was safe and sound in the ladies' court, where she'd been sleeping for a while now. She stuck to one side of the palace, and I stuck to the other. That had been difficult to do in the tiny royal box, where I was doing my best to stay out of everybody's way so I didn't ruin Marcus and Callie's big day. I'd held my breath the whole time, hoping to get through the game without causing a scene. It was the least I could do, because I was lucky to even have friends at this point. Ava was the glue that held the villains club together, and I knew for certain she'd get Callie and Marcus in the divorce, so I kept my mouth shut and tried to disappear. She was Oberon's favorite, after all, and I knew she was everybody else's too, and for good reason. She was a wonderful person, and I was me. I'd been the side piece that had come along with her everywhere, so I needed to shut up and be grateful for whatever community I had at this point. I hadn't processed any of the game. I couldn't focus on anything other than my clammy hands and racing heartbeat. Hearing Ava's voice across the room and inhaling her raspberry scent when she got too close sent my head spinning. I wasn't going to make my panic attacks her problem. In fact, I wouldn't be her problem at all once I signed those papers. But Ava hadn't come to me requesting we resolve this, and I wasn't going to chase her down. No one brought up the papers at all, and hadn't in weeks. I was too scared to have that conversation, even though Oberon was insistent we needed to. Ava and I were avoiding each other, and that didn't change, even though Marcus had invited us both to the game. I knew Ava didn't want me there, so I stayed as far away from her as possible. I felt awful, because I knew I couldn't avoid her forever. We'd watched Callie and Marcus get engaged in front of us, and as happy as I was for them, I had to admit how undeniably excruciating it had been to experience. Our two best friends were madly in love, and Ava and I were far apart. Even though we were separated, we were both going to have to attend this wedding, which just might crush me. I didn't know if I could be there to witness my closest friends get married while my estranged ex-wife ignored me the entire time, acting like I wasn't alive. There was no torture Cell Block 9 had put me through that was worse than that. It wasn't like we had any other options. Beyond the shield surrounding Elamanth, it was the Warden's world now. Even if I wanted to ditch all my friends and retreat to a place where Ava could be rid of me for good, it was impossible. There was no leaving the city, so we were stuck here. We'd continue to be forced together by remnants of our old lives, always reminded of what was, but what could never be. I came to realize that even if we signed those papers, Ava would never be rid of me. That meant the parts of our future that should have been the best moments would always turn out to be the most devastating for us. It hurt that I couldn't give her what she actually wanted, because deep down, it's what I wanted too. I had to get some aggression out of my system, because the last thing I needed was to become my father and make my friend's engagement all about me. The day after the game, Oberon accompanied me to the Demigod Training Center. Training equipment was scattered all throughout the room. I started in the corner with the boxing equipment, where I pummeled my fists into a mannequin for the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, Oberon rolled around on the mats, claiming to be practicing his kicks. "Your father's stupid collar is going to get us all killed," he grumbled. "I need to work out my glutes so I can kick the warden in the balls so hard they become lodged in his throat and he chokes on them." I barely thought of the warden since we'd installed that shield around Elamanth. Last I'd heard, he destroyed so many cities that the humans were retaliating with nuclear weapons. Magical secrecy had been blown out of the water, and he'd exposed the supernatural community to the entire world in his conquest for total domination. He'd been forced to retreat somewhere our spies couldn't track, because even a demigod, which he was now, couldn't stave off a nuke. He'd survived the blast, but his army wouldn't, so he needed to recalculate. That bought us some time, but I wasn't sure if there was anything more we could do to stop him. We had 6 of the 7 divinity keys in the Royal Vault, but without the Astromancer key, they were useless. Without all 7, we couldn't open the Elven Gate and lead the elves to the Blessed Haven as my prophecy foretold, which was imperative to saving all supernatural kind. Because the elves were the original supernaturals and the main connection to the Blessed Haven, they were the supernatural world's tie to the afterlife. Without them, none of the souls in the magical world wouldn't be able to cross over into the Blessed Haven after death and be stuck in the in-between forever. The warden didn't know this, because he was still on a rampage to exterminate elvish kind, and even if he did, I doubted he would care. He'd amassed so much power as a demigod that even if the elves did go extinct, he'd still find a way into the afterlife himself, and he wouldn't mind if he was the only one left with the ability to go there. It would be easier for him to control people. Our team had completely stalled on making any progress since the day I had broken my bond with Ava. Without her guiding us, I didn't know if it was possible to reach the Blessed Haven anymore. I punched the mannequin harder until my knuckles were bloody and bits of foam were flying off its face. My hand was healing from where my father had amputated my finger, but it still throbbed painfully. I kept going. Sweat dripped down my face, and my breaths became so ragged I was starting to sway on my feet.
Perhaps we should take a break, Cobra suggested. I think Manny here needs a doctor. His face doesn't quite look right. Neither does yours, really.
I took a step back, heaving as I wiped the sweat from my brow. I'm not finished. The door to the training center opened, and Oberoi turned away.
You need to be, because you have a guest.
I stopped to listen to the sound of footsteps. They were light, definitely not Chansey or Danny, who were the most likely to show up here. My magic brushed up against hers, and I sensed elf powers. Then came a woman's voice.
I heard I could find you here. Do you have a minute?
It was Drea, my father's guard and wife. My stepmother. She was the last person I expected to see here. I didn't want to talk to her, because I figured she must have come with a message from my father. I hesitated for a moment too long, and Oberoi said,
It looks like she has something for you. I suggest you hear her out.
I swallowed the lump rising in my throat and grabbed a nearby towel to wipe my hands of blood and sweat. Sure, what is it? Drea must have noticed the bite in my tone, because she added, Your father doesn't know I'm here. I came to give a peace offering between just the two of us. That is, if you'll accept. I wasn't sure what to think, since I'd never spoken to Drea alone. Knowing her loyalties lied with my father, I couldn't be sure this wasn't some sort of manipulation on his behalf. I proceeded with caution. What is it? Drea placed something long and heavy into my hands. This is your grandfather's sword. I believe it belongs to you. I nearly fell to my knees as my fingers roamed over a leather sheath. I felt over the hilt of the sword, which had swirling designs carved into the metal. This was Emperor Cassiel's? Yes, and he would have wanted you to have it. It's a strong sword, forged from metal found in the caves of our former Forevermore. The hilt is golden, and those etchings are of cherry blossoms. Your grandfather loved them. There was a cherry tree outside his and Aponi's quarters in Forevermore. It was an illusion tree that sustained blossoms year-round. I choked back what I thought were tears, though I couldn't bring myself to cry. I'd been through so much lately, it was like the tears had dried up. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't break down, though this gift almost broke me. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, she said gently. Just take it, and use it well. I don't know how to use a sword, I stammered. I mean, I've created illusion swords, and I've used them in battle, but that was in an emergency situation. I'm not sure how to wield one properly. I could hear the slight smile in her voice. Then allow me to teach you. I wanted to run away, but was too stunned to move. You do that for me? Of course. I serve the monarchy, and the prince should know how to defend himself with a weapon at all times. If no one else has taught you, I would be glad to. My mouth ran dry. But what about Cameron? I knew he wouldn't approve. Drea might even get in trouble for offering. Your father doesn't need to know about this, and if he finds out, I can handle him. Drea sounded sure of herself. If you're interested in learning swordplay, then let us begin. The walls I'd built when she'd walked in melted away. All right, what can you teach me? Drea taught me how to hold the weapon and where to place my feet to steady myself to fight. She explained several movements to help me block and attack, guiding my body into the right positions. I found myself hanging on her every word. Even though she was my father's guard, she was still a part of the Emperor's guard, which was the highest rank in the Elvish military. If anyone knew how to handle a sword fight around here, it was Drea. What do I do if someone's coming at me? I asked. You'll block their attack, like this, she said, guiding my arm to brace an enemy's blade against my own. If you do it correctly, you'll be able to stagger your opponent. If they attack again, parry by swinging upward in an arc. Build off your momentum and give yourself an opportunity to attack. Let me demonstrate. We practiced with wooden sparring swords that were available in the training area. The wooden sticks smacked against each other as we refined the different maneuvers. You won't be able to see your opponent's sword coming, so you need to listen to their movements, Drea said. Pay close attention to the sound of my feet across the stone and calculate what I'm about to do based off of how quickly I'm moving. I listened closely, focusing my attention on where her feet were. When she rushed at me, I knew she was about to swing, so I braced myself for a block. When she took a few steps back, I saw an opportunity, though she blocked my sloppy swing. Where did you learn all this? I asked. It's like you know how to fight without being able to see. To graduate from our training, all Elvish soldiers must prove they can fight an entire group of combatants blindfolded. It takes many years of practice, she replied. But if you become skilled enough, you don't need your eyes to fight. You only need to match the music of the battle, just like playing a song. That was a concept I could understand. We worked into a rhythm so I could learn where her body was an approximation of mine, combating the strikes she delivered with movements that slowly became fluid. It wasn't all that different from fighting with my fists, except now I had an extension of my arm to use as a weapon. Sword play is like a dance. If you can predict your opponent's next move, you can win the battle. She went easy on me, swinging slowly and pausing every few swings to give feedback. Oberoi sat near the edge of the mat, smacking his tail against the ground and panting happily. He liked that Drea and I were getting along. Why are you doing this? I asked curiously as I blocked another one of her swings. You don't have to help me. You shouldn't really. I don't. I took a breath and blew it out, confessing. I don't deserve this. Ancestors, those words were like a mantra stuck on repeat these days. Problem was, I couldn't stop myself from believing them. I can't sit around like your father is doing, Dre confessed. Training you in swordplay was your grandfather's responsibility, but the two of you never got far enough in your training to get a chance to work with blades. I had the honor of serving in your grandfather's guard for many years, and he taught me personally after I was bound to Cameron. He would want me to make sure your training was complete. I hope he would, but I doubt it. Drea paused, ceasing to strike. Charlie, your grandfather would not blame you for anything you've done. I am certain of that, more than I am certain of anything. I shrugged. Maybe. I really miss him. I wish I had his advice right now. If Cassiel were here, he'd help me. He'd tell me what to do about this divorce, what I could do to fix things between me and Ava. He was a great man. I know how close you were to him. I'm deeply sorry for your loss. My reply was strangled. Yeah, thanks. Though if he knew what I did, I don't think he would consider me his grandson anymore. He's probably stuck in the in-between because his soul can't cross over to the afterlife. And as much as I hate to say this, that's probably a good thing. He'd be ashamed if he knew what I did to Ava. Did your grandfather ever tell you that he and Ava-Marie were separated for a time? I froze in place, not sure if I could believe what she just said. Separated? Like, they weren't together? Yes, shortly after their wedding. They were very young. In fact, Cassiel was around your age. I could hardly believe it. My grandfather had always spoken of my grandmother like she was the only woman for him, someone he'd never get over. He'd acted like their marriage had been unshakable from the start. Why did they separate? As you well know, your grandfather had to do some questionable things as the Elvish ruler. Ava-Marie was disgusted with the actions he had to take in order to keep our monarchy safe. She thought he'd become a monster and desired to leave him. She moved out of his quarters and was contemplating divorce. It comforted me to know that my grandfather had gone through the same struggle. So what happened? Cassiel did something that shocked our people. He attempted to lock Ava-Marie away. What? I staggered forward as I swung the wooden sword. I never heard about this. You two are more alike than you will ever know, Drea adjusted my arms before we continued sparring. How did he fix it? Had Cassiel forced Ava-Marie to stay with him even though she didn't want to? That didn't sound like him.
Your grandfather learned that when you love someone as dearly as you love your spouse, it's not right to hold them so tightly they can't take flight. To become one, he had to allow them to be two separate people. Cassio understood Apone needed to make her own choice, and he needed to accept it, whatever it would be. He trusted in the belief that Apone truly loved him and chose to let her come back to him, and that trust enabled them to repair their relationship. And she chose him, I asked, making my words firm. I wanted to be sure my grandmother had wanted to reconcile and hadn't been trapped in a broken marriage. Oh yes, it took some time, but she and Cassio worked on their relationship, and they became closer than ever before. She adored him every moment of her life, and he worshipped her until she left this world, and even long after. That time they spent apart was a wound that became a scar, but that scar defined them. It did not break them. The sparring sword hung loosely in my grip. I want to hope that can be the case for Ava and me, but that seems impossible. You will find that every marriage endures some sort of crisis. Life demands that you cling to each other or drift away. No marriage is perfect. You can either stand and fight beside your spouse or lay down your sword and decide to leave them behind you. She sighed. Cameron and I are in the middle of our own crisis, as it were. I swung my sparring sword at her, and she dodged out of the way. It's not your job to make things right. I know your loyalty lies with my dad. Drea lowered her sword. I didn't come here as your father's guard. I balked. So you came here as what? My stepmom? I don't wish to try and be your mother, she assured me. I know losing Cassio has wounded you to the point you are unable to make room in your heart for another parental figure, and I cannot take Cassio's nor Kelly's place. But I did come as your father's wife. I want to apologize to you because I'm embarrassed by how Cameron's been acting. You have no reason to trust me, but Cameron isn't willing to be there for you, so I will be. I want you to know that if you need anything, I'm here, even if he isn't. She was right. I didn't trust her, but I was still touched by the gesture. She cared, which was far more than I could say about my useless father. If you're so embarrassed by my dad, why do you stay with him? I wondered. Drea drew a short breath. It's complicated. For one, I feel an obligation to the Elvish family. If I leave, then I'm giving up on my vows, and I want to believe there's still good in him. No wife wants to give up on her husband, no matter what he does. I knew that's how Ava had to be feeling too. I despised myself for putting her in such a painful position. But how could I tell Drea to leave my dad when I wanted Ava to stay with me? It was hypocritical. He doesn't treat you well. He doesn't treat anyone well, really. You're not his servant. You're his wife. This isn't fair to you. I know you're uneasy with the idea of how our arrangement works, Drea admitted. It is unheard of for a royal to marry their guard, and our bond is still in place. I am required to follow his command, no matter the request. It's not an equal partnership, Drea. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but you're not on even ground. You might be married, but he still holds power over you. I understand your point. There have been a few times over the years where Cameron and I did not agree, but I had to follow his request. Cassio tried to speak up on my behalf when he could, but it wasn't always possible to deny my husband's order. That statement alone indicated Cameron had forced Drea into things she wasn't comfortable with completely. If you want, I'll break your bond for you. You don't have to be magically tied to my father anymore. I swore I'd never break another bond again, but I'd make an exception for Drea. There's no need for that. I want to assure you that he hasn't violated my consent. I love Cameron dearly, and he was a good husband for many years. It's only been lately that he's been reluctant to hear me. Maybe Cameron hadn't done anything to assault or harm Drea, but he was acting like she was someone to carry out his demands when he demanded it, not someone meant to live life with him side by side. I couldn't say I hadn't gone down the same path. I was grateful Ava had stopped that shit in its tracks before I took it too far. She had put me in my place for good reason, because without boundaries, I was clearly a maniac who had no self-control. It's not right that he tries to control you. It's not right for any husband to do. I never wanted to exercise control over Ava, ever again.
I never should have tried in the first place, even if my objective was to keep her safe. There was no excuse for it. You have to understand that the man you know isn't the man I married. Since we discovered you were alive, Cameron has changed, and I don't know why. Guilt, perhaps? I keep hoping the man I married comes back to me. I hope he does, I told her. Perhaps I'd like to meet that man someday. Her voice cracked with tears as she said, I hope so too, because the man who took his place isn't the father you deserve. I could tell this conversation had given her a lot of pain, so I cleared my throat. Thank you for the sword. It really means a lot. I know you'll use it well. Your grandfather spilled a lot of blood with that sword. He'll be happy to know it's being used again. I don't know if it'll work for me in a real battle, I pointed out. Oberei and I share power, so as long as he's not wearing that Inferokite collar, I can siphon his magic to shift into a wyvern. I couldn't take the sword with me, because I'd lose it when I shift. Not if Oberei's shifting powers work like the Fae, Drea said thoughtfully. I tilted my head. What do you mean? When Fae shifters take on their animal form, their weapons shift with them, Drea explained. Think of it like a temporary witch stash. Their clothes and weapons are displaced in space through their magic, so their weapons come with them. Then when they shift back, their weapons reappear on their person. Oberei stood, sounding curious. Drea has a point. Your clothes have always shifted with you, so my shifting powers must be similar to Fae magic. When I was able to shift into my unicorn form, my saddle shifted with me. Yeah, but we used simultension to make that work, I told him. Perhaps we never had to, Oberei theorized. I might be able to shift with other items. We've never tried. If we ever get a chance to fight again, I think you should take Castiel's sword with you in a battle, just in case. I turned back to Drea. Oberei thinks weapons should shift with me, like they do the Fae. Thank you, Drea. I can't tell you how much this means to me. You're welcome, Charlie. If you need anything, you merely have to ask. I truly mean that. Drea bowed to me, though she seemed nervous she'd overstayed her welcome, so she left the room. I didn't stop her. Once Oberei and I were alone, I kept running my fingers over the cherry blossom etchings on my grandfather's sword. This was one of the greatest gifts I'd ever received. It was an honor that Drea had given it to me. I wanted to prove to her that this honor wasn't wasted. I would use this sword well. My grandfather had mended his marriage with Ava-Marie. Maybe I could find a way to mend my marriage with Ava, too. I barely got 30 seconds alone before someone else burst into the training area, panting like they'd run all the way across the palace to find me. My heart lurched in surprise.
There you are,
Danny cried.
I just spoke with Professor Hemlock. She found out who the spy is. You know, the one who's been ferrying information to the warden, and she says it isn't Abigail. She sent me to gather everyone I could. We have to talk to her as soon as we can. The urgency in his voice was enough to get me moving. There was no time for questions, because if Ava's lady-in-waiting wasn't the mole, that meant someone else was roaming the palace that worked for the warden. We needed to intercept them now. Eddie had been standing guard in the hall, surely on orders from my father. He overheard Danny and ran behind us. We met up with Callie and Marcus along the way, who were sitting near one of the garden fountains. We found a spy! Let's go!
Danny shouted. Callie and Marcus hurried to catch up, and Rishi scurried alongside them. Where's Ava? I asked, struggling to keep up with Danny. Even without his vampire speed, he was fast.
I met up with Ava first. She's already with Hemlock.
Danny's voice was drowned by the sound of a blood-curdling, horrific wail of agony. It brought the entire group to a halt, terror racing through our bodies so potent it quivered throughout our bones. Oh no, Oberei whispered, confirming the worst. I absolutely knew it was her without having to be told. Ava's heartbroken screams shook the halls, tearing the fragmented remains of what was left of my soul in half. The screams didn't stop, increasing in intensity. I lost my God's damned mind when I heard Ava scream like that. Instinct kicked in, driving me into a dead sprint. Whenever Ava cried out like that, I responded, because I was certain she was crying for me. Fuck this divorce or whatever else we were going through. She needed me. I couldn't hold myself back from hurrying as fast as I could when her shrieks were this tormented. Nothing in the world mattered except being there when she was calling for my help, even if she didn't realize it. She was still my wife. I would do anything to make those screams stop. Anything. I ran ahead while the rest of them raced behind me. I turned a few hallways until we reached Hemlock's quarters. I smelled the blood the same moment Ava gave another wretched cry that turned my bones to ice. Hemlock wheezed from where she lay on the ground, gasping in pain. Ava had flung herself out of her chair, posed by Hemlock's side.
Professor!
I scrambled to kneel. Warm blood seeped through the fabric of my trousers. Hemlock's hand found mine, but her grip was weak.
A dagger to the gut, Obereye told me. It's deep.
Can we save her? I asked desperately. Obereye's tone was hesitant.
She's lost a lot of blood. Without Ava's healing powers or access to my own, I fear she won't make it.
The reality was clear. Hemlock was dying, and Ava had been the one to find her like this. Hemlock's skin turned cold against my own. She had seconds, if that.
We need a doctor!
Ava screamed, refusing to give up. Her hands fumbled to keep the blood in, but it spurted between her fingers.
I don't understand, Danny stammered. She was fine when I left a moment ago. Charlie, do something!
Ava begged. I wanted to, so badly, but there was nothing anybody could do here. I remained at her side, if nothing else, letting her know that I was here and I wasn't going anywhere. If we had to survive this moment, I was enduring it with her. Marcus's soft voice cut through the chaos.
Ava, I can feel her soul teetering on the edge of death. Not even a healer's magic could stop her from leaving now.
Fuck you!
Ava spat, her voice edged with despair.
We can stop this! We have to help her!
We couldn't. Her pulse was faint against my skin. Hemlock had seconds. Professor, who did this to you? Hemlock's strained voice came out in a death rattle.
He made me do it. I had no control.
Her hand went limp in mine. I couldn't feel death the way Marcus could, but I'd be damned if the room didn't drop several degrees. Her soul fled the palace, going to a place beyond what we could reach.
No! No, no, no!
Ava sobbed.
Please don't leave me!
Hemlock didn't say anything. She was already gone. Ava kept holding the wound that had killed Hemlock, as if it was imperative she keep the blood in.
Marcus, bring her back!
I can't bring the dead back to life, Ava, Marcus said brokenly. You know that. Everything shifted in an instant. I couldn't wrap my head around what we just witnessed. I'd seen so much death, but most of it had happened in the throes of the battlefield or as the result of some great conflict between rivals. Never had I seen a death occur so suddenly, with no warning at all. Yet Hemlock's body lay beneath me, with no traces of illusion magic or lingering clues that this was some sort of deception. Hemlock had been here 1 minute, and gone the next.
Damn you! Damn all of you!
Ava cried, and I became numb as I heard her sobs, which had become so commonplace.
You're all useless!
Every time I didn't think Ava could be broken anymore, something else happened to ruin her. Hemlock had been her mentor, her friend, and a grandmotherly figure that had safeguarded her against the worst of the Institute. How much more could she shatter? Callie knelt beside Ava, reaching out to take her in her arms.
Ava, I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do.
Ava clung to Callie, sobbing against her.
Marcus, if you can't bring her back, summon her spirit. You've done it before. We need to know who killed her. I want whoever did this to pay.
I've summoned spirits while the realms were in balance, but our connection to the afterlife is broken now, Marcus insisted. If I bring her back, I risk trapping her here like I did to Thaddeus, and I'm not making that mistake again. The best I can do is use the dagger that killed her to try and look into the past, to see what happened here.
Then what are you waiting for? Do it!
Ava screeched. Marcus came to my side and knelt next to Hemlock's corpse. Her flesh gave a sickening squishing sound as Marcus drew the dagger out of her abdomen. He held it, attempting to create visions from the blade. I see Hemlock reaching for the dagger in her robes, Marcus started. The weapon is hers. She has a terrified look on her face. Don't do this, she's begging. They trusted you. She's driving the dagger down, and... Marcus scrambled backward, and the blade clattered to the floor.
And what?
Ava bellowed.
Who was she talking to?
I couldn't see, Marcus admitted. Even as a demigod, my visions aren't clear. I only saw it from one angle. All I know is someone forced her to stab herself. No shit, Danny sneered as he shoved Marcus aside. She told us so herself. Let me try. What are you doing? Callie asked. Blood magic, Danny stated. Blood holds memories, so I should be able to see the last few moments of her life before she died. Danny reached over me to smear a finger through the puddle of blood. I heard a slick sound as he spread the blood across his tongue. Marcus nearly gagged, but no one else reacted. Danny sucked the blood off his fingers. Oh, not him. Who? Ava demanded. Whoever it is, I want them executed right away. No, you don't, Ava, Danny said sadly. You heard Marcus. It was someone we trusted. There's only one person we know who can puppeteer people. Hatred flared through every part of me. Of fucking course. It had been so obvious. His need for power, his desperation for revenge. We should have seen this coming, but he was our friend, so we looked the other way. Everyone turned to Eddie like we expected him to have answers. This can't be right. You don't think Alistair did this, do you? Eddie demanded. We haven't seen Alistair all day, Callie replied. He must have overheard Hemlock tell Danny she found the spy and killed her before she could reveal the truth. He underestimated us, though, because he didn't think he'd get caught, Danny added. That doesn't mean he's guilty, Eddie insisted. Do you really think he's capable of this? Yes, we all answered in unison. I trusted Alistair to always have my back, but when it came down to it, I knew he was capable of this crime and so much more. Alistair had used his warlock powers to control the minds of others in sick ways. It wasn't at all a stretch to consider he'd kill Hemlock, too. I never thought he'd take the Warden's side, but if Alistair believed funneling information back to the enemy would save his own ass, and Eddie's life as well, he'd make a deal with the Warden in a heartbeat. Ophiotaurus had plenty of time to get Alistair alone back at the Institute to strike a deal with him before we'd ever escaped. He'd been playing us for so long, and it took no effort at all because Alistair was an excellent liar. I recalled what Alistair had said back in the throne room after I'd locked Ava up. Why not use our own powers to take over the world? I'm tired of getting kicked around all my life. It's time to rub everyone's face in the dirt like they did me. They showed me no mercy, so I won't give them any. I figured I could trust him because he was an outcast like the rest of us. But Alistair had only been on one side this whole time, and that was his own. He was always going to ally himself with whoever was the most powerful, and that was clearly the Warden. I regretted ever extending him grace. Alistair isn't sneaking around the castle looking to kill someone, Eddie pressed. You haven't seen him around because he said some unforgivable things to me at Cassio's funeral. We sort of broke up. What he said that day was inexcusable, and further proof of who he really is, I snapped. You heard that? Eddie asked, stunned. Yes, so don't give me bullshit excuses and continue to defend him, I growled. Alistair was here, and he needs to be questioned. Danny's blood magic proved that. So where'd he go? Eddie swallowed audibly. Last I saw him, he was headed to his quarters. I shoved my way past Eddie and started down the hall, fists shaking at my sides. The others followed. I burst through the door to Alistair's room, sending the door flying off its hinges. Alistair yelped and threw a piece of fabric at me, which barely grazed my leg. I reached him in 3 strides. My bloody hands clamped around his throat as I pinned him to the floor. Pig clawed at me, but I shoved the cat aside. She and Rishi faced off, hissing at one another.
She's dead, you asshole!
I screamed. I couldn't describe how furious I was. That he'd done this not only to Hemlock, but to Ava, gave me the desire to blast his soul to oblivion and back.
Don't touch him!
Eddie tried to yank me off Alistair, but I shoved my guard back. Eddie went floundering away, smacking his head against the wall.
Who's dead?
Alistair rasped.
Hemlock!
I sneered.
We know it was you. You've been the mole this whole time, funneling information back to the Warden. You killed Hemlock to keep her from talking, but we know what you did! Now it's just a matter of deciding where you belong, in the dungeon or on the execution block.
You can't
Touch me, Alistair gasped. My arms yanked backward against my will, and Alistair heaved a greedy breath. He ducked out from under me, and I realized he was puppeteering me, just like he'd done our professor.
Let me go!
I screamed. So you can kill me? Alistair spat. Not a chance. I didn't have free rein in my limbs, but Alistair couldn't overpower my magic. I sent a gust of air blasting in his direction. Alistair flew off his feet and slammed against the wall.
You're a fool if you think I'd betray you!
Alistair growled.
I'm one of the few people who took your side when you fought Ava! Because you wanted to ruin this city!
I demanded. I see it all so clearly now. You see nothing, Alistair spat. I scoffed. Guess we have that in common, don't we? Ha ha, Alistair said dryly. Are you really that far beyond reason? Before I had a chance to respond, Eddie took a timid step forward. Alistair, you're packing. You were planning to flee? Shit. The piece of fabric Alistair threw at me must have been an article of clothing. He'd rushed to put his things in a bag and scram after he'd killed Hemlock, hoping he'd escape before we found him. I couldn't believe I'd ever stuck up for him. He was selfish and only cared about saving his own skin. Not you too, Eddie. Alistair was pretending to sound heartbroken, but his acting was so poor the truth became obvious. I didn't plan this. After our fight, I figured you didn't want me around anymore, so I was going to leave the palace and find a place to stay in the city. If I were guilty of anything, I wouldn't be running. I'd be burning this city to the ground. Alistair, you could drop the act, Marcus said flatly. We have the evidence. Damn right we do. Blood magic doesn't lie, and my powers were strong enough to detect that you were there when Hemlock died, Danny snarled. All of us were together when she was stabbed, except you. I just talked to her moments before I found Charlie. Then I come back and she's bleeding to death. What does that tell us? Bullshit! You can't prove a thing, Alistair snapped. Eddie's voice was tearful. I know we took different sides when Ava and Charlie fought, but I didn't think it'd go this far. If you didn't kill Hemlock, then what? Alistair sneered cruelly. Then I'm guilty until proven innocent? You've already decided that I'm the one to blame, so what's there to prove? You all like to tell the story the way you think it should go. Charlie's right. I did want to ruin the city, and I would have taken Hemlock out if I had to, because she would have gotten in the way. I honestly wish I would have thought of it first. Is that a confession? Callie demanded. You want revenge on your enemies so badly you're willing to side with whoever's in power. Since Charlie's plan didn't work, now you're running to the warden. Perfect logic, Alistair huffed sarcastically. You're accusing me of working with the warden forever, but somehow I only just took his side. Make it make sense. Alistair, you go along with whoever's going to win that day, and you're impulsive. It's how you've always been, Marcus pointed out. That's how we caught you.
All the evidence adds up, so don't even try to deny it,
I raged. Someone fucked up our warding potion when we went to the Devil's City, which left us exposed to Salvatore's mob. You aren't an alchemist, but you've got a hell of a lot of knowledge about potions. You were trying to keep us from getting that vampire key so the warden could get there first, which is so obvious now. You were reckless over the comms and exposed us. You wanted us to get caught. I don't know if you're working for the vamps or the warden, and I frankly don't care, because your days of passing along information are over!
If you don't trust me and don't want me around, then I don't know what I'm doing here!
Alistair raged.
I'll try my hand at the warden's world, because we all know it's better than yours. You guys were my friends, and you stabbed me in the back just like everyone else has. So you know what? If Hemlock's death breaks you, I'm happy she's gone.
His voice was cut off as someone struck him across the face, and a heavy thump resounded as two bodies hit the floor. Wicked screams rang throughout the room. I realized Ava had launched herself out of her chair to tackle Alistair to the ground, punching him as hard as she could.
Damn you!
Ava screeched, her voice a combination of sobs and screams.
Just die!
Her fury made my entire form shake. If Ava had her magic still, she would have combusted Alistair into ash. But she couldn't, so she was resorting to beating the shit out of him.
Princess, please!
Eddie begged, and it sounded like he dragged her off. Just then, the sound of armed guards reached the room. Before they could ask what was going on, Ava was already barking orders.
Arrest him! I want his head!
The guards rushed forward, but they only got a few steps before the clank of their armor halted. Instead, the guards turned on us. The guard nearest me unsheathed his sword, and I ducked out of the way as the blade sliced through the air where I'd been standing. The sword hit the bed, and feathers went flying everywhere. Oberei gave a mad bark as he threw himself between Ava and a nearby guard. Magic exploded throughout the room as chaos erupted. Alistair laughed madly.
You're so scared I'll betray you, Charlie. Too late. It's already happened. Who knew treason could feel so good? Have fun with my puppets!
Alistair dipped out of the room, his laughter and pig's meows echoing down the hall. I ducked another incoming blow, punching a guard across the face. My hand hit a metal helmet, making my fingers throb.
Ugh, somebody stop him! There's nowhere to go!
Callie shot back.
Do you want us to kill these guards?
These guards were innocent, and I wasn't going to have them pay for Alistair's transgressions. Whatever. I'll do it myself, I grumbled. My air magic swept through the room, blasting the guards to either side to carve a path to the door. I raced into the hall and sprinted in the direction of Alistair's footsteps. I turned a corner, but found it empty. My air magic swirled up to the ceiling and all the way to the end of the hall, but Alistair had vanished. More people came scrambling behind me.
Where'd he go?
I demanded. Someone must have seen something I couldn't. He's gone, sire, Eddie said. I shook my head. No one just vanishes into thin air. You know something, don't you, Eddie? What do you expect me to know? The future? Eddie had apparently picked up some attitude from his boyfriend because it was the first time I'd ever heard him use sarcasm. I marched straight up to Eddie and grabbed him by the collar.
Lives are on the line. Hemlock is dead, and I'm not interested in waiting around for another one of us to die at Alistair's hand. We've already lost too many people. So you're gonna tell me what you know, or so help me, you'll be next!
Our bond trembled, like I'd yanked back on the spiritual rope tethering us together and let it spring forward. It didn't break, but I felt the tension nonetheless. Eddie had defied my orders before because I'd given him permission to do so, and he didn't want to help me now.
Eddie, please,
Ava begged, weeping freely.
We can't let Alistair get away with this.
Her tearful tone made him relent.
Fine. I showed Alistair where the secret passageways are within the palace. He must have used them to escape.
Then show us, I ordered. Eddie led us down a few winding hallways to the other side of the palace, over to a statuette on a marble pedestal. I felt around for any sort of lever, but I couldn't find one. Push down on the statue's arm, Eddie instructed sourly, like it was my fault I couldn't see where it fucking was. I did, and a panel in the wall slid out of place to let us through. The passageway was wide, and the ground was flat. Ava was able to navigate it easily in her chair. I led the way, and the others followed. I listened for any signs of Alistair, the click of his cane, the pad of Pig's feet, anything, but the passageway was silent. Marcus complained it was too dark to see anything, but I had no problem navigating the wide, straight passage ahead. We kept on going, until we hit a dead end. What's the trick here? I asked Eddie. How do we get out? Eddie gave a cold laugh.
Back the way you came. The only trick here is my own. This passageway was never finished. It leads to nowhere.
Are you kidding me? You're bound to follow my orders!
I yelled.
I did exactly as you asked, Eddie stated evenly. I showed you the secret passageways.
There are others, I accused. You knew Alistair wouldn't have taken this one, yet you let us here anyway. I thought you two broke up. Why are you still defending him?
Because I still love him enough to want him to live, Eddie stated defiantly. Good luck finding him.
You let a murderer escape!
Alistair didn't do this. He's too moral. Alistair's a lot of things, but moral isn't one of them. Eddie had been so blinded by his love he couldn't see the truth staring him in the face.
Eddie, how could you?
All the fire had gone out of Ava, and she crumbled completely into pieces. I wanted to reach out to my Pidge and hold her, tell her it would be okay, even if it felt like things would never right themselves again. But I couldn't, so I was forced to listen to the sound of her tears without being able to do a goddamn thing about it.
I'm sorry, Princess, but I have to believe in my love, even when he does awful things, Eddie replied softly.
As we all do. Was that a comment directed toward us? Sure sounded like it. Ava didn't respond. only continued to cry softly. "Is there any chance Alistair's telling the truth and not the spy?" Callie wondered. "No," Danny said coldly. "Magic or not, it's the only thing that makes sense. We were all together when she was murdered except for Ava, so we know it wasn't one of us. No one else here has anything to gain by working with the Warden except for him. Alistair killed Hemlock, and he's not one to give up the game if it ends in his execution. He knows he can't talk his way out of this. If there's one thing we could say about Alistair, it's that he's consistent," I said. "He's always going to play whatever role he has to in order to save his own neck. As far as I'm concerned, Alistair isn't our friend and never was. I don't care what happens to him. But you," I turned on Eddie. "I need to speak with you in private." "Charlie," Ava started like she was scared of what I might do. I bristled. "Eddie and I need to talk alone. This has been a long time coming." Callie scoffed. "You really think we're going to take orders from you?" Eddie drew himself up. "It's okay. I'm sure I can handle whatever Charlie has to say to me. The rest of you can go." Callie got up close to me, then hissed in my ear, "Eddie better walk out of here alive." Then she spun on her heel and left. Marcus and Danny followed, along with Oberai and Rishi. The resounding silence throughout the passageway was a clear indicator they were all pissed with me. That was nothing new. Ava was the only one who remained. I couldn't tell her to go. I didn't have the heart to do anything except try to make her feel better, and I doubted she would let me, so I just stood there, wondering how I could ask her to leave when all I wanted her to do was stay here with me. But I didn't have to. Ava spun around, snarling viciously. "I'm done with this. I'm overturning this palace for Alistair, because he's here somewhere. I don't give a shit what the rest of you do." She left the passageway. I waited for her to be gone, because she didn't need to hear any of this. Once she was, I faced Eddie, seething. "You're supposed to be my guard. Magical bond or not, it's your job to protect me and those I care about. You just let a traitor go free." Eddie kept his tone even. "Are you going to execute me?" I thought about it for a second, but I knew that wasn't the right choice. "No. I'll let you live with this decision, and you could spend the rest of your days agonizing over whether or not it was the right one. My father sentenced me to your service alone, but you know what, Eddie? I don't want it anymore." "So you will abandon me, like you've abandoned so many others," Eddie accused. "And you'll do so for simply disagreeing with you. That is what cruel leaders do, Charlie. I'm not a leader anymore. I'm just a guy trying to keep his friends alive, and I'm failing spectacularly at it. The least I can do is let you go before you're slaughtered too. I always hated our bond anyway, Eddie. It's not right to bind you to this lifelong service you had no choice in."
"It was an honor I was grateful to have, until you became a raging madman!"
Eddie shouted. "If that's what you think I am, then you'll have no problem being set free. I don't want to owe you anything, Eddie. It's time you find a purpose without me."
"Don't you dare make this out to be a gift, as if you're doing this for me and not some pathetic attempt to ensure you die alone!" Eddie yelled. "You push everyone away, Charlie. Your friends, your family, especially the people you love the most. As I should!"
Tears welled in my eyes, and I was glad it was dark enough that Eddie couldn't see it. "I shouldn't have to force people to stay at my side. I'm not going to keep you here because you clearly don't want to be around anymore. I'm not going to hold you to this bond like I tried to hold on to Ava. You wanted this connection before, but it's clear you don't want it now, and it's not doing either of us any favors." Eddie began to sob.
"Then break it, Charlie! Break it like you break everything! If you wanted to destroy our bond, you should have done this before you ruined everyone's life!"
"I'm not the only one to blame for this. I was responsible for so much, but why did everyone insist on putting the worst of our downfall on my shoulders?"
"You're the catalyst! I lost my eye for you! Chancia lost his wing, and Ava lost her magic. How much more are you going to ask people to sacrifice for you? I never asked for any of this! I don't want it! So take your freedom and leave me alone!" "You're setting me free to try and earn my favor back, but it's not going to work because it's not genuine. You've abused our bond before, so this act of kindness means nothing. We aren't friends, and we never will be. So just do it already and be done with it, because I am utterly tired of you."
I'd already tangled my magic within our bond and tugged on the magical tether. Our bond was ripped beneath the weight of our strained friendship, so it took no effort at all to sever it. It was easier to shatter than any bond I'd ever broken before, but that didn't make the agony bearable. It was only so simple to crush because it had already wasted away, and that in itself was a poison I had to swallow. Eddie must have felt the ache of it too, because he dropped to his knees. He drew a breath between clenched teeth.
Fuck you, Charlie.
I think you fucked us over enough, I replied. Why don't you go find Alistair? I'm sure he'll love your help escaping. I left Eddie alone in the dark. As I made my way through the passage, I worried that Eddie was right and I was going to keep breaking bonds until I was left alone in a solitary, miserable existence. Perhaps I'd been too harsh, and I'd learned nothing from the mistakes of my past. I thought I'd done the right thing releasing Eddie from my service. I knew he didn't want to work for me anyway, and I couldn't give a fuck less if my father would be mad that I'd done it. But I didn't want to continue being the cruel prince who had to make someone pay every time I found myself grieving. Hemlock was dead. I had to try and turn this bad thing into something good. The palace was in an uproar when I made it out of the secret passageway. By now, everyone had heard there was a murderer running loose. My friends were still gathered around the passage entrance, speaking in low whispers about where to go next. Ava's voice bit through all the rest.
I need a map. There has to be one of the secret passageways. You can't tell me Cassiel didn't have one made. Somebody find me one so I can root out this rat.
I was surprised she was still here, though I suppose she couldn't start looking without more information. I wanted to do whatever I could to help her, and was determined to locate someone who could find us that map before someone was calling my name.
Charlie!
Professor Takahashi ran up to us.
There you all are. I'm so glad to see you're all safe. All of you are wanted in the throne room right away. I think the Emperor wants your help bringing the culprit in.
Cameron was actually taking action? That was a shock. Wow, he's actually doing something? Ava snarled bitterly. I figured he'd be too busy partying to bother trying to locate a murderer. Takahashi's response was meant to soothe, as it always was. I understand you're grieving Professor Hemlock's passing, my dear. But she was a close friend to me as well. But we must do what we can to find her killer. The best thing we can do now is gather together to plan how to catch Alistair before he escapes completely.
Then let's hurry up and go,
Ava demanded, shoving her way to the head of the group. Takahashi escorted us to the throne room. When we arrived, Cameron was waiting with his associates. I heard several other voices, including Ava's parents, standing nearby. They were still well-respected authority figures here in the palace, and Cameron would be an idiot to not consult them on a matter like this. I hear you found yourself tangled in another mess, Cameron said nonchalantly, like news of a murder didn't surprise him in the slightest. Tell me everything. Callie was the one to step forward and explain. She'd managed to keep a level head while I'd gone on a rampage, and Ava was breaking at the loss of her mentor. Callie explained how we'd found Hemlock in her quarters and how we traced the evidence back to Alistair. She even told Cameron that Alistair had escaped through the secret passageways. Good, Cameron said. At least we're free of this traitor.
That's it? I demanded. Alistair flees the palace and now he's not your problem? You just gonna let him go free?
It's not like he killed someone important, Cameron said. Professor Hemlock wasn't an elf, just one of the refugees who lived here. Murmurs of protest spread throughout the room. Even a few of the guards seemed shocked to hear him say that. I was stunned, but Ava was pissed.
Fuck you and everything you stand for, Ava hissed. How dare you reduce her life and legacy as if she didn't matter?
A couple of the associates gasped when Ava spoke to the Emperor that way, but I heard the smirk in Cameron's voice as he responded. I suggest you watch your tone before I have you escorted out of my presence, girl. Regardless of the deceased's status, the murderer is no longer within the palace walls, so he is no longer my responsibility to find.
He can't get out of Eolamanth because he can't get through my shield. He's still in the city, Ava insisted. We need to move quickly so we find him. I'll do it myself if I have to.
This matter is none of the princess's business, Cameron said airily. I will send my guards after Alistair, and when found, he'll be put on trial. We can help, I insisted. We know how Alistair thinks.
And let you leave the palace?
Cameron bellowed.
I think not. For all I know, you let your friend escape. I have obtained your witness statement, and that is all I need from you. Do not forget that you are guests in my castle, and you hold no power to be making any demands. None of you will be leaving these grounds."
Ah, yes, we were guests who weren't allowed to leave. More like prisoners, if you asked me. How many jails were me and my friends going to find ourselves in, time and again? Danny stepped forward. "Your Majesty, if I may, the situation in the palace has impacted us all. We simply want to help. We are demigods. All we want is to use our powers for good." "The best thing any of you could possibly do is stay out of my way," Cameron sneered. I scoffed. That was rich, coming from a weak thing like him. "Something you wish to say, Charlie?" Cameron asked, hissing like a snake. "Sure," I stated coolly. "Cassiel would think we're capable, and he'd want us to help because we're adults. But you're standing there treating us like incapable children."
"You are incapable children!"
Cameron screamed, his voice echoing off the marble. Ava pushed her chair past me.
"That's the last thing we are, and Hemlock knew it. She was a great professor, an accomplished fae, and one of the kindest people to ever grace this planet. She did more in our fight against Ophiutorus than you ever will. You don't get to insult her memory like this."
I reached for Ava's shoulder on instinct, like I often did to help calm her down, but she shrugged me off and kept going.
"It was Hemlock who found the spy in the palace, and you're going to refuse any aid bringing her killer to justice because you're too insecure to accept help from a bunch of incompetent children." "I will not be spoken to this way,"
Cameron yelled.
"Bite your tongue before I throw you in the dungeon." "And throw away your best chance at making any progress?"
Ava bellowed.
"Go ahead. I'll get further along locked in a dungeon than you will sitting on that useless chair ordering people around all day."
Cameron scoffed. "If you had any value, you'd have defeated Dr. Taurus a long time ago, and he's still running rampant. The only reason you're a princess is because my son made you one, so don't forget your place here. You have no power, no magic, and you can't even walk, so don't act like you're useful to me, because you're clearly of no use to anyone." I couldn't think when he said that to her. All I heard was a static buzzing, the sound of my own rage. I didn't care that Ava and I were divorcing, that she wasn't mine anymore. Nobody spoke to her like that when I was still breathing. Not the gods, kings, or my own fucking father. A chorus of protests rang throughout the group, but my voice could be heard above all the others.
"One day of Ava's existence is worth 10 lifetimes of yours, you insolent, worthless fuck! Guards!"
Cameron shouted.
"Arrest both of these snotty brats and throw them in the dungeon!"
Armor clanked as soldiers started forward, but Liam got to Ava first. "Emperor Cameron, you will not harm my daughter." Liam's bold voice echoed throughout the throne room, taking a stand.
"I'm in charge here. This is my palace, my empire, my throne!"
Cameron bellowed. "I am chieftain of my people, which puts me on equal standing to you. Don't piss off the few allies you still have," Liam threatened. "Power isn't given. It's earned, and you have no right to order my daughter around when you can't control your own court." It was odd Liam was standing up to Cameron. Finally, someone was telling him to go piss up a rope. I expected the other elves in the room to protest, but no one spoke out against Liam's strong voice. They were all intimidated by him. Cameron couldn't be half the leader Liam was if he tried. The water chief could force my father to his hands and knees like a dog and parade him around the palace if he wanted to. That much was clear. I think Cameron knew it, because he started to back off.
"I understand she is grieving, but speaking out of turn to the Emperor is unacceptable."
Ava just lost her mentor after experiencing the loss of her familiar and the loss of her bonded partner. That she's holding herself together at all is a great feat of strength, Liam demanded.
"And why should I care? It's not my problem to solve," Cameron whined.
"Then deal with the problems that are your responsibility, and let me take care of my own," Liam replied. Ava's sobs quieted as I heard Liam kneel beside her chair, taking her into his arms. "Fine," Cameron sneered. "Just get her out of my sight." Ava wept softly as her parents wheeled her out of the throne room. Oberoi gave a longing whine as he watched her go. I was glad Liam and Sophia left. I couldn't face them. How could I, after I destroyed their daughter? I knew I'd have to speak to them eventually, but bearing the thought that I'd have to meet with Liam again after what I'd done, I felt nothing but shame. I'd promised him I'd take care of her, and look what I'd done. He'd put his faith in me, accepted me into his family, and I'd failed. He never should have given me his blessing, because to do so was to let a wolf into his tribe, one that tore apart whatever it touched. I nudged Ava-Marie. Go with her. She might not be able to hear you anymore, but she still needs you. As you wish. Ava-Marie hurried off after Ava. My associates will handle this investigation, Cameron restated firmly. As for the rest of you, you may return to your quarters, so long as no evidence arises pointing to your involvement. I don't want to hear another word out of any of you. Takahashi led us into the hall. My father was a terrible emperor. Any king with a spine wouldn't have let us talk out of turn for that long without cutting out our tongues. Part of me wondered if Cameron enjoyed the altercation. He's wasted everyone's time, Danny snarled. All that time spent arguing when we could be tracking Alistair. He's got to be halfway across the city by now. We don't have to bother with Alistair anymore, Marcus said. As long as he's not around us, he can't funnel any more information back to the Warden. If he lives long enough to find a way past our shield and out of the city, he won't survive in the Warden's world, because Dr. Taurus will kill him once his usefulness runs out. He's already done for. If Cameron isn't going to do his job, then we need to get the demigod guardians together and work outside the Crown's knowledge, Takahashi suggested. Follow me. I followed alongside Callie, Marcus, and Danny as Takahashi led us to the palace library. My magic swirled upward several stories. I could feel the immense stacks of books lined in massive rows, interrupted only by spectacular arched columns. So this is where the demigod guardians have been spending their time, Marcus noted. We'd never been in the palace library because we were usually out in the field and left the research to others. But here in the quiet, amongst endless pages of books, I could understand how one might enjoy the peacefulness of the job. More or less, Takahashi responded. Come. He led us to a far corner of the library until it seemed we were weaving through a maze of bookshelves. Takahashi bent to assess the titles. Are we doing research, Professor? Callie asked. Much more than that, he said. Here we go. Something clicked as Takahashi triggered a secret passageway with the books. Air whooshed forward to fill a hallway that hadn't been there a moment ago. Marcus approached the passageway with wonder. So the demigod guardians have continued working in secret. Yes, I'll explain along the way, Takahashi said. We entered the secret hall and the hidden doorway closed behind us. Takahashi's voice echoed off the stone walls. What I'm about to show you is a hidden research room gifted to the demigod guardians by Emperor Cassio. He wanted us to keep our records a secret in case things went south, both to hide our knowledge from the Warden and from Cameron. He didn't want his son doing anything rash with these records if he were to rise to power. We were only supposed to show this room to you as a last resort, but if Cameron isn't helping us to defeat the Warden, then we have no choice. We call this place the Hidden Legends Archives. Hidden Legends? I repeated, feeling something stir within me that told me the name meant something profound. Hidden Legends is the name the demigod guardians have given to your stories, Takahashi explained. The moniker refers to a collection of historical documents tied to our supernatural history. Legendary tales hidden away from the rest of the world, if you will. The greatest stories belong to chosen ones, usually, talented supernaturals or demigods with prophecies written about them. We've spent our time here in Elamanth compiling these stories, searching for clues within our history on how to beat the Warden. The hall gave way to an expansive room even greater than the library we came from. My magic extended upward and kept going. I couldn't sense the end of my air magic and wondered how far the ceiling rose above us. Sunlight streamed through nearby windows and warmed my skin. I reached out to touch a column to my right. I found that the wood was expertly carved with depictions of dragons, unicorns, and other magical creatures. Callie drew a deep breath as she marveled at the expansive room. What an incredible library! The drapes lining the shelves, they're color-coded. Purple and blue there, purple and pink there, purple and teal. What does it mean? The shelves are coded to each different supernatural race, Takahashi said. Purple and blue for the Elementi, pink and purple for the Arcania, and teal and purple for the Miriamic Coven. Danny's voice came from yards away. What about these shelves lined in red? They're empty. There are hardly any records here. Those shelves are reserved for the vampiric records, Takahashi said. There are stories of chosen ones that have not been written yet. But one day, when the story of the Midnighters is to be told, these shelves will be full of first-hand accounts of their history. Nearby, a bird gave a low croon. Aiko! Callie exclaimed. It was Takahashi's red-crested crane, a companion of his who was always perched in his office during our counseling sessions. We didn't know what happened to her when you were kidnapped. Aiko fled to avoid capture, Takahashi explained. But she returned once I was rescued. Marcus spun around to take everything in. How are you hiding all this in the palace? Wouldn't someone notice a space this big missing in the blueprints? This room is expanded by illusion magic, Takahashi explained. But all the scrolls and documents themselves are real. Callie went over to the Fey records and plopped a tome onto a table near them. The Wolven mark. What's this? This one looks similar, Marcus noted from the witches section. The Coven's secret, it says. I found myself drawn to the Elementai section. I nudged a ladder out of the way, and I rolled several feet down the length of the bookcases. My fingers roamed the spine of a thick book. These records are the beginnings of accounts written by your parents, Takahashi said. The fire prophecy, which Charlie is holding, is the story of the Elementai Civil War, while the Wolven mark details the Melovian Revolution, and the Coven's secret, the Miriamic conflict. When your parents heard the demigod guardians wished to put together records of past wars, they offered to lend their aid and record their first-hand accounts of what they'd experienced. We've been able to use a combination of their own memories as well as visions to recover what they've forgotten, in order to give the most accurate accounts of what they went through all those years ago. We've even recorded the accounts into audiobooks for accessibility purposes. He handed me a set of headphones, and I placed them over my head. Liam's familiar voice rang through my ears as the first page began.
Grief is like being underwater, but never being allowed to come up to breathe.
Oof. Maybe Liam would understand me better than I thought. Still, it didn't mean I wanted to face him. Is there anything here about the Great Supernatural War? Danny wondered. I'm afraid not, Takahashi replied. Though some immortals lived through the Great Supernatural War, there are very few left alive who were directly involved, so our records do not go back that far. This is incredible, Callie breathed as she flipped through the pages. I can't believe all this exists. One day, these stories will be finished and released to the public, Takahashi stated. Though for now, these books are discovered only by those worthy enough to read them, and by those that need them the most. What about these scrolls? These records are shorter than the ones our parents have been helping with. Marcus started rattling off titles. The Hidden Forest, The Silver Crown, The Music Box. Those are first-hand accounts from relevant allies, Takahashi said. These particular stories come from people close to your parents, Ava's relatives, Imogen and Jonah, and Callie's relatives, Odette and Theo. Even your own Aunt Talia and Uncle Grant gave their accounts. I am certain some of these supporting materials will be declassified one day, but others, stories from family and friends close to the Chosen Ones, may remain in the Hidden Legends archives forever. Chasm's going to be thrilled when he learns about this. He'll portal here himself to read our parents' story. Callie gave a light laugh before she paused. On second thought, he'll probably want to add his own account of what's happened in Melovia during his rule. It's Fey history, so it belongs here in the archives. As you are all important to supernatural history, any one of you here are welcome to add your story to the records when it is time, Takahashi offered. Marcus mused. Maybe one day I'll be ready to tell my story of how I got sent to the Institute. Something dawned on me. Ava and I were chosen. I suppose if we win this war, you'll want an account from the two of us as well. Indeed, Takahashi said thoughtfully. When the time is right. But your legend is not yet finished, and it still needs to be written. We still have work to do. Which brings me to this. Takahashi led us past one of the long shelves, and we came upon a study area. My fingers roamed over the backs of velvet couches and thick mahogany desks. Two women were already seated there, and their voices trailed off when they saw us. So it's time? One of the women said. Yes, Takahashi replied. You all remember Professor Wyckoff and Amber. They are our chief record keepers responsible for compiling and maintaining the archives. You've done a wonderful job, Callie praised. Even I'm impressed, Danny admitted. The library must have been even grander to the eye than I could comprehend, because it took a hell of a lot to impress Danny. Thank you, one of the professors replied. I thought it was Wyckoff, because I remembered her voice was deeper than Amber's, whereas Professor Amber talked in a soft, almost dreamlike manner.
It really gave us no trouble, Amber said cheerily. I can't tell you how much joy it gave me to transcribe the finer, more intimate details of Liam and Sophia's story. Truly a sensual delight.
Everyone take a seat, Takahashi instructed. We have much to discuss. He started out by bringing the professors up to speed on the events that had transpired today. Unfortunately, Emperor Cameron is about as useful as a discarded toothpick, Takahashi said. I never heard him insult anyone before, so that was new. Cameron deserved it, though. Ava's shield around Element has ensured our survival for now, but it's only a matter of time before the Warden destroys everything beyond this city, and will collapse with it. We're still alive, which means we have a chance to beat him.
But he's more powerful than ever, and we've never been able to defeat him before, Marcus remarked. What makes you think this time will be different?
The Warden is more powerful, but so are we, Takahashi said.
That can't possibly be true, Callie argued.
Recall we're in a library, Princess, Takahashi emphasized. Knowledge is power. We have 6 of the 7 divinity keys sitting in the royal vault. All we need is the right piece of information leading us to the Astromancer key. Then we'll have the power to open the Elven gate, restore our connection to the Blessed Haven, and overpower the Warden for good. It seemed we were beyond that point already, but I had to hand it to him. The archives intrigued me. There could be information here that would help us win. What knowledge do we have that we didn't have before? Professor Amber spread a piece of paper over the table. Everyone leaned in to look, so I assumed it had to be a map.
After the Warden seized Octavia Falls, but before Elamanthe was sealed off, Professor Wyckoff and I went back to her hometown to salvage any clues we could find in the aftermath. We discovered that the tar pits which opened there during the Warden's attack were not merely pits that sucked people to their deaths like we assumed. They were a modified version of the pits of despair.
Those nasty pits we fell into during the Dark Games? Marcus asked.
The very ones, Professor Amber said. We know now that the pits on Dark Island were portals to hell, which is how monsters came through to our realm during the Dark Games. What we discovered in Octavia Falls is that the Warden modified the pits with his magic and connected them to different points on Earth.
In short, the Warden used these tar pits to transport people to the main facility, Professor Wyckoff said. That explained it. We could never figure out how he moved so many people undetected.
That's how the mission is getting around, Callie realized. Which means we can weaken his army by alchemizing the tar to become solid so they can't serve as portals anymore.
That's exactly what we were thinking, Takahashi stated. I leaned back on the couch. This is great intel, but it doesn't help us find the last key. We could find a way through Elamant's shield and go close the Warden's portals, but that doesn't stop him from opening new ones. Plus, opening the shield, even the tiniest bit, puts us at risk of him finding a way through. I agree with Charlie, Danny said. It had to be the first time he'd ever sided with me on anything. We can't risk leaving unless we got our eyes on the Astromancer key. We can target the Warden's portals, but we need to save that for the opportune time. No point in weakening his army just so he can come back stronger. We'll target him when it's time to move. These are good points, Takahashi agreed. We'll attack only when we find a lead on the Astromancer key. How close are we, I wondered. Close, Takahashi promised. There are more records here in the archives than the first-hand accounts I showed you. We have scrolls and artifacts dating back centuries, and we've uncovered a handful of records on the Astromancers, more than we've ever had before. Some of these need translating from the Astromancer language, which takes time, but we're getting closer and closer every day. Takahashi seemed optimistic, but I wasn't convinced. We'd spent so long looking for these damned keys, and we had yet to make any progress on the Astromancer key. The Astromancers mostly kept to themselves, and Takahashi was the only one of them among our allies. If he hadn't uncovered where the last divinity key was by now, I wasn't holding my breath, even if it was our only option left.
Chapter 8. Ava-Marie. Hemlock's death was the final page in a book I didn't realize was ending. For as much loss as I'd experienced in my life, I'd foolishly thought that she'd always be there. She was steadfast, immovable in strength, one of the toughest women I knew, irreplaceable. And out of all people, Alistair had taken her from me. There'd always been something about him that I didn't like, and of course I'd ignored all the red flags, as I was most talented at doing, and allowed him into my life so he could destroy something else I loved. Hemlock was my mentor, a benevolent, strong grandmother at the Institute, where I'd had few people to watch my back, and even fewer adults who were willing to offer their guidance. That conniving, vile shit had taken her away. She wouldn't want me to fall apart over her death. She'd loom over me with a stiff upper lip and tell me to carry on with it. I think that's the only reason I kept moving forward, because I knew she'd require it of me. Fae were tough soldiers, and if I was going to survive what had become the worst time of my life, that's what I would have to be too. I was fighting a war, body, soul, and mind, and if I allowed myself to slip like I had before, I'd lose. That wasn't an option. Hemlock would demand I forge onward, so onward I went. Not like it was easy. I'd done my best to search for Alistair after he'd run off on my own, but without help and with Cameron getting in my way, I'd lost my window. He was long gone by now, and any chance I had at figuring out where he had gone was impeded by Cameron's incompetent guards screwing up the investigation. Any clues he'd left behind were compromised, and I wasn't allowed access to any information. Alistair had gotten away with it, and I would never forgive Cameron for that. Hemlock had been given a funeral by the Fae of the city, but I'd been too heartbroken to go. I'd tried. I'd gotten ready, and had such a violent panic attack once I met the door that Callie had forced me to stay behind. She'd laid in bed with me and held me all night as I struggled to accept that the woman who'd protected me in my darkest moments was gone. I couldn't stand burying one more person I loved. I'd been to more funerals in my life than I'd been to parties, weddings, and everything in between. At the thought of attending one more, I just broke. My body couldn't handle any more grief, so it didn't allow me to attend. The day after Hemlock's funeral, I heard the bumbling buffoon who ran this place whine from down the hall. "Who dares disturb my afternoon nap?" Cameron blustered, whiny and obscene. If Cassiel was still in charge when Alistair's betrayal had been revealed, the warlock would have been arrested within the hour. With Cameron leading the hunt, the elves would be lucky to dig up Alistair's bones 100 years from now, long after he died and lived a full life on the run. He didn't take anything seriously. Cameron was convinced the war with the Warden was already over, and there was nothing we could do to win, so he busied himself with packing his days with as much leisure as possible before Ophiotaurus broke my shield and burst in here to kill us all. The former weeks had been full of nothing but doom from my perspective, but that sadness was lifting to be replaced with rage. I was a person who functioned on anger. I could live off of nothing but spite, and Cameron was really pissing me off. I woke up on Christmas Day alone, cold and in the dark. Before my eyes opened, a singular thought rattled my bones. Happy birthday. You're 22 and have already gone through a failed marriage. Look at what a success you are. My eyes creaked open, already wishing I could go back to sleep and just forget this holiday altogether. But I slowly sat up when I saw there was a present next to my bed. It was a wheelchair, but it wasn't like the custom-built one I used every day. This wheelchair had a seat that conformed to the body. Instead of wheels, there were tracks, like those on tanks that were run on loops driven by a tooth sprocket to distribute the chair's weight over a wide area. This was an all-terrain wheelchair, meant for moving over sand, rocks, mud, and other rough landscapes. With this chair, I didn't need to stick to flat surfaces. I could go anywhere I wanted. The thought of being able to roam in nature again, without having to be confined to a path, sent a thrill of freedom rushing through me. The chair was positioned toward the bed, so I was able to hoist myself into it. There were a bunch of buttons on the armrest, along with straps to buckle my legs, middle, and chest. Curious, I snapped myself in and started pushing buttons. I gasped when I felt the chair begin to adjust, rising and straightening, until the chair itself had become a long board to brace my body against. Holy shit! I was upright. I was basically standing. I'd forgotten what the world was like from up here. I moved the lever and found that the chair could go forward, backward, and spin in place, all while holding my upright position. With this chair, I could be at my full height again. I wouldn't have to ask for as much help because I could reach things by myself. Sitting was still more comfortable, so I adjusted the chair back down and unbuckled the straps. I checked the all-terrain wheelchair for clues, wondering who'd left it here. I spotted a marking etched into one of the bars on the wheelchair's armbar. If I looked very closely, there was a tiny engraving of an owl with his wings spread in flight. That confirmed my suspicions. I would drive this chair around today to show it off, but my other custom-built chair was more comfortable. That was for every day. But if I wanted to go exploring, I could take the all-terrain wheelchair and just go. Exploring. I marveled at the thought. When I got hurt, I figured my days of roaming around ruins and being an explorer were over with. I'd been convinced my life as an anthropologist would be reduced to studying books behind a desk. But this meant everything. The person who'd gifted me this chair had given me my dreams back. I rolled into my parents' penthouse to celebrate the holidays, noticing my entire family was running around like lunatics trying to cook dinner and organize all the gifts. Auntie Imogen and Uncle Jonah were arguing over the decorations on the tree, complaining it didn't look avant-garde, while their spouses toppled under stacks of presents. Daddy threatened to throw them all out of his house so he could get some peace, which he insisted he'd never had a moment of since he'd met them. "Wow, that's a cool chair, Ava," Ez burst, as he looked it over, impressed. "Thanks," I said. "It was a thoughtful gift from you guys." We didn't get it," Ez said, glancing at Mama. She shook her head. "No, we've never seen it before." That didn't seem right. I rolled over to the only calm person in the house, my youngest brother Maverick, who was ignoring the chaos by huddling in the corner of the living room. He tinkered with a couple of gears and a mess of metal on the coffee table. There was a permanent scowl on his face that reminded me of our dad. Now that he was 13 and officially a teenager, his middle name was Broody. "You did a good job," I said. "It functions perfectly." "Don't know what you're talking about," Maverick said. He didn't even glance at this chair. Probably because he was sick of looking at it after working on it so much, I knew. Yes you do, because I know your work, and this is your signature," I said, pointing to the owl brand. You always engrave an owl on every project you finish. You're not skilled enough to build this all by yourself, but you helped." He shrugged. "I might have helped build it, but I ain't telling you who came up with the idea." He didn't have to, because I already knew. Charlie and Maverick were really close. They'd bonded in little ways over the years, and Charlie had told me he was heading out to hang with Maverick every few days once we'd gotten to Elamanth, though I'd never asked what they'd been doing. Now, I knew. I was shocked that Charlie had bothered to give me a Christmas present after everything that happened. But I figured I was the only person who could use this chair, and he wouldn't want Maverick's project to go to waste. I lowered my voice. "Well, thank you. It means everything that you put so much effort into this. It really does." I turned my chair, but Maverick added, "You should thank him. He was really excited about giving it to you." My teeth cut into my lower lip as I bit down. I know. I spent the rest of Christmas Day with my family. We had dinner, exchanged gifts, and they sang me happy birthday after bringing out my favorite chocolate truffle cake, topped with 22 candles. Even though we kept all the family traditions, something was achingly missing. I wanted Charlie to be here, and I hated that he wasn't, as much as I was relieved he was out of my sight. I missed Oberai, too. I hadn't had a Christmas without him since we'd bonded. I'd erased my old life, forgotten it to step into a new one. I did my best to slip away the minute the festivities were over. I wanted to be alone. The ladies' court would be empty because everyone in the palace was spending Christmas with their loved ones, so I'd have the whole place all to myself. Not even Eldon was behind me. I'd given her the day off to celebrate with her family. I didn't need, nor want, a guard on this painful day. As I went around a corner, I heard raised voices. The yelling was coming from one person, Cameron. "Was it really too much to ask that you demand your wife make an appearance this evening?" Cameron hissed, sounding half drunk. Did this man do anything without a drink in his hand? "I won't force her to see me." That was Charlie. I remained hidden, leaning in to listen closer. "Oh, really? That's adorable, after your actions of the previous month." "I don't want to be that person anymore." "Your sudden change of heart is conveniently antagonizing to my rule. Is that why you're doing this, to aggravate me?" Apparently it was a big problem I hadn't shown up for the royal Christmas dinner. "What's going on between Ava and I has nothing to do with you," Charlie hissed. "There has never been a divorce in the history of the Elvish monarchy, and there won't be. I refuse to allow this to happen. I'm going to do what's best for her, if this is what she wants. My father is dead. The royal family has to present a united front, otherwise we look weak. We can't afford to show the mission there are cracks. I suggest you do something to keep her in this family. Otherwise, you're even more useless than I thought you were." I felt immense rage at Cameron. Me loving my spouse was never the problem. I realized the immense pressure Charlie had to be under. He needed to keep us together not just for the sake of our marriage, but for the good of the Elvish Empire. I wouldn't stay with him out of duty. Whether Charlie and I were together or not depended on what we wanted, not what was best for the monarchy. I rounded the corner. Poor Oberai had shrunk beside Charlie, his ears pinned back. I think that pissed me off the most. It showed how Charlie truly felt, And I'd be damned if Cameron acted like such a brute in my palace. It was my decision not to come to dinner, I announced, looking Cameron in the eye. I know you think you have full control over everything, but since I don't have any elvish blood, I'm not forced to do as you say. In fact, it's pretty convenient for me to do whatever I please instead of dancing to your every whim like everyone else here. Charlie was petrified at my arrival, like he was ashamed I'd caught his father yelling at him. Cameron, though, appeared insanely irritated. "Princess," Cameron grumbled. "So polite of you to show your face now, after snubbing us so cruelly."
I figured you'd be too busy getting wasted at some party to celebrate the holidays with your son. I'm sure there are plenty of council members who are wondering why you're late to your daily ass-powdering session.
"How dare you!" Cameron thundered. "Such insults against the Emperor are worthy of the death sentence."
Then cut my head off and save the warden some trouble. You won't.
Cameron wrinkled his nose. "I can see why you wish to disentangle yourself from this girl, son. She's horrible." "She definitely is."
But Charlie didn't sound discouraged when he said the words. He actually sounded proud, almost like he was saying, "That's my Ava." Psh, yeah, right. Up yours, buddy. Not anymore. Cameron turned his back to us.
"I refuse to continue this conversation. It's ruining my holiday. You two may do what you like, but don't think I'll allow either of you to walk away from this marriage without me having any say."
Cool, because talking is all you're going to do, I shot back. Hurry up and leave already. You're wasting my time.
Cameron huffed, then swept his royal robe around him like some kind of big shot before stomping off. He ran away like a little bitch because he knew he couldn't win an argument with me. Pathetic. "You didn't have to do that," Charlie said quietly. "I can stand up for myself." The statement stung because he did need help. Charlie was strong, but he couldn't shield himself from the world all the time, especially not from the father that had all but disowned him. Protecting him had once been my job, and I still didn't want to let that job go. I'd never admit that to him, not even on my deathbed. So I said, "Yeah, well, I'll always take a chance to piss on your dad's day." "I guess." He shrugged. "I don't want to ruin your birthday, so I'll just go." He turned to leave, but I snatched his wrist. "Wait." It was the most contact we'd had in weeks. It made me ache. My entire body grew weak for him. His skin touched mine, and a rush of something deep and forbidden flared within me. I didn't understand the connection, the fire that continued to blaze within my chest. Our bond was broken and my magic was gone, so I shouldn't feel this way. I let him go. "I wanted to thank you for my present. You didn't have to do that." "I already had it made before everything happened," he confessed. "I didn't see a reason not to give it to you, even if we're, you know." "How did you build it? The design's exquisite." "Mav helped me, along with a couple of elvish technicians. I don't know much about building things, and I'm not good at mechanics, but Mav had a lot of great ideas. I figured since he made those glasses for me that could read text out loud, he could help me with this. It was pretty awesome, hanging out with him as much as I did. Maverick's pretty cool." "You were so busy this year. Training with your grandpa, running the mob, working with us to find the vampire key, planning our wedding. How did you find time for this? I made time, because you deserved it. I had Callie drop it off this morning. I hope that was okay. The hurt that had eaten away at me for days ebbed and flowed, lightening the tension so that somewhere I could find a smile. It was just fine. Charlie nodded, staying quiet. Oberai nudged his hand impatiently, and Charlie said, Oberai says you have something to give me, but you don't have to. I know things are different now. Damn it, Oberai. Why had he brought my present up? It was so cruel. I couldn't give it to Charlie now. But I couldn't get out of it either, not since Oberai brought it up. It's fine. I got you something too, a while back. It's in your quarters. I left it there before I moved out. If it's all right, I'd like to give it to you. I had been happy to let it hide forever unfound, until Charlie had given me my present this morning. He might as well have it. These were merely Christmas gifts we'd previously picked out during a time when we thought we would have forever. Exchanging them didn't mean much. They were only things. Charlie nodded slowly. I guess that would be all right. We headed in the direction of his room, Oberai the only bridge in the distance between us. This was weird. There was an awkward tension that had settled between him and I that was wider than the ocean, and it made the air hard to breathe. I wanted to flee from the area screaming, but at the same time, something drew me in, telling me to stay. When we got back to his quarters, I rummaged through the drawers of what used to be my desk until I found a Christmas present wrapped weeks ago. Here you go. Charlie unwrapped the paper. He reached inside and pulled out a newborn onesie in the colors that made me think of him: hunter green and baby blue, Navita and Yapluma, the earth and the sky. The onesie had tiny buttons lining up the middle, and little booties stitched to resemble huskies. What is this? Charlie asked, confused. He didn't understand what it meant. I was going to tell you that I was ready to have kids. The confession withered out of me. I know you wanted to be a dad, so I was going to let you know you should get off birth control so we could start trying. He brought the onesie close, holding it tightly to his chest like it was a precious treasure. I figured you wanted to wait until the warden was dealt with. He's always going to be around. I'd given up on hoping that the bastard would die because he never would. He'd be a constant in my life forever, haunting me until I gave up my own ghost. I'm tired of putting my life on hold because we're always fighting him. I wanted to give us something to fight for. My reasoning seemed so silly and selfish now. What a besotted fool I'd been. So in love, it turned me blind. That's such a huge sacrifice. I was okay if we stayed childless. Being with you made me rethink things. And it had. I'd slowly started changing my mind after we'd gotten married in Ava-Marie, because the thought of having Charlie's baby and growing our family seemed like something that could actually make me happy. What a stupid thing to wish for. I sighed and said, it was probably better that we never had any children. My worries about being a poor mother were right because look what I tried to do. Charlie nodded. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have been a good dad either. I didn't want to judge him. I was only judging myself. I'd been 100% right in my concerns about being a parent, and I should have known that all along. It was stupid to hope things could have been different. Charlie placed the gift aside, then opened the bedside table drawer. He took out the divorce papers, clutching them with both hands. They looked a lot heavier and a lot more serious than they had before. "What do you want to do about these papers?" I didn't know how to respond. "Did you sign them yet?" "No. But it's been a month, and I feel bad. We're not moving forward with this." I wasn't sure. I'd wanted a divorce so badly when I'd slapped those papers onto his chest, but I was starting to reconsider things. Was this really what I wanted? It had to be, because how could I be with a man who had done such horrible things to me and others? How could we fix this after so much had been broken? "What does Oberoi think?" I asked. I needed guidance, and perhaps he had some to offer. Oberoi whimpered lowly, and Charlie said, "Oberoi doesn't want us to. But he's not in this marriage, and it's up to us to decide what we want. We're not making any progress on fixing anything. We've barely talked all month unless it's to scream at each other. That's making the gap between us bigger." I agree. I didn't see how this marriage could be saved. Not even a miracle could mend what we'd ruined. "There has to be some way," Charlie said. "Maybe we can't restore our bond, but we could get our marriage back. Slowly, until we've worked our way back to how things should be." I don't know if I want that, Charlie. It's not possible to go back to what we had with the knowledge we have now. We're never going to be those people again. And you can't keep trying to drag me into a past that's already gone. But we can grow something new. If we can't go back, we could try starting over. You heard what your grandfather said when he taught you about bond breaking, I whispered, feeling frail. Once separated, two pieces of a bond have to live apart. There is no in-between. Our bond is already broken and there's no mending it. We don't have a chance of living together anymore, so we need to separate. Otherwise, we'll just end up hurting each other. I don't want to get divorced. If there's a chance we can fix. I tried to cheat on you. My words fell like bombs, striking the room without creating a single crater. They leveled Charlie, caving him inward in a way that displayed clearly on the outside. He stood utterly still, going pale. He looked like he didn't truly believe me, or at least didn't want to. But what I'd said was real. He needed to understand how serious this was. He didn't realize the gravity of the canyon between us and how unfathomable it was to cross. He couldn't keep trying to repair what was broken off dreams alone. He had to give me more. Charlie sucked in a quivering breath. Did you? No. I couldn't go through with it. I couldn't even manage to kiss the guy. I was ashamed to admit it, but I was sickeningly remorseful for keeping this from him. He deserved to know, even if that night had resulted in nothing but more misery on my end. Charlie shrugged miserably. I guess if it would have happened, I would have given you a pass anyway. It's not like it can compare to what I did. His words appalled me. No, Charlie. No matter what you've done, you don't deserve that. A skeptical noise escaped his mouth. Could have fooled me. I thought if I, slept with someone else, you would sign the papers and go away. So I went to a bar and met a guy. I don't want any details. He cut me off quickly. My mind doesn't need to go there. It didn't happen, so that's all that matters. His admission struck me into shock. I struggled to find my next words. How can you just forgive me so easily after what I confessed? I don't know. There's nothing you can do that will make me stop loving you, Ava. Not even if you did that. His genuine affection, ringing with so much kindness, grace, and yes, even love, rendered me incapable of thought, breath, everything. He held the papers in my direction. I'll sign these right now if you ask me to. Promise. I stared. I don't know. Ava, you can't keep doing this, he pleaded. This back and forth is torturous. I'd rather go back to cell block 9 than keep living this way. Please make up your mind, because until you do, I can't make up mine. His words ached with indecision and pain. He'd thought about signing the papers too and considered being done with me, done with us. I didn't know if he could, or if I could. I wanted this to be our choice, but there was a small part of me that was terrified as it was hopeful that no matter how far we tried to run from each other, there'd always be something pulling us back. To what, though? Everything was destroyed. My chair squeaked as I moved to my right side instead of my left. I think it's just... I don't... You need to take a bath. He cut me off, words short and sharp. What? I was completely thrown off. What was he talking about? You shifted in your chair 15 times since we started this conversation. I've been counting, it's distracting, and you're clearly uncomfortable. I blinked. You're paying attention to that when I'm admitting that I tried to commit infidelity? I can't help it. It's instinctive now. His eyebrows furrowed. You haven't been taking care of yourself, have you? Well, no, obviously. My answer came out kind of bitchy, but I couldn't help it. Charlie hadn't just been my husband, he'd also been my caregiver. He'd helped me do so many things I struggled to do on my own: bathe, dress, get around. My exercises had basically fallen by the wayside since we'd split, and my mobility had been significantly reduced. I was stiffer and more sore than ever. Charlie caught on to when I was about to have a flare-up before I did. He was that in tune with me. Losing his help over the past few weeks had impacted my life severely. Even with the help of palace servants, it couldn't replace the amount of care Charlie put into me. Nobody knew me like he did. Without him pushing me to care for my disability, I put off a lot of the things I was supposed to be doing to make me feel better instead of worse. I turned my chair toward the door. You're right. I'm sorry, I should probably get going. It's terrible to talk about this on Christmas anyway. We can resume this conversation later. You're not going to make it all the way back to the ladies' court without your muscles seizing up. If you try, you won't be able to move at all. Just use the tub in the bathroom. I wanted to tell him, hell no, absolutely not. I had no interest in taking a bath in our former home after another painful conversation with him waiting outside. But he seemed pretty desperate, and now that he had pointed it out, I really was suffering. My spine was on fire. Every fiber of the muscles in my back were being sawed apart. I'd been ignoring it for days, putting my physical pain in a box and stuffing it down so I could manage my emotional upheaval. But if I kept pushing, my next flare-up would lead me straight to the hospital. I didn't have the heart to argue after I'd just told him I tried to sleep with another man. So I caved. Fine, a quick bath, then I'll go. He was already walking into the bathroom to start the water. The bathroom was steaming when I entered, and he quietly exited once the tub was full, shutting the door behind him without another word. I could get myself inside the tub now. It wasn't what I preferred, but I sure as fuck didn't want Charlie trying to help me in anymore. I undressed, then carefully moved myself from my chair to the tub, sinking down into the water. It was the perfect temperature, and was filled with bubbles from the sandalwood soap I loved so much. He knew exactly how I liked my bath. So many of these routines were already established between us because we knew each other so well. I sat in the tub for a long time and let the water go cold, staring at nothing but the ceiling tile until I went numb. Everything inevitably hit me when I recalled the stricken look on Charlie's face when I told him I'd tried to choose someone else over him. I couldn't do this. I couldn't stay, I couldn't go. I couldn't do anything but wait to die. That's when the numbness vanished. The agony returned, and I sank down into the water and cried. Everything had collapsed. I felt like dying, but for some useless reason I was still here, unable to decide what I wanted, unable to perceive a future with Charlie in it, and unable to see what my life would look like without him. All I wanted to do was disappear. Why wouldn't the world let me? The door creaked open. I sniffed, hastily stopping my tears. I didn't realize how loud I was being. I tried to be quiet, but he could probably hear my sobs from outside the door. Charlie had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the doorframe. He said nothing, just waited, trying to decide something. This man confused me to no end. I was exhausted from dealing with him. I wanted him to leave me alone so I could drown in my sorrows and wait to suffocate. Do you? He cleared his throat, voice hoarse. What do you need from me? I didn't respond, because what I recklessly desired, what I wanted to beg and plead for, would be cruel to say. I hated him. I hated how much I wanted him to give me everything I craved. I needed him to love me as badly as I wanted him to walk away, and I was caught in the space in between. I was tired and really depressed, and honestly, I just wanted sex. I'd take feeling anything over feeling like this, and using my body for an escape was the easiest way. But I remained silent, daring him to keep trying, to show me he would keep fighting for me, even when a part of me whispered that he needed to lay down his sword and give up the battle. I couldn't tell him to go away. If this was truly the end of our marriage, I wanted to get one last round of pleasure in before the end. What could it hurt? We were already broken beyond repair. There was nothing more we could say to each other. Both of us were terrified of whatever was coming next, because we wouldn't have anything once this love story between us inevitably ended. There was no future for him and me. We both knew that. We couldn't forgive. But we could live in a fantasy, just for tonight. We could act like none of this was happening, lie to each other, refuse to be honest, and act like this was going somewhere. Be less than spouses, more than friends. I was never going to love another man anyway. Not after him. He was the only one for me, and always would be. If it wasn't Charlie, it wasn't anybody. My obsession with this man and his ability to make me high on nothing but his touch was a sickness I'd never recover from. I was prepared to be alone forever once we finally went our separate ways. But perhaps He could give me one last memory to cherish for the rest of my life, until I was an old woman reminiscing on times long past. It was important how we decided to bring this to its conclusion, and if this was our last night together, I wanted to remember us like this: young, passionate, lost in lust, and acting like our love mattered. If this was the last time I ever shared my body, I wanted to make it count, so that it lasted for the rest of forever. Fuck it. I dared to speak the words before I fully comprehended them. I want you to fuck me. Charlie balked, struggling to speak. What? No, you don't want that. Don't tell me what I do and don't want, I said forcefully. We're over with, but I'll take anything over feeling like this, and I'm sure you would too. So let's forget about what happened and just play pretend. The water sloshed as I moved toward the edge of the tub. Give me one last night so I can remember what it was like. One final goodbye. Then we can sign those papers and go our separate ways. That's all I'm asking. I can't do that, Charlie insisted. Ava, this is fucked up. The only way I know how to be loved is if it's fucked up, I spat bluntly. Screwing one more time isn't going to change things, so we might as well enjoy one last round. I'm sick of going around in circles with this conversation, whether we should figure it out or leave each other in the past. It's going nowhere because this situation isn't fixable. This is the only choice within our control. Either take me to bed so I can try to forget, or leave me alone. It's up to you. Charlie paused, thinking it over. He slowly approached the tub, falling to his knees. If that's what I have to do to make this hurt less, then I'm going to give you the biggest mind fuck you've ever had. Charlie gently grasped my chin and kissed me. It wasn't the same as it had been before, but something new and exciting. I kissed him back, running my fingers through his hair as I drank him in. His lips moved over my neck, and a shiver laced up my spine. Fucking finally! Something was happening, and whether it was off-limits or sacred wasn't important, just as long as I didn't feel like wilting away anymore. Charlie carries Ava to the bed, where they engage in a passionate affair. Ava wants to say goodbye, but she realizes as she shares her body with him that saying farewell to their marriage won't be as easy as she wishes it to be. We collapsed onto the bed, curling away from each other and becoming silent. Now that the sex was over, reality was setting in. Shit. That wasn't a goodbye fuck. That was making love. Despite my determination that this marriage was over, it obviously wasn't. No matter how hard I tried to convince myself that I didn't love Charlie anymore, all of those tales were lies. Losing the bond had shattered us, but my feelings were still there, plain as day. I still loved him, and I think he made his feelings pretty clear about me. But this wasn't about love anymore. The lump in my throat was still there. We'd lost the bond, but hardly anything had changed. We couldn't read each other's thoughts, couldn't feel each other's emotions, and I couldn't read Oberoi. But all the important things still remained. Charlie could read me like a book, whether his soul was attached to mine or not. He'd studied me and been my companion for years. He didn't need magic to know what I was feeling or thinking, just like I didn't need our bond to understand him. And he didn't want to let me go.
There was nothing magical still holding us together, no spirit bond or soul tie, so why did I still feel this way? I wrapped my arms around my body and didn't say anything. I felt cold and empty. What did we do? He cringed. I'm sorry. This was all my fault. I made a stupid mistake. I was so furious at myself right now for caving into my worst impulses. It wasn't a mistake, Charlie muttered. So quietly, I'm sure he thought I didn't hear. I acted like I didn't. I reached out to grab something to wear, before I realized my clothes were in the bathroom, and the rest of my things were in the ladies' court. I knew Charlie couldn't see me, but it's not like I wanted to have this conversation with him when my tits were out. Here. He held out a white button-up of his that had been draped over a chair nearby. Whatever. Better than nothing. I slipped on the stupid shirt that aggravatingly smelled like him, and he said, "That was nice." Nice was a polite way of saying it'd been mind-blowingly amazing. But a good time in bed didn't save your relationship when you were two psychos trapped in a toxic cycle. It was nice, but it doesn't change anything. Charlie didn't say anything right away, but once he did, he spoke in a whisper. Maybe it should. The mattress was soaking wet from the bathwater. The sheets were as twisted as our psyche, and we were just a mess. Two people stuck in a complicated situationship who could only give the worst of themselves to each other. I figured we might as well get straight to the point. After all, how could it get any worse? I sat up, leaning against the headboard. Charlie, who are we? What do you mean? He reached for a pair of pants, pulling them on before he sat on the bed beside me. We weren't touching, but we were close enough. I mean, as a couple. What do we do together? We do all kinds of things. What are you getting at? I was getting frustrated. He didn't understand what I meant, and though I knew it wasn't on purpose, it felt like it was. I know music and sex is our thing, but what else is there? Our whole lives can't be spent writing songs and going to BDSM conventions. What's left now feels so empty. It doesn't feel that way to me. I'm not explaining myself, I started. What I'm trying to say is, at the Institute, everything was so regulated, and we didn't have a lot of choices. So what we did together was what we had to work with, not what we chose. Then, after we broke out, we were so preoccupied with all the chaos we caused that we didn't pay attention to all the little things. His brow narrowed in confusion. I'm sorry, I'm not following. Take food, for example, I began. At the Institute, we had to eat whatever was in the cafeteria, because that's all that was available. Here, the servants make us whatever we want. But do we actually know what our favorite food is to eat together? If we were to go out to eat, would we even know what restaurant to pick? Or what meal is our favorite to cook on Saturday night? He was slow to respond, but still came to the same conclusion I did. No. And that's my point. What's our favorite show? Our favorite place? Our favorite hobby or holiday? What do we do on the weekend when we're bored? What do we talk about when there's no bad guy to face? When you remove everything that brought us together, the prophecies, the bond, all of it, what are we? He considered my words carefully.
You're wondering if we would be together if we hadn't been bonded.
Yes, I said, though it broke my heart to say.
If we were just two average people who met in boring, average circumstances, would we have gotten married if we hadn't been forced into it? Sometimes I wonder if we've been through so much shit together that the trauma we faced forced us to fall in love, and that deep down, we don't like each other that much. Charlie sat back and said quietly, I sometimes think that too. That crushed me. I wanted him to argue, to say I was being ridiculous and that there was more that held us together than what was obvious. That he didn't tore me up inside. It was evidence that what we'd shared hadn't been as deep as I'd believed. I sighed. There are so many little things that make up a marriage, and I don't know if we share any of it. He nodded slowly. I think you're right. Stop agreeing with me, I wanted to plead. But the answer was clear. We had music, and that was the one thing that still gave us some sort of connection. But that wasn't enough, and sex wasn't going to fix this either. I didn't know if we had much in common. We'd been great at committing crimes together, but that was a horrible trait. I didn't want us to keep bringing out the worst in each other. Even if I left his side out of it, I wasn't sure what I should do. If I wanted this marriage to work, I had to completely relearn who my husband was. I'd once thought this man was the love of my life, but now he felt like the biggest stranger on the planet. How was I going to get that feeling of being madly in love back again? How could I regain trust, rebuild intimacy that didn't involve sharing our bodies, but our hearts and everything we were? I didn't think I could. So that left only one option: to go our separate ways and never unite again. Charlie crossed his arms over his chest and said softly, I'm sorry I broke your heart. I wanted to cry, but I refused to allow any more tears to fall tonight. I gave a scoffing noise and let a snide joke slip out instead. That's not the only thing you took. You must be a demon because you stole my soul. Must be. I belong in hell. He held himself tighter, his eyes haunted and dark. His voice quivered and wetness edged his eyelids. He couldn't break down, because then I would too, and then where would we be? Hey. I reached out and wiped a tear away. If it helps, I think demons are hot. And don't judge yourself too harshly, because I belong down there too. He smirked through his tears. He heard me swing my legs over the side of the bed, indicating I wanted to leave. He brought my chair to me, and I gathered my things, redressing before I slipped out quietly. I really wanted to spend the night, to sleep warmly beside my husband, and wake up the next morning like nothing ever happened. The last thing I desired was to spend another lonely night in a cold den alone, vacant of someone who wasn't truly mine. But he was barely my husband anymore, and I didn't think he would be for much longer. No matter what I desperately craved, we needed time apart to figure things out, if nothing else. This relationship couldn't be saved. But tonight, Charlie had given me just enough hope to consider trying again. Maybe.
Chapter 9. Charlie. Weeks passed, and my head was still reeling from what Ava and I had done. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it did. I was half convinced it had been a dream, because there couldn't be any world in which Ava and I connected physically after everything that happened. Ava's sheer avoidance of me over the following month solidified the reality, reminding me that the moment of passion we'd shared had in fact been real, and wasn't some product of my delusional descent into madness. She wouldn't be acting like I didn't exist otherwise. I didn't understand. Ava gifted me that onesie she'd made, asked me to comfort her like that, and then we went right back to avoiding each other. It was like nothing had changed, but something was very different. That onesie had meant so much to me. I was a foster kid all my life and didn't have a family. Ava and I had been a family, but she'd known I desired to be a father. She had wanted to fulfill that desire and give a child to me, but I'd messed any chance of that up. I was the reason we weren't going to have the children that I'd prayed for, and it was by far one of the worst consequences of my villainous actions. I tried to convince myself it meant nothing, because it was dangerous to hope there was anything left between us. She'd made this gift before we decided to separate, and it was merely a remnant of the love we once shared, not what remained. It had been a parting gift and nothing more. I had to be grateful she left me with that much, because as much as it hurt to have a piece of her with me, it was the only thing that got me through these restless nights. It was the end of January now. Ava and I hadn't spoken in over a month. We hadn't so much as been in the same room since we'd last had sex. I think we were both too scared to bring it up. I didn't know what we were doing. Were we divorcing or not? She didn't seem sure, and neither did I, though our history demanded we sign those papers and be done with each other. We couldn't act like we didn't care about each other during the day and be fuck buddies at night. We'd ended up in bed because we were trying to forget how badly we were hurting, and that wasn't going to lead anywhere. Continuing to mess around would only drag this out. A divorce seemed logical, even the right thing to do in this situation. But it wasn't what I wanted. I desperately wanted her back. I wanted us back. I missed our long, late-night conversations that went on for hours. I missed playing music with her and spending time together. I missed the walks around the palace we took, driving in her car around the city, and the time we spent playing with Ava-Marie. And yes, I missed sharing my body with her. That short tryst we'd had was only a taste of what we lost, and the memory of it was similar to drinking poison. I missed how she felt, how she sounded, how she tasted. It hurt more that it had happened at all, because it brought back everything I'd tried to move on from. I couldn't let her go when I remembered what it felt like to connect with her in that way. I didn't know how I could expect her to take me back. I wouldn't if I was in her position. But that night we shared together. It was years of passion condensed into a single fragment of time that couldn't be forgotten. Ava had tried to cheat on me, and it had cut me to the bone when she'd admitted that. It made me sick to consider the idea of her being in bed with another man, letting him touch her the way I did. Yet she hadn't been able to go through with it, and that meant something. I still meant something to her. I'd hurt her so badly she'd considered doing the one thing that went against her identity. It rattled me to know she'd been so desperate to find a way out of her pain, she was losing herself to do it. She was still tangled up in me, even though she was trying to break free. The honest truth was she still meant the world to me. Even if we signed those papers and she became my ex-wife, she'd forever be the greatest love of my life. She could move on and find someone else, and it would be fine, because she wasn't mine to cage, but I never would. Any transgression or disloyalty she could deal me ultimately meant nothing, because there wasn't a single betrayal she could commit against me that would stop me from loving her. I wanted to say whatever happened between us was up to her, but that felt like a lie. This marriage wasn't just her choice. There were two of us here, and though things needed to change, I wasn't sure in what way. I was giving her space to make up her mind, but I needed to make a decision too. I just didn't know what that decision was yet. I busied myself with prince duties, which consisted mostly of royal lessons with Cameron, since he didn't trust me with any real tasks. He intended to take over Cassiel's role as my mentor, to beat me into submission and shape me into the emperor he wanted me to be. A little too late on that front, but at this point I didn't care. Cameron had spent weeks teaching me how to present myself to other royals. It might have been relevant if we were in negotiations with other supernatural races, but we'd already formed our alliances, most of whom were already here in Elamanth. Learning how to dance at royal functions and being educated on fine wines wasn't going to win us any wars with the Warden, who was currently rampaging across the world and actively destroying cities in his wake. But here I was, taking lessons on how to dress, what to say at events, and how to write a strongly worded letter. That was going to be really useful once the Warden burst our doors down and killed us all. I wasn't sure he'd appreciate my letter. I didn't give a fuck about my lessons with Cameron, but I attended these useless meetings to keep from making things worse between us. Cameron's lessons were only getting stupider by the day. I couldn't take it any longer when he summoned me to the royal dining room and forced a fork into my hand. Where I lay under the table at my feet, clearly annoyed that this was how he was spending his day too. "Today you will learn how to properly hold a fork," Cameron said. I didn't believe him. This had to be some sort of joke. "You can't be serious."
"You dare question the Emperor?"
Cameron bellowed.
"It is time you were taught proper manners."
I calmly set the instrument aside, though I wanted nothing more than to plunge it into my father's eyeballs. "I know how to use a fork." Cameron scoffed. "You know nothing. You eat like you were raised on the streets." My inability to give a fuck had finally run out. Maybe because I was. "And we must correct that," Cameron stated arrogantly. "Why?" I demanded. "So you can hide how shitty of a father you've been? Everyone already knows I was homeless, so why waste our time trying to convince them otherwise? There are people dying right now, and instead of helping them, you'd rather teach me how to hold a fucking fork."
"This is what being Emperor is. You must command the respect of the people you are hosting. They'll notice if you don't have the proper table manners,"
Cameron hissed. Cameron no longer surprised me. The fact that he was more interested in impressing people than leading them into battle or saving their lives was right on brand. It didn't matter if I rocked the boat anymore, because this was a sinking ship. I said nothing as I rose from my seat and started for the door. Oberoi followed. "Where do you think you're going?" Cameron demanded. "To find something useful to do. This shit is a waste of time." "This shit is how you become Emperor someday," Cameron insisted. I whirled back toward him. "Emperor of what? Our shield isn't going to hold forever. Once the Warden finds us interesting again, there won't be anything to reign over. You know that. It's why you insist on filling your last days with this bullshit, so you don't have to face the reality that you've already been beaten." Cameron's palm came out of nowhere. It cracked against the side of my face. I staggered backward, but it was only a step or two, because honestly, he hit like a little bitch. Oberoi lost his mind. He snarled at Cameron, lunging for my father's face. I grabbed him by the collar that had been fastened to his neck and hauled him back. "Let me have him," Oberoi growled, foaming at the mouth to rip out his throat. It would have made things easier, for everyone probably, but I still told him, no. Oberoi gave a few warning barks that sounded mean, and the fucker cowered away. My face stung, but I didn't give Cameron the satisfaction of a reaction. I wouldn't hit him back. Somehow, my refusal to retaliate against Cameron had become some kind of agreement I'd made with myself. I could easily put my father in his place. I was bigger, stronger, and I was one hell of a better fighter. Unlike him, I'd actually gotten into scraps my guards didn't have to get me out of. But that was the point. If I struck back, he won. And I'd burn in hell before I allowed my father to make me feel like I'd lost a singular battle against him, even if the whole kingdom ended up in our graves because of it. Cameron gave a cruel laugh. Fine. If you don't want to participate in becoming a royal and are adamant about sticking to your heathen ways, then there's nothing more I can do for you. Feel free to gallivant the palace, because I'm not teaching you anymore. You're useless. Funny he should say that, because he was the one who still hadn't caught Alistair, which was impressive all on its own. Alistair was loud, arrogant, and drew attention everywhere he went. There was no way he wasn't leaving a ton of messy clues behind as to where he'd gone. Cassiel would have caught them within the hour, yet the fugitive was still on the run somewhere. At this point, Cameron had to be actively trying to rule incompetently. I couldn't care less about being kicked out, so long as I no longer had to deal with him. Perfect. Then we're on the same page. Let's go, Ava-Marie. I turned, but my father's voice carried after me.
If you leave this room, that's it! It's over! You and I will no longer have a relationship, and I'll be done with you!
Fine with me, I muttered, and I stepped out of the room. Cameron didn't bother fighting it. He was probably as relieved as I was that our so-called lessons were done and over with. Now he could go bend over in his quarters and wait for the warden to slaughter him. Once I passed through the door, I heard sharp footsteps enter from another entrance of the room. I didn't know who it was, but Ava-Marie grabbed my pant leg with his teeth and tugged it to hold me back.
Wait!
I paused, pressing to the wall so I was out of sight, but I could still hear whatever was going on in the room. My stepmother's voice echoed with barely repressed rage as she uttered,
This isn't you, Cameron. Whoever this person is, it's not the man I married.
Majestica men need to have some backbone. Somebody needs to knock some sense into that boy because he doesn't have any.
You struck him! Again!
Drea yelled.
I struggled to turn my face away when you took his finger, because that is the law of this family. But I will not stand for you beating the last living heir at every whim and turn.
I know how to handle my own son. He isn't your blood, so keep out of it, Cameron snarled. He really was in a nasty mood.
I can't keep out of it when you're laying hands on the crown prince,
Drea demanded.
I took an oath to protect the Elvish family line.
Are you a guard or my wife? Cameron sneered. Whose side are you on?
I am both, as you are very much aware,
Drea replied coolly.
This is wrong. It's not how you run an empire.
Don't tell me what to do. You don't understand the weight that's been put upon my shoulders. Hell, he sounded so whiny. It was terribly pathetic.
You were a good man until Charlie showed up. Then you became jealous that your son was a better man than you.
How dare you? I've waited to obtain the crown, so I get to have my say in how I do things now that it's finally my turn. I read between the lines. Me being alive and in line for the throne had broken something in Cameron. He considered it his throne, something he didn't want to share.
Cameron, you didn't even want the throne. Not for years, Drea said tiredly. You ran away from it the first chance you got. Now it's all you care about.
I was a petulant child when I ran from my responsibilities, just like that boy, Cameron spat. I didn't realize what I was giving up.
You don't know what you're giving up now. You've all but lost your son.
I never had him, Drea. I lost him when he was taken away, and he's never coming back. That boy is a stranger to me.
You still have a chance to repair things.
I lost my chance when I failed to locate him as a child. You were there when I was searching for him. I nearly killed myself trying to find him. You can't say I didn't do everything I could. You were the one who told me I needed to stop.
I know that, Cameron. I realized you tried as hard as you were able.
Drea's words were cutting as she hissed.
Even so, I wonder if you were happy to give up the search, because that meant you no longer had to share your birthright.
Cameron's voice had grown small.
Kelly wasn't supposed to get pregnant. That wasn't part of the plan. I told her not to go through with it, but for as much as I tried to talk her out of it, she had him anyway. Look where it's led.
Ava-Marie felt the blow of his words as hard as I did. My familiar cringed against my legs as I struggled to breathe past the strike my father had delivered that was far more painful than the slap he just dealt me. I was never wanted by my dad. Maybe I had always known it deep down, but I'd hoped my conception had been planned, something my parents had wanted together, and not something that had happened by accident. It was stupid to have wished for that. I was unaccepted and unloved, everywhere, by everyone.
Then what was the plan? You find a Nivita girl, run off into the sunset and live happily ever after, with no ties to anything, no obligations?
Drea sounded disgusted.
That's not how this family works.
Perhaps not when my father was alive, but I'm in charge now, Cameron growled. I'm running the show, so I call the shots.
Well, you're good at abandoning people. I shouldn't be surprised you've thrown Charlie aside, because you cast away others. I'm sure you'll expect your son to come crawling back in a few years' time, like I did.
What's that supposed to mean? I know you settled for me when you could no longer have Kelly. You knew I had feelings for you before you left for Kimpago, because I told you so, but you rejected me and ran off. Then when you came back after your wife was gone, I was all you had. Drea sounded on the edge of tears. I chose to marry you after I knew I was second in your eyes. You're not convincing me I made the right choice. What would Kelly think if she could be here to witness what you've done? This again. Cameron had turned to patronizing. I'm sick of having this argument, Drea. I won't continue it any longer. It doesn't matter what Kelly would think, because she's not here. You are, so why does it matter? Kelly isn't here to advocate for her son, so I will do so on her behalf. Imagine the shame if your father knew. If he saw you lay hands on your son, he would make sure you never forgot the punishment for doing so. I'm certain that as we speak, Castiel turns in his grave. Don't you dare speak of my father! You have no right! Cameron thundered. You were not born a royal nor a noble. You know nothing of my plight, so you will keep silent and keep your eyes where I tell you to put them. You do not think, act, breathe unless I command it. If that means you must look away, then look away. I will not ask a second time. Drea's voice grew incredibly cold. Since I should learn my place, let's see who will warm your bed tonight, Your Majesty. Drea, Cameron called after her, but I was certain she was already gone. Cameron gave an angry noise, and I heard glass shatter against the wall. Drea's visit to the training center makes a lot more sense, Oberei mused. I got out of there because the last thing I needed was someone to catch me eavesdropping. My father would probably give me another smack. I couldn't believe Cameron had talked to Drea that way. I'd done some horrible things to Ava, but I would never consider speaking to her as if she was beneath me. Even when I tried to lock her up, I'd still recognized my wife as an equal. Better than me, even. Cameron liked lording his power over people when in reality he didn't have any, because he had no idea how to rule an empire. Looked like Drea was starting to realize that. As we walked, I noticed the hall was silent. Cameron had ordered his guards to follow me everywhere I went, but I realized they weren't around now. I wasn't sure of the last time I'd heard them. It could have been days. I scoffed at my father's incompetence. It was to be expected, but it still shocked me that he was capable of such complete and utter foolishness. It was clear that the guards had stopped taking his orders seriously, particularly those orders that weren't magically binding, and it looked like this was of them. If the elves, who were spectacularly loyal people, were disobeying the Emperor's orders after a lifetime of being trained to obey them to a fault, then he really was a terrible leader. I assumed Drea must have had something to do with the guards' absence. She had to be advocating for me behind closed doors and telling them to stop following me around. She was actually a good stepmom, and I hadn't been very kind towards her. Now that my father had declared our relationship over, I wasn't sure he'd send more guards after me anyway. He just didn't care and never had. That was abundantly clear now. Are you okay? Oberei asked gently, putting a paw on my shoe. I struggled to answer past the knot in my throat. I'm fine. It's not like it matters. I don't want him in my life anyway. Oberei let it drop, but pressed against my legs to let me know he was there. None of us could do anything about how Cameron ran the place. But in the meantime, I was sick of doing nothing and needed to get my mind off my father. Takahashi had requested my presence in the Hidden Legends archives after my Prince lessons, so I started that way now. Charlie, we should talk about what happened between you and Ava, Oberei started, for the millionth time that week. I don't want to talk about it. I tried to make it clear I wasn't interested, but he wouldn't budge. We need to, Oberei insisted. She hasn't given up on you. That's cool, because I've already given up on myself. I heard nails skitter against the stone floor as Oberei launched himself in front of me. I stumbled, nearly falling over him. Ow! Hey! I'm done trying to be nice about this. You and Ava had a moment, and nothing's happened since. This could be your path back to redemption. What, messing around? Sorry, I don't think fucking each other is going to magically fix our marriage. I tried to move around him, but he blocked me again. You had the chance to stop yourselves, and you didn't. What do you think that means? Do you know how hard it was to tell myself no in the moment, when she's all I've wanted for weeks now? I demanded. Her speaking to me is enough to bring me to my knees these days, so sorry if I didn't have any self-control when she's asking me to make her feel better in the one way I know how.
You're acting like you made a mistake, and you didn't. This is a good sign. If you can't connect over words, at least you can connect over something. You have to find common ground somewhere.
It was a mistake, because it shouldn't have happened. Now it just hurts more, because all I can think about is what happened between us. I could have used your help. You're the one who ran out when things started happening. You could have stopped us.
But I wanted things to happen. If you're still sleeping together, that means there's some kind of connection left, no matter how small. It shows neither of you really want to give this up. It means there's hope.
I scoffed. I don't want to hope. That just means I'll be more disappointed when this blows up in my face.
Ava proved to you there's a chance of mending your marriage. She gave you a peace offering by sharing her body. Why not take that chance and see where it leads?
Why? So I can fuck up and ruin her life like I have been doing for years now? Not a chance. I won't do anything to hurt her ever again.
Then decide not to and make this right, Oberoi demanded. She's showing you she isn't ready to leave. Give her a reason to stay.
I didn't allow myself to believe Oberoi was right, because if I did and Ava still chose to divorce me, I wouldn't want to go on. I had to tell myself she was gone forever. If I allowed myself to keep hoping we could work things out, it would destroy me. That wonderful night had been a momentary lapse of judgment, nothing more. I wouldn't survive if we tried to make this work. Then she decided in the end she still didn't want me. Best to just let it die. I made my way through the secret passage in the library and entered the Hidden Legends archives, where Ez was reading aloud from one of the records.
I didn't finish the thought before passion built inside of me. My breath caught as I reached my peak. My fingers tightened in her hair as I emptied into her. She noticed me tense and she increased her speed, using her hand to pleasure me further.
Callie and Danny burst into fits of laughter, while Marcus blabbered gibberish loudly to drown out Ez's voice.
La 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 la,
Marcus sang. What's wrong? Ez teased. I'm just reading what's written. It's right here on page 276 of The Cauldron's Curse. I plopped onto one of the couches to listen. I nearly squashed Rishi, and he hissed as he jumped out of the way. Oberoi hopped onto the couch beside me, and Alette fluttered onto his back. Ez went on, sounding delighted as he narrated the book he was reading aloud from.
I sagged against the rock, and my head spun so much that I saw stars where the trees should be. When my head finally cleared, Nadine was kneeling beneath me, beaming. She swallowed, and I smiled wide.
I realized then what was going on. Ez was reading from Marcus's parents' records and taunting him with the explicit details. It sounded like Lucas and Nadine had gotten a little crazy in the woods back in the day. Ez lowered his voice to mimic Lucas's as he went on.
If you were trying to convince me we shouldn't be together, you're kind of doing a shitty job of it, I teased as I buttoned my pants.
Let's not question my motives,
she choked back. Motives, I smirked. What motives? Footsteps rustled in the distance. I jumped to my feet and grabbed Nadine's hand. Her features paled.
No one knows we're out here.
It must be hikers, I said, hoping that's all it was, but dread twisted in my gut. Stay behind me. We walked toward the footsteps, my heart hammering. As we stepped out from behind the bushes, my pulse came to a full stop. A group of 8 people stood before us, 4 boys and 4 girls around our age. A frizzy-haired girl walked beside a nervous-looking boy, and a blonde with huge glasses clung to the arm of a tall man with pale hair. At the head of the group was a redhead. She looked completely panicked, as if she was in a great hurry to save someone's life. One of the guys looked like he'd been beaten. A hugely muscular man dragged him along the ground. His face was covered in bruises, and his body appeared starving. The guy looked to be withering away against some kind of magical bonds he was bound by. I didn't know how I knew what they were, but I could sense it immediately. It must have been something magical inside of me that I didn't even know was there. I could practically smell the wet dog on the woven shifter and the reptilian scent of the dragon. Something rebelled inside of me, like I knew these individuals were my worst enemy. A battle orb formed in my hand. Get back, Nade! It's a group of fucking fae!
Wait, Callie stopped him abruptly. I know that line. It's in the Alicorn Court. What are you suggesting? Danny asked. That Nadine and Lucas copied from Emma and Ethan's records. No, but it seems weird they use the same quote. Hold on. Callie plopped a book on the table and flipped through the pages. I was right. It's on page 259 of the Alicorn Court, written from my father's perspective. Callie began reading the passage out loud. 2 figures stepped out of the bushes, a boy and a girl. They looked to be around our age, probably students at the nearby college. Definitely a warlock and a witch. The girl stared at us, but the boy jumped into action. Some sort of spell swelled at his command, and whatever it was, it didn't look pleasant to be at the other end of. Get back, Nade, the boy warned. It's a group of fucking fae. The girl's brow furrowed in confusion, yet she didn't make a move to attack. The shifters bristled, but seeing as there wasn't much they could do, held back. Kiara put her hands up, and the other girls followed her lead. We're not here to harm you, Kiara pleaded. We need help. Yeah, then what did you do to that guy? The boy gestured at my body, which was convulsing as the Lashane struggled to break free. He's been possessed, Kiara went on. We've been told there's a witch who can save him. Why should we believe you're not invading? The boy snarled. There's 8 of you. Stefan sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, we might have been able to do this without everyone coming along. Emma took the lead. She stepped in front of Kiara and asked, What are your names? The boy went to object, but the girl replied, Nadine and Lucas. Emma took a breath. Nadine, Lucas, my name is Emma. This is my mate Ethan. She gestured to my body. It's the same event from 2 different perspectives, Marcus noted, stating the obvious. This explains how our parents knew each other before that meeting in Hemlock's secret illusion room, Callie said. My parents went to Octavia Falls while they were in university, and Marcus's parents helped them get past the town's shield. They needed to get in to find help for a spell from a specific witch. It also explains why my father owes Lucas a life debt. Why not my mom? Marcus asked. She helped them too, didn't she? Why doesn't Ethan owe her a life debt? Lucas was going to attack, but he chose mercy instead. He's the one who made the choice to help, and it was my father who was vulnerable, Callie noted. Lucas's decision saved my father's life. That's cool and all, but did my parents have to get so explicit about their escapades in the woods? Marcus complained. Your mom and dad basically walked in on mine. It's a very important part of the story, Danny argued, clearly trying to get a rise out of Marcus. It sure sounded like Marcus's parents hadn't left out a thing in their personal books. The intimacy, the lust. Ugh! Marcus cut him off. Can you stop? I agree with Marcus, as said. I've read most of my parents' records, and they are way too comfortable with sharing their sex lives with the world. Exactly! I don't want to hear about my dad getting a BJ in the woods, Marcus whined. I shrugged. I don't think it's unnecessary. These relationships and all their details are an integral part of a chosen one's calling. The reader is going to miss important things if that stuff is erased. When it's mine and Ava's turn to add to the records, we aren't leaving anything out. I nearly winced as I heard the words come out of my mouth. I hadn't thought about what adding to these records would be like now that Ava and I weren't together, or how our current relationship status might taint our stories. I knew Takahashi expected us to write down everything we'd been through, but I didn't know if I had it in me to revisit our past. Not now, and probably not ever. There were pieces of me and Ava's story that wouldn't make sense in general if we didn't put in the explicit parts. I wasn't ashamed of it, because those memories weren't something I felt I needed to be ashamed of. Sex wasn't some immoral thing to be hidden in the dark and never spoken about. There was nothing obscene, disgusting, or wrong about what Ava and I had done together. We'd been husband and wife, and it was healthy for us to express that love. We'd grown, healed, and learned so much about each other, ourselves, and our relationship through our sexual experiences. Maybe by reading about them and sharing with the world what we'd done together, other people could heal too. But how could we revisit all those memories now, even if history required it? I didn't think Ava and I could work together on compiling our records, but I couldn't leave her to do it on her own either. There were important pieces of our story that she hadn't been there to witness. I was more than happy to tell the world about how much I loved her and everything we'd done together, but I didn't know if she'd feel the same. She might want to take all those special parts out and make it seem like those treasured moments never happened at all. It gutted me. I quickly changed the subject before anyone could comment on what I'd said. Does anyone know why this meeting was called? Takahashi wanted to speak with us, as said. Also, I think I might have found something. Then lay it on us, I told him. Az hesitated. We should probably wait for Takahashi. And Ava. My heart stuttered at the sound of her name. I didn't realize she'd be here today. The words caught in my throat. Where's Ava? Same place she always is, out in Elamanth trying to fix the city, Marcus said, as if I should know. I sat up straighter. Wait, what? Didn't you know? Marcus rattled on. Ever since Christmas, Ava's been trying to fix what she broke. You know, helping to repair buildings, talking to grieving families, visiting sick people, fundraising to give aid to people who were impacted by her actions. She's out there all day, every day. She never takes any breaks or days off. My features must have grown paler by the second because Callie nudged Marcus and muttered his name under her breath. Ow! What was that for? Marcus cut off. Oh, right. Sorry. Everyone knew better than to bring Ava up around me because it hurt just thinking about her. But this was different. We weren't talking about what used to be. This was about what Ava was doing to make things better. All this time, I thought she'd been avoiding me. Now I knew that Ava was doing her best to mend the damage caused by her behavior. She wasn't just sitting around feeling guilty about what she'd done. She was trying to make up for her mistakes. Meanwhile, I'd been sitting around doing nothing, failing to take any action on fixing my own. That made me feel like shit, until I realized hosting another pity party wasn't going to do me any favors. I wasn't Cameron. At least Ava was putting forth an effort to change her ways. If she could do something to help in the aftermath of everything that happened, then so could I. I had all this free time now that Cameron made it clear he had no interest in me, so I might as well do something useful. The last thing any of us needed was for me to mope in bed for another month while the warden conquered everything outside of Elamanth. If we were going down, we might as well go down fighting. Ava was out there busting her ass to help others, so I needed to step up too. I just needed to find a place to start. Az and Danny saved us all from an awkward silence. They went back to debating loudly about the raunchy content in the other archives while I got up from my seat and retreated to a bookshelf at the edge of the room, unable to sit still right now. Marcus's telltale footsteps approached. I know that look on your face. Your head's not in the game. I scowled. Well, it needs to be, because I can't afford to keep missing things. What's on your mind? Marcus asked. I paused before I figured I needed to talk to someone about this who wasn't my dog. I didn't want to spill what Ava and I had done behind her back, but Marcus was one of our best friends, both of ours. I didn't think she'd mind. If there was anyone to confide in, he'd probably be the best choice. Ava and I, we slept together. I heard the complete shock in his tone. Wait, you guys slept together? Does that mean... No, we're not back together. As far as I know, she still wants to go through with the divorce. Marcus balked. But you guys... Yeah, I don't get it either. I sighed. This has me really messed up. Is she playing games with you? Marcus wondered. I don't know. If she is, this is one cruel fucking game to play. She's not. Callie's voice nearly made me jump out of my skin. I froze and felt Marcus's shoulder stiffen against mine. Shit, I hadn't meant for her to overhear. I was planning on her ripping me limb from limb for what I just said, but she came closer and said, Explain. You mean Ava didn't tell you? I was shocked. Ava had always been open with our friends about what happened in the bedroom, and usually I didn't mind her sharing. The fact that she kept this secret meant something, though I didn't know what. Why would she tell me? Callie questioned. She handed you divorce papers, and now she's sleeping with you. She's clearly embarrassed to admit that it happened. I didn't want to violate any trust that might still be between Ava and I, but Callie had me cornered. If I didn't give her something, I might not live to see the next 5 minutes. I kept the details as vague as possible. Ava came to my room, and we talked. The conversation got pretty serious. Did she... Marcus didn't say more, and I knew what he was hinting at. So he'd known about Ava's attempt at infidelity, and he hadn't told me. That should have stung, but it didn't. He was trying to be loyal to both of us without hurting either. I was glad that he'd taken care of her in the moment, because I bet she'd been torn up after what she'd nearly done. I would have been too. Yeah, she did. I managed to nod. She admitted she tried to cheat. Ava tried... Never mind. Callie cut herself off. I was stunned that Marcus had known and Callie didn't. Ava must have really been ashamed of her actions if she didn't tell her best friend. So you talked. Then what? I don't know. She was in a lot of pain from her spinal injury. I could tell. She needed to take a bath, so I helped her, and then she asked me to, I shrugged. Things escalated from there. Both of them were silent, and I added, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have. I know that. No, Callie mumbled. You might have made the right call. I was dumbfounded. What? I figured you'd be the last person who'd approve of this. I hate you, Charlie. Like, legitimately, I really do, Callie confessed. I can't forgive you for what you did, but I also care about you too. I love you like my sibling. Not as much as Ava, of course, but I think this might be what you guys need. How? It seems like we're going backwards. Callie's tone was introspective. At first, I was certain it would be a good idea if you two went your separate ways, but the more I think about it, the more I realize neither of you thrive without the other. I want Ava to do what's best for her. If that's dumping you, I'll take the opportunity to throw you out on your ass as soon as she says the word go. Gee, thanks. But, she added, I also know she loves you. Even now, you both did things that were wrong. If anyone can come back from this, it's you two. Yeah, me and Callie worked our shit out, and now look at us, Marcus agreed. We're perfect for each other. We'd be more perfect if you didn't keep leaving potion bottles all over the bathroom counter for Rishi to knock over, Callie replied flatly. I nearly fell flat on my ass this morning on a pile of vials. You're right. Sorry, babe, Marcus apologized. Callie's voice grew closer as she leaned in. Charlie, I know you don't want to hear this, but maybe you shouldn't give up. You and Ava heal through sex. You always have. It's your way of communicating when you don't know what words to say. Maybe this is your guys' method of repairing what was broken. The conversation ended there, but I couldn't stop thinking about what Callie had said. Ava and I did connect in one way, at least. Sex was something we were very good at. It had been the strongest part of our relationship, so it wasn't surprising that part of us had survived the cataclysmic disaster that had been breaking our bond. I didn't think it was enough to bring us back together, but maybe Callie was right, and it would be enough to take the first step. Footsteps came from behind me, and I heard the soft sound of Ava's wheels on the carpet. My pulse immediately spiked. Takahashi cleared his throat as the two of them entered the room. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. What the fuck? Ava snapped, cutting him off. Nobody responded, giving me no context. Is everything all right? I asked carefully. Charlie, Ava breathed, and hell, her voice sounded like a song. You're hurt. I reached up to touch my cheek, which was tender from where Cameron had hit me. I was so used to the sting from the fight ring that the bruise had barely registered. No one else had mentioned anything, so it couldn't be too bad. But nothing got past Ava. The skin beneath my eye had swollen. I suppose there had to be a red welt there. Guess he hit me harder than I thought. I turned away from her. It's nothing. Just a gift from Cameron. Fucking excuse me? Ava growled. I was shocked that she cared, honestly. And it felt good that she did, though I didn't want to accept her concern. It's nothing, bitch. Ava. Really, I'm fine. It's not fine, Ava said through clenched teeth. It really is. He threw me out, so I don't have to deal with taking his stupid lessons anymore. Taking a blow was a worthy trade to stop going to them. I really meant that. One little slap was worth not having to listen to my father go on for 4 hours about fucking forks. I'm gonna give him a little gift myself, Ava muttered, and hell, her voice sounded deadly. Please don't get involved. It's not a big deal. The last thing that needed to happen was my ex-wife confronting my estranged father. I didn't know what Cameron would do to Ava if she set him off, and if he managed to hurt her in any way, there would be no withholding my wrath after that, because I'd fucking kill him. We were holding this rebellion together by a thread as it was. I couldn't stand it if things got worse. I struggled to imagine how they could, but this was one way the powder keg could go off. But let him handle it, sis, Az cut in before Ava could go further, which I was grateful for. I didn't want to talk about my father, especially not with someone who'd hurt me far more than he ever could. Ava fell silent, but I knew her, and I was certain the gears in her head had to be turning. Oberei was observing her, but I made it clear I didn't want to know his thoughts about the situation, and he kept silent. Ez planted himself in the middle of the group, and papers rustled in his hands. Now that everyone's here, we can begin. Ava rolled up to the nearest table. What did you find, Ezekiel? Ez spread his papers over the table. I think I've found a way to kill him. Kill who? Marcus asked. The Muffin Man, Danny replied scathingly. What do you fucking think, Marcus? The warden, Ez clarified, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. Everyone leaned in closer as Ez shuffled through his files. He tried to keep his voice steady, but it wavered. I've been researching Celestials, and I've found that angels will always die if their wings are severed. We already know this, Callie said. Fat chance of it working on the warden, considering decapitating him didn't work. He's too strong. Yes, but we aren't implementing that knowledge correctly, Ez emphasized. You've tried to attack the warden with brute force to kill him the way other angels can be killed, but as long as he's got his magic, he'll be able to heal himself. You're forgetting how strong he is, I said. He drained the abilities of other demigods to make himself one, then killed the elves at the main facility to increase his magical capacity. His demigod power is immortality and invulnerability, which means even the dark gods can't kill him. He's completely immune to physical harm or the passage of time, which means no matter what we do to him, we can't kill him. You think that because you've all been going about it all wrong, Ez insisted. You can cut off his head or destroy his heart, and it doesn't matter, because you aren't playing to his weaknesses. But if you take his wings, then he loses the source of his magic, and he dies. They're the source of his demigod abilities, and he can't regenerate without them. Marcus mused. Ez might have a point. Nothing else has worked, so we might as well try. That would only work if we could get close enough to him, and after what happened at the Elvish camps, I'm not counting on it, I reminded them. The warden killed thousands of prisoners instantly in one blast. What we need is to find the final divinity key, open the Elven gate, and restore the connection between the spirit realm and ours. Then we can obtain aid from the gods and bring the warden down once and for all, because nothing and no one is going to be strong enough to kill him except a god. Funny you should mention that, Takahashi said as he stepped forward, because that's exactly why I've called this meeting. You found something? Ava asked hopefully. Yes, Takahashi stated. Elliot Bain and I have been working for months, combing through the files you procured from Dr. Torres's office before the Institute fire. We found a document written in ancient Elvish, which Emperor Cassiel was helping to translate. The translation was only half finished by the time he passed, but I've been able to translate the rest of it. You think this document can lead us to the Astromancer key? I asked. Yes, Takahashi said confidently. My heart lifted. This was it. This was how I could finally get off my ass and start helping the team again. Bring me up to speed, Danny said. What do you guys know about the Astromancer key so far? Callie scoffed. Basically nothing. Our knowledge on the divinity keys is limited. All we know is when the elves left their home realm of Edenmire, their goddesses portaled them through the Elven Gate to Dark Island. The goddesses made them protectors of the Elven Gate, which has the power to commune with the gods through the use of 7 keys. The elves were the original owners of all the divinity keys, but as more supernatural races came to Earth or developed their magic, they split the keys among them to create an alliance between all supernatural races, while the elves maintained control of the gate. For a while, at least. Callie went on. Ava, Marcus, and I arrived at the Institute with the Elementi, Witch, and Fae keys, which were handed down to us by our ancestors. We found the Angel key inside the Warden's safe in the Infernal Underground, and we obtained the Merfolk key within the lake at the Institute. You know how we got the Vampire key in the Devil's City. As for the Astromancer key, we haven't been able to find any clues regarding its whereabouts. We aren't even sure if the Astromancers ever received it from the elves. According to lost Astromancer mythology, which I've recently discovered, the Astromancers received their key and protected it for quite some time, Takahashi said. Then, in the 1800s, the Astromancer key's location became compromised when the Fey monarch King Minos began sending assassins to eliminate other supernatural rulers. Marcus wrapped his fingernails on the tabletop. King Minos. We've heard that name before. That was the Duchess Amelie's brother, Callie said. Amma who? Danny asked.
Duchess Amelie was a Fey assassin who obtained the merfolk key from Atlantis in 1867 and brought it to Dark Island aboard a ship called the Assassin's Destiny, Callie told Danny. Her boat wrecked off the coast of the island, but she portaled it to the nearest inland waters, where her ship and the merfolk key remained submerged for over 150 years, until we found it in the lake at the Institute. Most of the crew died in the shipwreck, but Amelie and her crewmate Dante were arrested. He died on Institute grounds, but she was sent back to Malovia, where King Minos executed her for treason. That's correct. Takahashi rifled through his stack of papers. But these records indicate that the Assassin's Destiny did not sail alone. Amelie was accompanied by an entire fleet. One companion ship in particular is named in the records, a ship that translates to the Great Escape. Why would this document be written in Elvish? Danny wondered. What do the elves have to do with this voyage? Amelie sailed to Dark Island before the Elven genocide, and we know the Assassin's Destiny was an Elven ship, Ava recounted. When we were researching her story, we learned that she sailed with merfolk and vampires, so the fact that these records exist indicates she was working with Elvish allies as well, who must have recorded details about their journey. Yes, Takahashi confirmed. From what I can tell, these records were kept on the Assassin's Destiny and were salvaged from the debris of Amelie's shipwreck, which is how the warden got his hands on them. He obviously knew these documents were important, though it appears he was never able to obtain a complete translation.
Ha! Marcus laughed. It was under his nose the whole time.
Papers rustled as Ava shuffled through the translation. What happened to the rest of the fleet? Tell us everything, Professor. According to the translation, King Minos sent Duchess Amelie to various supernatural societies to assassinate political opponents he deemed a threat, Takahashi began. It was on her journey that she obtained information about the divinity keys and their whereabouts. When she reported her findings back to King Minos, he wanted her to collect the keys to elevate the Fae's power within the supernatural world. Amelie disagreed with the king and believed the keys should be protected from those who wished to use them against others. So Amelie began a double life, in which she continued pretending to work for the Fae monarchy, but was truly using her travels to negotiate alliances with others who wished to protect the keys. She used her skills as an assassin to gather information about which keys were vulnerable so she and her allies could keep them out of the wrong hands. Takahashi tapped the table. It was during this time that she formed an alliance with a group of elves. They were the ones that supplied her with the elven ship the Assassin's Destiny, as well as the Great Escape mentioned in these records. Amelie and her fleet traveled to East Asia to meet with the Astromancers. There she formed an alliance with a man named Takahashi Yuto, who wanted to work with her to protect the Astromancer key. He had it in his possession.
Takahashi, Danny repeated. Is that your name?
In Astromancer culture, we speak our last names first, because we emphasize the family name over the individual, Professor Takahashi explained. I did some digging, and Yuto was one of my direct ancestors, though I never found any mention of this story in any Astromancer documents I have access to. I believe Yuto kept this a secret so that the Astromancer key couldn't be tracked by the wrong people.
What happened after Yuto and Amelie formed an alliance? Callie asked.
They agreed that the keys should be hidden out of reach of King Minos. Amelie, however, had a meeting scheduled in Atlantis, and she believed she may be able to obtain information about the merfolk key there. Yuto and Amelie agreed to split up the fleet and sail separately, as it was too risky to sail the seas with two divinity keys together. Yuto went on ahead of her.
So Yuto set sail to hide the Astromancer key before Amelie's shipwreck and arrest? Callie mused.
That is what the records indicate, Takahashi confirmed. Amelie lost the rest of her fleet somewhere between Atlantis and Dark Island, shortly before the Assassin's Destiny crashed near its shores. The Great Escape survived with the Astromancer key, as it was on a different voyage entirely.
Where did Yuto sail with the key? I asked. I could hear the smile in Takahashi's voice.
These records don't say where he went, but his notes indicate he was successful in concealing the Astromancer key. Yuto and Amelie agreed to meet in Campago after she sailed to Atlantis, where they would continue searching for the Elementi key together.
Ava slammed her hand against the table.
That's how the Elvish ships ended up in the cove in Campago. The same ships Ava and I stole before being sentenced to the Institute, I muttered as all the pieces came into place. That was Yuto's fleet.
Precisely, Takahashi said. He must have left the ships there because Ava-Marie was caught. They were never reunited, so they were unable to go searching for the Elementai key together. So what? Yuto died in Kimpago waiting for Ava-Marie? Danny asked. I wondered the same thing, Takahashi said. I did some more digging on Yuto's history and learned that he returned to Astromancer Society, lived out his life, and died in East Asia. That means he completed his initial voyage and successfully hid the Astromancer key somewhere along the way. Hang on, Ava delicately lifted one of the papers. I know these runes. Charlie, we didn't just steal any ship from that cove. We stole the Great Escape. Marcus chuckled. What a great escape that was. Ow! Callie nudged him in the side again, harder this time. The breath left my lungs as the realization struck me, and I ran a hand over my face. The answer to the Astromancer key was in our hands before we ever knew about it. It appears so, Takahashi agreed. Which is why you must return to Kimpago and search those ships for any remaining records. We must find where Yuto sailed to before landing in Kimpago, because wherever he went is where we'll find the Astromancer key. I sprang to my feet. Then let's get going. Hold on, Ava protested. How exactly are you going to get to Kimpago? There's a shield around Eolamanth keeping anyone from getting in or out, and portals won't work to get around it. We'll have to open a hole in the shield, I suggested. A small one, just big enough for us to get through. Then we'll cast a portal once we're outside the shield. It's your magic sustaining it, so the shield will respond to you. I don't have my magic anymore, so it's not going to work for me, Ava argued. We have to try. Once we're outside the shield, we can portal to Kimpago. A hole in the shield will leave us vulnerable to the Warden if he discovers it, Ava stated. Are you sure about this? We have to risk it for the Astromancer key, I insisted. If we don't leave, we're sitting ducks waiting for the Warden to show up. But if we go to Kimpago, find out where Yuto hid the Astromancer key, and get our hands on it, we can unite all 7 divinity keys and open the Elven Gate now. Then I'll lead the elves through to the afterlife, and the broken connection between the living world and the afterlife will be restored. All the souls stuck in the in-between will be able to get through, and we can use that power to finally beat the Warden. We'll finally have a fighting chance with the gods on our side. This sounded so easy when I said it out loud, but I knew it would be far from it. Ava sighed. I never thought I'd say this again, but you're right. This is our last chance to make things right. All right, I'll do whatever you need. First things first, we need to get into the royal vault where the other divinity keys are being held, I told the group. We need to be prepared the second we get our hands on the Astromancer keys, so we can portal straight to the Elven Gate and open it right away. We might not have another chance to leave Eolamanth without Cameron stopping us, so we need to do this all in one go. Danny rubbed his hands together. I'm up for another heist. How are we getting into the vault, considering Emperor Cameron controls it now? Judging by the state of Charlie's face, the Emperor's not going to let us waltz in. Okay, so my face was worse than I thought. They'd all noticed and hadn't said anything. Did they think I punched myself for fun? Yes, Oberei said, noting my thoughts. I ignored him. I know the code to the vault, Ava said. Cassio entrusted me with it before he died. The confession hurt more than it should. Why had my grandfather given Ava the code and not me? He gave the code to you? Yes, Ava said. He didn't trust Cameron to rule. He worried if it came to that before he could install you as emperor, Cameron would try to get the code from you. Cassio trusted me to pass the code on to you once you rose to power, but he asked me not to share it before then in order to protect you from Cameron. It's too late for that now. There was something else in her tone that she failed to mention. She tried to hide it, but I knew her so well I heard everything she left unsaid. My grandfather trusted Ava more than me because he worried I might take things too far, and he'd been right about that. Maybe he didn't confide that to Ava directly, but we both knew it was true, and that fucking hurt. I didn't want to think about that painful truth right now, so I swallowed it down. Ava's got the vault code, but we'll have to create a distraction, Callie said. Cameron's never going to let us into that vault, no matter how great our chances are at beating the Warden once we get the last key. She was right about that. My father was an incompetent fool who didn't trust any of us. I was certain he'd keep us out of that vault just to let the Warden win. Not because he was on his side, but because my father had already given up, and doing anything about the issue was too difficult in his eyes. He was content to live out the rest of his days here in the luxury of the palace rather than risk another battle, even if those days were shortly numbered. We needed a distraction, and a good one. Danny cracked his knuckles. Just bring me a drop of blood from the guard station at the vault, and I'll compel them to let us through. They'll just run to Cameron the second we leave, Callie pointed out skeptically. No, with my powers they won't, Danny boasted. I can't wipe their memories, but I can scramble their brains enough to confuse them. They won't even know we were there. I shook my head. It's not enough unless you can command 100 guards at once. Cameron's got guards crawling the palace everywhere at all times. We don't just have to get past the guards stationed at the vault. We have to get past every guard in the rest of the palace on our way out. If we have any hope of pulling this off, we have to do something to occupy Cameron and the majority of his guards. Because the fewer of his soldiers we have to get past, the better chance we have of getting out with the keys unnoticed.
Oh, I know! Marcus burst with excitement. We could put on my play!
Everyone in the room gave a collective groan.
Not this again, Danny complained.
Hear me out, Marcus insisted. We all know Cameron loves to dick around with any form of entertainment he can find. We can put on a play here in the palace to lure Cameron and the guards away from the vault. It's not like we have anything better to do with our time, so it won't look suspicious. They'll be occupied for a couple of hours, giving us a chance to slip into the vault and sneak off the island.
Sounds like a great idea, Danny said sarcastically. Cameron's going to love staring at an empty stage while the rest of us are in Kimpago.
The stage won't be empty, Marcus argued. All of us will have to start out on stage to play into the illusion that we're there, but we'll sneak out halfway through the show. Meanwhile, our allies will fill in the gaps of the other roles, making it look like we're backstage the whole time. Neither Cameron nor his guards will think to come looking for us.
This might actually work, Takahashi said thoughtfully. Myself and the other demigod guardians can serve as the actors while the rest of you slip away.
Marcus became giddy with excitement. He literally started jumping up and down.
Oh, this is great! It'll take a few days to put everything together, but I know we can pull this off!
I figured we were done pulling off heists, but we couldn't avoid one last job. If it was for the Astromancer key, we had to do whatever it took.
What happens once we slip out of the theater and get the keys from the vault? Callie asked. Where are we going to punch a hole through the shield without risking someone finding it?
The beach, Ava answered almost too quickly, like she'd already thought of it.
No one goes there anymore, not after what I did. It's right at the edge of the shield and far enough away from the city that no one will see us open a hole in it. There should be just enough space outside the shield there for you guys to step outside the magical confines of Elamant and portal to Kimpago.
You guys? Callie repeated.
You aren't coming with us, Ava?
I can't use magic, and if you guys get in a fight, I can't defend myself. You'll be distracted trying to help me, Ava insisted.
I'm more useful here anyway, because I can help distract Cameron so he doesn't realize you're gone. He might suspect something if we all go missing, but if I show back up on that stage at the end of the show, he'll think we're all still here.
We aren't leaving you here alone to deal with him. I never wanted Ava to be left behind with my father, especially now that she was considering murdering him by the sound of it.
I'll stay with Ava, as offered. I'll make sure she doesn't start a fist fight with Cameron while you're gone.
Fuck you, Ez, she growled. It didn't feel right leaving Ava behind. She'd always come with us on every mission, no matter what. We'd never gone to get a divinity key without her, and something in my gut deeply told me that we shouldn't. But nothing had felt right in a long time. I had to get used to this distance between us being the new normal. I'll alert the rest of the demigod guardians, Takahashi said. We'll help get everything ready for this performance. Just tell us what we need to do. Marcus clapped his hands together, immediately jumping into director mode.
My darlings, it's time to break a leg!
Chapter 10. Ava-Marie. Marcus's reputation as the palace's official bard had caused tickets for the play to sell out in an instant. A few days after our meeting, the entire palace theater was packed with hundreds of guests in their finest evening wear, waiting to see what the palace bard and his friends had in store. Cameron had totally bought it. He actually seemed happy that we were spending our time pursuing entertainment instead of searching for ways to beat the warden. Not that art wasn't a valuable pursuit, but priorities. The Emperor sat in the front row, gossiping with his council what the play could possibly be about. We hadn't given many details while advertising the play, so nobody quite knew what to expect, including the cast.
Marcus, what's my line again?
Ghost dropped his script, which sent paper scattering all over the floor. The green room was packed with actors, patching up final props, putting on makeup, and getting ready. There were dozens of people behind the stage. We'd had to enlist more than just the demigod guardians to help with this play, as there were too many roles to fill and Marcus refused to cut anything out. Arguing about it took up more time than just giving him what he wanted.
Guys, we've been over this 100 times. We've been doing nothing but rehearsal since we decided on the plan, Marcus cried.
Marcus, we had 3 days to memorize this play. We didn't even get a dress rehearsal, I snapped. He ignored me.
We've been off book all morning, people. Everyone in this room is playing like this isn't the big leagues.
Marcus had been an absolute nightmare to work with once we got close to curtain call. He'd been gleefully excited all throughout rehearsal, but the moment we woke up this morning, some insanity virus had infected his brain, morphing him into a Jekyll and Hyde version of a high school theater director.
Everyone, gather round,
Marcus shouted, and about half of the cast clustered around him. The other half darted in and out of the dressing rooms, costumes half on. Marcus noticed, narrowing his eyes and bellowing,
"There's a full auditorium out there. So do we have a show for our guests? Do we have a show tonight? Because I look at you guys and I don't see a show."
"Oh, there will be a show," Charlie mumbled beside me. "I just don't know if it's going to be entertaining in the way that he thinks."
I've already told you guys the talking backstage needs to stop. We're professionals. I'm not going to say it again, Marcus shouted.
"You're talking more than anybody," Danny blurted.
"I am the director."
Marcus slapped his clipboard with the back of his hand.
"Where are the techies? I've lost my techies."
Callan came scrambling up to Marcus, adjusting his crooked headset. Marcus's protege had been thrilled to help out with the play, and had gladly signed up to be the stage manager. But the kid was falling apart under Marcus's demands.
"Marcus, the spotlight on left center isn't turning on. We can't get it to work."
"That's perfect, isn't it?
Can anyone answer me if we're ready for opening night?"
Marcus called over the noise in the green room.
"Wait, don't answer that because I'm going to answer for you. We are not. If you haven't come to this theater ready to work, you do not belong on that stage. If you are off your cue and off your blocking, what did I cast you for?"
A high-pitched laugh echoed across the green room. Marcus's younger sister Erica was giggling in the corner, huddled with my sister Alana. They shared secret smiles as they ignored Marcus's impromptu meeting. Marcus heard one note of Erica snicker and turned red.
"Erica, I asked you to talk in a higher register and save your voice. What is it you think you are doing?"
Marcus threw the end of his obligatory director's scarf over his shoulder, practically strangling himself.
"Bro, chill out,"
Erica replied irritably.
"I've been in enough plays."
"I still don't understand my part," Danny said, pretending to read the script upside down just to provoke Marcus. "I'm the entity of chaos. What does that even mean?"
"If you had questions, you should have asked them on the first read-through. Does nobody see my vision?" Marcus screeched. "Do I have to get up there and do a one-man damn show?"
I eyed Callie. "He's your choice, huh? Is that your final answer?" "It's certainly a side of him I'm glad that I'm seeing before we get married," Callie said, smirking. "Now I know exactly what I'm getting myself into." Marcus continued his rant, throwing his hands in the air.
I could be home right now with my beautiful fiancé doing literally anything else. But here I am, working until midnight for the last 4 nights with you people. Auditions, read-throughs, does none of it matter?
Marcus, they're the ones helping us. This was getting out of hand. I pushed my way through the entourage, coming to his side. I grabbed his scarf and yanked him behind me as I led him away.
What are you doing?
Marcus stumbled forward, and I let his scarf go. Marcus, it's opening night. The play's gonna be how it's gonna be. I crossed my arms. The last thing the cast needs is your interpretation of a drama queen. We've got 15 minutes until lights up. You can either encourage your actors or you can drag them down. They didn't have to be here, but they signed up to help us with this ruse so we can get the Astromancer key. Give them a speech or get out. His entire demeanor changed in an instant, going from panicked to inspired.
You're right, Ava. Thank you. You can get through to people like nobody else can.
Marcus went rushing back to the middle of the green room, clapping loudly.
Huddle up, everybody!
This time, the entire cast listened. Marcus reached out to take Kellen's hand, and then Callie's. The rest of the play followed suit, until everyone was standing in one big kumbaya circle, holding hands like this was some kind of spiritual retreat. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. I grabbed Callie's free hand, but my other met Charlie's. Our fingers threaded together naturally, and though his body stiffened when his hand met mine, he didn't pull away. Oberoi huffed, pushing his head up so it met our hands. I missed this so dearly. Charlie's hand felt warm in mine, and it comforted me to squeeze it tightly. He squeezed back, reassuring me that we would find the next key and get this done no matter what it took.
I want to start by apologizing to the company.
Marcus blinked away tears, taking a gasp.
This is the most talented group of people I have ever had the blessing to work with. We do have a show, and it's because of everyone in this room. I want you all to go out there and have the time of your lives underneath those lights. Guys, no matter how this show turns out, I'm proud of each and every one of you.
He gave a loud sniff, and I resisted, rolling my eyes. Marcus got the cast pumped up by having everyone stick their hand in the middle of the circle and cheer, "Half-ass is better than nothing." It was the play's unofficial motto. Danny had come up with it. Charlie let go of my hand. The warmth faded, a chill sinking into my fingers and spreading throughout my body as he walked away. The rest of the cast finished the cheer. My sister ran up to me. "Ava, can you fix my costume? I think it broke." The story was a romance between the two main characters, a pirate captain and a siren queen, whose boat had sunk within an oceanic portal and had taken them to a spiritual realm of different entities. Erica and Alana had been chosen for the lead roles. Alana was playing the captain, and one of the straps on her pirate's trench coat had come loose. Sure. I grabbed a needle and thread, stitching the strap back on. "Happy birthday, by the way. You're officially an adult. And look what I've decided to do with my time." Her tone was playful. "I think you're more than happy to be here," I noted, eyeing Erica. The young witch twirled in her siren costume. I caught Alana eyeing her up and down. A few minutes before the play started, I ventured backstage. I dared to poke my head out slightly from the curtains to look at the audience. Our parents, grandparents, and various aunts and uncles were scattered around the theater, posing as guests and ready to intercept the guards if things got out of hand. Here's hoping it wouldn't come to that. "Let's go over the plan," Charlie said, speaking to Marcus, Callie, Danny, and me. "Us demigods will participate in the first act, so Cameron knows that we're here. We'll stick around for a while so it looks like we're still around. Once we get halfway through the play, we leave out the back and head to the vault. The remainder of the show will give us enough time to get down to the beach after we take the divinity keys from the vault. Then Ava makes a hole in her shield. She'll go back to the play and take the bow at curtain call to serve the ruse, while the rest of us slip through the shield, portal to Kinpago, and find the Astromancer key.
Sure, that sounds like a perfect plan that won't go wrong in any way or fashion.
Danny chipped in, kneeling in front of my chair. I had my tactical wheelchair today, because I'd need it once we got to the beach. It's the best we've got. I combed back his messy red hair, which never seemed to stay in place no matter what I did to fix it. The cast rushed to their places. Danny didn't move from his spot in front of me, just sat on the floor as I continued to mess with his impossible hair. I watched his knee jitter up and down. "You're anxious." Danny gave a cockeyed grin.
Me? Course not. I'm more relaxed than any of you.
That's a lie. You're nervous most of the time. You just hide it well. Danny's illusion of a smile faltered.
Nothing gets past you, does it?
No, it doesn't. You know what else I've noticed? Your accent is heavier.
Yeah, that's because I like you.
I shot a glance at Charlie, who was seething in the corner. You like everybody.
Absolutely not. I hate most people.
You and me both.
I try to monitor the way I speak around new people. I worry about being misunderstood, so I try to mirror other people's way of speaking so I can camouflage,
Danny explained.
But I now know the rest of you well, so I don't feel the need to try and hide anymore.
That's adorable, Danny. But it's a little off-color that this is the group you fit into. We aren't the best people.
Sure you are. I've had to hide my whole life. This group right here's the first time I feel welcomed. I don't feel like I need to conceal myself anymore.
We aren't friends, Charlie grumbled under his breath, then stomped off. I rolled my eyes at the tantrum before continuing the conversation. You're not the only one who's worried. I'm nervous too. If we fail this time, there's no more second chances. Either we stopped the warden for good with the Elven gate, or that's it, and we've ruined everything. I shifted in my chair for the millionth time that evening, as a bolt of pain etched through my spine. Danny asked, "You all right?" I've been uncomfortable all day. My back is cramping like crazy. I can't get any relief no matter what I do.
You're just stressed. Old injuries flaring up. We'll get the key and end this.
Let's hope. This war could be over with today if we found the Astromancer key. But I was worried about not going with the rest of them. I couldn't do much to help, yet I still wanted to be there. Something about this whole situation seemed dreadfully off, and it wasn't the play. I hadn't felt right since I'd woken up this morning. I know you're worried about Charlie, Danny started. It's in your eyes. Just take care of him, all right? Since I can't. Charlie had never gone to get a key without me, and every time we'd found one, it had turned into a bad situation. It was worse this time because Charlie had nothing to lose. Now that our marriage was done for, I knew he'd throw himself in the line of fire. He'd become the sacrifice so we could get our hands on that final key, and I wouldn't be there to stop him. I hated that I wasn't going to be there to help. I'll keep an eye on him, Danny promised. He won't get hurt on my watch. You better promise.
I swear, he'll be all right.
Danny reached back to grasp my hand. I'll make sure of it. He better. I was counting on him to keep Charlie safe and stop him from doing anything reckless. which didn't give me much reassurance because Danny was the most reckless person out of all of us. The curtain was pulled back, and the play began. I remained in my spot backstage to watch and wait my turn to take the spotlight. The play opened to an elaborate set with Alana and Erica standing on top of a caricature of a beautifully built elven ship. "Our sailing be blessed, Siren Queen," Alana began, speaking loudly so her voice echoed across the stage. "We shall meet your kingdom upon the morn, your people rejoicing at the sight of their beloved empress Alicia." "Alas, Captain Adrifta, our time together has been oft-times pleasurable," Erica responded, speaking her lines smoothly over the painful dialogue. "It pains me that we shall soon dearly depart these waters, and unto it, each other's arms." Callie swept onto the stage, playing the part of the storm. Her dazzling gray, blue, and black gown fanned out in long streamers behind her as she ran on stage. The lighting above began strobing, imitating lightning, and techies backstage began pounding on drums to resemble thunder. "A wicked wind has struck forth," Alana proclaimed. "The sails be wrecked by her tempest and wrath. Mercy, Lady of the Skies." "I am the goddess of the western wind," Callie said, reciting her lines in a monotone voice and sounding bored. "Fear me." She wasn't selling it, but Marcus was starstruck.
"Aw, that's my pretty girl. She's so good on stage."
He was just freaking out that his fiancée was participating in his favorite thing. Callie swooped around the stage, circling the ship, and the set began to vibrate.
"Hark! The ship is cracking!" Erica cried.
"Swim to shore, we must!" Alana burst, and she grabbed Erica to perform a stage dive off the side of the ship as it burst apart. The set pulled to pieces by hidden strings that were yanked on by techies. Erica and Alana landed on a mattress that was hidden by props, which resembled the waves of the ocean, until the techies pushed set pieces built to resemble palm trees on stage. Alana and Erica rose from the mattress, emerging from behind a fake tree.
"Wherest thou have we landed?"
Erica turned in place. Takahashi bounced up from behind a fake bush like he had springs on his feet, wearing a massive headdress to make him look like a giant talking theater mask. Erica screamed at the top of her lungs. That scream was unintentional. Erica hadn't been expecting Takahashi to pop up like that. Alana caught her before she tripped, and Takahashi boomed.
"Welcome, travelers, to the realm of the mystic, the intrigued. Strangers are verily forbidden from wandering its shores."
"What, pray tell, this realm be called?" Erica questioned.
"Know it by no other but the Isle of the Lost Poet,"
Takahashi replied proudly. I still facepalmed every time I heard that name. It was so pretentious, it might as well be wearing a fedora. The only thing that was worse was the name of the play itself, Les Troubadours Tourmentés. I was tormenting myself just by being here. Takahashi's beaming grin cracked me up. He was having the time of his life up there, but damn, his dialogue was awkward. As stilted as they come. I'd never seen such poor acting. I watched Marcus's eye twitch as Takahashi added,
"How didst thou come upon my forests?"
"Our ship has sunk, and fallen have we unto this land," Alana spoke. "May ye know the way thither?"
"I will be your guide. Come thee, and forward we shall progress."
Takahashi fumbled to keep the giant headdress from falling off his head. We hadn't been able to fit it right before the show. "You aren't even using some of the terms right," I grumbled to Marcus. One theater class where you cover ye old English for a week at a shoddy school like the Institute doesn't make you one of the old masters. Shh, Marcus insisted, appearing enthralled as his eyes remained glued to the stage. These lines would have been a lot easier to learn if Marcus had just stuck to common dialogue, but he'd been committed to making the cast speak Elizabethan English, poorly. He was far from Shakespeare. "But maybe someday they'll play it at the Globe," he'd whined. Psh, the Globe my ass. London would set itself on fire a second time before it got close to our rank-ass play. Alana, Erica, and Takahashi pretended to walk through the forest. "Upon this realm, you may meet many entities. Cross them all, and by journey's end, you shall find your home." Takahashi gestured ahead, and Ghost came onto the stage. He hurriedly set up several sticks, then carried in a stack of plates. He placed a plate on each stick, spinning the discs until he was surrounded. It was the one talent he'd told us he could do, and Marcus had decided to use it. "Who may be this strange creature?" Erica wondered aloud. "Erstwhile, he may be known as the entity of balance, but may he be harassed by the agent of chaos," Takahashi burst. That was Danny's cue. He sprung onto the stage, screaming, "I am the entity of chaos! I claim, I come, I destroy!" Danny grabbed the spinning plates and smashed them onto the floor, cackling menacingly. They made a big mess of porcelain everywhere. Ghost looked out into the audience and paled. A bead of sweat appeared on his hairline, and he gulped. Ghost had forgotten his one line. Up in the catwalks, Professor Wyckoff adjusted the lighting so that the spotlight shone on Ghost, but it got in his eyes. He tripped and dropped the rest of the plates, spilling them onto the stage. "Oops. No," Marcus moaned. "Now the allegory won't make sense." It didn't make sense anyway. But Danny darted forward and started smashing the plates further, crushing them into dust underneath his shoes. "I shatter expectations. I pull apart dreams." "Phew, smart move. Danny gets it." Marcus nodded, mumbling to himself. "This is good. We can work with this." Can we? I wondered aloud. "I wish we'd been able to turn this into a musical like I wanted. You and Charlie could have come up with the songs," Marcus whispered back. "There was no time for us to make up an entire musical for the cast to learn on the last day along with dance sequences. You're being unrealistic." "Nothing's unrealistic when you have a dream." The play went on. The curtains were pulled for a quick scene change, and the forest became a palace, as my Uncle Jonah and Auntie Imogen danced on stage. They wore matching leotards in sparkling rainbow colors, complete with glitter eyeshadow and long false lashes. Imogen was holding a glittering baton that had pastel streamers rippling from the end of it, while my uncle wore multicolored chaps and a diamond-encrusted cowboy hat. They'd refused to do the play unless Marcus let them wear what they wanted. Their outfits did not fit the theme. Jonah picked up Imogen, spinning her around his head as she spread her arms wide before he caught her, propping her up against his strong torso. She backflipped off his arm and landed in a crouch. Jonah flung his arms out, doing jazz hands. Ta-da! They'd practiced this dance forever and were looking to show off, clearly. "We are the entities of truth and lies," Imogen said, twirling her baton. "To pass further, one must guess which one is which," Jonah said, giving a playful wink. "Boo! Get off the stage!" I heard Daddy's voice as he jeered at Uncle Jonah from the audience. My uncle flipped him off, and the crowd laughed. "Your dad is really playing the role of the spectator well," Marcus said in approval. "No, that's just how he is. He'd boo anyway." Alana tapped her chin thoughtfully. "How may we tell which is truth and which is lies?" "The answer simple, albeit complex," Erica replied, making a fist and casting her gaze away. "The truth is that which you don't wish to see, but must." "I don't wish to see any of this, so I'm glad I don't have to." Charlie's deep voice resonated behind me, and it made my body shiver. He came close to me, lightly touching my shoulder. "Our part's coming up. You ready?" The tightness in my spine loosened slightly, making it so I could breathe again. "Yeah, ready." "You've guessed our secret!" Jonah tossed glitter into the air that would take the elves in this theater 1,000 years to clean up, or more. "Pass on into the realm of shadow, where you may meet your next foe." The lighting darkened until the entire auditorium was nearly pitch black, besides a singular spotlight on the stage. Ez and Opal darted on stage, dressed in matching costumes that had long strands of gray, ripped fabric trailing to the floor. They were supposed to be ghosts, I think, but Marcus kept changing his mind on what he wanted them to be, insisting specters might suit the play better. In my opinion, a ghost and a specter were the same damn thing, but he'd argued with me for a half hour they weren't. Whatever. It was his play. I noticed on Opal's ring finger the beautiful turquoise engagement ring that Ez had shown me months ago. I was glad he'd finally asked her, and if we opened the Elven gate today, they could get married once the warden was done. Within the twirling ghosts, a haunting figure appeared. A tall woman with raven hair, pale skin, and red lips, swathed in a hooded black cloak swept between the ghosts, extending a thin arm with sharp red nails. "Beware, for ye have stumbled upon the entity of darkness," Takahashi warned. "Her shadowed heart lay a curse upon all travelers in her path." Callie's aunt, Delmare, was playing the entity of darkness. She was one of Emma's best friends. She withdrew from her cloak an aged piece of parchment and began to recite. "What is it to devote your life to the page? A series of disappointments, a herald's cry for being heard in a world of silence. An ode to sacrificing your existence to those who don't honor the offering. What is a page but a collection of ideas from the poet, words placed this way and that, which anyone can do but cannot do? What is to be a poet but to lament over life's destinies, jumbled letters the ancients will read, a rambling of musings? What is inspiration, except that which whispers away on the wind and is gone forever, a cursed existence? What is a thought but to be here one moment and vanished the next?" Delmare's poem was probably the best thing about this play, and she'd written it, not Marcus, thank the ancestors. If it had been one of his poems, we'd be here a century and an age. Alana withdrew a stage sword from a scabbard on her hip and cried, "Leave this place, foul beast, and do not cast upon the fair empress a curse that may blight her beauty." Alana was a little too eager with the sword, because she whacked Delmare in the face with it. "Ow! Hey!" Delmare sourly rubbed the side of her head. "Sorry. Be gone!" Alana chased the entity of darkness away. Opal and Ez pretended to flee. The stage lighting became warmer, and Delmare wandered off stage right. She passed her husband Stefan on the way out, who gave a loud smack to her ass as they crossed paths. It wasn't behind the side of the curtains, so the entire audience saw it. Delmare gave a yelp, and Stefan smirked. From the audience, Emma gave a cat call.
That wasn't in the script!
Marcus, flustered, outraged.
The entity of comedy, who is also married to the entity of darkness,
Takahashi ad-libbed, to make up for Stefan's quip.
Accompanied by the entity of movement.
Stefan strode onto center stage, wearing his hockey jersey from the game a few weeks ago. Nobody was following the dress code around here. After him, Marcus's uncle Grant break-danced onto the middle of the stage, doing a crab walk before performing a windmill that ended in a power pose, his legs in the air. Stefan pushed him over and Grant flopped to the floor. The audience laughed.
Hey guys, what's up?
Stefan wasn't even bothering to try and speak early modern English. I respected him for it.
We seek the path forward, though the way is hidden to us, Erica responded. Wherewithal can we reach Road's End?
I have no idea what you're trying to say, but here's a dad joke. I hated the one that was originally written, so I made one up that I think is better. I hope my boys like it.
Go, Dad!
I heard a teenage male voice call from the back of the auditorium.
What is he doing? He's going off script again! Marcus hissed.
Stefan took a big breath.
What did the dragon shifter say to his hatchlings? Stop dragging ass. Get it?
Ah!
Grant was still breakdancing. One of his legs kicked out and knocked Stefan over. He tumbled to the side in the middle of his joke and fell into one of the sets, smashing the background to pieces and yanking down an entire backdrop. The crowd booed.
Now, everyone, I'm sure that was intentional. After all, he's the entity of comedy, Cameron shouted.
Sure, let's go with that. Takahashi rushed to usher the girls into the next scene as Grant dragged Stefan backstage.
To the entity of aging we go.
My time to go on stage was coming up. I adjusted my costume, which was nothing more than a simple white gossamer dress. Charlie's matching white shirt was crooked. You want me to fix that?
Fix what?
He had no clue. I reached out and adjusted it for him, straightening the buttons and smoothing down the fabric. Never mind. Professor Amber was on stage right before us. I expected the demigod guardian to go all out for her part, as she'd been almost as excited about this play as Marcus. But I wasn't prepared just how far she'd go to serve her role. Amber waltzed on stage with a stack of crystals, placing them in various areas around the broad stage, before letting her long curls fly free as she began spinning within the stone circles, humming a tune as bangles shone on her wrists and a boho maxi skirt spun out over her bare feet. And she was completely topless. 60-year-old Professor Amber was twirling half-naked on stage without a care in the world, dancing under the spotlights and wearing a daring smile. My parents and none of their friends looked surprised. They'd all been her students, so this was common behavior from free-spirit hippie child Professor Amber, I guess. More power to her, but was this really the time? Marcus, what is going on? I said, gesturing to the stage.
This is what she wanted. She's the entity of aging, a portrayal of the transition into the role of the elder. I wasn't going to stifle her artistic interpretation, Marcus demanded. I am a director, not a dictator.
Your theater kid bullshit is what's going to get us caught. No one is going to believe this is a real show.
I was proven a liar when Cameron started clapping from the first row, cheering out,
"This is amazing. It's the most incredible performance I've ever been to."
Well, at least he liked it, and that's what mattered most. He was the one person we had to make sure remained distracted, and Professor Amber sure was distracting. Amber finally finished her performative art, gathering her crystals in her arms before she pirouetted off stage.
The entity of aging has found you worthy of venturing on, Takahashi announced. Go forth into the vacant void, the land of emptiness and sorrow that awaits before you.
That was our cue. Charlie bent down and extended his arms. This okay? I grasped his forearm, running my fingers over the muscles there. Yes. Charlie lifted me into his arms, and the heat of the spotlight shone upon us as we stepped on stage. A piano ballad struck up from the orchestra pit, and we entered into a dance. Charlie spun in circles around the stage, and a fog machine placed at the corner coated the area in a light mist. I moved my arms in flowing movements, wrapping them around Charlie's neck, before drooping one in an arc behind me, performing intricate movements as we twirled. We hadn't rehearsed this at all in practice, and Marcus had skipped this part every time we got to it in the script, acting like it wasn't there. Charlie had outright refused to speak any lines of dialogue, and I just wanted to get my part over with as quickly as possible, so this was the role we'd been assigned. We freestyled the dance, none of the steps choreographed or planned. It didn't matter. It was like we'd rehearsed this scene 100 times, and knew exactly what movements the other person was going to make next. Charlie flowed into my body like I poured into him. He knew when to dip me, when to shift my legs so I could wrap around him, lifting me into a spiral, a floating embrace. His breath rushed across my mouth as I put a hand against his cheek, running my fingers through his hair, and my legs spanned out behind me before he scooped me up by the knees again, boosting me by the hips and lifting me higher so I could stretch my arms out toward the lights above. I'd had this dance 100 times within my dreams since I'd given Charlie those divorce papers. The dream always started the same. I was floating in a realm, in between space and time, the world void of feeling, before Charlie appeared within the fog. He lifted me into his arms, and we began an elaborate, intimate dance, where our bodies tangled together and our hearts beat as one. I always woke up far too early from the dance, the breath stolen from my body, and my limbs aching for someone who wasn't there. Each night I had this dream, I'd longed for it not to end. In some strange twist of fate, the universe had manifested my dreams into reality within this theater. Oberoi ran around the stage with a flowing cloth in his mouth, resembling the clouds as Charlie and I danced inside the fog. We might as well be ghosts, depicting what our relationship had once been, and what had died. "Who are they?" Alana asked.
Lost souls, trapped within the isle's haunted shores,
Takahashi said ominously.
Take care that you reach the end of your journey and avoid their heartbreaking fate.
What happened to them? Erica questioned.
They failed to find the isle's path forward, so for them there is no tomorrow. They cannot move on. They are cursed to be in each other's arms, but are never able to love again, nor can they move on. It is a song without end. They are within distance, but never within reach. They are stuck in a singular moment in time that will always define them, but will never let them go.
It's cruel, Erica commented.
The cruelest of fates,
Takahashi agreed.
Their fear led them to becoming lost, and they were too afraid of admitting how they truly felt. The only people they can run to is each other. But once they realize this truth, it was too late. They became imprisoned within the dance forever.
I knew Marcus had written this part as some sort of metaphor for the way he'd felt when his bond had been broken with Callie, but I couldn't help but acknowledge how perfectly it depicted us. Charlie and I were lost. We couldn't go on without each other, but we couldn't love each other either. The honesty was plainly written in both of our eyes. We were grieving something that was long dead, and we'd failed to give birth to something that was new. There was no way forward for us. We'd lost the path. For us, tomorrow would never come. The piano drifted softly to a close, and our dance ended. Charlie carried me off stage, and I heard a few people in the front row sniffing. The tone of the play had definitely gotten a lot more somber. Shit, there were a few people crying in the audience. Had we really gone that far? Charlie placed me gently into my chair once we were backstage.
You okay?
His voice cracked.
No.
I turned away from him and said softly, I'm fine. Takahashi wandered off stage.
I will further seek the path ahead. Rest your bones, for the journey to take is still long.
Once he had departed, Alana turned to face Erica. Watching the lovers dance has forced me to confront my feelings for you. I do not wish to become trapped on this isle, made to participate in a dance that has no end. Nor do I. Erica's voice had grown heavy and thick. My love for you is deep, Captain Adrifta. I confess it with my barest soul. Then kiss me now, and make it be a promise of our venture off this star-crossed plain. Alana wrenched Erica to her, and the two young women kissed, the spotlight beaming down upon them as their lips connected at center stage.
Ugh, Erica's such a better actor than me,
Marcus complained, a twinge of jealousy in his tone.
This looks so real.
I don't think that's acting. That kiss lasted far longer than I figured it should, and Erica's cheeks were dusted with a soft pink hue. Alana finally pulled her mouth away from Erica's and raised her prop sword again. Wherefore art thee, declare thy love, queen of the seas. Ah! A stage light dropped from the ceiling and crashed onto left center stage, shattering to pieces. Erica yanked Alana out of the way just before she was crushed, and a few people in the audience screamed. I watched Kellen cringe on the other side of the stage. The techies ran around like mad, yanking the curtains closed. They'd have to handle the cleanup, because we needed to get out of here. The first kiss is halfway through the show. That's our cue to leave. Charlie was already at my side, and I yanked on Danny's sleeve to tell him to follow as I approached Callie and Marcus. It's time. Let's move. Marcus slumped.
Aw, I'm sad I'll miss the end of my play.
We can have another showing later. Come on. Callie dragged him behind her, and the play went on as we headed into the green room, planning our exit out the back. The rest of the show would give us an hour to get into the vault, down to the beach, and out of Elamanth. I had exactly 60 minutes to make it back for curtain call, and if I wasn't here, Cameron would know something was up. This is our last shot to stop the warden. My lower back gave another agonizing twinge as I led the way. We can't mess this up. Charlie's voice shook.
We'll make this right, Ava. Everything we messed up, we'll fix this time. I promise.
Chapter 11. Charlie. We gave ourselves only a few minutes to change into street clothes. Stripping off my costume was like peeling off a second skin, because being on stage with Ava-Marie felt like where I was meant to be. Ava and I hadn't rehearsed a step, and we'd still performed in synchrony. There was no denying, bond or not, that there was still a connection between us. Marcus had given us a chance to step into character and test how well our bodies responded to one another's, and every movement felt natural and honest. But we were mere characters on that stage, and without this costume on, I had to return to the man I truly was. A broken, shattered version of myself who'd never get near enough to Ava to touch her again. It tore me to pieces to even hope we might be able to pretend again. I was forced to place these painful thoughts deep in the back of my mind, because we had work to do. We hurried out the back doors of the Palace Theater, Oberoi, Rishi, and Alette following at our sides. The ploy was working. The palace halls were completely silent, since nearly the entirety of the palace residents were at the theater. My friends and I snuck as close as we could to the royal vault without being spotted and kept hidden behind a corner. Ava peered around the corner and whispered lowly, "There's only one guard at the vault. Oberoi, you're up." Oberoi trotted around the corner while he panted happily. The guard noticed him right away and cooed in a high-pitched voice. "Hey there, little fella. What are you doing all the way down here?" Oberoi gave a jolly bark. "Oh, you want a pet, little guy?" the guard said. "Who's a good but— Ow! You little shit! You drew blood!" Oberoi scampered away while the guard was still cursing.
What a baby. It was just a little bite.
"Quickly!" Danny hissed. Oberoi practically jumped into the vampire's arms. Danny used the blood Oberoi had gotten on his teeth to cast his spell. The guard's curses died instantly, and Danny sighed in relief as the compulsion overtook the soldier. "Just in time. Come on, it's safe now." Danny ushered us forward, and the five of us waltzed straight past the guard and up to the vault door. Marcus paused behind me, waving his hand through the air in front of the guy's face. "Whoa, he's basically a statue. It's like he can't even see us." Danny yanked Marcus away. "I can scramble his brains, but he'll remember your face if you stand around gawking at him all day. I've compelled him to remain still, but I can't hold the spell all day. Let's get this over with." Ava punched in the code Cassiel had given her. A beep sounded, and the vault door swung open. "Hurry!" Ava hissed, ushering us inside. My magic could tell this vault was vast. It went on for a half-mile underneath the palace or more. How were we going to find the keys in this mess? "They're here!" Oberoi barked. I followed beside him and reached out to feel the 6 divinity keys lying on a velvet pillow before me. They pulsed with power, as if they knew their time to be utilized was nearly here. I snatched up all 6 keys and tucked them safely in my pocket, then whirled toward the door. "I've got them. Let's get to the beach," I ordered. "I never noticed this before," Marcus mused. He was dawdling, admiring all the precious gems inside the vault. "There's a box here labeled the Prince's Satchel. You don't think—" "Oh, gods!" Danny struggled to breathe through his laughter. "The rumors are right. Cassio really did take Cameron's balls." I smirked. There wasn't time for this, but I permitted myself a small, selfish snicker. Served my dad right. It was no wonder he'd been trying to mold me into the emperor he wanted me to be. He'd said he didn't want to have any more heirs, but the truth was he couldn't. "We need to get out of here," Callie urged. We left the royal vault and my dad's puny balls behind. The guard outside moaned like he was trying to say something, but couldn't. Danny's spell was wearing off, and if we stuck around any longer, we'd be caught. I quickly shut the door to the vault. We rushed off before the guard ever knew we were there. We turned a few halls, but slowed when we heard several pairs of footsteps near the doors to the gardens. They fell in rhythmic staccatos, like 2 people were marching side by side. It was a pair of Cameron's guards. "How are we getting past them?" Callie whispered as we crouched behind a pillar. "We're supposed to be backstage right now. If we're spotted, they'll know something's up, and they'll alert Cameron." "Danny will have to compel them again," Marcus suggested. "Oberoi won't get blood from them both before he's caught," Danny said. I was nearly certain he was blowing smoke out his ass. I didn't think he had it in him to compel 2 people at once. He just didn't want to admit it. "I've got a better idea," Danny offered. "You'll have to hop on my back. My vampire speed is the only thing that'll slip us by unnoticed when the guards' backs are turned. I'll run you down to the beach." Huh? How are you gonna carry us all? Marcus asked dumbly. Not all at one step, shit. One at a time. Danny's tone was scornful. These are the demigod geniuses the warden was convinced he had to lock up for the safety of the supernatural community. Fuck no. I'm not doing that. I was immediately not up for this. The only way Danny could give me a piggyback ride was if he was carrying around my corpse, and I had no say in the matter.
Oh, I'm sorry, pretty boy. Are we trying to save the world, or is your frail, toxic masculinity going to allow the mission to blow up the supernatural race before you'll permit another man to carry you like a lovely little bride? Danny said scathingly. It's not like I want to feel your balls on my back either. I'd almost rather let the warden win the war than let Danny carry me. Almost. Danny gulped something down. That's the last of the potion that protects me from the sun. I don't have another batch on me, so we better move quickly. We don't have all day. It was evening here in Elamanth, but the sun would be shining where we were headed, because Kinpago was on the other side of the world. Are you sure this is going to work? Callie asked. I'm fast enough. They'll never see me coming nor going. Danny crouched down. Hop on. Callie was first, thank the gods. She ordered Alette to get in her pocket. Danny lifted her onto his back, and Marcus gave a few discontented grumbles under his breath. Marcus, quit being jealous, Callie said, and a burst of wind blew my hair back as Danny took off. I wasn't expecting him to return, because I was convinced he'd get his ass caught, but he was back in a little over 10 seconds without Callie. Nobody saw. Let's get the rest of you down there. Ladies first. Danny crouched to lift Ava out of her chair, and I swear to the ancestors I nearly lost it. I knew I had no claim to Ava anymore, but the thought of this guy laying his hands on her made me irate. Ava didn't object, just looped her arms around his neck like he was carrying her down the aisle. Don't drop me, Casanova, Ava quipped. I'm sure I'm not the first woman you carried off. That just means I have experience, Danny said, and Ava laughed as he bounced her up and down in his arms. Ava thought I didn't notice these two getting all cozy. She thought she could hide it just because I couldn't see, but I heard the brush of fabric and the sound of their breaths growing closer. She thought I didn't know how she ran her fingers through his hair backstage, but I could perceive far more than she realized. I had no right to be upset. I knew Danny wouldn't hurt her, but the fact that he was in such close proximity to her turned my stomach. He was receiving the affection that was once reserved solely for me, and it was hard to imagine someone taking my place and caring for her the way I used to. I wanted so badly to touch Ava again, but outside our one-time performance, she wouldn't let me. It wasn't that I didn't want her to be happy without me. The fact was, it tore me apart to think I'd been easily replaced by the next demigod who'd waltzed into the room, like the caresses we'd once reserved for each other never mattered. I've got your chair, Marcus said as it disappeared into his stash. I'll meet you down there with it. Danny took off so fast I staggered back, but he was back a few moments later without Ava. Your next, Warlock? Danny crouched down again. Marcus fumbled to get on his back. Marcus, I swear to... Danny's words were full of frustration. You're so clumsy! I'm gonna drop you if you don't hold on! Where do I put my legs? Around my waist, you ass! Were these two having sex or getting this done? I couldn't tell. Wind ruffled my clothes again, and I impatiently paced as I waited for Danny to show back up. He was taking longer than he had with the girls. He returned after a moment and said, I had to wait for a patrol to go by. He might have tumbled off at the end there. As long as he made it. Danny stooped down and picked up Oberoi, while Rishi jumped into his hoodie pocket. Right, now for all the pets. Whee! I get to ride with a vampire!
Oberoi's cheers of glee echoed in my head as Danny carried him off. He was the quickest this time, racing from the palace to the beach and back in a moment. Your dog's heavier than I expected. You know that. Maybe you're just slow. This was already taking longer than I wanted it to. Danny gave a great sigh. All right, you big lug. Hop on. I wrinkled my nose. I really didn't want to. Oh, come on. We don't have all day. Danny grabbed my wrist and yanked me toward him. Hellfire, you're so difficult. I don't know how Ava puts up with your arse. She doesn't. Just ask her. That was a low blow, and he knew it. I tried to rip my wrist away, but he held tight. Would you just hold me hand, for the God's sake? Sure, I'll hold your hand like you hold Ava's, I sneered. Now that we were alone, I couldn't help the accusation from slipping out. Danny scoffed. Someone's gotta do it, since your hands are too occupied with your own cock to make her feel better. That's just like you, isn't it? I spat. Now that we aren't together, you intend to keep her company. Danny's tone bit with irritation. Say what you want about me, but you should know Ava better than that. What she and I have is purely platonic, and we're not interested in each other like that. Yeah, sure, Ava's the most beautiful girl alive. Any man would trip over himself to be with her, and you're looking to take your shot now that I'm out of the way. You don't even bother to hide your flirting. You do it right out in the open, and in front of me. You have zero respect for our marriage. Former marriage, mate, may I remind you, and I told you it's not like that. She needs comfort, and so do I, if you haven't noticed. If you paid attention every once in a while, you'd see I'm just as mentally fucked as she is. We support each other, because we're too much alike. Danny paused, and I was certain he was grinning as he quipped. Since Ava and I are so similar, you might consider asking me on a date. We already know crazy is your type. We'd have a wild time. Fuck you. And fuck you too, mate. If you got your shite together, you could get her back, but you're too busy acting like a big baby. Sorry that Mommy's no longer here to change your diapers, but it's time to take the binky away and be a big boy. I nearly raised a fist to punch him in the face, thought better of it, then begrudgingly wrapped my arms around his shoulders, jumping onto his back. As long as they were just friends, I guess I shouldn't care. But I did, and I wished that I didn't. I was just as tall as Danny was, so it was more than awkward, though he didn't struggle to carry my weight. If you tell anyone about this, I'll kill you, I threatened. If a photograph of us got around the city, I'd be mortified. Oh, you better hold on tight, you cute little spider monkey, Danny chortled. I fucking hate you, I growled, but my words were shoved to the back of my throat as Danny jolted forward. I had to cling to him as tightly as I could because the effect was like riding a roller coaster. He rocketed toward our destination so fast it felt like I was riding in a car at top speed. My stomach tumbled and my body braced itself as I was jolted from left to right. I might as well have been put inside a blender. Once Danny came to a stop, I immediately let go. I staggered off, leaning over and trying not to gag. Ugh, I can't handle that again. I could hear the grin in his voice. That's a typical response after someone's just got done riding me. Keep implying things and digging yourself a bigger hole. If it's a bigger hole you want, boss, I can make it work. Shut up. I pushed the remnants of nausea down and rose up. Is everyone here? We're fine, Ava said as she used her tactical wheelchair to move through the sand. Let's open this shield. We gathered at the edge of the beach, close to the water. Ava's clothes rustled as she reached out to place her hand on the shield. Seconds ticked by incredibly slowly, and though I expected to hear a shattering sound or some kind of tear, the only thing in the background was the sound of the waves. Nothing's happening, Marcus said quietly. My heart dropped. Come on, Pigeon. I pleaded with the gods for something to happen. Anything, but it didn't. The shield remained standing, and Ava's hand slapped against her lap. I can't do it. Ava sounded close to tears. It's not going to work. Without my magic, there's no way to open the portal up. I managed to choke words past the massive lump in my throat. Try again. You have to. I can't, Charlie. It won't respond to me. Her voice shook. I'm powerless now. I put the shield up, but I can't take it down or even make a tear. Not without what I lost. I hated that I did this to her. I'd die 1,000,000 times over just to have the chance to take it all back. Well, we can't be standing here with our dicks out and our pockets full of 6 divinity keys, waiting for Charlie's daddy to come and give us a spanking. We gotta get through somehow, Danny insisted. There was silence for a moment until Ava said, Charlie has to do it. Me? I startled backward. There has to be enough of me inside of you that the shield will respond to. Perhaps I left something of myself behind when the bond broke, Ava pleaded. The 2 parts of our souls were connected, but it was still only one soul. The shield might resonate with your spirit because it was once mine. You have to at least try. I agree with her, Oberoi noted. There might be enough of Ava left inside of you that you can use to get through the shield. It's the only chance we have. I didn't think there was. When our bond was broken, I figured any tie I had left to Ava had been completely destroyed. She'd been separated from me, permanently, severed from my soul. I was certain the shield wouldn't respond to anything I tried to do, but we had no other options. I came close to the shield, feeling its infinite power. I reached out to brace my hand against it and met a strong surge of magical energy, one that would have blown me backward if I didn't stand my ground.
Find Ava.
I was certain she was still inside of me, somewhere. That piece of her that lived within me might be gone, but maybe I'd still left some pieces behind. I dove deep, searching for a broken part of her that might still be left. This was a struggle and incredibly painful. Everywhere I looked, there was only a void. I'd completely ripped every part of her out of me and torn it to shreds with the breaking of our bond. Places she'd flourished inside of my spirit were nothing but hollowed-out shells, caverns of emptiness with no bottom, no light. I had to go deeper. I reached down to the most submerged parts of my spirit, searching for Ava's soul there and telling myself I wasn't really alone, that what I'd done wasn't the end of us. Imagine my surprise when I found it. It was the smallest spark, only a little flame, an ember frailly burning. But the smallest piece of Ava had been stronger than whole armies, and I only needed a little bit to get us through. I nearly cried when I summoned the small bit of her spirit. It was so familiar, the most genuine and vulnerable part of her. It was a piece of intimacy she'd entrusted to me that I had betrayed in the worst way. I didn't realize I'd felt it when we were making love, but the feeling was unmistakable. This was what I'd been missing, but it had been there all along. It had been Ava's gift to me, her husband. This piece represented her trust, her loyalty, her faith that I would always do right by her. This was the part of Ava that had seen me as her knight in shining armor, her Prince Charming, the piece that had innocently assumed I would always come in to save the day no matter what monsters she had to face. And I had destroyed it. Even if she had her soul, she wouldn't be able to take this piece back even if she wanted to, because she didn't believe in it anymore. That innocence was gone. The only reason it still lived was because I couldn't let it go. "Did you get it?" Ava whispered. She couldn't feel anything I was doing right now, when before she would have been able to participate in this beautiful moment with me, feel everything I was feeling right alongside me. Now she was on the outskirts. It was cruel, and it was wrong. I wished I could give this piece back to her, because that's what she deserved. This wasn't mine. I didn't own this. She needed to take it. But I couldn't give it to her, because what was left of our soul was still tied to me. I couldn't manage to speak, so instead I acted. I cast the spell, creating a small hole in the shield. I felt the fabric of the boundary start to split, providing enough room for each of us to slip through one at a time. "Charlie!" Ava's voice was breathless. She hadn't believed that a piece of her still lived within me, but it did. It was the strongest part of my soul that lived and breathed. It was the only thing I still fought for. "Told you that you weren't done," Aubrey uttered irritably. I was glad Ava couldn't hear him. I was on the edge of breaking down. I cleared my throat and managed to choke out. "We have a way through." I didn't need a bond with Ava anymore to sense what she was feeling right then. Disbelief, shock, and hope. Genuine, soft-spoken hope that there was still a way forward for us. And this time I wanted to feel it too, instead of trying to stomp it out. Marcus and Callie wouldn't break the soft moment, but Danny sure would. "You like Ava being inside you, eh, mate?" Danny said, elbowing me. "I took you for a top, not a bottom." "Your head's going to be inside your ass if you keep talking." His statement pissed me off, but honestly, I was glad for it. If he hadn't annoyed me, I'd have started crying, and we couldn't have that now. "There's no time for you two to dick around. You can continue the pillow talk later," Callie snapped, ushering us through. Marcus, Danny, Callie, and I stepped onto a rock just past the edge of the shield. Our animal companions followed, but there was hardly enough room for us all. Ocean waves crashed into shore, spraying cold water at our feet. Rishi hissed and scrambled backward into me. I had to hold on to Marcus and Callie to keep from falling into the water. "We'll see you once the Elven gate is open," Callie told Ava. "Please don't fuck it up," Ava begged. "Try not to, lass, but no promises. Fucking things is a talent of ours," Danny replied cheerfully. I had the innate instinct that this was wrong. Ava shouldn't be staying behind. She needed to come with us. Something about this was wrong. We shouldn't be doing this without her. I reached out to grab her and pull her through until Callie summoned a portal. Before I could say anything different, she yanked me through. We fell downward, rushing to the other side of the world. Oberei landed softly beside me as we came to an abrupt halt on solid ground. Marcus gave an "oof," and Rishi screeched like someone had landed on his tail. Alette fluttered past my ear to land on Callie's shoulder next to me. Danny moved silently, barely making a noise as he stepped forward to observe our surroundings. The air had shifted around us, feeling cooler and lighter, though the scent of salt water remained. We'd left Elamant that night, but here I felt the warmth of the morning sun filtering through cloud cover overhead. The fresh scent of pine trees filled the air, giving Northern California a distinctly different feel altogether than Elamant. I could sense the magic of my ancestral lands pulsing through the earth, though it seemed distant, almost as if the magic was remnants of what had once been, and not what remained. We were far enough from the Elementai city that we couldn't witness what the warden had done to it, but I had to assume there was nothing left. It was devastating. I hadn't spent much time in Kimpago, but now my mother's home and my birthplace was gone. The rhythm of the waves crashing against the rock brought me back to the night Ava and I had discovered the cove and were arrested for stealing that boat. It unleashed a lot of cherished memories I wanted to keep submerged, but they rose to the surface and batted at me like vicious waves, threatening to pull me under. I got to my feet. The ships are down the coastline. I placed my hand on Oberei's scruff, and he led the way down the jagged rocks and into the depths of the cove. It was eerie being back here. It seemed like a lifetime ago that I'd followed Ava to this cove and stowed away on that ship. I barely knew anything about the supernatural world then, and now we were steps away from preventing its entire annihilation. So much had changed. We weren't even close to the same people anymore. I barely remembered the kid I had been when I was sentenced to the Institute. He was nothing like the man I was now. The only thing that remained the same was how much I loved her. The cove was well concealed by the rocks and foliage, but there was a strip of sand surrounding the perimeter that we walked along until we came upon the first boat. Marcus hopped onto the deck and began causing a ruckus as he rifled through crates. I ran my hand over the side of the boat, which was much shorter than I recalled. "This isn't the right ship," I told him. "We've got to search them all," Marcus said. "Any one of these ships could contain the records we need." "Marcus is right," Callie agreed. "Let's split up and see what we find. We'll start on this side of the cove and work our way around until we've covered them all." Callie and Danny climbed onto the next two ships, while Oberei and I took the fourth. We pried open boxes and looked into crevices within the ships, but found no records or clues. Hours passed as we scoured every inch of the fleet, and the day grew long. I was growing increasingly frustrated because we weren't finding any answers. On top of that, Danny and Marcus were being no help. Marcus had found a hat and 2 rusty swords in one of the crates. He and Danny started dicking around and playing pirates instead of looking for clues.
"On guard!"
Marcus shouted, and their swords clinked together. For fuck's sake, he was acting like this was a dress rehearsal and not the literal end of the world.
"Boys, we're supposed to be looking for clues," Callie scolded.
"These swords could be a clue," Danny shot back.
"So why are you waving them around like you're comparing dicks instead of inspecting them?" Callie growled.
"Get back to work." Marcus sighed. "Yes, ma'am." We were slowed down by every little trinket Marcus thought might be a clue. A compass here, discarded ropes there. None of it indicated where Yuto's fleet had sailed.
"This is taking too long," Danny complained. "I've only got a few more hours on the potion I took to protect me from the sun. If we're at this all night, I'll be burnt to a crisp at sunrise."
The air was starting to cool as the sun dipped toward the horizon, and my stomach gurgled with hunger. We'd been at this far longer than I realized. We'd gotten here in the morning, and night was beginning to fall. I wiped the sweat from my brow and hopped down from the ship I'd been searching. "This is getting us nowhere. Our best chance is to search Yuto's main ship, the Great Escape. Which one of you searched it already? I'm certain we're missing something."
"How are we supposed to know which one of these ships it is?" Danny asked. "None of us can translate Elvish."
"Maybe if you can tell us what you remember of the ship, it'll help,"
Callie suggested. I tried to recall what I could, but I hadn't gathered a lot of details that night before we were arrested. It was big, with a sail and a bunch of crates. Oh, lovely, Danny quipped. That describes every ship in this cove. Where's the biggest one? I asked. The ship Ava and I stole was larger than most of these. Marcus hesitated. They're all about the same size. Are you saying it's not here? I demanded. Great, so we wasted the whole day for nothing. I don't know what we're looking for, Marcus insisted. Ask Oberoi. He was there with you that night, wasn't he? I turned to my familiar. Marcus is right. Do you recognize any of these ships? I can't be sure, Oberoi started. It was dark when we set sail, and I was preoccupied with ensuring yours and Ava's safety. It's not like I memorized what the ship looked like. Come on, Oberoi. Look again, I pressed. Oberoi began pacing along the sand, taking in the fleet. I suppose these ships don't appear to have the proper sails. I don't think any one of these are the ships we're looking for. I sank into the sand and buried my head in my hands. I was exhausted, but I refused to believe we'd hit another dead end. We were finding answers to the location of the Astromancer key tonight. All right, let's think. After Ava and I were caught, the Coast Guard brought us to a beach, where we were met by Ava's father. We're assuming the elders would have brought the ship back here, but we can't know that. They must have taken it and stored it somewhere else. The Kimpaga Marina! Oberoi exclaimed. We've been looking in the wrong spot. Come on, I know where we need to go. I repeated what Oberoi said to the others, and we hurried out of the cove. From what I knew of Oberoi's life before bonding, he hadn't been in Kimpago long, but he sure seemed to know his way around. We must have been walking for at least a mile before Oberoi lifted his nose and started sniffing. I've caught the scent. It smells a bit like an old mahogany desk. It's this way. I followed at Oberoi's side. He led us to a small bay where I could hear soft waves lapping against the sides of various ships. I was shocked that this was all still here after the Warden's attacks, but we were far enough away from the main part of the city that the marina had remained untouched. Whether by chance or by the grace of the ancestors, this place had been spared. When Oberoi stopped, I reached out and felt along the edge of a ship with smooth sides until I came upon elvish runes carved into the wood. This is the Great Escape, Oberoi told me. Go on, Charlie. I gave a shudder. Something about this ship felt incredibly spiritual, though I hadn't picked up on that feeling the first time I'd been here. Maybe I didn't know how to identify the sensation at the time, or maybe now that I knew about my elvish heritage, this boat held a greater meaning to me. Or maybe it was how it had connected me to Ava, because this boat was the reason we landed in the Institute together. Whatever the feeling was, I shook it off and climbed onto the boat. There were all kinds of ancient crates here that had carried supplies on Yuto's journey. I opened them, hoping for answers, but each crate was as empty as the last. I pushed aside empty boxes, my heart rate spiking with each one. We were so close. I could feel it. And if we weren't, we were totally screwed. What do you see, Oberoi? I asked. There must be something here. I'm looking around, but I can't find anything. We didn't come here for nothing. I wasn't leaving until I found where Yuto had hidden the Astromancer key. Frustrated, I threw the last empty crate aside. The crate bounced across the deck before landing with a heavy thud that reverberated differently through the floorboards. Oberoi and I both paused. What was that? I asked. It sounded hollow, Oberoi remarked. I followed him over to where the crate lay, and he nudged it aside with his nose. I stomped my foot in the same spot, the hollow sound thumping through the whole ship. Kneeling down, I felt around until I found a seam in the wood, then curled my fingers into the space between the floorboards. I yanked up. A trap door opened on creaking hinges.
You guys, I think I found something!
Danny, Marcus, and Callie joined me on the ship. Callie clapped me on the back. Good work, Charlie. You found a mysterious and very creepy hidden trap door. Marcus backpedaled a few steps, and Rishi hissed. I'm not going down there. You're a warlock, Danny remarked scathingly. Aren't creepy places kind of your thing? What if there are skeletons down there? Marcus peeped. As if we haven't faced worse things, Callie grumbled. You can make them dance, Danny offered. I shook my head. Come on. I started down the narrow stairs, and the others followed. We entered a small room with a low ceiling below the deck of the boat. The others spread throughout the cabin while I felt my way around. There was an old table against one wall, with a rickety chair that seemed like it would break if anyone sat on it, along with worn old hammocks that the crew must have slept in. Marcus opened a crate and tossed the top aside.
I found maps!
He spread the maps across the table while the rest of us gathered around. Any indication of where Yuto went? I asked.
No!
Marcus gave a frustrated grunt, then kicked the chair. The legs snapped and the whole thing crumbled to the floor. Callie ignored him. She was still looking around. I heard her pause nearby and she said, "Hey guys, help me move these crates." The three of us rushed over. Oberei helped push aside crates to reveal what Callie had found. My hands roamed over the top of a solid wooden trunk. Holding my breath, I opened the top and my air magic rushed forward to rustle stacks of papers. Callie flipped through the first stack. It looks like employment records. They're dated in the mid-1860s, which was the same time as Yuto's voyage. The crew must have picked up odd jobs along the way to fund their voyage whenever they made port. And then these records could tell us exactly where they went. I grabbed a stack of files and dropped them in Marcus's arms, then shoved another stack at Danny. Let's get to work. My friends spread their files over the table and started shuffling through them. Callie muttered names under her breath as she skimmed the records, but she grew increasingly frustrated as she moved from one file to the next without finding anything useful. "This is just a bunch of names, a list of all the people who sailed with Yuto," Marcus complained. "I don't see actual locations listed." "Hold on," Callie interrupted, halting us all in our tracks. "I found a labor agreement with Yuto's name on it, and it's signed by someone named Vincenzo Filippo. We've heard that name before." Marcus swallowed audibly. "That's the guy whose name was on the mausoleum at the Institute, where we found the entrance to the infernal underground. He was the doctor who built the asylum and performed the first patient experiments on Dark Island." My stomach clenched. I had hoped we were done with Dark Island for good, but it seemed all the keys tied back there somehow. Callie flipped through more papers. "Marcus is right. We've been assuming that Yuto took the Astromancer key somewhere else, since he sailed separately from Amelie. But Dark Island makes sense. They must have agreed to leave the keys there because it was neutral territory, and the site of the Elven Gate. They were on a mission to unite all the keys and take them back to Dark Island, which means that has to be where we'll find the Astromancer key." I didn't like where this was going. "Are we sure about this? If Yuto and Amelie both made it to Dark Island, how'd he get here in Kimpago, but Amelie and Dante ended up executed?" Callie paused to skim the records. "Because they weren't there at the same time. These employment records end in 1866, but Amelie didn't reach Dark Island until 1867. Once Yuto finished his job hiding the Astromancer key on Dark Island, he left for Kimpago to start searching for the Elementai key before Amelie arrived on Dark Island later on. They were supposed to meet up once she hid the merfolk key, but Amelie never made it." I racked my brain, trying to recall what we learned about Dark Island's history, but there were so many dates to remember. So what was Yuto doing working for Dr. Filippo? He must have been there around the time the asylum was built. Are we sure he was on Amelie's side? Could Yuto have been a double agent who handed the Astromancer key over to this evil doctor? Marcus tapped his fingers on the table. The asylum was built in the 1850s, so it would have been standing by the time Yuto arrived. But if you recall from the records we found in Death Row, the Institute's first cell block was built in the 1860s and finished shortly before Amelie arrived. That puts Yuto on Dark Island when the first cell block was being built. But you make a good point, Charlie. What was Yuto doing working with Dr. Filippo, and did it have anything to do with the key? Callie skimmed the documents further. The records state Yuto's position as lead architect. Lead architect on what? Marcus asked. Papers rustled in Danny's hands. On this, I would think. These sketches look a whole lot like blueprints. Danny slapped a page on the table, causing Marcus and Callie to gasp in unison. Even Oberei took a breath beside me, like he was stunned. Oh, I should have realized. By the gods, I don't know how we didn't see this before, Callie breathed. Charlie, they're drawings of the Institute's sigil. A key with a star at the end of it, surrounded by a winged serpent in the shape of an infinity symbol. The discovery leveled me. This symbol had been on everything at the prison. Our uniforms, our paperwork, all over the walls. It was the school's most common insignia. I shook my head in disbelief. It had been under our noses this entire time. I had no idea that sigil dated back before the prison became a reform school. The school must have adopted it as their own once they acquired the buildings. Marcus snatched up the records and looked them over. These measurements match the coat of arms carved above the front doors of the Institute. Yuto must have built it himself when the first cell block was being constructed. It was the clue he left behind for Amelie. Then we have to go back there, Callie said. I'll bet anything that sigil will lead us to our next clue. The Institute was destroyed, though, Marcus pointed out. Will there be anything left to find? A shiver traveled down my spine. I thought we'd seen the last of Dark Institute for Supernatural Offenders when it burnt to the ground. I could still hear the screams of the dying and the clang of chains from Cell Block 9. I'd sworn the warden would kill us all before we ever stepped foot back on those grounds, but we always ended up back there. It seemed the Institute wasn't done with us yet. I refused to let it finish us. I pulled my shoulders back. I guess we're going to find out. Callie, we're going to need another portal. Back to the Institute? She asked with a wary breath. I gave a firm nod. Back to the Institute.
Chapter 12. Ava-Marie. I was stuck on that beach long after my friends had left me. My heart had been broken all over again, but this time the pain was fresh, because it was accompanied by the wish of a dream. Some part of me still lived inside of Charlie. He hadn't gotten rid of all of me, just most. He wouldn't have been able to put that hole in my shield if a small spark of me didn't live within him. It whispered to me there was a possibility of working things out. The spark indicated the breath of an asinine wish that he still loved me, so we could find a way through this. I reminded myself of the divorce papers waiting in the drawer and turned away from the water. I had to stop torturing myself with what-ifs. Charlie and I were done. He was my ex-husband now, and The thought of that sudden, wretched word nearly caused me to retch. Ex-husband. I hated it, detested every syllable, wanted nothing more than to rip it out of my head and scrub my brain of the contents. I'd come to terms with the divorce, but I'd been thinking of it in a big picture kind of way, instead of considering all the little details that went along with a loss this significant. I still thought of him as my spouse, obviously. I needed to let Charlie go. If not for me, then for him. It would be wrong for me to keep jerking his feelings around, and we both needed a clean break. We couldn't grieve the end of this marriage if both of us were still trying to keep it alive. We kept insisting on putting our relationship on life support when it had died a long time ago, and there was no bringing it back. It would all be over with after today. Once Charlie got the last key and opened the Elven gate, this war would be won. We'd ask the gods to kill the warden, then, once he was in the ground, I could run away. I'd never have to see Charlie or anything that reminded me of him ever again. Not Elamanth, not my friends, not even my family. Not Oberoi. Though I'd rather sink into the sea, I had to leave him behind too. I'd come up with the idea to leave after Charlie and I had slept together. If I stuck around, I'd just keep running back to him. I'd keep falling into his bed, wanting one more conversation, one more kiss, one more night of him inside of me. It would never end. He wasn't strong enough to end us for good, so if I let this go on, it would continue forever. I'd never get away, and I wasn't sure how long I could look at myself in the mirror once I'd admitted to myself I'd allowed Charlie to break me. Leaving was the only choice. It was what I was planning and what I'd chosen. This war would be done, then I'd start over. And although my existence without my friends and my love would be excruciating, becoming a hermit would be a better fate than longing to be with a man I could never have. I wouldn't return to the arms of a husband who'd hurt me in such a deep way. My self-respect meant more than that. Once the war was handled, it was time to disappear. I hoped no one would come looking for me once I was gone. I wasn't magical anymore, so I didn't belong in the supernatural world. I had to leave it behind in search of a new life. There was nothing more for me here. I worried about my friends, knowing they were across the globe and I had no way to help them. Would they be able to handle getting the last key and opening the Elven gate without me? Probably not, a voice inside said, though I don't know where it came from. It wasn't like I could cast magic anymore, as my latest failed attempt had proven. If I couldn't use my powers to help, because they no longer existed, I'd just get in the way. It was best if I stayed behind. I returned to the road near the beach, where Eldon was waiting with a military van. She'd followed my orders to be here at the right time without question. She drove me back to the palace and helped me sneak into the back of the theater undetected. I'd gotten here just in time. The cast was flocking to the stage to take the final bow. I hurried to get in line with them, grabbing Ez's hand. "Did you get it?" Ez whispered. "Everything's set. It's up to them now." My back gave another jarring spasm, and I forced a smile on my face as the curtain was pulled back. We gave our final farewell, the cast raising our joined hands before dipping into a bow. The audience gave a standing ovation. Cameron was jumping up and down. "What a performance!" he cried. "Encore! Encore!" He didn't even notice his son was missing from the cast. That's what we needed, but it still grieved me to witness. Poor Charlie. He had no one and nobody, and I was choosing to leave him too. I rolled off stage once the curtain was closed, but though the auditorium was full of chatter, I didn't think this play was enough. I needed to cause another distraction. I didn't know how long Charlie and the others would be gone, and the more time I bought them, the better. I moved toward the curtains and pulled a match out of my pocket, striking it against the tinderbox. I wasn't Coigny anymore, but I could still start fires. Once the fire was ignited, I casually moved away, hurrying out of the theater as smoke began to fill the area. "Fire! It's a fire!" Ez shouted, catching on. The cast rushed out the back, and people in the auditorium began screaming as the curtains quickly caught ablaze. That should buy us some time. The guards would put the fire out, but they needed to deal with the damage caused by the flames and smoke afterward. Hopefully, talk of the play and what had gone on at the end of it would lure attention away from where Charlie and my friends might be. Eldon followed me back to the green room, but when I headed for the exit, someone blocked my escape. The head of the monarchy's daily operations, Elri, stood at the door, arms crossed and tapping her foot. She was surrounded by a group of servants, none of whom looked amused. Elri ran things around the palace. She'd spent a great deal of time last year helping me. I think she'd developed a particular fondness for me. She was hard to read, though, so I couldn't be certain. The death glare she was giving me could have made my knees shake if I still had feeling in them. I cringed as I rolled toward her. I was the princess, so it wasn't like I had to explain myself, but I still felt guilty. Elri scowled. "I take it this play wasn't meant to just entertain." "No, sorry," I apologized. "And the prince is nowhere to be found within our halls, so I'm assuming he took your companions and wandered off somewhere?" "I mean, maybe." I played dumb, raising my hands. "He could be here, or he couldn't be. We're getting divorced, so I don't know." Elri sighed. "If you are helping the prince after what has happened between the two of you, it must be a time of dire need. I trust you, princess." "So you're not going to tell the emperor?" I turned on my girlish charm, batting my eyelashes. Elri narrowed her eyes. "No. Situations with the emperor have to be handled very delicately. And please do not try that act on me, princess. You look as innocent as a venomous cobra. I scowled. Okay, fine. Just don't tell Charlie's dad, okay? For now, Ellery frowned. I hope you and the prince know what you're doing. Please, don't prove to the elvish people that putting our faith in you was a poor choice for the second time. She reached out for something that another servant was carrying, a box wrapped in various shades of glittering paper with a bright pink bow, my favorite color. Ellery hesitated, something I'd never seen her do. We've been organizing Professor Hemlock's things since her untimely passing. We found a gift addressed to you. We determined it was a birthday surprise. We apologize we didn't locate it until now. A bitter cold crept through my skin. I reached out to take the box, setting it onto my lap. The tag was in Hemlock's handwriting. Ellery bowed. I am sorry for your loss. Then she turned on her heel, taking the rest of the servants with her. I stared at the box before I fell back against my seat, relieved. I glanced at Eldon. I'm shocked they didn't go running to Cameron. No one trusts him anymore, Princess, Eldon replied. Anyone who brings bad news to him is severely punished, and if the prince was reported missing from the palace, I'm certain Cameron would execute whoever delivered the information to him on the spot. He threatened to hang 3 messengers who delivered poor reports of our battalions in Dolinska just this morning. That was a way to inspire loyalty in your staff. I got this was a mob, but there was a time to wield fear and a time to play it smart. Cameron wouldn't get anywhere by threatening the people who worked for him. He thought ruling with an iron fist inspired loyalty, when it did the exact opposite. No one would go to him with anything, no matter how dire, if they were too afraid to speak up. Thank the ancestors the guards hadn't checked the vault and found the keys missing. There's no way Ellery would have let that slide. She'd have dragged me to Cameron to be interrogated. I was fine with that. Cameron could do his worst. But I'd be the one interrogating him before it was all over with, and he'd be sobbing at my feet by the time I was satisfied. Rage ignited inside my breast when I recalled the bruise on Charlie's face. I didn't care that he wasn't my husband anymore. I wasn't letting that go. Cameron had crossed one too many lines when it came to Charlie. He thought he could whack his son around as he pleased and experience no consequences. Not in my house. I owned this palace. The bastard just didn't know it yet. People thought Karma was a bitch. They had no idea. Because Karma was me, and I didn't play nice. Did Cameron notice anything? I asked Eldon. She shook her head. Not a thing. He departed from the play raving about how he wants to return for the next showing. At least somebody around here liked Marcus's art. Pity it was a man with poor taste. We returned to the ladies' court. I entered my bedroom, still carrying the present. Hemlock's final gift glittered in the light, and Eldon asked, "Would you like me to be here when you open it?" I could hardly breathe. I managed to shake my head and stated, "I have to do this alone." "I understand. I will be outside should you need anything." Eldon quietly dipped out, and I turned over the tag that was attached to the present. On the back was an inscription. "My dear Ava, happy birthday, with all my love. I'm leaving this in your capable hands. I will not need it when I embark on my next journey. Use it well when you find who you are." What did she mean? I unwrapped the paper. Inside was a threadbare book with crinkled edges and a cover that was nearly falling apart.
Hemlock's beloved anthropology book. She'd had this for decades. It was a massive title of supernatural history, from the beginning of the supernatural races until now. I opened the book and saw that Hemlock's handwritten notes were scrawled all over the margins. A leather bookmark was placed in the middle of the tome. The broken spine nearly caused pages to fall out. This had been her most prized possession, and she'd given it to me. She thought she wouldn't need it on her next adventure. Her intuition had been right, but she hadn't guessed that next adventure would be death. Crushing grief split my insides open, wrecking me from the inside out. I bent over, sobbing as I fell out of my chair. I clutched the book to my chest, bending over to wail my grief. This was the last present she'd ever give me, because she was dead. It struck me now, harder than it had before. I'd never hear her voice again, experience her gentle touch, or feel her guiding light. Hemlock was gone because she'd associated with me, because I cursed everyone I came in contact with. I sat there and wept, sobbing as the world caved in. Eventually, I noted someone else had entered my suite. Thin arms reached out to wrap around me, and I clutched the gift with trembling fingers. Ava. Abigail. The angel girl knelt beside me, abandoning her own wheelchair to hold me. My voice trembled as I asked, "Why did you come?" "Callie let me out of the dungeon some time ago," she said quietly. "I've been waiting for when you would need me." I felt guilty about that, too. I'd locked my lady-in-waiting in the dungeons and left her to rot after accusing her of being the spy within the palace. I'd said such horrible things to her. And why? Because she was an angel, Esther's sister, and the niece of Dr. Torres? I knew better than to judge someone based on who their family was, but I'd done it anyway because I needed someone to blame. That festering hatred had cost me Hemlock, because I'd accused Abigail without reason and left the real traitor to run free. Alistair wouldn't have gotten the chance to hurt anyone if I had investigated properly, but I'd allowed my emotions to get the better of me, and my mistake had taken my professor's life. You shouldn't be helping me. What I did to you was unforgivable. You should cast me aside and forget about me, like I did you. I could never do that. You're my princess, and I'm your lady. I'm sworn to serve you, and I always will. Abigail wiped my tears away. You made a mistake, but you did what you thought was best. Now we can work together to mend our mistakes. I sniffed. I'm sorry. I hope the dungeons weren't too terrible. It wasn't pleasant, but I wasn't in there very long. Callie let me out once the truth was revealed about Alistair. She shrugged miserably. I felt I deserved it. As your lady, I'm supposed to be aware of potential threats at all times. A feeling in my gut told me there was something off about Alistair, but I didn't listen to it because I had no evidence to present. I was foolish. My time in the dungeons was just punishment for not informing you of my suspicions sooner. What happened in the past doesn't matter now, because we can't change it. I just don't know what to do now. Abigail stared at the floor. I don't think any of us do. Things continue to get worse, in the world and here. What's happened? News has spread of a rebel camp, of a few thousand supernaturals hiding in the woods not far from here. They fled the mission and wanted to join our cause. They were close enough to our soldiers stationed outside the shield that we could have sent aid, but the Emperor ignored all requests for help. and he didn't send any elves in to defend them. Are they still out there? The warden came through and slaughtered them all. The Emperor let their cries for mercy die unheard. Of course Cameron did, because he didn't care. He was too spineless to dare risking bringing those refugees to safety, even if it meant we gained more fighters from it. He didn't want a chance sending in his soldiers, even though we needed to take gambles to win this war. No one could get in and out of our shield, but we could still send and receive messages through radio waves. Cameron could have sent our allies to help, and chose not to. Abigail bit her lip. I fear for the future of our people, and for all supernatural kind. Cameron is no emperor. He's merely a pawn for his own whims. A true ruler needs to rise to defend us. Otherwise, our freedom is lost. It was so unlike her to criticize the monarchy in any way, but we were dying out here. This world kept taking, and it didn't know when to stop. It wouldn't. Not unless I made it. If Hemlock was in my situation, she wouldn't give in, and she wouldn't give up. So I couldn't either. Fae were known for their strong wills, so I had to find one of my own. I had to get up from this floor and stop this crying bullshit. Feeling my emotions wasn't helping right now, because there was too much of it. I could sob for years, still be unable to fathom the level of agony I'd endured. When you got to a place where there was so much trauma it overwhelmed you, there wasn't anything to do but put it aside for a time and keep going. Grieving wouldn't bring my sorrow to an end, but if I started now, I wouldn't be able to quit. But I could do something about it. I wasn't someone who sat around when there was shit to be done. I took action, even if it was the wrong thing to do or made the problem worse. I'd been in the city for the past month, helping to repair the things I'd ruined and giving hope back to the people I'd harmed. But that wasn't enough. I had to get my ass in gear, because with Cameron leading the way, we were basically done unless someone else stepped up. Once the Elven Gate was open and the gods came to help, we'd have to get our army ready and mount an attack against the warden right away. If we gave him any leeway, he'd find a way to gain the advantage, and we couldn't allow that to happen. Someone needed to order our soldiers into battle against Dr. Taurus, a leader who wouldn't stand down until he and the mission were wiped from the face of the earth. Charlie was too broken, and, if I was completely honest, too untrustworthy to take the helm. And Cameron would be too cowardly to summon his army once we needed those soldiers. The Elvish court was in chaos, and none of my friends had the capability to pull themselves together enough to lead. That meant this was up to me. I wiped my nose. You're right, Abigail. Everyone's right. What do you mean? I've been hiding in the shadows for too long. I gestured for her to help me up. Abigail struggled to lift me into my wheelchair before taking a seat in her own. I rolled out of the suite and called, "Eldon!" My guard was standing vigil not too far from the door. "Yes, Princess." "I want you to gather the best of the best when it comes to Elamanth's military. Women only," I told her. "I know there are female elves within Cameron's army who aren't happy with what he's doing. Offer them a different position, working for me." "You aren't thinking of starting another insurrection, are you, Princess?" Eldon's voice was wary. I shook my head. "Far from it. Everything I'm doing here is perfectly legal, and it's needed. Trust me." Eldon nodded, then turned on her heel to follow my orders. Abigail appeared perplexed. "What's our next move?" I placed Hemlock's book on my desk, then headed back in the direction of the courtyard. Now, we kick some ass. Midnight fell,
and I gathered my allies in the secrecy of night. The ladies' court had a gymnasium. It was typically reserved for sports games like tennis, basketball, or other activities, but I was converting it into our training ground. Hundreds of guards, all female, stood within the gymnasium in perfect rows, grasping weapons and standing at attention. I observed them one by one, studying their keen eyes and strong bodies. They appeared an immovable force, ready to stand against anything, and they would be at my command.
Do you really believe the Emperor is going to let you get away with this?
Abigail asked. Dozens of women had come to answer Eldon's call of service. It was a clear sign of how many were dissatisfied with Cameron's rule. As per Elvish law, the princess has the right to form her own private military force if she so wishes, so long as that force serves the interests of the crown, I replied. I'd say keeping Elamanth alive serves the crown's interests pretty damn well. Cameron can't do a damn thing about this. Abigail smiled.
You have been studying Elvish law. I am very impressed.
If I'm going to run this empire, I need to know the rules. Abigail nodded.
Indeed, though I can't say telling Cameron about this would be wise. He'd make a big spectacle of it and accuse you baselessly of treason. He'd use bureaucracy to slow us down and only get in our way.
That's why we're not going to say anything, and let him find out about it on his own time. I hardly figured he'd notice. He was too busy getting drunk on wine and gossiping at parties to realize the princess had formed her own secret army right under his nose. I moved in front of the women, raising my voice. I am seeking soldiers who are interested in becoming my personal fighting force, a battalion invested in fighting for the objectives of the princess. This will be an exclusive, elite, all-female fighting force, sworn to the will of the princess. If anyone doesn't wish to put her life at risk, leave now. There is no shame in turning away from that which isn't your destiny. But if you are willing to offer yourself and your strength to defend Elamanth, to preserve the resistance against the mission and all it stands for, then join me. Not one woman left the room. Very well. From now on, you shall be called the Firebirds. You no longer take orders from the Emperor or his military commanders, but from me. I will provide uniforms for each single one of you. The royal tailors and blacksmiths are working on developing an armored gear set as we speak. Yes, Your Highness, the guards spoke as one, and Eldon commanded them to salute. Now, what we need is a general. I paused to think. We need someone with enough fighting experience, someone who has expertise in leading Elvish soldiers. It can't be just anyone. Princess, I am here to serve you in whatever way I can. A voice that was strange to me caught my attention. I turned and immediately felt my guts twist. Drea was standing across from me, a fist placed on her chest as she waited for me to address her. I set on doing damage control. You can't be here. Whatever you think you saw today, it was nothing, and you're not to tell the Emperor about this. That's an order, understand? You have nothing to fear from me, Princess. I'm here to help. Drea let her fist drop and came closer. I see what you're doing here, and it's a noble cause. I want to join the Firebirds in any way I can. How can I trust that you'll be loyal to us? I argued. You're Cameron's personal guard first, not to mention his wife. Your allegiance is always going to lie with him. There are ways around a bond, as you are well aware, and I've found my service to be of better use elsewhere. Drea knelt before me. I no longer wish to serve the Emperor. My duty lies with keeping this empire alive, and I will not allow the Majestica family to fall unless my blood is spilt first. Allow me to serve you, and you alone, princess." Even his wife was tired of him. I glanced at Abigail, signaling she should advise. "You are the mother of the Elvish race," Abigail stated. "Cameron holds power over you, but you are far from being his puppet. Drea is a knowledgeable guard with many years of experience leading soldiers. She is at the top of the Elvish army. No other is qualified enough to guard the Emperor himself. She would be an excellent choice." "But can we trust her? If Cameron orders her to tell him everything about the Firebirds, she has no choice but to do so," I argued. "He hasn't broken their bond, so she's obligated to serve him before anyone else." "I beg your pardon, Princess, but I would like to make it clear that I cannot continue to stand by and do nothing," Drea said. "If I must put my marriage at risk for the future of our people, I will. I can avert Cameron's gaze and make it so he knows nothing of the Firebirds, buying you time." "Are you okay with keeping secrets from your husband? Especially when it comes to the fate of the Empire?" Drea's visage darkened. "I don't wish to lie to Cameron, but I also know that he is no leader, and this Empire will fall if nothing is done. You are taking the action which is needed to save the elves, while he fails to make the decrees he needs to. I believe it is best in this situation to act first and ask for forgiveness later." Hiring Drea into my service was dangerous, but it was better to have someone close to Cameron to mislead and keep an eye on him. I turned to Abigail. "I want Drea to be my general. She can command the Firebirds and lead them as a fighting force." Abigail nodded. "It is a risky choice, but I think a wise one." "Thank you, Princess," Drea said, dipping her head before rising to stand. "I will not let you down." "I believe that you won't. This will become the greatest army in Elamanth, and perhaps even the world. The Firebirds will grow so strong, the mission won't be able to stand against us." "I completely agree," Abigail nodded. "The women Eldon has gathered are excellent fighters, and Drea will be an excellent general. The Firebirds will be a great asset in keeping our people alive." My words were dry as I replied, "Yeah, well, nothing's more terrifying than a woman scorned, and we have a whole army of them working toward one goal. The warden needs to be shaking in his panties." I looked toward Drea. "The Firebirds need to be ready to move on my orders. Once it's time to go into battle against the warden, even if that means marching tonight, we have to be ready." "I'll get these warriors up to speed," Drea promised. "Do not worry about us being adequately prepared, Princess. We shall follow you anywhere." I was confident in the ability of the Firebirds to counter the mission, or at least buy us time. Maybe my friends would open the Elven Gate, or maybe they wouldn't. But the Firebirds would be ready to fly either way. We wouldn't go down cowering like mice. If I couldn't kill the warden outright, I wanted to be a thorn in his side. My Firebirds would deliver flames that would long scar him after he put our fire out. The night passed, stars blinking violently overhead. I waited until the early hours of morning, when darkness had long settled over the land. I approached as a curse upon this palace, moving within the shadows toward the Emperor's quarters. The guards were making their nightly patrols. I'd asked Drea to make sure Cameron's room was unprotected. She'd obeyed, not knowing what I was up to, but not asking questions. She would do well in her role as a loyal Firebird. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep that night unless I did something about Charlie's bruise. I was still biding my time until the others got back. More prevalent than waiting for the Elven Gate to open was the memory of the dark blotch across Charlie's cheek and the sight of the missing finger that Cameron had carved free from his body. This ended, and it ended now. Cameron was a spineless cockroach, scuttering around, leaving disasters behind him. And when I saw cockroaches, I crushed them. Elamanth was in danger due to the actions Cameron took. I was the mother of the Elvish race, but I'd have to be their father figure too. Cameron's familiar wasn't around, which meant I had full access to Cameron's suite. Cameron had sent his alicorn away to patrol the skies day and night without rest, paranoid the warden would somehow sneak in here. He expected the poor creature to spot and stop a potential attack by himself before anyone else did, though he put no effort in safeguarding Elamanth himself. He treated his familiar like a servant, too. He needed to be punished for it. I pushed open the door to Cameron's suite, wheeling myself inside. The interior was entirely dark, nothing but the light of the moon glowing through the sheer curtains to guide my path. I moved slowly, approaching the Emperor's bedroom. From the interior of my dress, I pulled a fiercely sharp dagger. It glinted in the moonlight, craving violence. Cameron was fully asleep, snoring loudly. He'd never see me coming. I rolled up to the bed and lifted myself onto it, softly depositing my weight beside his. Cameron groaned, rolling over and reaching out his arms.
Drea, I knew you'd come back.
I pounced on Cameron, laying over his body as I used one hand to grasp his throat, the other placing the dagger against his neck. I pushed my weight down upon my arm, choking him. Cameron startled, floundering in the night. He seized up when he realized the person who was attacking him was me. I felt his heartbeat quicken as his eyes widened in surprise. Go ahead and call your guards. Killing the mother of the Elvish race is a catastrophe the monarchy will never get over, even with what I am now. I held the dagger to his artery, threatening to press down. Cameron spoke, though his voice was strained with the pressure I was putting on his windpipe.
They told me you were insane. You truly have to be mad to attack the Emperor in his own bed.
I'm the one person in this place who isn't afraid of you. I pressed the tip of the dagger against his throat until it drew blood. It trickled down his neck, staining his silk nightshirt.
What is the meaning of this? I could make you wish you were never born, girl, Cameron hissed.
You can't take anything from me. I've lost my marriage, my familiar, my magic, and everything that matters. I have nothing left to lose.
You have your family and friends. There's plenty of those to go through, Cameron rasped.
A belligerent fury erupted within me when he dared to threaten the people I loved. He still didn't understand who was in charge around here. I dug the tip of the knife in, twisting it so it stung. Cameron gasped with pain. Go ahead and make a move against my family. Want to see who dies first? His Adam's apple bobbed.
Why are you here?
To give you a final warning. You will not strike Charlie again.
He is my son. I can do whatever I like, Cameron snarled.
You have no claim to him. He is mine, and mine to do with as I please. Cameron cried out, though I choked my fingers around his neck. You mutilated something that belongs to me. Tell me why I shouldn't repay your actions blood for blood and cut off your cock right now.
You want to divorce him, Cameron hissed. Why would you?
Until I do, no one will touch him. I don't need to forgive him to claim him, and he's still my property unless I say otherwise. My name's still on that marriage contract. Unless I set it ablaze, you'll stay away from my husband and let me decide what to do with him.
You cannot dictate anything to me. I am the Emperor, he snarled. I am the future of the Elven Union, not you. You are nothing unless I say otherwise, and if I decree it, that shall be your name. Why not just kill me now? His eyes glinted, like he was worried I would. I'm keeping you alive to prevent another uprising, because another coup can't happen again. It'll split your people and break the Empire. Unfortunately, you are a necessary symbol of unity that must remain alive. But other than that, you have no purpose. You have no idea of the resolve it takes to run a kingdom. Cameron gasped against my knife. I don't have my magic anymore, but I'm still deadlier than you could ever imagine. The next time you hurt Charlie, I will take your life as slowly as I can, and I'll pleasure myself to the sound of your tortured screams. I pushed Cameron out of the bed, and he tumbled off the mattress and onto the tile. He clutched at his bleeding neck as he stared up at me, and I uttered, "No real ruler has to wave his cock around pretending he is the Emperor. Everyone knows who a true leader is the moment they enter the room, because strength is what they embody and who they are." I lifted my chin. Now, lie on the floor like the coward you are until sunrise, nothing. Then get up, put your clothes on, have your breakfast, and pretend this never happened. When you go to bed, you'll see my face in your darkest nightmares. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll make sure it's the last thing you ever do. I have eyes in the palace everywhere, and they're all watching you. I got back in my chair and left. Cameron remained on the floor, sniveling and whimpering. And I left him there, just like the weak, sorry, pathetic nothing he was.
Chapter 13. Charlie. Callie portaled us from Campago to the edge of the Institute's grounds. The air was cold on Dark Island, and the cloud cover blocked any warmth from the setting sun. An eerie silence had settled over the land. The only sound I could detect was the whistling of the wind through the abandoned wasteland that was Shade Hills. I'd become so used to the persistent screech of the sirens in the lake that without it, this felt like a different place entirely. I never wanted to come back here. I left this place behind me, but it seemed like all roads led back to the Institute, no matter what we did. My air magic searched the landscape for the familiar Gothic turrets of the asylum and the towers of the old cathedral that once stood here, but my powers met only debris of the crumbled Institute remains. I switched tactics and used my elf magic to scan for any signs of life. If there was a supernatural being here, my power to siphon their magic would be able to detect them. I felt nothing, not even the remnants of magic from the warden's sick experiments. Everything had been destroyed in the fire that had consumed the Institute the night we broke free. Everything but his Inferokite. I was the one who'd sent my associates to dig up the crystals and turn them into that damned anti-demigod net, which meant the Inferokite was gone from the property now, too. Not a day went by that I didn't regret my descent into villainy. It had cost me my humanity, my self-respect, and everything I had to get these keys, and we were mere steps away from uniting all seven. We had to keep moving forward. The silence confirmed what I'd already suspected, that Dark Island had been completely deserted after the Institute burned. Not only had the warden destroyed the island when he brought hell to Dark Island that night, but most of Shade Hill's residents had fled with him in the mission afterward. It appeared the rest had left in the months following, once Shade Hills could no longer sustain itself. We approached the gates that surrounded the Institute, though they were no longer standing. The fence had toppled over, and the twisted metal clanged beneath our feet as we walked over it. Marcus shuddered from beside me. I should be relieved to see this place in ruins. I didn't expect to feel so devastated, Callie finished for him in a hollow tone. I feel it too. This was our home for years, and now it's just gone. Weren't you tortured here? Danny asked, sounding confused. Well, yeah, Marcus admitted. But being chained up isn't all bad. I had so many memories of this place. So many forbidden moments stolen in hidden alcoves, cherished recollections of my friends in our secret hideout in the woods we called the Criminal Lair. We'd spent so much time investigating mysteries, partying down in Ivy's club, running through the halls and committing mischief whenever we could get away with it. It had been the best of times and the worst. The Institute had been decimated, but unlike Marcus, I was happy to see it gone. This place would never be the same again. Never be as it once was. Everything that had been good about the Institute was gone now. My only regret is that the warden didn't go down in flames with it. As we approached the front of the Institute, my magic hit a wall. I realized the building hadn't been completely leveled. There was a singular, crumbling tower still standing. None of us could step a foot into this structure without it collapsing completely. This tower was at the entrance of the Institute and housed the entry foyer behind its doors, which were creaking on its hinges in the wind. Callie stopped just before the doors and tilted her head upward. There it is, the Institute sigil. The design matches the drawings left with Yuto's fleet. Let's get a closer look, I said. I commanded my air magic to swirl beneath mine and Danny's feet, lifting the two of us high above the entrance doors. Marcus used his warlock telekinesis to fly him and Callie up, while our animal companions observed from the ground. I ran my hands over the stone. The carving was nearly as wide as my arm span, and the details of the snake wrapped around a key had been expertly crafted. I searched with my fingers for any clues that could only be found up close, but it felt exactly as Callie had described. Yuto must have left something here, I noted. Are there any words or clues? Callie ran her hands along the stone as well, as if searching for hidden crevices. I'm not finding anything. Me either, Marcus said. Danny? I asked. He'd remained quiet, which was unusual for the vampire, because he never fucking shut up. But the divinity keys were serious business, and Danny was taking his role in this seriously for once. I'm just thinking, Danny said. The rest of the Institute has been completely destroyed. Isn't it a bit convenient that the one piece you need is still standing? You think it's a trap? Marcus asked. I'm saying that perhaps what you're looking at is a clue itself, Danny suggested. Take a look at the scorch marks on the stone. Callie snapped her fingers. There aren't any scorch marks on the sigil. It's like the fire couldn't touch it. Like it's magically protected? I reached my hand out again, splaying my palm over the stone. I funneled my elf magic through it until my power brushed up against something unfamiliar, meeting resistance. My magic seemed to grow and dim like the sparkling of stars. There's something here! I spread my arms wide and pushed my friends back. A blast of air magic shot forward and a massive crack echoed across the island. The ground trembled beneath us and several pieces of stone broke off the entrance and tumbled downward.
Charlie, what the fuck?
Callie snapped.
You've broken the sigil in two! That was our only clue!
I smirked as I flew forward. That's exactly what I intended. This time, when I ran my hands over the stone, I found a wide crevice running through it, just wide enough to stick my hand into. I reached inside the crack. My hand curled around a small, cool object that emitted a low, electrical frequency. I withdrew it from within the walls of the Institute, and my friends gasped.
It's the Astromancer key!
Callie cried. I lowered myself and Danny to the ground, and Marcus and Callie followed.
Well done, Charlie, Oberai praised. Well done indeed.
The Astromancer key shook in my hands, and the reality of what was at my fingertips was enough to send me careening to my knees. I fell before the doors of the Institute, overwhelmed by the realization that we'd actually fucking made it this far. We'd been through so much to obtain these 7 keys, and now that they were united, I struggled to believe it was done. After everything the warden had done to try to stop us, and all the lives he'd slaughtered in the process to gain control of the divinity keys, we'd fucking won. We'd gotten here first, and that sorry fuck of a man would tremble before us and beg for mercy he wouldn't receive when we unleashed the gods from the Elven Gate and finally put an end to his tyranny. I reached into my pocket to pull out the rest of the keys we'd taken from the royal vault and held out the 7 divinity keys to my friends. Guys, we did it. Danny reached out to take the vampire key. Callie took the Fey and Merfolk keys, while Marcus lifted the Witch key in one hand and the Angel key in the other. I held onto the Elementi and Astromancer keys. Danny counted under his breath to 7. Oh my God, stand. All 7 are here. United. His words roused a response within me that I wasn't expecting. This should have been a moment of immense triumph, but all I sensed was intense dread. I never could have guessed this moment would feel so hollow. Deep down, I'd expected these keys to fix everything, to undo all the devastation and loss, to turn back the hands of time in ways we demigods had never been able to do. At the very least, I thought achieving this dream might mend the wounds of the past. Instead, they seemed to tear open even wider, because those wounds ran too deep for even the divine to touch. We'd been tortured for these keys. We nearly lost each other multiple times, and we'd been subjected to the horrors of Cell Block 9 for this. Hell, Ava had died for these keys. She'd come back to me, only for me to lose her all over again. My marriage was in shambles because I'd sacrificed it to get my hands on these damn keys. Now that they were here and I'd gotten what I wanted, I realized how much I'd given up to get here. Even with these keys united, I'd never get any of that back. We'd win this war, but we'd forever be broken from it. Oberoi nudged me with his nose.
Charlie, we have to keep moving.
My familiar had sensed how I was feeling, and he was there to remind me that if we gave up now, everything we endured would be for nothing. And maybe it wasn't worth it in the end. Not for me, and not for the other demigods who'd been crushed beneath the weight of all we'd endured. But there was still a world out there full of people who had a chance to mend what the Warden had destroyed. Maybe in a way, the Warden had already won. He'd broken us just as he'd promised he'd do all those years ago. But I'd sooner be damned to this empty existence than allow him to break another soul the way he had ours. He could have my spirit for all I cared, but I wouldn't let him take this world. We couldn't stop now. There was still work to be done, and I couldn't wallow in everything I'd lost when there were still lives at stake. I'd already given up everything for this key, and there was no getting those pieces of myself back. If uniting these divinity keys and opening the Elven Gate destroyed me completely, then what was one last piece to lose? We had to get these keys to the Elven Gate and be done with it. I rose to my feet and placed my 2 keys back in my pocket. It's not over yet. Once the Elven Gate is open, we can ask the gods for help, and this war can be over with. Come on! We took off running toward the Elven Gate, which was hidden in the woods not far from here. The Institute had been destroyed beyond recognition, but I still remembered this forest. Ava and I had snuck through these trees all those years ago during the Dark Games. It was the day we discovered the Elven Gate, and I remembered it well. Oberoi guided me through the trees, and my heart pounded as we grew closer with every step. Anticipation surged through me until I wanted to erupt. The Warden was finally going to get what was coming to him. We were mere seconds away from opening the Elven Gate and restoring our connection to the Blessed Haven. If nothing else mattered, at least we'd finally be done with the Warden for good. I could feel the magic of the Elven Gate pulsing up ahead. It couldn't be more than 20 yards off. We were so close. Then everything came to a screeching halt as my air magic sensed a single feather fall to the ground. The forest tilted around us. My stomach turned to bricks as a feeling of utter devastation replaced our near victory. Leaves crunched beneath heavy boots, and the unmistakable sound of the Warden's chilling laughter rang through the air as he placed himself between us and the Elven Gate. Every muscle in my body contracted in his presence. The 4 of us skidded to a stop. Oberoi began barking as if he was rabid, fury festering through our bond, and Rishi hissed. Rage overcame me. I didn't waste a second to stop and think. I threw my hands up to cast a spell, but Marcus shoved my arms to the side, and the deadly blast of air I conjured spun off into the forest, toppling trees but leaving the Warden untouched.
He's got a hostage!
Marcus cried. Only then did I assess what lay before us. A woman cried out in pain from beside the Warden, as if he were dragging her along by her hair. I didn't recognize her voice, but I sensed the witch magic within her.
The hostage is a witch in her 60s,
Oberoi quickly noted for me.
She's covered in bruises, has short hair and cat-eye glasses, along with an eye tattoo on the back of her hand. Sound like anyone you know?
Not in the slightest. Who is she? I demanded of Marcus. I don't know, he admitted. I've never seen her before in my life. I didn't know what sick game the warden was playing and why he thought we should care for the life of an unknown woman. And yet I found myself hesitating to deliver a blow, because this innocent person would surely be harmed by my spell. Perhaps there was still some good left in me. I had to hold on to that and fight for it, because I refused to go back to the monster I'd once been. If we were going to die here on Dark Island, and that's where our graves were always meant to be, we'd go down fighting the warden. I'd perish knowing there was at least some sense of dignity left in me.
You think you could show up on my island and I wouldn't know about it?
The warden bellowed.
You tried to protect yourself from my Sia spells, but she knows everything that happens at the Dark Institute.
So this was his seer. The one Ava and I had overheard him speaking about all those years ago when we were investigating the infernal underground. He'd been certain there were demigods at the Institute because a seer had foretold it. He'd been using this witch to obtain visions about the future, and by the looks of it, she was anything but a willing participant. This deplorable man had tortured her, and now that she'd outlived her usefulness, he was using her as a shield. I noticed that besides the hostage, the warden had come alone. He was unaccompanied by his army of anti-demigods, the mission, or even the dark gods he'd been working with, which meant he was confident enough in his power that he believed he could kill us all single-handedly. I knew he could. After the power he displayed at the camps, it would be all too easy for him to do. Hand over the divinity keys, the warden sneered. Or what, you'll kill the witch? I demanded. I was stalling because I knew the warden could have ripped us to pieces already, so he must have had some other motive in bringing this witch along. He had to know I'd hesitate, because it was obvious we weren't going to win this. Either way, I was going to try and save the life of this unknown person, because it was the right thing to do, and I was sick of going down the wrong path. The warden laughed.
You think I brought her here to negotiate with you? She's here as punishment for refusing to divulge the information I wanted from her. But it's no matter. I got what I wanted, and now you will hand over the keys. That isn't a request.
As his words echoed in my mind, if you take his wings, then he loses the source of his magic, and he dies. The warden was powerful, but without a magical source, he could do nothing to hurt us. I wasn't leaving here without every last one of his feathers in my hands. I attacked before the warden could, blasting a spell so fast he didn't have time to react. I melded my air and earth magic together, causing a column of wind and stone to spiral forward at the same time the ground snapped to form a crevice between us. The warden shoved the witch aside, and she landed with a heavy thud on the ground. She scrambled away from him, her hands trembling against the earth in terror. He spread his wings and leapt into the air, but I commanded Roots to whip out from beneath him and wrap around his ankles, dragging him back down. My Roots clawed upward, reaching for his wings to rip them from his body. The warden flapped his wings with such immense power that he broke free of my Roots like they were mere threads waiting to snap. He laughed maniacally, like he was nothing short of amused. I ran forward, siphoning power from Oberai. A quick shift into a wyvern would give me the brute strength to get this job done. I'd ripped the warden's wings out with my fangs. I felt Oberai's shifter magic tingle through me, then immediately recoil, ripping violently away.
Oberai, help!
I begged.
I need your magic! What do you want me to do?
Oberai snapped.
I can't shift because of your dad's stupid collar, and I can't send any magic your way. The collar prevents that. I can't help you.
For fuck's sake. Cameron wasn't even here, and he'd all but killed us. He couldn't screw us over more than he already had. I ran toward Oberai, attempting to yank the collar off or break it apart, but it just wouldn't budge. It was stuck around his neck, and we didn't have any time to figure out how to take it off. Pivot, I heard my grandfather say, his lessons resonating from somewhere deep down. I changed strategies.
Everybody hit him at once!
I shouted to my friends, and they sprang forward immediately to cast spells. Callie and Marcus used simultension to form an impressive battle orb that whizzed through the forest and exploded against the warden's chest. Despite the orb hitting him head-on, it didn't faze him, merely disintegrated against his form. Oberai raced forward in a mad rage, leaping upward off my Roots to jump toward the warden. His teeth snagged the end of the warden's trousers, and fabric tore as Oberai dragged the angel out of the air. Danny crossed the space between us and the warden in a split second, and he used his super strength to tackle the warden and pin him to the ground. I was there a moment later, my hands curling around the thickest bones of the warden's wings, right where they sprouted from his back. I yanked with all my strength. Blood sprayed over Danny and me as a satisfying snap of bones filled the forest. Flesh tore and gave way beneath my hands as I ripped the warden's precious wings and the source of his power from his body, tearing them free. The warden gave a pained cry, and I relished in the satisfaction of causing him agony. This was payback for every time he dared to harm someone I loved, every second the people I cared for ever crossed his mind, for through the warden's suffering, the suffering of others would finally end. No longer would he run his sick experiments, nor would he rampage through the earth, taking lives and destroying everything he touched. For the briefest of moments, the warden would know the pain he caused. His spirit would be ripped from his body at my hands, and the power he'd amassed in his life would be rendered useless. He'd be nothing more than a shell of his former self, with no access to the demigod abilities he'd acquired. Now that his wings were gone, we could finally defeat him. His wings fell away from his body. Oberoi growled as he took the feathers in his mouth and yanked the wings far from the warden's quivering form, so he couldn't get them back. "Looks like your request has been denied," I sneered cruelly. I drew my hand back to deliver the killing blow. The warden merely laughed. Before I could cast a killing spell, a powerful energy surged out of the warden's body, blasting Danny and me off of him. I landed hard against the ground 20 feet away, the breath stolen from my chest, heaving as I gasped for air. The warden rose to his feet, and his unhinged laughter rang from above me. All the pain in his voice had vanished, replaced by the sound of bone clacking against bone. I wasn't able to see, but my soul could witness the spiritual realm, and it watched as a set of 6 new wings, 3 on each side, covered with hundreds of terrible eyes, sprouted from his back. The wings were enormous, spanning 12 feet from each tip. New feathers had appeared, several of which drifted through the air and onto the ground. The spiritual eyes blinked as the warden's new wings gleamed with golden power. Those eyes focused on me, haunting me.
"May the Lord's eyes be upon you, for he is always watching."
Our theory had been devastatingly wrong, and our assault had backfired in the most horrifying of ways. Taking the warden's original wings had only made him more powerful. I'd torn off the ones he'd been born with, but now he'd grown new ones, the wings of a deity itself. He'd needed his old wings to be gone so he could transform into this final, new form of his ultimate power, and I'd helped him ascend. It had been a last-ditch effort to bring him down, but every mistake I made seemed to cause the worst fate for the rest of the world.
"I have to say, this has been more fun than I expected,"
the warden taunted, and this time his voice was deeper, echoing with a thick, monstrous power that made the very ground tremble.
"There's no need to hand over the keys. I'll take them for myself."
I scrambled backward against the ground. If ripping off the warden's wings didn't work like as it theorized, then there was nothing we could do that would take his magic away, kill him, or hold him back. He was completely unstoppable. I thought once we opened the Elven Gate, the gods could help us kill him. Now I realized the truth. The warden was a god, and I wasn't sure if there was another living being in the universe powerful enough to bring him down. Everything I had learned about the gods said that ascending to godhood required another god to grant that divinity to you. The warden had done it all on his own, and that made him more powerful than anyone, god, demon, or otherwise, who'd ever existed before. That didn't mean we could give up. We just had to try harder, because beating him now was our last chance for survival. Unlike the last time we'd fought the warden, no one was coming to stop me from giving it my all this time. Danny sprang first. I heard him lick blood off his fingers, and magic surged through the forest. "Dr. Taurus, would you care to dance for me?" Danny taunted as he worked his vampire compulsion, planning to puppeteer the warden around like a doll. The warden laughed.
"Gladly."
He merely swiped his hand through the air, and Danny was thrown off his feet. The vampire slammed into a tree so hard that the massive oak cracked in half and fell to the ground. Branches groaned and snapped as it tumbled downward, taking several other trees with it.
"Danny!"
I hurried to him, but he made no response. I reached out. My magic immediately sensed that he'd been knocked out. A split second had passed. Callie was already blasting a spell at the warden, screaming at the top of her lungs. I felt the tug of a portal sweeping throughout the forest, feeling as if it was distorting the landscape like a massive black hole. The sounds coming from the portal were otherworldly, screeches and moans that sounded more monstrous than hell itself. This portal had to be bigger than the entire Institute had been. I didn't know where Callie planned to send the warden, but it was clearly far away from this realm, perhaps to another universe altogether. Whatever spell Callie had conjured, it was greater than anything I'd witnessed her create before. The warden chuckled as if her portal was nothing more than child's play. He retaliated with a spell of his own. A massive explosion rocked the forest, and Callie's magic snapped. An echoing clap sounded as the portal shut instantly, sending a whoosh of wind past us so powerful that it knocked me back to the earth. My ears rang, and I was left momentarily disoriented. When my senses returned, Callie was to my right. She'd fallen on her knees, panting breathlessly as if the warden's attack had sucked all the energy out of her. My magic reached out again to check on her, and it trembled when it observed her form. That spell had taken all of Callie's power. If she tried to cast again, even a small spell, it would kill her. Marcus was already on the move. He ran toward the warden, screaming an enraged battle cry. Rishi yowled, then leapt into the spell that Marcus conjured. An ethereal magic filled the forest, swirling around us with a pulsing energy. Marcus's power contained a spiritual element that, when it touched me, allowed me to witness what was occurring along the ghostly plain. In my mind's eye, I saw Rishi glowing with deathly power. The cat screeched as he leapt forward, ramming his spirit straight into the warden's chest. The warden cried out as his soul twisted and distorted. My heart leapt with hope. Marcus was trying to rip the warden's spirit from his body, and it was working. When I was sure that Marcus had him, something wicked took place. The magic shifted, and the warden's spirit disappeared from my soul's eye. Instead, Marcus's spirit began to lift out of his body, as if the warden had turned the spell against him. He was casting the spell in reverse, so that Marcus was pulling his own soul out. Marcus screamed in incredible agony, and Callie shakily rose from the ground. "Marcus, don't you leave me." His spirit screamed in intense pain yet again, fighting against the spell. I watched as Marcus's spirit was yanked downward, then it disappeared entirely as it was harnessed back to the physical plane. I struggled to form a coherent thought. Marcus had pulled his spirit back into his body, yet his spell wasn't strong enough to separate the warden's soul from his godlike form. Marcus's spell died, and the magic receded from the spirit plane until I was blind to my surroundings once again. Marcus sagged to his knees, and Callie staggered to lift him up. Within seconds, the three of them remained defenseless. I was the last demigod standing, and I'd be damned if the warden managed to bring me to my knees. There was only one thing left to do. If he was going to use our magic against us, then the only way to beat him was to take that power away. I was Prince Charles Majestica, Grand Duke of Elameth, heir to the Elvish throne, and if there was one thing us elves were good at, it was twisting the magic of our enemies. It would kill me, I knew it. The warden's magic was so strong now that if I siphoned it, I wouldn't have the capacity to contain it. It would destroy me from the inside out and probably rip my soul apart. I didn't think I'd exist in any capacity afterward. But if the warden lived, we were all done for, in this life and the next. He'd already taken control of the supernatural world. He'd soon take over this whole planet, and then he'd move on to the spiritual realm and conquer that too. The physical realm and the afterlife would all be his. I'd destroy myself before I allowed that to happen. I had to sacrifice myself for my friends, my empire, my Ava. Thinking about her gave me the courage to do this. It was the one way I could make up for the damage I caused. Either I did this now and we all lost, or I gave myself up and the universe had a second chance to fight another day. And she'd get to live on. Ava or me. An easy decision, with only one answer. I was doing this to protect the world, but even if it was only her I had to save, I'd make the same decision without thinking twice. And so, it was no question at all if I could do what had to be done. Oberoi moved close to my side. "I'm with you." As my familiar, he'd be destroyed too. He was willing to accept our fate and stood by me until the very end. Maybe this was the real reason I'd broken my bond. At least now Ava wouldn't be ripped apart with us. She'd still get to exist after Oberoi and I were erased from reality. That's all I ever wanted. My last thought would be of her. I'd spent my whole life being the bad guy and doing bad things. I wanted to go out doing one good thing. For once. My elf magic tangled with the warden's power. My whole body became electrified as if I'd touched a high-voltage power line. His magic flooded into me, and I had to force my shaking hands to steady in order to hold on to it. The warden felt me pulling at his magic and sneered.
Are you insane, boy? You're really going to throw your soul away for these idiots?
Of course I would. I loved these people. They were my closest friends, my family. I tried to ruin them, enslave them, and take everything over for myself. It was time to apologize and make up for my actions. This was the only way I knew how.
Charlie, what have you done?
Callie's wails nearly pulled me out of it, begging me to stop. If only for Ava's sake, because Callie knew how her best friend would take my demise, even though we weren't together now. This was worse than death. It was a complete ending, a promise that Ava and I were done for good, in every lifetime for the rest of eternity. My soul wouldn't reincarnate or regenerate again, ever. We'd never be reunited, and Ava would be forced to exist forever, alone. After we'd had so many lifetimes together, this would be our last. Didn't matter. I'd rather be dead than life without Ava, and I was already living without her. I would not let her live in a world where the warden reigned. Those divorce papers weren't signed yet, so I was going down as her husband. This would be the last thing I'd ever do, and I was glad for it. Angel magic filled my body, and it had nowhere else to go. Wings sprouted out of my back, bursting with feathers that exploded everywhere. Oberoi got there before I did, charging at the warden and sailing through the air. Oberoi's jaws sank into the warden's arm, digging in, but the warden let out a snarl and tossed him off. Oberoi gave a high-pitched whine as the warden slammed him into the ground. My temper erupted when I heard Oberoi's cries. I flapped the wings instinctually, kicking off the ground and soaring forward to slam straight into the warden. My fingers tangled in his shirt, and my fist cracked against the side of his jaw. The warden punched me right back, sending radiating pain through my face and making me dizzy. He gave a mad laugh.
You really think you're something special, Charlie Walken? Even now with your impressive display of elven magic, you don't interest me in the slightest, because you've proven time and time again that you don't have what it takes.
His voice grew even colder, draining the life from me.
Ava-Marie, on the other hand, now that girl had a fire within her that could have stopped me. But you know what I did? All I had to do was wait, because I knew you'd be the end of her eventually. I knew I wouldn't have to do any work to ruin her, because I was certain you'd do it for me. And you know what? I was right. You stamped that fire out. And where is your wife now? Hiding helplessly back home. We both know that without her, this is only going to end one way. I'd say your sad attempts at fighting me are amusing, but to be honest, I'm tired of this game. I'll be taking those keys now.
He flapped his wings, shoving me back, but I kept my hold on him and held my ground, digging my feet into the earth to remain rooted in place. I thrust my newfound wings behind me, which moved with such power that the two of us were forced into the air. We went spiraling upward as I continued pulling his power into me, refusing to relent. We flew higher into the sky, far above the treetops. My fist connected with the side of his face, and he retaliated with a blow of his own. Swollen bruises broke out across my cheeks, and my skin split open beneath my eye until blood was dripping down my face. I punched him back hard, and the warden spit blood into my face. I loved every fucking second of it. It felt like I was back in the ring, hyped up on adrenaline and shaking with a murderous rage. I'd be lying if getting this fucker in the boxing ring wasn't one of my greatest fantasies, and that thought consumed me with a mad delight as my body filled with more of his power. I was ready to die, and I was going to go out swinging. As rage permeated through me, so did his magic. Each of his blows grew weaker than the last, until I overpowered his strength. With an impressive flap of my feathered wings, I sent us careening toward the ground, breaking through the treetops until I slammed his body straight into the earth, creating a crater upon impact. The warden gave a groan, and I rose to my feet above him. My earth magic sensed his blood seeping into the dirt, and his hands quivering at his sides. Finally, I had him right where I wanted him. Now the fucker could die. Oberei rushed to stand beside me, baring his fangs. "You're going to know exactly what my grandfather felt when you killed him," I sneered spitefully. I summoned the angel magic I'd siphoned from him, the same light he'd used to consume Castiel from the inside out, the magic which tore my grandfather to pieces. I'd sworn then that I would kill the warden. Finally, he was at my mercy, and his life was mine to take. Once the spell was cast, I'd be gone, but so would he. Warmth filled my palms as the spell flared. The warden responded with a cruel laugh.
You should know by now that I can't be killed.
The magic backfired, causing an explosion to rock the forest. I was blasted away, and the angel wings that had been there a moment ago disappeared as the warden yanked his power back. I slammed against a tree and slumped to the ground. Pain radiated through every inch of my body, and my head spun. I couldn't make sense of up or down, and blood trickled into my eyes. I dug my fingers into the dirt, using my earth magic to help orient me. I felt the pulse of Danny's vampire powers nearby, but he was still unconscious. Callie and Marcus lay side by side, still breathing but barely awake. Alette fluttered through the air, trying to rouse Callie, but it wasn't working. I was too disoriented to find Rishi, wherever he'd gone. I tried to reach out for Oberei telepathically, but I couldn't sense him. The shockwave must have knocked him out with the others. The seer woman was the only one still conscious besides me. She weakly pulled herself through the dirt and rasped. "No!" She tried and failed to summon a spell as her hands dropped frailly to the ground. I teetered on the edge of consciousness, desperately holding on with everything I had, summoning all my will to fight back. It wasn't enough. I heard the sound of the warden getting to his feet. Nonchalantly, he strolled up to Danny and plucked something off from him. The vampire key, I realized in horror. I tried to move, but the shockwave had left my head reeling, and I couldn't find my feet. The warden approached Callie and Marcus next, and the divinity keys clinked together in his hands as he gathered them. Then the warden stepped over to me. He reached down to pull the keys from my pocket. I tried to move my tongue in protest, to conjure any spell that would stop him, but I was rendered completely helpless. A moan died on my lips. His chilling, victorious laugh filled the forest.
Ha ha ha! Finally, the Elven Gate is mine.
The sound of metal sliding against metal filled the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Agony consumed me at the realization of what was about to happen. The translation for the Elvish runes written above the door came to mind. What is hidden remains secret from all but the demigods, forevermore. God, demigod, whatever the hell he was, that inscription didn't just apply to us. It applied to the warden now, too. And we just granted him passage. Sheer willpower overrode my fight for consciousness, and I gained control of my body just long enough to scramble to my feet. I heard the click of the keys turning in unison and felt the blazing light of the blessed haven shining upon my skin as the Elven Gate opened. My soul's eye witnessed the spiritual light beaming from the gate's archway, filling the entirety of Dark Island and shooting into the sky. It permeated through the warden's soul as he absorbed all its power. If he wasn't a god before, he certainly was one now.
No!
I screamed, my agonizing defeat echoing across the island. A warm sensation cocooned me, overwhelming all my senses. Then, kaboom! The earth upheaved, and trees toppled over as the warden crossed through the Elven Gate to the spiritual realm, leaving us behind. I heard the stone archway of the Elven gate topple over, and the earth trembled as the massive stones that made up the gate crumbled to pieces, completely ruining the gateway and rendering it useless to us. The divinity keys clinked against the ground, their power drained, finally spent. Everything and everyone faded all at once. The warden had been right all along. We couldn't beat him without Ava. She'd been the strongest of us, and without her, there was no one left that was powerful enough to stand up to him. Without her, there was no hope of beating him. The war had been lost the moment I'd stolen her magic away, and I'd sealed all our fates. I slumped against the ground, losing all consciousness. I didn't know how much time had passed, for I had lost all my senses in the moments that followed. Eventually, I began to regain some semblance of awareness. I felt my hand over Oberai's fur and slowly roused. My dog had pulled himself across my lap, completely spent.
"Charlie," Oberai whimpered. "We failed."
Any hope that I desperately held on to was cleaved in two. No. Voices met my ears, though I couldn't be sure of whose they were. As the fog in my mind began to clear, I could finally make out what they were saying.
"Are you all right?"
I heard Marcus ask weakly. He sounded close to tears.
"I'm fine,"
an unfamiliar voice breathed. It had to be the witch the warden had brought with him. He left her behind.
"Who are you?"
"Marcus Taylor," Marcus offered. "You're from my coven, aren't you?"
"Marcus,"
a woman breathed as if she was relieved to see him.
"You're Nadine and Lucas's son. I knew we'd meet again."
"Again?" Marcus asked.
"Forgive me, but I don't remember you."
"You wouldn't," the woman said.
"You were only a baby during the Miriamic conflict. I left shortly after the conflict ended to serve witches living in neutral territories. I was living in Paris when Dr. Torres found me years ago. I've been his prisoner ever since, forced to give him information about the future, despite the limitations of my foresight. I thought of your parents during that time, because they had already saved the witches once. I didn't know how it had happened, but I knew I'd see them again."
"How did you know my parents?" Marcus asked.
"I was your father's therapist," she said. "My name is Dr. Linda Mack."
Marcus drew a sharp breath.
"Dr. Mack, Dad's talked about you before. He said you helped him a lot. He'll be really happy to see you." "Your parents are safe then?"
Dr. Mack asked. Marcus hesitated.
"For now, that was you at the end there. That warmth right before the explosion, wasn't it?" "Yes," Dr. Mack said. "I wish I could have used my foresight to prevent all of this, but I can't see everything. All I knew was you needed protection, so I cast a shield around everyone here. But it wasn't enough to save the Elven gate."
That comment snapped me back into my body. I pushed myself upright. Oberai scrambled off my lap, but he didn't rush to take action as I did, merely stood there like he'd already given up. Danny and Callie moaned as they got to their feet, crying out in pain.
"The gate,"
I slurred as I stumbled to my feet.
"We need to get through the gate."
"Charlie," Callie started apprehensively.
"It's gone."
I knew it. I had sensed it fall before I'd passed out, but that had to be a figment of my imagination. I'd made it up. It couldn't be gone. I could hardly make sense of my surroundings. So many trees had fallen that it didn't seem we were standing in the forest anymore. Just an open, empty field that was vast and barren. The woods had been completely eradicated by the warden's power, much like my faith that we could still win this. I staggered forward until my feet landed upon crumbled bits of stone. I fell to my knees, running my hands along the shattered pieces of what was once the ancient doorway. I found a piece of wood and lifted it, skimming my hands along it to find a keyhole in the center. Callie was right.
"No! No!"
I cried, punching my fist into the ground.
"Fucking no!"
I didn't want to believe it was possible, but I couldn't deny the reality staring me in the face. Everything we'd worked for had been for nothing. The warden had taken our keys, ascended to the blessed haven, and destroyed the Elven gate in the process. Now that it was gone, there was no chance of me leading the elves to the blessed haven. That meant everyone's souls that were stuck in the in-between would stay there, cursed to linger outside the afterlife, never able to truly cross over. Those souls that were still living in this realm would join them once they died, creating a massive prison of souls that was inescapable for all beings. I damned and imprisoned everyone in our world to an eternal existence of torment. I hadn't just taken away Ava's future, but everyone's. It was a fate I'd tried so hard to avoid that I nearly killed myself to prevent, but I'd brought us all here anyway. After everything we'd been through, we lost. Callie was trembling beside me. Softly, she uttered, Callie, Marcus gasped, but I heard the telltale opening of a portal and knew she was already gone. She disappeared in a second, off to Malovia to search for her twin brother.
No! Callie, no, please!
Marcus sputtered, pleading with his goddess to bring his fiancée back to him. I didn't know if Callie would find Chasm. The warden was certainly on his way to the rest of the magical territories that had defied him, intent on obliterating the remainder of his enemies. By the time Callie found her brother, the warden could destroy the remainder of the Fae in an instant. If Callie was there, she would go up in flames with the rest of them. Marcus knew that. It was the reason he was weeping now. My fingers clenched into the cold earth as I admitted the heartbreaking, bitter truth. There was nothing left to fight for anymore. It was all over. The warden had won.